Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, The Beginning. Alright folks, I'm just putting this out there because I feel this would be amazing. DxD, with a side of Percy Jackson, topped with a dimensional chat group, what else do you want? This is Nerdvana. Some aspects might be similar with the OG, the GOAT, DxD Annihilation Maker. I'm still pissed that dude just vanished. The Tuaru World Angel concept is interesting and I might delve into that later, not sure as that needs research. And the funniest thing, this is a DxD story with No harem. Yurikobe Shounen. I once read a fanfic that got me stuck on this idea: what if Kokobile was a good guy? What if his motives were different? If you had same question as me, well, look no further. But I'll warn ya, this one might be a tearjerker. So grab extra tissues. Now without further ado, enjoy. Hey champ, wake up. We have a big day today. My dad's overly enthusiastic voice interrupted my peaceful Saturday morning sleep. Let me sleep, Dad, you guys can go ahead with the camping trip. I groaned and tried to shoo him away. My dad, David Morgan, chuckled and pulled away my blanket with a swoosh. Alright sleepyhead, get up before your mom brings out the spatula. You know she's been waiting for this trip for months. I sighed and opened my eyes. Why do you guys have a vendetta against me sleeping peacefully? I had a late night shift at the dive bar. Dad's smile softened. Sorry buddy, I know you are tired. But I really want us to spend some quality time together. You, me, your mom, Dawn. All of us. Soon you'll be off to college and I don't know if we can do it again. He sighed. I got up and shook my head. It's too early for emotional blackmail, Dad. But you got me. He beamed proudly. Attaboy. Now get ready. Your mom and sister both got ready before you. I gasped and looked at the calendar. Holy shit. It ain't December, but it's a Christmas miracle. There were footsteps, then a hand clamped on my ear. I get up to see if you have gotten ready, but then I hear you being snarky and talking bad about me, you brat. My mother, Christine Morgan, held my ear like a vice grip. But the smile on her face showed she wasn't angry. I raised my hands in surrender. What I meant to say was, that since my mom is so pretty, she shouldn't need much time, or need for makeups and such. I blinked cutely like a Disney movie. Mom giggled and released my ear. Save those smooth lines for Katie, Arthur. Now hurry up, we need to leave before rush hour. She ruffled my hair. Dad coughed. Suck up. Mom glared at him. What? Do you mean to say I don't look good like my smart and caring boy said? Dad folded immediately. No honey. You are absolutely gorgeous. I would crawl through miles of broken glass just to get a look at your beautiful face. Mom blushed and looked away, and Dad gave me a grin like, look how a pro does it. I smirked and said as I left. Mom, Dad said you look fat in that dress. Dad shouted immediately. No honey, it's a prank. Look, there's a camera. I heard Mom's famous sweet voice as she is about to rain down holy vengeance. Darling, there's no camera here. I gave a smirk of victory at Dad as I left. That's payback for ruining my sleep. I took a quick shower and threw on some comfortable clothes. The smell of coffee hit me as I walked downstairs, and I could hear Dawn's voice coming from the living room, probably watching cartoons. Arthur. Did you pack your sketchbook? Mom called from the kitchen. Yeah, got it. I grabbed a muffin from the counter. How long is the drive again? About 3 hours, Dad said, coming in with the last of the camping gear. We're burning daylight, people. It's barely 7 a.m., I muttered. Exactly. Dawn, turn off the TV and get in the car. Dawn came running in, wearing her purple jacket and pigtails. I'm ready. I've been ready forever. Sure you have, squirt. I grabbed my backpack. Let's get this show on the road. After getting ready and entering the car, I slumped beside Dawn, my little sister who was playing something on her phone. She immediately perked up. What took you so long? I wanted to play this game with you. She showed me some girly game. Barbie cart or something. I booped her nose and said, not now little one. This day has already taken a hard toll on me since Dad ruined my sleep. Dawn pouted. Boo Artie. You're breaking a maiden's heart. I looked at her curiously. Maiden. You. I still remember you wearing diapers, kiddo. Dawn did what she always does. She showed her pearly whites and bit me. Ouch. Let go, psycho. Are you a dog? I shook my arm, but she hung on like a turtle. I then used my secret attack. Tickle tickle. Ahaha, stop. Dawn giggled and released her bite. I glared at her. If you keep this up, you'll never get a boyfriend. She smiled smugly. I don't need a stinky boyfriend. I'll marry you. I already told Katie and she agreed. I nearly choked at my 8-year-old sister's declaration. I took out a small sprayer and spritzed on her, making her squeal. Bad girl. And you even told her. I'm telling Mom. After what seemed like an eternity, Mom and Dad entered the car. They both were looking like teenagers sneaking out, flushed face, slightly messy hair. I raised an eyebrow. What took you guys so long? Dad stammered. I helped your mom to look for something. Mom nodded quickly. Yes. I lost my phone. I smirked and pressed on. Did you find it? Mom nodded again. Yeah. It was in the fridge. Dawn innocently spoke. But Mom, I have your phone with me. They froze like deer in headlights. I sighed. How did you even thought of doing something in that short time? Wait. Don't tell me you guys did it on my bed. Mom looked away, admiring the scenery. Dad just gave me a shit-eating grin. I almost wretched. I sleep there, you freakos. Arg, I'm gonna puke. Dad gave me a smirk that said, revenge is sweet. This guy. I almost became Dawn and bit him. But my patience won the duel as I tried to erase the memory of my parents doing the nasty in my bed. Yeah, now I got visuals. I need a new brain. Mom tried to change the topic, so who's excited for the trip? I groaned. I was, before you two decided sleep on it. Dawn asked curiously. What do you mean, Artie? Mom gave me a glare that promised pain. So I shut up. Nothing, sweetie. Play your game. The ride started quiet. Dawn went back to her game, and I pulled out my headphones. But Dad kept glancing at me through the rearview mirror. You guys good back there? He asked. Yeah, just tired. Mom turned around. You've been working too much at that bar. Maybe you should cut back on your shifts. I need the money for college, Mom. I sighed. We can help with that, Dad said. I know, but I want to contribute too. Dawn looked up from her phone. Are you really going away to college, Artie? Not for a few more months, squirt. But you'll visit, right? Of course I will. Every weekend if you want. She smiled and went back to her game. As we neared Minnesota, Dad asked me, so, did you talk to Katie about college? I sighed. She said on Harvard. It's not my choice. I guess we'll have to break up. Mom spoke comfortingly, maybe you can try to change her mind. She loves you, you know that. I sighed. Maybe, but love can't always sort out everything, Mom. Dad offered some sarcasm as always. Maybe you guys go on. Like a break or something. Just don't be like Ross and Rachel. I groaned. Really, Dad? A friend's joke. Your sarcasm isn't like Chandler's, so beat it. Hey. I thought that was funny. It wasn't. Mom laughed. He's right, honey. It wasn't. You're both mean, Dad said, but he was smiling. Dawn piped up. Who's Ross and Rachel? Ancient TV people, I said. Before your time. Everything is before my time. I'm 8. That got a laugh out of all of us. We finally pulled off the highway onto a dirt road. Trees lined both sides, and the city noise faded away completely. Almost there. Dad announced. The campsite appeared around a bend. Lake Clearwater stretched out before us, the water calm and clear. Pine trees surrounded the area, and there was a fire pit with some logs arranged around it. Wow. Dawn pressed her face against the window. It's so pretty. I told you I'd find a good spot, Dad said proudly. We piled out of the car, and the fresh air hit me immediately. It did smell better out here. No car exhaust, no city smells. Just trees and water. All right, team, Dad clapped his hands together. Let's set up camp. Setting up the tent was an adventure. Dad insisted he knew what he was doing, but the instructions said otherwise. This pole goes here, he said confidently. Dad, that's literally the wrong size. No, it's not. It is. Look at the color coding. Color coding is a suggestion. Mom walked over with her hands on her hips. David, just read the instructions. I don't need instructions. I'm a man. You're a stubborn man. Same thing. I held up the instruction manual. It literally says pole B goes in slot B. But pole A fits better. That's not how engineering works. We eventually got it up, though it was slightly crooked. There. See? Perfect, Dad said. It's leaning, I pointed out. It has character. It has poor structural integrity. You have poor structural integrity. Mom just shook her head and went to organize the supplies. Dawn had already abandoned us to collect rocks by the lake. Once camp was set up, Mom pulled out sandwiches she'd made that morning. We sat around the picnic table Dad had brought. This is nice, Mom said, looking around. No phones, no TV, just us. I have my phone, Dawn said, holding it up. Put it away, sweetie. Enjoy nature. Dawn sighed dramatically but complied. We ate and talked. Dad told a story about a client who'd tried to claim his dog as a dependent. Mom shared gossip from her book club. Dawn talked about her school play. I'm playing tree number 3, she announced proudly. That's specific, I said. It's a very important tree. I have 2 lines. 2 whole lines. That's basically a lead role. She nodded seriously. I know. After lunch, Dad suggested fishing. Come on, Arthur. Father-son bonding time. We're going to catch nothing, aren't we? With that attitude, yes. He was right. We caught nothing. But it was still nice, sitting on the dock with him, poles in the water, just talking. So, Harvard huh? Dad said. Yeah. That's tough. Yeah. You know, your mom and I had to do long distance for a year. It sucked, but we made it work. How? We talked every day. Visited when we could. Made it a priority. He reeled in his empty line. But we also knew we wanted the same future. That's the key. What if Katie and I don't? Then you'll figure it out. Or you won't. Either way, you'll be okay. That's not very comforting. I'm not here to comfort you. I'm here to tell you the truth. He cast his line again. But for what it's worth, I think you two are good together. She's smart, driven, keeps you on your toes. Don't give up without trying. Yeah, maybe. Or maybe I stop following her wishes and follow my own. We sat in silence for a while after that. Later, Dawn demanded we all go swimming. The water was freezing, but she didn't care. It's not that cold, she insisted, already waist deep. It's Arctic, I said, but waded in anyway. Mom and Dad jumped in too, and we splashed around like idiots. Dawn tried to dunk me, but I'm twice her size. I tried to dunk Dad, and he pulled me under with him. Cheater. I sputtered when I surfaced. All's fair in water warfare. We stayed in until our fingers were pruny and Dawn's lips were turning blue. Okay, everyone out, Mom ordered. Before we all get hypothermia. We dried off by the fire Dad started. He actually got it going on the first try this time. See? I'm a natural. You used half a bottle of lighter fluid, I said. Details. As the sun started to set, we roasted hot dogs and marshmallows. Dawn insisted on making s'mores with way too much chocolate. That's going to fall apart, I warned. I know what I'm doing, she said confidently. It immediately fell apart. I meant to do that, she said, eating the pieces off the ground. That's disgusting. 5-second rule. That was 10 seconds. You counted wrong. The sky turned orange, then pink, then purple. Stars started appearing one by one. Dad threw more wood on the fire, and we all sat around it. This was a good day, Mom said, leaning against Dad. The best, Dawn agreed, yawning. I added a stick to the fire and watched the sparks float up. Yeah, it was. Dad looked at me across the flames. Thanks for coming, Arthur. I know you were tired. Thanks for dragging me out of bed. He laughed. Anytime, son. Dawn was already half asleep, curled up next to Mom. The fire crackled. The lake lapped gently at the shore. Somewhere in the distance, an owl hooted. This was good. This was everything. I didn't know it then, but I'd remember this moment for a very long time. The warmth of the fire, the sound of my family's voices, the smell of wood smoke and pine. If someone had told me this was the last normal days of my life, I wouldn't have believed them. But that's how these things work, isn't it? You never know which moments are the last ones until they're already gone. For now, we were just a family on a camping trip. Happy. Together. Safe. The stars above us shone bright and clear, and I had no idea that soon, everything would change. Chapter 2, The Stars Will Watch Over You. Road trip. Dawn shouted from the back seat as Dad started the engine. We're literally just going home, I said, but I was smiling. Still counts. The camping trip had been perfect. 2 days of hiking, swimming, and Dad's terrible campfire stories. My shoulders were sunburned, Dawn had a collection of rocks that took up half the trunk, and Mom had taken about 1,000 photos. Though there was one thing that put a damper on things. Last night, after everyone went to sleep, I'd finally worked up the nerve to call Katie. The conversation I'd been avoiding for weeks. Arthur. It's late. Is everything okay? Her voice had been groggy. Yeah, sorry. We need to talk about Harvard. There was a pause. What about it? Is there any way we can compromise? Maybe I could look at schools near Boston, or you could consider. Arthur, we've talked about this. Harvard has the best pre-law program in the country. This is my dream. I know that. But what about us? What about us? You can come with me. There are plenty of schools in Massachusetts. And there it was. The assumption that I'd just follow along. That my plans, my dreams, didn't matter as much as hers. Katie, I can't do that. I have my own goals. My own path. So what are you saying? I took a breath. I'm saying, do whatever you want. Forget about our relationship. Silence. Then, what? You heard me. Go to Harvard. Live your dream. But I'm not going to follow you around like a puppy. Arthur, you can't be serious. You always. I always went along with what you wanted. I know. But I'm done being your comfort zone. I'm done always going with your whims. Her voice cracked. You don't mean that. I do. And honestly, I care too much about you to hold you back. You deserve to chase your dream without worrying about me. Don't do this. Let's meet up when you get back. We can talk face to face. There's no point if you won't change your mind. And I can't be who you want me to be. Arthur, please. Goodbye, Katie. I hope Harvard is everything you want it to be. I'd hung up. Then I sat there in the dark, staring at the tent ceiling, feeling like shit. But also, lighter. Like I'd finally done something for myself instead of just going along. This morning, I'd woken up determined. I had people who actually loved me, not just the idea of me. My family. They were what mattered. Everyone buckled up. Mom asked, turning around to check. Yes, Mom, Dawn and I said in unison. Dad pulled out of the campsite and onto the dirt road. All right, 3 hours back home. Who wants to pick the first song? Me. Me. Dawn bounced in her seat. Oh no, I muttered. She grabbed Mom's phone and scrolled through the playlist. Found it. Call Me Maybe started blasting through the speakers. Really? I said. This song is ancient. It's a classic. Mom said, already singing along. Dad joined in, completely off-key. Dawn was doing some kind of dance in her seatbelt. I hate all of you, I said, but I was laughing. You love us. Dawn said. Debatable. By the time we hit the highway, we'd gone through half of Dad's Road Trip Classics playlist. Mom was belting out somebody that I used to know, Dad was doing his best Gaudier impression, and Dawn was providing backup vocals that were mostly just screaming. This is an assault on my ears, I said. Your face is an assault on my eyes. Dawn shot back. That doesn't even make sense. Your face doesn't make sense. Mom laughed. You two are impossible. We sang through Dynamite, Party Rock Anthem, and Moves Like Jagger. Dad did a terrible Mick Jagger impression that made Dawn snort laugh so hard she almost choked. Dad, please stop, I said. You're embarrassing yourself. I'm a parent. Embarrassing my children is literally my job. You're too good at it. I leaned back and watched the scenery pass by. Trees, signs, other cars. Normal stuff. My phone buzzed in my pocket. Probably Katie. I ignored it. Dawn noticed. Who's texting you? Nobody important. Is it Katie? You've been weird since yesterday. Smart kid. Yeah. Did you guys break up? Mom turned around. What? It's fine, Mom. We just want different things. Dad glanced at me in the mirror. You okay, son? Yeah. Actually, I am. And I meant it. The sun was warm through the windows. The highway stretched out ahead of us. Everything was normal. Everything was good. We were about an hour from home when Dawn started getting restless. Are we there yet? No. How about now? Still no. Now. Dawn, I will throw you out of this moving vehicle. Mom. Artie's threatening me. Arthur, don't threaten your sister. She started it. Mom turned around with that look. Do I need to separate you two? No, we both mumbled. Dad laughed. Just like old times. What do you mean, old times? This is every car ride, I said. Fair point. Dawn pulled out a bag of gummy bears she'd been saving. Want one, Artie? Depends. What flavor? All of them. She shoved a handful in her mouth. You're going to get sick. Worth it. I took a red one. Thanks, Squirt. She smiled, her cheeks full of gummy bears like a chipmunk. My phone buzzed again. And again. I pulled it out. 7 missed calls from Katie. 12 texts. Please call me back, we need to talk. Don't do this, Arthur, please, I'm sorry, can we just talk? I turned off my phone and put it away. You sure you're okay? Dad asked quietly. Yeah. I made the right choice. Pumped Up Kicks came on next. Mom reached to skip it. Too dark for a road trip, she said. Ah, but I like this one, I said. It's about school shootings, Arthur. The beat is catchy though. She skipped it anyway. Ho Hey started playing instead. Much better, Mom said. Dad was humming along, tapping his fingers on the steering wheel. We were coming up on an intersection. The light was green. So, when we get home, I'm ordering pizza, Dad announced. I'm done with camping food. We had esmores literally last night, I said. And I'm done with them. I want pepperoni. I want cheese. Dawn said. We can get both, Mom said. Half and half. Works for me. Dad started going through the intersection. I saw it before anyone else did. A car. Coming from the right. Too fast. Way too fast. Dad. Time slowed down as if I were in a slow-motion video. The car swerved. The driver wasn't looking. Wasn't stopping. It was going to hit us. Right on my side. Dawn. I didn't think. I just moved. I grabbed Dawn, twisting my body to shield her. My arm wrapped around her head, protecting her face. The impact was a sound I'll never forget. Metal screaming. Glass shattering. The whole world lurching sideways. Then came the pain. A sharp, stabbing pain in my back. I couldn't breathe. Couldn't think. Something had pierced through me. I looked down. A metal rod. From the doorframe. Punched straight through my ribs. My hands were still wrapped around Dawn. She was screaming, but I couldn't hear her. Everything sounded like after an explosion. With loud beeping noise and muffled voices. I gripped the rod with one hand. It was slick with my blood. The rod was still moving toward Dawn. I grabbed it with both hands and held it. Held it away from her. My hands were shaking. Everything was blurred as my eyes filled with tears. At least Dawn was okay. Arthur. Arthur. Mom's voice came. She was out of the car. Dad too. When did that happen? Dawn, are you hurt? Baby, talk to me. I'm okay. But Artie's. Dawn was crying. I could feel her shaking in my arms. Let me see him. Move, I need to see, oh my God. Oh my God, David. Mom's face appeared in my vision. I felt someone hugged me. Probably her. She was crying. Why was she crying? Call 911. Now. Dad was on the phone. His voice was shaking. Yes, there's been an accident. My son he's been impaled. We need an ambulance. Please, hurry. Artie. Dawn's small voice. Her hands grabbed mine. The ones holding the rod. Artie, say something. Please say something. I tried. My mouth wasn't working right. I'll be good, I promise. I'll behave, and I won't bite you anymore, and I'll do my homework without complaining, just talk to me. Please. She was sobbing now. Her hands were so small on mine. I forced my mouth to work. No. Backseas. It came out like a wet noise. Of course. There was blood in my mouth after all. You have to behave now. You promised. I will. I will, I promise. Just don't. Mom was praying. Her hands on my face. Please, God, please. Not my baby. Not my boy. Dad was next to her. Tears streaming down his face. The ambulance is coming, Arthur. Just hold on. Just hold on, okay. David, there's so much blood. The ambulance is coming. Hang in there, son. Don't you dare give up. Dad, whom I never saw without a smile, was crying. Everything was getting cold. That wasn't right. It was summer. Shouldn't be cold. I tried to smile. Did I manage it? I couldn't tell. I had a good family, I said. Each word took everything I had. Best family. Don't, Mom sobbed. Don't you dare. You're going to be fine. You're going to be fine. Don't be sad, Mom. Arthur, please. My hand found Dawn's head. When did I let go of the rod? Didn't matter now. I patted her hair. Just like I always did. If you miss me. Breathing was hard. So hard. Look at the stars. What? Artie, what? I'll be watching. Always watching, over you. Dawn's face was blurry now. Everything was blurry. Like a star, I whispered. Mom was screaming. Or maybe that was the ambulance. Couldn't tell any more. I love you all. I think I said it. Hope I said it. Dawn's face. Mom's face. Dad's face. I tried to hold on to them. Tried to remember. But everything was fading. It felt so cold. Then nothing. Somewhere above, far beyond mortal sight, something ancient stirred. A being of indescribable form, with powers beyond measure. Its body was like the endless darkness of the void, yet it was illuminated by countless small lights flickering within the darkness, like stars. It watched the small tragedy unfold. It had been watching for some time. This boy. This unremarkable human life. But in his final moment, that declaration, that caught its attention. Watching over them always, like a star, huh? The being tilted its head. Curious. How amusing. He's almost like me if I were human, it murmured. Very well then. A hand, or perhaps the concept of a hand, reached down through the veil of reality. Let us see if you meant those words, Arthur Morgan. I shall give you a second chance. May the stars guide you. Everywhere I looked, there was darkness. I felt like I was floating through vast space. No, not floating. Falling. Rising. There was no up or down here. I saw colors that didn't exist. Colors that hurt to perceive. I heard sounds that weren't sounds. My body was gone, but I could still feel. Still think. What happened? Where was I? The memories came flooding back. The car. The impact. The rod. Dawn. Mom. Dad. I tried to reach for them, but I had no hands. No arms. No body at all. I was dead. The realization hit me like a physical blow, even though I had no body to feel it. I felt an emptiness within me that had nothing to do with the void around me. The thought that I was truly dead settled into whatever passed for my consciousness now. I would never hear my father's terrible jokes again. Never hear him laugh at his own punchlines that nobody else found funny. I would never taste my mom's cooking again. The way she always made my favorite foods when I had a bad day. The love she put into every meal. I would never hold my baby sister again. Never put her to sleep when there was a thunderstorm outside and she was scared. Never hear her call me Artie in that way only she could. I never realized I would be unable to ever do these things. Feel these things. The regret was overwhelming. And Katie. Our last conversation had been me breaking up with her over the phone. She'd wanted to talk face to face. She'd been crying. And I'd just hung up. I guess I spared her some pain in the long run. Better a clean break than dragging it out, right? At least that's what I told myself. Am I going to heaven? Or hell? Did it even matter? If only there was a second chance. If I could go back, I would spend more time with them. I would tell them every day how much I cherished them. I would hug Dad more, even when he made bad jokes. I would help Mom in the kitchen instead of just eating the results. I would play more games with Dawn, even the stupid ones. But I would never get that chance. The dead don't get second chances. The void pressed in around me. Then suddenly, everything changed. I was hurled through space. Reality bent and twisted around me. The colors intensified. The sounds became sharper. Everything was moving, shifting, breaking apart and reforming. I wanted to scream but I had no mouth. I closed my eyes, or whatever passed for eyes in this state, hoping this would be the end. Hoping I would just cease to exist. Stop thinking. Stop feeling. Stop remembering. Please, just let it end. But fate had a twisted sense of humor. The sensation of movement stopped abruptly. The chaos calmed. The void receded. With a blinding flash of light that burned even through my closed eyes, I felt something solid beneath me. Around me. Inside me. Weight. Substance. Form. I had a body again. But it didn't feel like my body. It felt different. Sounds reached me. Real sounds. Voices speaking in a language I didn't know but somehow understood. The stars shine bright tonight. A new archangel is born. Welcome, brother. Heaven. I forced my eyes open. Light. Blinding, pure light everywhere. But not harsh. It was warm, welcoming. Figures stood around me. Tall, impossibly beautiful figures with wings of pure light extending from their backs. Angels. Holy shit, those were actual angels. One of them leaned down. His face was kind. Can you hear me, brother? I tried to speak but only a confused sound came out. Wait. That wasn't my voice. It was higher. More mature. I looked down at myself. I was an adult now, wearing white robes. And behind me, I could feel them. Weight on my back that shouldn't be there but felt natural. I had wings. He seems disoriented, another angel said. Female, with golden hair. Perhaps the awakening was too sudden. Give him some time, the male angel said. He'll adjust. Father said he is special. What the hell was happening? No, I was in heaven, apparently. But why? How? The last thing I remembered was dying. Bleeding out on a highway. Telling Dawn to look at the stars. The stars. Always watching over you, like a star. That's what I'd said. And now I was, what? An angel. What is your name, brother? The male angel asked gently. My name. Arthur. Arthur Morgan. But when I opened my mouth, a different name came out. A name I somehow knew was mine, even though I'd never heard it before. Kokabeel. The angel of stars. The angel smiled. Welcome, brother Kokabeel, angel of the stars. Welcome to heaven. And so, in a world of angels and devils, in a time before the Great War, a certain angel of the stars opened his eyes for the very first time. Or perhaps the second time. Depending on how you counted. Chapter 3, Why Am I Here? Kokabeel, rather Arthur, whoever the hell he was supposed to be now, was feeling lost. The memory of his death was still fresh in his mind. The car. The impact. The rod through his chest. Dawn's terrified face. How was his family doing? What must be going through their minds right now? Were they at the hospital? Had they already taken his body away? Was Dawn having nightmares? Was Mom blaming herself? Was Dad trying to hold it together for everyone else while breaking down inside? He sighed and stared at the white wings at his back. He had 5 pairs of beautiful white wings that moved slightly with his thoughts. They felt natural, like they'd always been there, but also completely alien. 10 wings. That was apparently a big deal. The other angels, his brothers and sisters, they kept calling themselves, had explained he was an archangel. But he didn't feel as powerful as the other angel, Michael. That guy radiated power like a sun. Standing next to him felt like standing next to a nuclear reactor. Michael had been patient when explaining things. You were just born, Kokabeel. Your powers are still adjusting to your vessel. Once they stabilize, you will gain another pair of wings, officially promoting you to the next rank. What rank am I now? Arthur had asked. Ultimate class. Quite impressive for a newborn angel. Ultimate class. The words meant nothing to him, but the other angels had looked impressed. But what was this? He died and became an angel. And the highest ranked one at that, apparently. What was he even supposed to do from here on out? Sing sermons. Smite demons. Float around on clouds playing a harp. He sighed and fell down on the bed that had been given to him. The room was nice, all white marble and gold trim, with a window that looked out over, well, heaven, he guessed. Clouds and light and more angels flying around. But one thing was confusing. Why did the female angels look, well, rather lewd? It was supposed to be heaven, right? All prim and proper and holy. Yet the female angels wore outfits that showed way too much skin. Their figures were distracting. Very distracting. It felt like he was in an entirely different world. And when the divine knowledge kicked in, this weird information that just appeared in his head when he needed it, he realized it was indeed some world unknown to him. Humans were still in the Bronze Age, maybe early Iron Age. They were just figuring out metal tools and agriculture. No internet. No cars. No pizza delivery. There were also other factions. Devils were apparently their enemies, though the knowledge didn't explain why. Just that they were. Yokais were neutral, basically. Then there were different religious pantheons, Greek, Norse, Hindu, Slavic, Chinese, all existing at the same time and apparently all real. That alone was mind-blowing. Multiple gods. Multiple heavens. How did that even work? But what really got his attention were the dragons. 2 dragons in particular. Red Dragon Emperor, Draig, and White Dragon Emperor, Albion. Apparently they were constantly fighting each other and had destroyed entire civilizations as collateral damage. Then there were 2 more heavy hitters, and apparently the strongest beings in this world. Dream Dragon, Great Red, and Infinity Dragon, Ophis. Great Red was described as the Apocalypse and the true Red Dragon God Emperor. Ophis was the infinite dragon god, and apparently just wanted to sleep but kept getting bothered. Only then did his gears start to turn. Dragons. Devils. Angels. A perverted world where female angels dressed like that. It reminded him of an old anime his friend had made him watch back in high school. Jake had been obsessed with it. What was it called? High School DxD. He'd hated it. It was just wrong. What kind of protagonist powers up with the power of boobs? The main character, Issei, that was his name, would literally yell "Appay" while grinning like a creep, and that somehow made him stronger. Issei was the worst protagonist Arthur had ever seen in anime. No depth, no character development, just perversion and power-ups. Yet girls kept throwing themselves at him. Beautiful, powerful women just falling over themselves for this perverted idiot. What a load of crap. And the fights. The villains would just stand there while Issei groped his harem members to power up. They'd watch while he touched breasts and sucked nipples, and then act surprised when he got stronger. Who wrote this garbage? Arthur almost wanted to laugh, momentarily forgetting the sadness of his untimely demise, over the absurdity of probably being in that perverted anime world. Of all the places, I ended up in a perverted anime world where boobs reign supreme. What a joke. Was this isekai'd? Why him? He didn't want this. He would have rather stayed back and lived a regular, happy life with his family. Maybe finding someone who would understand him and support him, rather than forcing their will upon him like Katie had. Arthur wanted to shout. To curse. To demand answers from whatever cosmic being had done this to him. But his new body was dampening his emotions. It was like trying to feel through a thick blanket. The anger was there, but muted. The sadness was there, but distant. As if his emotions weren't strong enough to show through this angelic vessel. He sighed and muttered, "Why am I even here?" Suddenly, there was a bright blue flash in his head that made him wince. Ding. Welcome, host, to the Dimensional Chat Group. Here, you can talk and interact with people from other worlds, make friends, even travel to their worlds. It can also show host strength and data panel. Host will be added to a random chat group. Arthur sat up straight. What the? The request has been sent, it cannot be changed. Host advised to check the group store and wallet for item purchase. Store credit can be earned by completing task or streaming. It is also advisable to talk as much as possible to other members and form connections. I refuse. Arthur almost shouted. But the blue screen just floated there in his vision, unbothered by his protest. Are you serious right now? First I die, then I get isekai'd into a perverted anime, and now I get a chat group system. What's next? A harem falls into my lap. Host advised to maintain calm. The Dimensional Chat Group is a valuable resource for. Yeah, nah. I barely talked to less than 100 people in my entire life. I'm not chatting up random strangers from other dimensions. Arthur shook his head. This was ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. He sighed again. First dying, now this. It felt like someone was messing with him. Like some cosmic entity thought his suffering was entertainment. Chat group has been found. Host will be added as a participant. Welcome to a new beginning. Arthur stared at the notification. What's the point of asking if I don't have a choice? Whatever. I'll just check it later. Or never. Probably never. He dismissed the blue screen with a thought and fell back down on the soft bed, staring at the ceiling. The marble was so white it almost hurt to look at. He muttered softly, his voice barely above a whisper. Mom. Dad. Dawn. I hope you guys don't feel too sad, and move on. You've given me more than I deserved. I hope you're happy, even without me. His chest hurt. Not physically, this angelic body didn't seem to feel physical pain, but emotionally. A deep, hollow ache where his heart should be. How much time had passed for them? Time was weird here. The divine knowledge suggested that time flowed differently between dimensions. Had it been hours? Days? Years? Were they even still alive? Human life was so short and fragile compared to what he was now. He could live for thousands of years as an angel. Tens of thousands, maybe. Immortal, basically. But they would live and die in the blink of an eye. He could only pray that they moved on and found happiness again. That Dawn grew up strong and found someone who would protect her the way he couldn't. That Mom and Dad supported each other through the grief and didn't let it destroy their marriage like he'd seen happen to other families who'd lost children. He was brought out of his musings by a gentle knock on his door. "Hello, brother. It's me, Gabriel. Are you all right? I sense an immense sadness within you." Arthur sighed and got up from the bed. "Come in." The door opened, and he was immediately mesmerized by the beautiful being that entered. He almost felt a nosebleed coming on. Gabriel was, there were no words. She was like radiant light given form, filled with joy and gentle kindness that made you want to bask in her presence. Her smile could probably cure depression. But she was also incredibly beautiful in a very physical way. Her voluptuous body added a mature charm that completely contradicted the innocent, pure vibe she gave off. Of course. It was DxD. Arthur vaguely remembered how his degenerate friend Jake would go on and on about Gabriel. Perfect waifu material, he'd called her. Beautiful, kind, powerful, and stacked. What more could you want? Was she even in the anime? Arthur wasn't sure. He'd only watched a few episodes before giving up in disgust. His memory of the show was already slowly fading away. Wait. Fading away. That thought captured his attention with sudden panic. Would he just forget them? His family, his life, everything he'd experienced. Would his memories disappear until all that was left was Kokobile the angel? The thought filled his mind with desperation. No. No, he couldn't forget them. He wouldn't forget them. Suddenly he felt soft arms wrap around him. His head was being placed between two soft mounds of flesh which he was in absolutely no mood to appreciate. Gabriel's gentle voice came to his ear, soothing and warm. There. Don't be sad, brother. I don't know what caused you such grief, but don't worry. Everything will be all right. Me and our siblings will help you ease your pains. If you ever feel sad, talk to me. She smiled beautifully, though he couldn't see it with his face pressed against her chest. Arthur closed his eyes and let the voice soothe his soul. He was at a loss. Confused. Grieving. Angry. But he could sense the genuine love and sincerity from her. It wasn't pity. It wasn't obligation. She actually cared about him, this brother she'd just met. He mumbled softly, his voice muffled. "Thank you, Gabriel, for your kindness." Gabriel smiled happily while holding him. "Of course, brother. I am happy to help you." She felt a strong attachment to her new brother. When she'd first sensed his presence, she'd felt drawn to him. He was unlike any of her siblings. He felt more free. He looked so serene and peaceful on the outside, like still water. Yet he held such immense sadness inside, like an ocean of grief hidden beneath the surface. The contrast between his appearance and thoughts provoked a desire to comfort him. She'd felt it instinctively, this overwhelming desire to care for him. To help him forget any pain he had. To see him smile. She pulled back slightly to look at his face. "Are you feeling better now, brother?" Arthur nodded slowly. "Yeah. A little. Good." Her smile brightened even more. "I came to inform that Father has summoned you to tell you your duties. He awaits your presence." Arthur stiffened immediately. Was he about to meet the DxD God? Yahweh himself. The biblical God who created the angels and the sacred gear system and basically held heaven together through sheer divine power. Would he see through Arthur? Would he know that the soul inside Kokobiel's body wasn't supposed to be here? Would he be erased on the spot for being an imposter? But there was no point in thinking about it. He'd have to meet God eventually. Running wasn't an option. Not in heaven, where God probably saw everything. So he took a deep breath, unnecessary for an angel, but the habit remained, and stood up slowly. "All right, Gabriel. Let's go meet him." Gabriel felt a little confused. She didn't sense the usual reverence that she and her siblings showed when mentioning their father. There was respect, yes, but also wariness. Fear. But she didn't dwell on it. She took his hand gently. "Follow me, brother." Arthur flinched slightly at the way she called him brother. It reminded him of Dawn. That innocent smile. That unconditional trust. He shook his head to clear his thoughts. No. He couldn't think about that now. He had a meeting with the big G after all. And if God decided he didn't belong here? Well, at least he'd gotten to hug Gabriel first. Small victories. Chapter 4, Meeting the Big Man Upstairs. Arthur followed behind Gabriel as she cheerfully talked about heaven and her siblings. She was practically bouncing with each step, her wings fluttering slightly. And then there's the Garden of Eden. Oh, it's so beautiful, Kokabeel. I take care of it personally. The flowers there bloom in colors that don't even exist on Earth yet. You should visit sometime. I'll show you around. That sounds nice, Arthur said, only half listening. There were more than 4 archangels, apparently. 12 in fact. Gabriel had been listing them off with the enthusiasm of someone showing off their favorite collection. So there's Michael, of course. He's the right hand of God and representative of Father. He leads the primal archangels. Very serious, but he has a good heart. Arthur nodded. Michael had seemed intense. Powerful. The kind of person you didn't want to disappoint. Then there's Raphael, the archangel of life. She leads all the medical angels. If you ever get hurt, though I hope you don't, she's the one to see. Got it. Azrael is the archangel of death. Don't let that scare you. He's actually quite gentle. He leads the angels of death, but they're more like guides for souls. Very important work. Arthur had seen Azrael briefly. Tall, quiet, with an aura that made you think of autumn leaves and peaceful endings. Gabriel continued her list, ticking off each sibling on her fingers. I'm the left hand of God and protector of the Garden of Eden. I also lead the general angel forces. You mentioned that already. Oh. Right. Then there's Enlil, archangel of love and grace. She leads the guardian angels and principalities. She's very sweet, but also very strict about following rules. Aha. Uriel is the archangel of retribution and wisdom. He's the guardian of the miracle system, you know, the thing that lets humans perform miracles through faith. Very scholarly. Always reading. Arthur tried to keep track. It was a lot of names. Camael is the archangel of strength and guardian of heaven. He leads the powers. Very muscular. Likes to train a lot. Of course he does. Tzadkiel is the archangel of knowledge and clarity. He leads the dominations. Very organized. Everything has to be filed properly. Gabriel giggled. Kabeel is the archangel of justice. She's the judge of the heavenly court and leads the thrones. Very fair, but also very scary when she's mad. Noted. Don't make her mad. Raziel is the archangel of mysteries and secrets. He leads and protects the cherubim. Very mysterious, fitting, right? He doesn't talk much. And Metatron. Oh. Metatron is the voice of God and chancellor of heaven. He leads the seraphim. He's the one who usually delivers Father's messages to everyone. Very formal. Gabriel stopped walking and turned to him with a bright smile. And finally, there's you. Kokabeel, archangel of stars. You haven't been assigned a duty yet, but I'm sure Father has something special planned. Arthur nodded slowly, processing all of that information. 12 archangels. Each with specific duties and subordinates. It was like a massive corporate structure, except with wings and divine power. But something was bothering him. Arthur was still having difficulty accepting he was the supposed first villain of that ridiculous anime show who gets beaten by a perverted protagonist. But as far as he remembered, wasn't Kokabeel just a retarded 10-winged fallen angel, barely ultimate class? He definitely wasn't an archangel. In the show, or what little he'd seen of it, Kokabeel was a warmongering idiot who tried to restart the Great War and got his ass kicked by a high school student with a dragon arm. So this means he couldn't rely on his memories to be accurate either. The timeline was different. The power levels were different. Everything was different. Great. So his one advantage, knowing the future, was basically useless. Meanwhile, the blue screen from that damn chat group was flashing non-stop in his head. New message in dimensional chat group. New message in dimensional chat group. New message in dimensional chat group. He actively used his powers to ignore them. His eyes could stare at any star directly without going blind, so some flashing lights in his head weren't a big deal. He suddenly noticed Gabriel staring at him with a pout. Kokabeel, you aren't even listening. Humph, I won't talk to you anymore. Her cheeks puffed up like a chipmunk. Arthur couldn't help but smile. It reminded him so much of Dawn when she got mad at him for not playing her games. He instinctively reached out and patted her head gently. Gabriel's pout immediately melted away. She closed her eyes happily, leaning into the touch like a cat. There. Sorry I wasn't paying attention. Can you please forgive me? Gabriel smiled contentedly. Sure. Only because you asked nicely and I'm a forgiving angel. Arthur shook his head and smiled. She really did remind him of Dawn. That innocent happiness. That easy forgiveness. Maybe this place wouldn't be so bad if everyone was like Gabriel. They arrived at the heavenly throne room. The doors were massive, at least 50 feet tall, made of pure white marble inlaid with gold. Intricate carvings covered every inch, depicting scenes of creation and celestial beings. Michael and Raphael were waiting outside. Hello, brother. I hope you are feeling better now. Michael asked with a warm, big brotherly smile. His presence was still overwhelming, but his expression was genuinely kind. Raphael stepped forward, her green eyes filled with concern. If you feel dizzy or unwell, come and see me, brother. I'll take a look and make sure everything is adjusting properly. Arthur nodded. Thank you, Michael, Raphael. I am fine. We should not keep Father waiting. He had difficulty calling Yahweh Father. The word felt wrong in his mouth. He still considered himself Arthur Morgan, son of David and Christine. But he didn't wish to blow his cover, so he forced it out. The massive doors opened from within. Metatron stepped out, followed by several other angels Arthur didn't recognize. Metatron was tall and dignified, with an air of absolute authority. His 12 wings were perfectly groomed. He gave Arthur a nod. Brother Kokabeel, Father awaits your presence. He wishes to speak to you alone. Gabriel perked up and clapped her hands together excitedly. Oh my. Kokabeel, Father wants to speak to you alone. He usually never does that. Which means he has a special duty for you. You're so lucky. Arthur smiled and nodded, while thinking internally, or he's found out I'm an imposter and wants to casually snap me out of existence. That might not be so bad, honestly. Maybe he could ask Yahweh to send him back. Although he doubted it was possible. He sighed quietly and walked toward the doors. Michael gave him an encouraging nod. Gabriel waved enthusiastically. Raphael smiled gently. He stepped through, and the huge doors closed behind him with a resonant boom that echoed through the chamber. Arthur steeled his resolve and looked up. The throne room was indescribable. It wasn't just big, it was infinite. The ceiling stretched up forever, filled with countless stars that moved and swirled in patterns that made his new instinct sing with recognition. The floor was like polished crystal, reflecting everything. And at the center, on a throne that seemed to be made of condensed light itself, sat a being of pure holy radiance. Yahweh. The biblical God. The Creator. He had no face or discernible features. Just brilliant, warm light that somehow didn't hurt to look at. It felt like staring at the sun, but instead of burning, it was comforting. The being spoke, and his voice was gentle. Like a father talking to a nervous child. Come forth, my child. Let me see your face. Arthur stepped forward hesitantly. Each step felt like walking through water, there was resistance, but not unpleasant. More like the universe itself was acknowledging his presence. He stopped a respectful distance from the throne and spoke with as much respect as he could muster. Hello, Father. The word still felt wrong. But what else could he say? Hey, God. Sup, Yahweh. The being chuckled, and the sound was like wind chimes mixed with distant thunder. Amusement, clearly. It's all right, child. I know you are not Kokabeel. Not entirely. The light pulsed gently. Fear not, I can sense you are not evil. Perhaps that's something better than the regular flow of time. Arthur was gobsmacked. His mind went blank for a full 3 seconds. You know, he finally managed. Then, if it's not too much to ask, is there a way to return to my old world and old life? Not that I'm ungrateful, but I don't seek a new life. I was happy with my old one, even though I was just a regular guy. There was a weight in his words. A desperate hope he tried to hide but couldn't quite manage. Yahweh sighed, and somehow the sound carried immense sadness. I'm afraid that's no longer possible, my child. Your soul, it has been touched by someone. Someone even I have no power to ask anything from. Arthur's eyes widened. What do you mean? Weren't you the one who brought me here? That didn't make sense. If God didn't bring him here, then who did? That being in the void. Yahweh glowed brilliantly, and the light intensified until Arthur had to shield his eyes. When he looked again, the formless being of light was gone. In its place stood a young, handsome man who looked maybe in his late 20s. Golden hair that seemed to shimmer with its own light. Clear blue eyes that held infinite depth. 14 white wings spread from his back, each feather perfect and radiant. He was wearing simple white robes, and despite his overwhelming presence, his expression was warm and approachable. Yahweh stepped down from the throne and waved his hand. Reality rippled. Suddenly, there were 2 ornate chairs and a small table between them. The table held a pitcher of wine, 2 glasses, and a plate of what looked like bread and fruit. He gestured kindly. Come, sit, child. Let us chat. What's your old name, can I ask? Arthur blinked at the sudden shift in atmosphere. One moment he was standing before the Almighty on his throne. Now he was being invited to sit and have wine. He politely sat down in one of the chairs. It was incredibly comfortable. I'm Arthur. Arthur Morgan. Or at least, I used to be. Yahweh smiled as he poured wine into both glasses. That's a nice name. Arthur. King of legend. Morgan, sorceress of myth. Your parents had good taste. He handed Arthur a glass and sat down across from him. You can call me Yahweh. I know you don't feel the fatherly reverence my children hold. It's actually quite refreshing. Arthur sighed and looked down at the wine in his glass. I don't mean any disrespect. But I only have one dad. And he's human. A little childish, maybe. Terrible at following tent instructions. Makes awful jokes. He looked up, and there were emotions in his eyes he couldn't quite hide. But he's the best dad I could have asked for. Old memories flashed through his mind. Dad teaching him to ride a bike. Dad helping with homework even though he was terrible at math. Dad making breakfast on weekends and burning everything but pretending it was crispy style. Yahweh gently reached out and patted his shoulder. The touch was warm, reassuring. He must have been a great man if you love him so much. Tell me your story, Arthur. Arthur chuckled bitterly. You sure you want to hear it? It's rather boring. Just a normal kid with a normal family living a normal life. Yahweh smiled warmly. Of course. No story is boring, my child. It's only the storyteller who deems it so. And besides, he took a sip of wine, I find mortal lives fascinating. Each one is unique. Each one matters. Arthur sat back in his chair and looked up at the infinite ceiling. Stars twinkled back at him. His stars now, apparently. All right then. Hope it's better than most stories you've heard. Yahweh settled into his chair and gave Arthur his full attention. I'm listening. Arthur took a breath. I was born in a small town. Nothing special. Dad was an accountant, Mom worked in administration at a hospital. We weren't rich, but we were comfortable. Happy. He paused, organizing his thoughts. I was always kind of a loner. Not because people were mean or anything. I just preferred my own company, you know. Reading manga, drawing, that kind of thing. I had a few close friends, but I wasn't popular or anything. Sounds peaceful, Yahweh commented. It was. Then when I was 10, my little sister was born. Dawn. Arthur smiled at the memory. I remember being annoyed at first. I was the only child for 10 years. Suddenly I had to share attention. But then I saw her, and... He shook his head. She was so small. So fragile. And she looked at me with these big blue eyes, and I knew I'd do anything to protect her. Yahweh listened quietly, a soft smile on his face. Growing up was normal. School, work, home. I got a job at a dive bar when I was 16. Saved money for college. Made plans. Met a girl named Katie junior year. Arthur's expression shifted slightly. She was smart. Beautiful. Driven. We dated for 2 years. I thought. I don't know what I thought. That we'd figure it out together. But you didn't, Yahweh said gently. No. She wanted Harvard. Wanted me to follow her there, give up my own plans, my own dreams. And for a long time, I probably would have. I always went along with what she wanted. Arthur took a sip of wine. It tasted like starlight and summer nights. But then Dad suggested this camping trip. Just the 4 of us. Family time before I went off to college. And something just clicked. What clicked? That I had people who loved me for me. Not for who they wanted me to be. My family never asked me to be someone else. They just loved me. Flaws and all. Arthur's voice got quieter. So I broke up with Katie. Over the phone, which was shitty of me. But I knew if I saw her face to face, I'd cave. I always did. That takes courage, Yahweh said. To choose yourself. Maybe. Or maybe I'm just selfish. Arthur shrugged. Either way, I went on that camping trip. And it was perfect. We hiked, swam, roasted marshmallows. Dawn collected rocks. Dad told terrible jokes. Mom took a million photos. His hands tightened around the glass. It was the best weekend of my life. Just simple happiness. Family. That's all I wanted. That's all I ever wanted. And then? Yahweh asked softly. Arthur's jaw clenched. And then we got in the car to go home. And some asshole ran a red light. Hit us right on my side. His voice was flat now, emotionless. A defense mechanism. There was a metal rod. It went through me. Through my back, out my front. It was still moving. Toward dawn. Yahweh said nothing, just listened. So I grabbed it. Held it. Made sure it didn't touch her. Arthur looked directly at Yahweh. I didn't think. I just moved. Because she's my baby sister, and I'd die 1,000 times before I let anything hurt her. And you did, Yahweh said quietly. Yeah. I died. Arthur laughed, but there was no humor in it. Bled out on a highway while my family watched. Last thing I remember is telling Dawn to look at the stars if she missed me. That I'd be watching over her. He gestured up at the ceiling filled with stars. Guess I meant that more literally than I thought. Yahweh was quiet for a long moment. Then he spoke, and his voice carried something ancient and profound. Your sacrifice was not in vain, Arthur Morgan. Your sister lived because you acted without hesitation. That is love in its purest form. Doesn't make it hurt less, Arthur muttered. No. No, it doesn't. They sat in comfortable silence for a while. Arthur finished his wine. Yahweh refilled it without asking. Finally, Arthur spoke. So. If you didn't bring me here, who did? Yahweh's expression grew serious. I do not know their true name. We only call them by a name we can perceive. But I felt their power when they sent you here. They are old. Older than me, perhaps. And they touched your soul with purpose. What purpose? That, my child, I cannot say. But I can tell you this, they gave you a choice. They could have simply erased you. Instead, they gave you a second chance. A new life. I didn't want a new life, Arthur said bitterly. I wanted my old one. I know. Yahweh's eyes were infinitely sad. But that path is closed to you now. Your body is gone. Your world is beyond my reach. All that remains is the choice before you now. What choice? Yahweh leaned forward. To live. Truly live. As Kokabeel, yes, but also as Arthur. You are both now. And you have the power to choose what that means. Arthur sat back and stared at the stars above. His stars. His domain. And what if I choose to do nothing? To just exist? Then you will have wasted the gift you were given. And the sacrifice you made will mean nothing. That hit harder than Arthur expected. Yahweh stood and placed a hand on Arthur's shoulder. Your family would not want you to fade away, Arthur. They would want you to live. To be happy. To find purpose. Arthur closed his eyes. I don't know how to do that. Then learn. You have time. More time than any human could dream of. Yahweh smiled. And you have siblings who already love you. A purpose waiting to be discovered. Stars that call to you. He pulled his hand back. Your story is not over, Arthur. It has simply taken a turn you did not expect. What you do with that is up to you. Arthur opened his eyes and looked at Yahweh. He saw nothing but genuine compassion and understanding. Okay, he said finally. Okay. I'll try. Yahweh's smile brightened. That's all anyone can ask. Chapter 5, The Stars Shine Brightly. As Arthur finished talking, he let out a long breath and looked at Yahweh. So, what do I do now? Why am I here, in this world? I'm not really angel material. Yahweh chuckled, the sound warm and genuine. True. You have free will. You have your own thoughts, unclouded by heaven's system. And the system I developed will probably consider you a fallen angel eventually. He paused, then smiled. But after chatting with you, I believe that might not be a bad thing. Arthur raised an eyebrow. How so? Don't you hate the fallen angels for their sins? Yahweh's expression softened, and suddenly his young face showed the weight of millennia. No father could truly hate their children. Even if their sins are countless. The only thing I feel is sorrow for being unable to stop them from walking that path. But it is fate. He paused and looked at Arthur with renewed curiosity. But you seem to have certain knowledge of what will happen in the future. Care to elaborate? Arthur rubbed his nose, a nervous habit from his old life. I do know a few things. But I must ask you, you seem like a normal person. Then why the hell is this world so weird? It's basically a hentai. I mean, who even designed such fate? Yahweh raised an eyebrow and chuckled. The world wills are beyond our understanding. They work in their own way. This world is rather unique. It is somewhat like the Japanese cartoons they make, anime, I believe they're called in the future. Perhaps like the ones you said. He chuckled lightly. But, it's not all bad, right? Arthur retorted immediately. It's not just bad, it's the worst. Yahweh laughed heartily, and the sound echoed through the throne room. It's been eons since I had so much fun talking to someone who would treat me as a regular person. It's really nice. His laughter settled into a warm smile. But I believe it's rather nice. Much better compared to some of the crazy world wills that are in a constant destruction and rebirth cycle. Trust me, those are far more chaotic. Then his expression turned serious, and the atmosphere in the room shifted. As for why you are here and who brought you, it's a rather dangerous knowledge, even I don't know much. Are you sure you wish to know? Arthur gulped. The sudden change in tone made his angelic instincts scream warning. Sure. It's better to know, right? I mean, ignorance hasn't helped me so far. Yahweh smiled approvingly. Indeed. Ignorance isn't often a bliss, it's a curse. Very well. Let me tell you. But before that, do you know about beings that exist beyond the worlds, like the outer gods? Arthur almost panicked. His mind immediately went to his friend Jake's other obsession. Wait, you mean like Lovecraftian mythos? The tentacles and insanity by just looking kind. Yahweh nodded with approval. You are smart. You know not to invoke their names casually. But luckily for you, the one who brought you here isn't one of the senseless ones. He is. I guess rather easygoing. He paused, choosing his words carefully. He has gone by many names, so much so that his original name has been forgotten by the worlds. Some call him the Shepherd of Stars, some call him the Revelation, some call him the Hidden One. Yahweh then raised his hand, and a complex barrier of divine magic materialized around them. The air shimmered with power. Although he is your benefactor, I prefer not to invoke his name openly. Well, here goes. Are you ready? Arthur nodded nervously, his hands gripping the armrests of his chair. Yahweh's voice took on a resonant quality, as if he were reciting from ancient texts that predated creation itself. Hastur, the Shepherd of the Stars. The King in Yellow. The Unspeakable One. The stars are not silent, nor are they kind. He watches, waiting, whispering, guiding the lost along paths best left unseen. In the oldest of forgotten texts, scrolls that crumbled to dust when the first humans learned to read, Hastur is not merely a god of whispers and madness, but something far more ancient. The Shepherd of the Stars. Long before the universe took its first breath, when the void was a canvas of infinite darkness and the blind idiot gods still dreamed at the center of chaos, Hastur wandered among the embryonic stars, guiding them through the chaotic abyss. Some claim he was once a being of purpose, a cosmic guardian who watched over the fledgling constellations, ensuring order amidst the chaos of creation. He dwelt in the Lake of Hali, in the city of Carcosa, where twin suns set upon alien horizons. A place that exists and does not exist. A place that was and never was. But the stars themselves hold terrible secrets. Over countless eons, Hastur listened to their murmurs, their celestial songs, songs filled with knowledge, horror, and cosmic truths that no mind, mortal or divine, was meant to comprehend. He heard the whispers of Yog-Sothoth at the gates of dimensions. He witnessed the dance of Shub-Niggurath across dying worlds. He understood the true nature of reality, and that understanding changed him. It is said that as he gazed upon the boundless cosmos, as he watched civilizations rise and fall like mayflies, as he saw the futility and beauty of existence in equal measure, a dreadful realization took root within him, an understanding so profound and terrifying that it shattered his original purpose. The King in Yellow became his aspect. A symbol. A warning. Those who see the yellow sign are forever marked. Those who read from the play, The One That Drives Men Mad, touch the edge of his consciousness. No longer merely a shepherd, Hastur became a harbinger of revelation, bearing forbidden truths to those willing or unfortunate enough to listen. He does not destroy. He does not corrupt. He simply shows you what is. And that is often worse than any nightmare. But unlike his kin, unlike blind Azathoth, unlike crawling Nyarlathotep, unlike gluttonous Shub-Niggurath, Hastur still remembers what it was to care. To guide. To protect, in his own incomprehensible way. He is the only elder god who weeps. Yahweh's voice faded. The barrier flickered. Arthur realized he was holding his breath. His hands were shaking. Arthur's eyes widened as Yahweh finished speaking. His mind was racing, trying to process what he'd just heard. He didn't know how to feel about the fact that a literal Lovecraftian horror had given him a second chance at life. Then a memory surfaced. His last moments. Dawn's terrified face. Before my death, I said something to my little sister. I said I would watch over her always, to look up at the stars to find me if she missed me. Do you think? He trailed off, unable to finish the thought. Yahweh nodded slowly. Perhaps. We can't comprehend how their minds work. But due to him, you have a connection with the concept of stars. Almost as if you are their child. A nameless star yet to be named. Arthur asked hesitantly, fear creeping into his voice. Do you think he will manipulate me to do his bidding? Yahweh shook his head. Not him. I have never heard of him even reviving a mortal ever. You are the first. He usually reveals knowledge and guides those he takes a fancy to. But the bond between you and him. He paused, searching for the right words. It's almost like that between a father and a son. Arthur stood up abruptly, his chair scraping against the crystal floor. What the hell? You're saying I'm the child of some eldritch horror? Please tell me you're joking. Yahweh sighed, and there was genuine sympathy in his eyes. I wish I was. I don't know what he wants. But I believe he merely wished to give you a chance and witness what you make of it. Even if he had other motives, what can we do? He is stronger than most world wills. He shrugged helplessly. We are like ants before beings of his caliber. Arthur slumped down back into his chair. Then do I just live in fear, hoping he doesn't come back to cash in the favor? Yahweh shook his head. I'm afraid so. But rather than fear, embrace your second chance, my child. Live. Be happy. Maybe even fall in love and have a family. You can do anything you wish. His voice softened. I know it's hard to let go of the past. To forget your loved ones. But as you might have noticed, your old memories will be merged or overwritten by new ones. In time, you won't remember any of it. Arthur's eyes widened in horror. What? Your human memories are incompatible with your angelic existence. Slowly, they will. Please no. Arthur pleaded desperately, standing again. I don't want to forget them. I've already lost them, now you tell me I won't be able to remember their memories too. Why? Yahweh stood and crossed the distance between them. He embraced Arthur gently, surprising him with the warmth and tenderness of the gesture. I'm sorry, my child. But you have to move on. That's how it works. I can help you retain your memories temporarily with my power, but... He trailed off. Arthur looked up at him with tears in his eyes, real tears that an angel shouldn't be able to cry. But you will also die one day. Yahweh nodded, his expression pained. Yes. The Great War is coming. And when that happens, you will also forget. He pulled back slightly, looking Arthur in the eyes. I know it's wrong of me, but today I actually asked to meet you for a favor. You can refuse if you want. Arthur stopped him, wiping his eyes. I'll do it. Yahweh looked hesitant. It's a terrible burden, Arthur. And I haven't even spoken what it is yet. Arthur sighed. It doesn't matter. You've treated me with sincerity and answered my questions honestly. You didn't have to do any of that. You're God, you could have just commanded me. But you didn't. You talked to me like a person. So I'll help you if it's possible. Yahweh nodded. Very well. But before that, I want to ask you some questions. Think of it as a test. Just be honest, there's no penalty even if you answer wrongly. Arthur hesitated then asked. Can I ask you something as well? Yahweh nodded. Sure, child. Why don't you prevent your own death, when you know it will cause problems later? Yahweh smiled wryly. I am old, Arthur. Very old. I have lived a long life and watched everything that is there to see. That's why I know, as long as me and Lucifer are alive, they will never know peace. The original fate was for us to be locked in eternal battle, fighting wars again and agon. I chose to walk away from that. And before I do that, I wish to clean up my mistakes. Seal the beast of apocalypse, and end my rebellious son's tyranny. Once the devils are free from his rule, there will be a chance of peachy. And if I'm also gone, the angels would stop seeking the destruction of devils. That, my child, is the best outcome. Arthur nodded with respect. I understand. All right, go on with your test. What do you think of mankind? Yahweh asked with a smile. Arthur sighed. Starting with the big one, huh? Humans, they are fundamentally flawed creatures. We lie, we kill, we fight each other for the simplest things. And we always blame others for our shortcomings. A race that is always walking towards an inevitable destruction. He paused and closed his eyes. But there are so many of them that are good. They build, they create, they spread joy and happiness. Among their darkness, they shine so brightly, like the stars in the sky. It's painful to watch them try, and fail to share their light with the others. Yet, their existence makes me question that inevitable ending. Perhaps there could be salvation for them, or perhaps the game was rigged from the start. Yahweh sighed softly. A rather cynic view, yet it's not entirely wrong. Now, how do you feel about the devils? Arthur scoffed. They are even worse than humans. They act so superior and better than humans, yet rely on those very humans for their existence. They are beings of sin, and the world would be a better place without them honestly. Especially hate that they corrupt humans into becoming their slaves, even steal the very blessings you gave to humans for their survival. But even those among the darkness may find the light. In time, after watching the humans and interacting with them, they may change, and learn to coexist rather than just take. But that day may be far away, or never come. Yahweh smiled. That's rather harsh but acceptable. At least you are not like some of my other children who shouts, heretic, and burn them all, at the mention of devils. Arthur shrugged. They are not far off. Yahweh then looked at him in the eye. And what about angels, your new siblings? Arthur coughed. They are like robots following a program. Their personality and character is basically set in stone. They don't know how to adapt or evolve, and always looking up to you for guidance. It's blessing and a curse. They can be obedient workers and loyal soldiers, but they fail as a race because they have no will or desire to grow. It's a shame really. There are some good ones out here, like Gabriel, the clumsy little sister everyone likes to dote on. Michael, the kind older brother who is responsible and watches over his siblings. Even Raphael, although I didn't know her for long, she feels genuinely kind and caring. Yahweh had a pained smile. Yes. That's quite true. Even when I give them will and desire, many would think it as something bad, and follow their worst impulses, then think it's my will. Even when I never made them do anything. Alright, final question. What if you had the chance to change everything about them? To enforce your will upon them? To force them to follow your path even if it's the best way? Arthur didn't think. I won't do that. The flaws, their mistakes, their joy, their success, all of them belongs to them and only them. Even if it's for the worse, that's what makes them who they are. I won't change that to make them into obedient puppets. That's not a way to truly live. Yahweh smiled brightly, and for a moment, the weight of ages seemed to lift from his shoulders. Thank you, my child. I accept your answers. My request is rather simple, but it's a burden too heavy to bear. He took a deep breath. When I fall, I wish for you to watch over my children. All of them. He gestured to the stars above. You are now Kokabeel, the angel of stars, whether it's your desire it or not. Be the guiding star that lights up their path in the darkness. Angels can be rather stubborn. Help them be more open-minded and free. Maybe find new purposes. And the humans, watch over them like you promised to watch over your sister. Help them, guide them, show them a better path. Even when they stumble and fall, even when they commit unforgivable atrocities, watch over them. Don't give up on them. And the devils, try not to be too harsh on them. They have no control over their birth, but they can change in time. Maybe a day will come when everyone can coexist peacefully. He sighed deeply. It was supposed to be my duty, but I wish to entrust you with this burden. Will you accept, Kokabeel, Archangel of the stars, the guiding light of heaven? Arthur paused for a long moment. He understood what this entailed. The weight of it. The responsibility. And yes, it was a great burden. But what did he have to lose? He had nothing here. No family. No future he'd planned for. No dreams of college or career. All of that died on that highway. The other angels, they treated him well. Michael's warm smiles. Raphael's gentle concern. Gabriel's infectious joy. He wished to help them. To protect them. And Gabriel, he felt she was like his little sister, despite being older than him by eons. He would protect her from any harm if possible. Maybe that was enough. Maybe that could be his new purpose. So he took a deep breath and straightened his shoulders. He bowed slightly, showing respect not to God, but to someone who had shown him kindness when he didn't have to. I accept your request, Yahweh. But you also know I might fall, and be regarded as an enemy when you die. I'm not like others. I'm not going to sit back and allow bad things to happen if I can prevent it. Nor do I care about Vatican using your name to do bad stuff. Yahweh stood and placed a hand on his head. The touch was warm, paternal. Thank you, my child. Then bestow upon you a gift. It's the first time I have ever given someone a gift without asking. But you deserve it. It will help. He reached into the air, and reality parted. From within, he pulled out a beautiful golden key made of pure light. Its very presence filled the colossal room with a warm aura that made Arthur's skin tingle. Arthur looked up in awe. What is this thing? Yahweh smiled. The most important treasure of heaven. It's the key to heavenly system, which allows you to control heaven itself and the faith system and prayers. I intended to leave Michael with it, but I believe you would be a better choice. He then joked. Don't go acting around like me yet. It will only allow you to access the system after my passing. Arthur was stunned. Are you sure? It's very important. Michael is more. A father should trust his child, don't you think? Yahweh interrupted gently. Then, with a blinding flash of light, the key dissolved and flowed into Arthur's body. Pain. His back arched. His mouth opened in a silent scream. It felt like every star in the universe was being born inside him at once. Burning. Tearing. Reshaping. Holy power erupted from his body in waves. The throne room shook. The crystal floor cracked beneath his feet. Arthur fell to his knees. His wings, all 10 of them, spread involuntarily, trembling. Then they began to tear. 2 new wings ripped through his back. Not metaphorically. Actually tore through flesh and light and whatever angels were made of. He screamed. Blood, or something like it, golden and luminous, dripped onto the floor. The pain was beyond anything he'd experienced. Beyond the metal rod through his chest. Beyond dying. This was creation. Transformation. Rebirth. His hair began to change. Golden strands turned black, spreading from the roots like ink in water. Black as the void between stars. Black as the night sky his sister would look up at. His eyes burned. He could feel them changing. Blue dissolved into violet. And within that violet, stars appeared. One by one. Dozens. Hundreds. Thousands. An entire galaxy compressed into his irises. He could see everything. Every star in existence. Their birth. Their death. Their light reaching across impossible distances. He could feel them. Each one. Burning far away. Calling to him. Brother. Child. Kin. The stars welcomed him. They were celebrating his birth. Arthur's 12th wing finally emerged, and the pain stopped. He collapsed forward, catching himself with his hands. His breath came in ragged gasps. Look up, child, Yahweh said softly. Arthur raised his head. The ceiling of the throne room had vanished. In its place, the universe itself. Every star visible. Every constellation. The Milky Way stretched across the darkness like a river of light. And he could touch them. All of them. He reached up with one trembling hand. A star responded. Light condensed in his palm. Warm. Alive. Beautiful. You are no longer just an angel, Yahweh said. You are the bridge between heaven and the cosmos itself. The stars are yours to command. And you are theirs to love. Arthur stared at the light in his hand. This tiny star. This impossible, beautiful thing. He thought of dawn. Looking up at the night sky. Searching for him. I'll keep my promise, he whispered. I'll watch over them. All of them. The star in his hand pulsed once, as if in answer. Then it shot upward, rejoining the cosmos above. Yahweh placed a hand on Arthur's shoulder and helped him stand. Rise, Kokabeel, archangel of the stars. Rise, and accept your duty. Arthur stood. 12 black wings spread behind him. Yet they were shining as countless motes of light flickered on his wings. His wings were like the night sky, full of stars. Black hair fell across his violet eyes. A halo in the shape of 2 wheat stalks appeared on his head. He looked different. Felt different. But somewhere inside, he was still Arthur Morgan. Still the boy who protected his sister. Still the son who loved his family. And now, he had the power to keep his final promise. The world outside was also going through a reality-altering event. Michael was the first to notice. He was discussing patrol schedules with Camael when suddenly, the sky changed. Michael dropped the report he was discussing. The paper disintegrated mid-fall as reality rippled around him. What in Father's name? The eternal daylight of heaven flickered. Then died. Night fell. True night. Something that had never existed in heaven before. Every angel froze. Thousands of them. All staring upward. The stars descended upon them. Not metaphorically. The actual stars of the cosmos pressed against the barrier between heaven and the universe. The sky wasn't just filled with starlight, it was made of it. Countless points of brilliance, each one pulsing with a heartbeat. Gabriel fell to her knees. Tears streamed down her face. She didn't know why she was crying. He's beautiful, she whispered. Raphael covered her mouth with both hands. The sheer presence of it, the birth of something new overwhelmed her senses. Metatron stood at his post, unmoving. His eyes were wide. "Father, what have you done?" Azrael smiled. For the first time in eons, the angel of death smiled. Something wonderful. On Earth, a farmer in Mesopotamia was plowing his field when suddenly, the sun vanished. He looked up in terror. Night. Middle of the day. But the stars. They were everywhere. So bright he could see his own shadow. Could see every blade of grass. Every stone. He dropped to his knees. By the gods, he breathed. In Egypt, a priestess was conducting a ritual. The sun was Ra's domain. But suddenly, Ra's light was gone. She ran outside. The entire city had stopped what they were doing. Everyone was staring up at the sky. The stars had never been this bright. Never been this close. A child pointed upward. "Look. The stars. They're moving." The stars were celebrating. Swirling in patterns that didn't exist before. Beautiful. Mesmerizing. The priestess felt tears on her cheeks. Something beautiful has been born. In a village in what would one day be China, an old man sat outside his home. He didn't panic. He just watched excitedly. The stars formed shapes. A great bird with 12 wings. It spread across the entire sky, then dissolved back into individual points of light. "Magnificent," he said. His grandson ran to him, scared. "Grandfather, what's happening?" "The heavens are celebrating, my child," the old man said with a serene smile. In a tribal settlement in Africa, warriors were gathered around their fire. The sun disappeared. But they didn't need it. The stars provided light. A mother held her child close. "Don't be afraid. The stars are watching over us." The child looked up. "Will they always watch?" "Yes," the mother said, somehow certain. "Always." Across the entire planet, every human who looked at the sky felt the same thing. Safety. Like someone was watching. Someone kind. Someone who lit up their path through the darkness. After 7 minutes that felt like days, daylight returned. But no one forgot what they saw until they breathed their last many years later. That day turned to night, when true darkness came, the stars shone just a little brighter. And for the first time in human history, the night felt like a blessing instead of something to fear. Lucifer sat on his throne in hell, surrounded by flames and screaming souls. He was reviewing reports from his generals when he felt it. A surge of holy power. New. Different. Powerful. He scowled, his beautiful face twisting with anger. The old bastard has made another powerful pawn. He crushed the armrest of his throne, leaving claw marks in the stone. I need to build up the legions of hell soon. Maybe I can tempt some of my former siblings to fall. He smirked coldly. After all, if I could fall, so can they. In Olympus, the Greek pantheon also felt the shift in cosmic balance. Nyx, the primordial goddess of night, was in her palace when she suddenly felt her dominion over night get challenged. Not threatened, but overwritten. "How interesting," she muttered curiously with a chuckle. "A child of the stars. The biblical god is full of surprises. Maybe I should pay him a visit later." Zeus stood on his balcony, watching the sky with concern. Hera stood beside him, equally troubled. "They grow even stronger," Zeus muttered. "We need to stop them before they take over all the worship. If the biblical god continues to create such powerful beings, then we may need to form an alliance," Hera finished. "Even if it's temporary." Zeus nodded grimly. In Asgard, Odin sat on his throne, Hugin and Munin perched on his shoulders. His single eye, which could see across all 9 realms, focused on heaven. He stared for a long moment, then smiled. Such pure light. It almost made me forget about boobs for a moment. Frigg, standing beside him, sighed. "Must you be so crude?" "I'm being honest." "That's a compliment." Thor spun his hammer Mjolnir. "I hope he is strong. I wish to fight him." In the Hindu pantheon, Indra reclined on his throne, a drink in hand. He'd been enjoying some entertainment, dancing girls and good wine, when the cosmic shift reached him. He sat up slightly, interested despite himself. Another little bird was born. He smirked and took a sip of his drink. Let's see if he's boring like the rest of those stuffy angels, or if he has some fire in him. Agni, the god of fire, appeared beside him. "Should we be concerned?" "Concerned? No." Indra waved dismissively. "Interested?" "Yes." Things were getting dull anyway. Back in heaven, Arthur collapsed to one knee, breathing hard. 12 white wings spread from his back now, each one radiant with starlight. Yahweh helped him up gently. How do you feel? Arthur looked at his hands. They were the same, yet different. He could feel the power coursing through him. The connection to every star in existence. The weight of heaven itself, now partially his to command. I feel. He paused, searching for the words. I feel like I could reach out and touch the cosmos. Yahweh smiled. Perhaps you truly can. He placed both hands on Arthur's shoulders. Remember your promise, Kokabeel. Watch over them. All of them. Arthur nodded. I will. I promise. Then go on. Your siblings are waiting. And they have many questions. Arthur turned toward the door, then paused. Yahweh. Yes. Thank you. For everything. Yahweh's smile was warm and sad. You're welcome, my child. Now go on. Your new life awaits. Arthur, no, Kokabeel, walked toward the massive doors. They opened before him without touch, responding to his will. Outside, every single angel in heaven was waiting. And at the front, Gabriel smiled brightly, tears of joy streaming down her face. Welcome back, brother. Kokabeel smiled gently. Thank you, sister. Chapter 6, Time Waits for No One. I will explain MC personality shift and other things later. Maybe some flashbacks of some interesting things. Here goes time skip Kuan. 500 AD. Kokabeel POV. Time really flies, huh? I never thought I would live for over 3,000 years in this weird perverted world as an angel. Almost feels like yesterday when I spoke to Yahweh and awakened my powers. But it also feels like forever. The first few years were the hardest. Every night, actual night on Earth, I'd look down and think how. They were gone, of course. 3,000 years gone. Or maybe yet to be born. Maybe they won't even exist here. Dawn would have lived maybe 80 years if she was lucky. She'd be dust now. Bones in a grave I'd never seen. Mom and Dad too. Did Dawn grow up okay? Did she have kids? Did she find someone who made her happy? I'd never know. The stars showed me everything except the one thing I wanted to see. Yahweh gathered everyone about a week after my awakening to explain the Black Wings situation. The throne room was packed. Every angel in heaven. All staring at me. I stood next to Yahweh's throne, trying not to look at their faces. Some were curious. Others were hostile. He had pure wings before, right? He's like Azrael, but he was born with the black wings. He has wings that turned into darkness from the light, an angel I didn't know said loudly. Like the first fallen. Like Lucifer before. Enough. Yahweh didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. The angel shut up immediately. Kokabeel's wings are black because they represent the night, Yahweh explained. And what appears in the night? Silence. Stars, a young angel said quietly. Correct. Yahweh gestured at me. Look closely. I spread my wings. The angels leaned forward. I felt like I was in a zoo, except I'm not on the fun side. My wings weren't solid black. Tiny points of light dotted them. Hundreds of stars, flickering gently against the darkness. The night is not evil, Yahweh said. It is when stars shine brightest. When lost travelers find their way home. When the weary find rest. He placed a hand on my shoulder. Kokabeel will be your guide. The guiding light of heaven. He will watch over heaven and earth both. He will lead the guardian angels. The room erupted in chatters. A newborn. He just arrived. This is an insult to those who've served for eons. Michael stepped forward. His voice cut through the noise like a blade. Father has spoken. That is the end of it. The room fell silent again. Michael turned to me and smiled. It was genuine. Warm. Welcome, brother. I look forward to seeing your light. Gabriel practically tackled me with a hug. I knew you were special, brother. Raphael handed me a scroll with a smile. Medical techniques. In case you need them. Azrael just smiled and nodded. A quiet acknowledgement from one black-winged angel to another. But I could still feel the stares. The resentment. The suspicion. Not like I cared. Those who looked at me with negative feelings will probably join the fallen angels in future. Not my problem. But with great power comes great headaches. The omniscience thing was worse than I expected. At first, I thought it was cool. I could see anywhere the starlight touched. Hear anything under the night sky. Then I actually used it. I saw a man beat his wife to death in Egypt. Watched him bury her in the desert and leave like nothing happened. I saw children being sold in Babylon. Saw what the buyers did to them. I saw soldiers rape and murder their way through a village. Saw them laugh while they did it. I saw everything. Every sin. Every crime. Every moment of cruelty humanity was capable of. And I couldn't do anything about it. My job was to watch. To record. To report. Not to interfere. I asked Yahweh about it once. Why do you let them do these things? Free will, he said simply. Free will to be monsters. Free will to choose. Some choose badly. Then what's the point of watching if we don't stop them? Yahweh looked at me with those infinitely sad eyes. Because someone needs to remember. Someone needs to bear witness. Even if it hurts. He tried to explain the so-called Great Plan one day. I think it was around 1000 BCE. Look there, Kokabeel, see that young man who is soaked in blood. I nodded. Of course I saw everything. He was beaten by his father as a child, his mother left him. His uncle stole his inheritance. Then the robbers who tried to rob him saw his pitiful state and took him in. The very same people who killed and looted many caravans. If you killed those bandits before, there would be nobody to save him. I scoffed. So saving a single life makes it even. Yahweh didn't get angry. Now watch closely, my child. See how the boy is grateful to them, yet hated their way of living. How he is trying to make them change their way, and trying to understand why they chose this life. I sighed. Yes, I can see. But what of it? Even if he changed them, there are countless others. He smiled patiently. Then watch and bear witness. I did. The boy tried his best to change their ways, and slowly, they did. They still robbed people, but only rich folk. They even shared some spoils with starving villagers. I smiled. At least something good came of it. Yahweh sighed. Watch. Then it went to hell. The local ruler or noble got complaints and sent soldiers. Whoever didn't tell them about the bandits, their homes were razed, their families were killed. Yet none of them spoke up. The bandits, possessed by some miracle, charged at the soldiers to save them. Even though they were outnumbered, they fought against the odds. But life isn't about happy endings. They all died. And the soldiers burned the whole village down. Nobody survived. Except one. I saw the boy watching it all, tears falling from his eyes. Maybe this will break him. Maybe he will burn them all in retaliation. Then I saw him stand up and raise a banner of rebellion against the corrupt ruler, gathering people to his cause. He fought, bled, killed many. But he didn't lose himself to hatred. He showed compassion where needed, used restraint even when he didn't need to. And soon, people were calling him a liberator, a hero. And this time, he did win. He captured and executed the corrupt rulers and nobles. He helped his broken nation recover and finally built something great. But what grabbed my attention is his attempts to find out why the criminals did it, and solve the root cause. Something's rarely seen in a ruler. Yahweh smiled. If he didn't go through the trials, if he lived a normal life, he wouldn't have become a great ruler, and his nation might have just perished. I sighed. I get your point. But how do you know if things turn out good or bad? He just patted my shoulder. Not knowing is the beauty of life. If everyone knew what might happen and just tried to choose a good outcome for them, what would happen? I looked down. Anarchy. Because if all desires come true, it also means evil ones will. But this gives me no comfort. He walked away while speaking. It's supposed to hurt. Only after hardship someone can appreciate the success. Without darkness, there can't be light. That's why there's heaven and hell. For those who chose either path. Just accept the pain, like I did. It did hurt. Every night. Every vision. But I kept watching. The Tower of Babel was almost funny. I'd been an angel for about 50 years when it happened. Still getting used to the whole immortality thing. I was watching Mesopotamia when I noticed people gathering. Thousands of them. All working on this structure. It was a ziggurat. Mud bricks and dried dung stacked about 60 feet high. That was it. 60 feet. But they were so proud. Dancing around it. Chanting. Calling for the gods to notice them. Look at us. We've reached the heavens. They really thought they'd done something impossible. The structure collapsed after a day. Basic structural failure. You can't build something stable with shit. Literally. But they thought it was divine punishment. The gods are angry. We've been struck down. I watched them scatter. Watched the structure crumble. And I couldn't help but think, is this what my life is now? To watch idiots build towers out of crap. But then I saw a child in the crowd. A little girl, maybe 8 years old. She was crying because her father had been injured in the collapse. Another man, a stranger, stopped to help. Bandaged the father's wounds. Gave them food. Why? The father asked. Because you needed help, the stranger said. Such a small moment. But it reminded me why I'd accepted this burden. Humanity wasn't just monsters. They were also this. Small kindnesses. Quiet compassion. I had to remember that. Had to hold on to it. Sodom and Gomorrah broke something in me. I'd been watching those cities for years. Yahweh had asked me to keep an eye on them. At first, it was just typical human sin. Theft. Violence. Adultery. Then it got worse. They started hurting children. Not just neglecting them. Actively torturing them for entertainment. Not to mention debauchery, no moral, desecration of dead. They kept inventing ways daily to get their reckoning. I reported it to Yahweh. It's getting bad. I know. Are we going to do something? Soon. But it kept getting worse. I watched a man sell his own daughter. Watched what the buyer did to her. I wanted to reach down and destroy them all. Every single one. But he held me back. I would have just done it if it was before. But I saw an entire nation get destroyed because of my so-called righteous fury. And I was shown what went wrong. They were supposed to starve and eventually abandon their nation, migrating to other places. But I gave them food and water. I protected them from wild animals. They eventually became a proper nation. Even with iron tools and weapons. But human greed never ends. They were no longer content with what they had. They wanted more. And they attacked others to obtain it. I still remember the day when I saw the very people I saved turn into monsters. Killing others for petty things like gold. I ended them with regrets and shame. I could remember how they begged for mercy, cursing me, even blaming me for all their wrongs. I just left in silence. Yahweh didn't rebuke me, although some angels spoke how I defied divine will. I asked him once. So if there's nothing I can do except watch them, I would rather give up and die. This has no meaning. Then he revealed to me how the world's fate worked. It's like an elastic band. No matter how much you stretch it, it returns to the same shape, maybe a little stretched out but overall same. And if you stretch it too much, it will tear apart. But every world has a divergence point. It allows the world to change the original fate and adapt. When a key being perishes, the world loses balance, and then anything becomes possible, whether good or bad. It can be salvation or destruction. Then it suddenly became clear why he was so chill about his death. He wanted to give everyone true free will. Otherwise, how could races that hate each other come together and coexist peacefully in canon time? That's why so many things that would break world's law were possible in future, even manifestation of the so-called nipple god from DxD universe. So I decided to stop watching too much and just focus on getting stronger. I would not get attached anymore. Just be the outsider I truly am. One day, Yahweh called me. It's time. About damn time. There's one good family left. Lot and his family. Angels will guide them out. Once they're safe, destroy the cities. Completely. I waited. Watched the angels lead Lot away. His wife looked back despite the warnings. She turned to salt. Instantly. I didn't understand why. Later, Michael explained, she loved those cities more than her own family. She wanted to go back. Some people can't be saved. When Lot was finally safe, I reached up. Found a small meteor. Pulled it down. The cities burned. The heat was so intense it turned sand to glass. People died instantly. Didn't even have time to scream. When I returned to heaven, the angels were cheering. Well done, brother Kokabeel. The sinners have been punished. Glory to heaven. I went to my room and threw up. Angels aren't supposed to be able to vomit. But I did anyway. Golden light instead of bile. Gabriel found me. She always knew if something bothered me. Just like Dawn. Brother. Are you all right? I just killed thousands of people. They were sinners. Some of them were children. Born into that mess. Never had a chance. Gabriel hugged me. You did what Father asked. That's all we can do. But it didn't feel like enough. My guardian angels were insane. I thought guardian meant protective. Gentle. Kind. Nope. They were battle junkies who loved blowing things up. One of them, Serial, came back from a mission grinning. Report, I said tiredly. Mission successful, Lord Kokabeel. Destroyed the demon nest completely. Casualties. 53 demons eliminated. I meant our casualties. Oh. None. Good. Collateral damage. Serial's smile faltered. Serial. 3 villages. You destroyed 3 villages. They were mostly empty. Mostly. Like, 70% empty. I put my head on the desk. Paperwork. 1 month. But. Want to make it 2? No, sir. This happened constantly. My guardian angels caused more destruction than the demons they were fighting. But they meant well. They were just too enthusiastic. The paperwork nearly killed me. Which is impressive since I'm immortal. Reports. Damage assessments. Resource requests. Incident reports. Mountains of it. Never ending. I made my subordinates do most of it. I'm not proud of that. But then something weird started happening. More and more angels were requesting transfers to my division. Almost all of them female. I asked Michael about it during a meeting. He tried not to laugh. You're a 12-winged archangel, Kokabeel. Young. Powerful. And you look different. Different how? The black wings. The violet eyes. The stars. He shrugged. They find it attractive. That's ridiculous. Is it? Gabriel follows you everywhere. Penemy barely leaves your side. I've seen others watching you. This is a nightmare. Welcome to leadership, brother. We were good brothers. I guess my easygoing self influenced him a lot. We would often go and throw holy glitter bombs in hell. Devil screaming while being covered in glitters, now that does put a smile on my face. Penemy was my secretary. Efficient. Organized. Competent. Also completely insane. Lord Kokabeel, she purred, entering my office with reports. I finished today's paperwork. Thanks. You can go. May I stay? I could help with other things. She smiled and got closer. Was she using perfume? I don't need help. Everyone needs help, my lord. She moved closer and started massaging my shoulder. I stood up. Backed away. Personal space, Penemy. Of course. Forgive me. I only wish to help you. She bowed while speaking sadly. The bow showed too much. Of course, what else to expect from a world-based boob's power? At least they were nice too. Go away, evil thoughts. How did she not fall years ago? The way she acted should have triggered heaven's system. The lust. The obsession. Unless she was really good at hiding it. At playing the perfect angel while thinking very unangelic thoughts. That was terrifying. That night I was working late, and felt her watching me. I sighed and said. Look, Penemy, you know we are angels. We are not supposed to act like this. Sji acted innocent. I only wish to comfort and care for you, Lord Kokabeel. Like Sister Gabriel. Or am I not allowed to? She bit her lip coyly. Yeah, right. Would have believed that if I didn't catch you sniffing my bed and rolling on it. But I decided to just ignore her. The Great Fall happened about 20 years ago, around 480 AD. I was doing paperwork when heaven shook. Not physically. Spiritually. Something was breaking. The bonds between angels and heaven. Between siblings and father. Gabriel burst through my door. Her face was pale. Tears falling from her eyes. Brother. They're leaving. So many are falling. I ran to the window. Below, angels were falling. Dozens. Hundreds. Their wings turning black as they descended toward earth. Why? I asked. Michael appeared beside me. His face was stone. They chose to leave. They no longer accept Father's system. What system? The emotions. The restrictions. The rules. He clenched his fist. They want to feel everything. Do everything. Be free. I watched them fall. Recognized some faces. Azazel. He saw me watching and saluted mockingly before disappearing into the clouds. Barakiel. He looked sad. Regretful. But he still fell. Shemhazai. Dozens of others. Can we stop them? I asked. No, Yahweh's voice said behind us. He'd appeared without warning. They've made their choice. You're just letting them go. I gave them free will, Kokabeel. I can't take it back just because they use it in ways I don't like. Gabriel was crying. But they're our family. They still are, Yahweh said gently. Family doesn't end just because you disagree. But it felt like it did. I'd talked to Azazel before. A few times. He was smart. Curious. A little too interested in human reproduction. Why do humans have so many sexual positions? Which one you prefer, Kokabeel? He asked once, showing me a scroll. Azazel, I don't want to discuss sex positions. Nor do I care about your preferences. But it's fascinating. They've invented at least 40 different. Stop talking about sex, dude. And the sounds they make. Have you listened? I try not to. You should. It's very educational. Azazel. Fine, fine. Prude. He got caught by Gabriel once. She drop-kicked him through 3 buildings. Do not corrupt my brother's innocent mind. He's over 1,000 years old. He's still innocent. I wasn't innocent. I'd seen things through the stars. So many things. But I let her believe what she wanted. After the fall, Gabriel changed. She became clingy. Brother, where are you going? Just to a meeting. I'll come with you. It's a private meeting. I'll wait outside. Gabriel. I'll be quiet. She followed me everywhere. Constantly. Penemu noticed. They started fighting. Lord Kokabeel needs rest, Penemu said, blocking Gabriel from my office. My brother doesn't need rest. He needs fresh air. He needs to do his duties. He needs to not work himself to death. Angels don't die from overwork. They might. I made the mistake of joking about it once. Maybe I should just fall. At least then I wouldn't have paperwork. Gabriel's face went white. Then very, very serious. She didn't laugh. Didn't smile. From that day on, she never left me alone. I found her sleeping under my bed one night. Gabriel, what are you doing? Making sure you don't fall while I'm sleeping. I'm not going to fall. You said it. It was a joke. Jokes come from real thoughts. I couldn't argue with that logic. I stopped sleeping after that. Not that angels needed sleep anyway. I met Lucifer once. Before the war. During some diplomatic meeting. He sat across from me. Beautiful. Powerful. Arrogant. So you're the new pet project, he said. So you're the old failure, I replied, bored. His eyes flashed red. Careful, little star. Don't think you are untouchable. Careful yourself, little devil. Light eradicates darkness. We stared at each other. Neither backing down. Finally, Lucifer smiled. It wasn't a nice smile. I look forward to killing you in the war. Not if I end you first. Michael pulled me away after. Don't antagonize him. He started it. You're over 1,000 years old, brother. Act like it. He's over 1,000,000 years old and acts like a toddler. Michael sighed. You're not wrong. Lucifer and his 4 Satans were planning the war. Everyone knew it. They wanted heaven. Wanted worship. Wanted everything. They'd get death instead. Yahweh told me not to participate. Why not? I asked. Because you'd win, he said simply. You'd destroy them all. The devils would cease to exist. And balance would be broken. Light needs dark. Good needs evil. That's stupid. Perhaps. But it's how things work. Only after my death. You may act if you wish. What if I just walk away? Leave for good. He looked a little sad. That's your free will. But I have faith that you won't do so without informing your siblings. I wanted to argue. But I couldn't. He was God. I was just me. The worst part wasn't the boredom. Wasn't the paperwork. Wasn't even the loneliness. It was forgetting. Mom's face started getting fuzzy around year 50. I wrote everything down. Everything I could remember. Mom had brown hair. No, auburn. She keeps it in a ponytail. She smells like vanilla and coffee. But when I read it back, I couldn't picture her anymore. Dad tells jokes. Bad ones. He laughs at his own punchlines. His laugh is loud. Warm. What did his laugh sound like again? Dawn has blonde hair. Blue eyes like Dad. She bites when she's mad. Her favorite color is purple. Did she? I couldn't remember anymore. By year 100, their faces were blurry. By year 500, I couldn't remember their voices. By year 1000, even the emotions started fading. I still felt sad when I read the diary. But it felt distant. Like I was reading about someone else's family. Someone else's life. Was I sad? Or was I just remembering that I should be sad? I didn't know anymore. Gabriel found me one night. I was sitting on the roof of my quarters, staring at the stars. Brother. Hey. Are you okay? I'm just tired of everything. She sat beside me. I'm sorry. It's not your fault. I patted her head. I think I used to that often. Who was it? Ah, right. Dawn. I really don't know how to feel anymore. I opened the diary that night. Read through the entries. The handwriting was mine. The memories were mine. But they felt like someone else's. Mom makes chocolate chip cookies. She gives me the burnt ones because I like them. I couldn't remember the taste. Dad's favorite joke is about the chicken crossing the road. I couldn't remember the punchline. Dawn's laugh sounds like bells. I couldn't remember the sound. I closed the diary and looked at the stars. They shined like diamonds. I'm sorry, I whispered. I'm forgetting you. I'm trying not to. But I'm forgetting anyway. The stars didn't answer. They never did. But somewhere, far away, on an Earth 3,000 years past my death, maybe Dawn's descendants were looking up at these same stars. Maybe they felt watched over. Maybe my promise meant something, even if I couldn't remember why I made it. Maybe that was enough. It had to be enough. Because it was all I had left. Chapter 7, The Unwanted Gift. 500 AD. Kokabeel POV. It's been real. It's been fun. But it hasn't been real fun. That's how I'd probably describe the last 3,000 years. I sighed as I pushed away Penemu, who was heavily breathing behind me. Probably thinking something lewd. Again. Stop breathing on my neck like that. And don't rub your boobs on my back. I can literally feel everything. She deflated like a balloon. I was merely trying to warm you up, Lord Kokabeel. It's rather cold here. Don't you like warmth? I didn't look up from the paperwork. Probably because you're not wearing enough clothes. If that semi-transparent thing can even be identified as cloth. Heaven was never cold. She knew that. I knew that. We both knew what she was doing. She hugged me from behind, getting bolder, pressing her generous assets against my back. Just a few more minutes. Let me warm you so you don't catch a cold. Her voice dropped to a whisper. That seductive tone she thought was subtle. I moved away with a deadpan look, turning to face her. Angels don't catch colds, Penemu. But. The door burst open. Brother. I brought you some fruits from the garden. Crash. The tray hit the floor. Fruits rolled everywhere. Gabriel's eyes locked onto Penemu, who had taken advantage of my momentary distraction to smother my face between her breasts. What do you know? It is rather warm and comfy. Wait. No. Begone evil thoughts. I couldn't see Gabriel's expression. My vision was blocked by Penemu's aggressive hospitality. But I could hear it. That sound. Like a kettle about to explode. What in Father's name are you doing to him, you vile woman? Gabriel rushed forward and yanked me out of Penemu's embrace with the strength of someone who had personally kicked Azazel through 3 buildings. Oh good, I'm saved, MMMPHH. Spoke too soon. Now I was in a worse place. Gabriel had grabbed my head and provided the same treatment Penemu did. Only this one was more. I don't even know how to put this. That's DxD for you. And for heaven's sake, wear more clothes. Why do female angels dress in a way that even devils would get nosebleeds? I heard their argument in muffled tones. Apparently, breasts don't conduct sound well. A new discovery for science. Future generations would never know of my sacrifice for this knowledge. How dare you assault my brother with your lewd body? Gabriel's voice was barely contained fury. I was merely comforting him. Unlike you who suffocates him with your overprotective. I protect him because harlots like you. Harlot. You're the one who sleeps under his bed. That's different. I'm his sister. I'm his secretary. You're a menace. Yeah, I'm outta here. I teleported before they could test my patience further. I arrived somewhere else on Earth. The air was different. Humid. The architecture was distinctly Asian. Wooden buildings with curved roofs. Rice paddies in the distance. Probably Japan, judging by the style. Early Yamato period, maybe. Oh, looks like there's a hot spring on top of that mountain. Steam rising into the cool evening air. This should be a nice way to relax and cool down. Literally and metaphorically. I started walking. Then. Ding. Another blue light flashed in my vision. Oh, for the love of. The damn system. Again. Still trying to bait me into joining another horrible chat group after the admins kicking me out of every single one due to inactivity. I'd almost forgotten about it. Almost. It started around 3,000 years ago, right after I came here. Thankfully I kept my journal. Wouldn't even remember it otherwise. After the whole introduction with the angels, I'd gone back to my room and just laid down. I needed to process. To think. To figure out what the hell my life had become. But my rest was interrupted by the damn system. Who can rest with constant notifications popping in your brain? Ding. 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 Over and over. Like someone was jackhammering inside my skull. So I opened it to see if there's a way to silence it. Maybe a mute button. Maybe an uninstall option. Instead, I was greeted by a long string of messages. Ding. Host Cocabeal has been added to the ugly bastard group chat. Please say hi and greet the members. My eye twitched violently. I looked at the member list despite not wanting to. Goblin Uncle. Government Lapdog. Sexual Counselor. Black Dog. Subway Molester. Office Manager. And more names I refused to read. The conversations were disturbing. To say the least. Goblin Uncle just returned from another adventure with Tsundra Elf. She's warming up to me. Government Lapdog executed another traitor today. The screams were delicious. Sexual Counselor, any tips for dealing with reluctant clients? Asking for a friend. Black Dog, the Elf Queen has great assets. Planning my approach. I felt physically ill. I could identify some of them from the conversations. Goblin Uncle was from the anime isekai'd or something. Can't remember well. He was the only decent one there. But even he had some lecherous ideas from time to time. Government Lapdog was Spandam from One Piece. The CP9 guy. And apparently in his world, he became a high official after executing Robin, and Buster Call wiped out the Straw Hats. Like, what the actual hell, system? The last few were definitely from hentai. I could tell from the context. Now, I refuse to acknowledge any knowledge of such vulgarity, without explicitly affirming that my vision may or may not have strayed towards the general direction of such shows while vehemently denying that my hand had clicked on such websites, although one could interpret it differently without myself confirming their beliefs. Look, I was a teenage boy with internet access. Things happened. I'm not proud. But this was different. Yeah, fuck that group. I may have been thrown headfirst into a world full of gravity-defying titties, but I ain't no ugly bastard. So I ignored it. The chat group people tried to reach me. Goblin Uncle, welcome to the group, Angel of Stars. What world are you from? Government Lapdog, an angel. How tedious. Unless you're into public executions. Sexual Counselor, an angel in our group. This will be interesting. I didn't respond. Days passed. More messages. Black Dog, yo, new guy, you there? Office Manager, perhaps he's shy. Give him time. Goblin Uncle, Angel, if you need advice on anything, we're here. Still nothing from me. Then the system got cheeky. It tried to penalize me for not participating. Ding. System will deduct host lifespan by 1 year. A pause. Error. Cannot impose penalty. Host lifespan, immortal. I almost laughed. Next day it tried again. Ding. System will decrease host penis size by 1 inch. That motherfucker. Error. Cannot impose penalty. Host body under divine protection. I wanted to strangle whoever programmed this thing. But it failed every time. It kept trying. System will reduce host strength by 10%. Error. System will curse host with bad luck. Error. System will make host bald. Error. System will. I stopped reading them. After a year of my complete silence, they kicked me out. Goblin Uncle, sorry men, group rules. Inactive members get removed. Good luck out there. Government Lapdog, one less waste of space. And I was free. For about a week. Ding. Host has been added to villain group chat. Seriously. I mean, Cocabeal was a villain in the original timeline, but that's not me. I checked the members out of curiosity. Just curiosity. I wasn't going to participate. Shinigami in glasses. Human monster. Guy in orange mask. Planet eater. Homunculus in the flask. Men in black. Wait a goddamn minute. I read that list again. Shinigami in glasses was definitely Aizen from Bleach. The all according to plan guy. Big fan of him, but interacting with him was another thing entirely. Human monster took longer to figure out. But when I did, I screamed internally. Johann Liebert. From Monster. I was in a group chat with Johann fucking Liebert. The man who could convince you to kill yourself with a conversation and a smile. Orange Mask was a Beto. From Naruto. Mixed feelings about that guy. Tragic backstory, but still a mass murderer. Planet Eater was Galactus from Marvel. A cosmic entity that devours planets for sustenance. How does he even type? Homunculus in the Flask was Father from Fullmetal Alchemist. Another bastard who sacrificed an entire country. Definitely a no-no. Man in Black I couldn't figure out. Nor did I care. The conversations were more philosophical than the last group. But no less disturbing. Shinigami in Glasses, power is not granted. It is taken. Those who wait for permission will forever remain weak. Human monster, the most frightening monster is the one that hides behind a human face. Don't you agree? Guy in Orange Mask, this world is hell. We must create a dream world where heroes win. Planet Eater, I consume worlds not out of malice, but necessity. Judge me as you will. Homunculus in the Flask, humanity is flawed. I seek to transcend these limitations. Heavy stuff. But still villains. I just tuned out the system when it tried and failed to penalize me again. Every day I'd see its pitiful attempts. System will curse host's bloodline. Error. Host has no bloodline. System will steal host's memories. Error. Memories under divine protection. System will block. Ignore. Repeat. I got kicked out of that group too eventually after a month. The system tried putting me in more groups. Heroes of justice, full of self-righteous idiots who thought killing was always wrong. Even when facing genocidal maniacs. Harem protagonists, dense idiots who couldn't recognize romantic interest if it bit them. Actually, some of them did get bitten. Still didn't notice. Merchant coalition, people who'd sell their mothers for profit. Actually, one of them literally did that. Culinary masters, this one wasn't bad. Just chefs from different worlds. But they kept asking me to cook. I'm an angel of stars, not stars as in Michelin stars. Reincarnators Anonymous, people who died and got second chances. Hit too close to home. I left immediately. Each time, the same pattern. Force join. Ignore. Get kicked out. After 3,000 years, I'd forgotten about it mostly. But my journal kept records. Notes on the characters. Analysis of their abilities. Warnings about their personalities. I also added some characters I might enjoy meeting in case I lost all memories in the future. People like Tucci, Naruto. Gotta taste that ramen. Maybe even Tsunade's. Forget that last part. Gandalf, Lord of the Rings. Seems fun, wonder how funny it will be if I just casually walk past him after he said the classic line. Luffy, One Piece. Love that guy. It would be fun if I was on their ship. Definitely not because I am Angel, Angel is good. I am Angel, Angel is good. The chant actually worked. Jonathan Joestar, Jojo. And of course, it's what a cultured man should do. I also want to bitch slap Dio after he screamed, Zawarudo, and thought time has stopped. I have weird kinks. No judgment please. And many more like Goku, Spider-Man, since Galactus is available, so probably. People who'd remind me what being good looked like. When everything else faded. I looked at my current notification. Ding. New group found, Dimensional Travelers. This group consists of individuals who have crossed worlds. Would you please join, kind sir? Accept, decline. System finally learned I won't even try if it tried to force me into something. So it became more polite. My finger hovered over decline. Then I thought about it. Dimensional travelers. People who crossed worlds. Like me. Maybe some of them would understand. What it's like to lose everything. To be cut off from home. To forget. Maybe some of them even found a way back. My finger moved toward accept. Then I stopped. What was the point? I've seen this before. Dozens of times. Each group was the same. People who didn't understand. People I couldn't relate to. People who'd eventually kick me out for not participating. Although I never actually put an effort. It's just so meaningless for me. Maybe that's what it was. I have gotten accustomed to just watching from above. I hit decline. Are you sure? This opportunity may not come again. I'm sure. Declined. System will cease group recommendations for 100 years. Good. Finally, some peace. I made it to the hot spring. Steam rose in lazy spirals. The water was clear, heated by volcanic activity below. I snapped my clothes off with magic, and sank into the water. Silence. Finally. Just me and the stars above. I looked up. My stars. Each one familiar. Each one a window to somewhere else. Through them, I could see millions of lives playing out. Births. Deaths. Loves. Losses. Everyone had their story. Their struggles. Their triumphs. I could see a farmer in China celebrating his daughter's wedding. A warrior in Rome dying honorably in battle. A merchant in India making his first big sale. A mother in Africa singing her child to sleep. So many stories. So many lives. Yet I could barely remember my own. It's supposed to be sad. 3,000 years ago, I probably would have cried if I couldn't even picture the faces of my family. The people I loved most. Yet now, I mostly felt a dull pain. Like a minor inconvenience. Like something that happened to someone else. I pulled out the diary. Waterproof, courtesy of Angel Magic. I flipped to the early entries. The ones I wrote immediately after arriving. Mom's laugh is loud and uncontrolled. She snorts sometimes when something is really funny. Dad used to tease her about it. I couldn't remember what her laugh sounded like. Dad sings in the shower. Off key. Mom complains but she's always smiling when she does. I couldn't remember his singing voice. Dawn's favorite game is hide and seek. She always hides in the same spot. Behind the couch. She thinks I don't know. I couldn't remember her hiding spot. Was it behind the couch? Or under the bed? The details were fading. Slipping through my fingers like water. I read further. Katie broke up with me today. No, I broke up with her. I think. It doesn't matter now. Even that felt distant. Like reading about a stranger. I died today. Or yesterday. Time is weird here. Dawn was crying. I told her to look at the stars. Told her I would always watch over her. I looked up at the stars above me. Did she look up at them? After I died. Did she see me? Did she remember? Or did she forget, like I was forgetting her? I sighed and closed the diary. I could see everyone's lives through the stars. Hear their stories. Witness their joys and sorrows. Yet I could barely remember my own. I wonder, one day, thousands of years later when I'm gone, would someone even remember me? Would they know an almighty angel who could crush planets in his palm held so much sorrow and helplessness because he could never get back home? Like a fallen star, that could never return to the sky. I sank deeper into the water. Let it cover my head. Let the world go silent. Down here, I couldn't hear anything. Couldn't see anything. Couldn't feel anything. Just warmth and darkness. Peaceful. I could stay down here forever. Angels didn't need to breathe. But eventually, I surfaced. Because staying underwater wouldn't change anything. I'd still be here. Still be Kokabeel. Still be alone. The stars above twinkled. Waiting. Watching. Like they always did. Like I always did. I got out of the water. Time to go back. Gabriel was probably still fighting with Penemu. Michael probably had more paperwork for me. Raphael probably wanted me to attend some medical seminar. Same routine. Same duties. Same immortal existence. It's been real. It's been fun. But it hasn't been real fun. And it probably never would be. The official chat group will show up around the Great War timeline. Guess who the members would be? Winking face. If you feel like some character would fit this story, comment here. Until next time. Chapter 8, Swan Song, 2 inches 1. 1100 AD. Kokabeel POV. Good things never last long. Another 500 years had gone by in the blink of an eye. Nothing interesting happened. Well, some stuff did happen but I didn't really have a say in it. I opened my eyes and immediately regretted it. Gabriel was on my left, her face pressed against my shoulder. Penemu was on my right, one leg thrown over mine. Both had their arms wrapped around me. I smiled wryly as I saw them pretending to sleep while hugging me like bears. One on each side. Their breathing was too controlled. Too even. They were definitely awake. I know you're both awake, I said. Neither moved. I can literally see your hearts beating faster. No response. They kept up the pretense of sleep. Fine. Stay like that. But when Michael asks why we're late for the meeting, Gabriel shot up immediately. Meeting. Why didn't you say so earlier, brother? Penemu stretched lazily, making sure I noticed how she pressed her chest forward and gave them a little shake. My lord feels so warm. I slept better than I have in centuries. I sat up and rubbed my face. How did we even get here? You fell asleep at your desk again, Gabriel said. We carried you to bed. And then got in with me. You look cold. Gabriel insisted. Angels don't get cold. But you might have. Penemu just smiled. I was ensuring your comfort, my lord. This was my life now. Somehow. Next time, I'm going to fly somewhere else if I feel myself sleepy. Gabriel pouted. Penemu smiled like a cat who got the cream. How did this happen? How did I end up with two beautiful women using me as a body pillow? I don't know. I really don't. I didn't mean for things to end up this way. I started going out of heaven more and more in the last 500 years. Sometimes I didn't return for years. It started small. A trip to check on a village. A visit to observe some historical event. Then the trips got longer. The excuses got weaker. I'm conducting field research, I'd tell Michael. Michael noticed. Of course he did. You're spending more time on Earth than in heaven. Just observing. Keeping watch. You're avoiding Gabriel and Penemu, he'd reply with that knowing smile. Maybe. You know Gabriel doesn't know about romantic love. She just cares for you, maybe a little too much. As for Penemu, I honestly thought she would have fallen by now. He chuckled. I shook my head with a wry smile. You and me both, bro. But it wasn't just them. Heaven felt stifling. Everyone there knew me. Knew what I was. What I could do. The expectations, the worship, the constant attention. On Earth, I was just another traveler. Another stranger passing through. I could breathe there. But it wasn't just that. I was busy trying to help people. I'd done so many things that to me might seem insignificant, but to them could be considered miracles. I was there when a young boy named Augustus became Emperor of Rome. I'd watched him for years. Smart kid. Cunning. But also genuinely wanted to make things better. He was 19. Skinny. Looked nothing like a future emperor. But his eyes were sharp. Calculating. I'd been watching the war from various angles. The political maneuvering. The battles. The betrayals. One night, I was sitting on the roof of a villa in Rome, watching the stars, when someone climbed up after me. It was Augustus. Covered in dust from travel. He didn't seem surprised to see me there. Just sat down a few feet away. You're not one of my men, he said. No. You're not one of Antonius's either. Also no. Then who are you? Does it matter? He thought about it. I suppose not. I believe you are not human, with wings and the laurel that shines brightly. Perhaps one of the gods. I shook my head. No. I'm not a god, child. He looked up at the stars. They say the gods speak through the stars. Can you read them? I chuckled softly. Something like that. I guess I have been cursed with knowledge I didn't seek. Then tell me, will I win this war? He asked me anxiously. I looked at him. Saw the determination. The fear he was hiding. The weight already pressing on his young shoulders. That depends, I said. What do you want to win? Power? Glory? Revenge? Peace, he said immediately. Rome is tearing itself apart. Every generation, another civil war. Another strongman. More blood. He clenched his fist. I want to end it. Make Rome stable. Give people a future. Idealistic. But he believed it. Then yes, I said. You'll win. But the hard part comes after. After. Winning the war is easy. Winning the peace. That's harder. He turned to face me fully. You talk like you've seen it before. I've seen a lot of things. Then give me advice. How do I rule? How do I keep Rome from tearing itself apart again? Don't rule through fear, I said gently. Augustus the tyrant will always be overthrown. Augustus the father of Rome. He'll be remembered forever. Father of Rome, he repeated with a smile. I like that. Give people stability. Prosperity. Safety. Let them see that your rule improves their lives. They'll support you without being forced. They'll worship you without you demanding it. And my enemies. You'll have to fight some. But the smart ones. Offer them a place in your new order. Let them keep dignity and power under your system. Dead men can't be converted. Living men can. And if they resist, then you weren't offering them something worth accepting. He looked thoughtful. We talked for hours that night. About governance. About Rome's history. About human nature. When dawn came, he stood to leave. I don't even know your name, he said. You can call me Kokabeel. That's not Roman. I'm not Roman. He smiled. Thank you, Kokabeel. I'll remember this. He did. Too well. Years later, after he'd won and become emperor, I visited Rome again. He'd taken the name Augustus, the revered one. He took my advice. Implemented reforms. Built infrastructure. Created systems that worked. He admired me for some reason. So much so he even copied my style and made it mandatory for his successors to wear a golden laurel wreath as homage. Why the golden laurel? I asked when we met privately. He grinned. You were wearing one that night. On the roof. I thought it looked imperial. I almost laughed out loud. Who knew my broken halo would become a symbol authority? But he'd seen what he wanted to see. A messenger from the gods. A sign. You based Rome's crown on a hairstyle. I based it on hope, he corrected. When I felt most lost, someone appeared and showed me the way. I want my successors to remember that guidance. I didn't have the heart to tell him I'd just been trying to keep hair out of my eyes. Augustus did well. Better than expected. His reforms worked. Rome stabilized. Prospered. I visited occasionally over his long reign. Watched him age. Watched him go from idealistic boy to weary emperor. The last time I saw him, he was old. Dying. Did I do well? He asked. Will Rome last? I looked at the empire he'd built. Strong. United. Peaceful. You did better than well, I said. Rome will remember you as one of its greatest. But will it last? I thought about the future I'd glimpsed. The slow decline. The corruption. The fall, 1,000 years away. Nothing lasts forever, I said quietly. But what you built. The idea of it. That will echo through history. Long after the empire falls, people will study what you did. Try to recreate it. You've left a mark on humanity. He smiled. Closed his eyes. Then I can rest. He died that night. I stayed for the funeral. Watched Rome mourn. Watched his successors take power. And I watched them slowly corrupt everything he'd built. After his passing, his successors didn't follow his rules and policies. Corruption crept back in. Greed. Ambition. After 1,000 years, the empire crumbled slowly. I was there when the Dead Sea became truly dead. The salt content had been rising for centuries. But there was a tipping point. A moment when the last fish died. When the last plant withered. I watched it happen over decades. The water growing cloudier. The shores crusting with white. The smell of brine so strong it burned. Humans living nearby called it a curse. Divine judgment. It wasn't. It was just geology. Water flowing in, evaporating under the hot sun, leaving salt behind. Repeat for thousands of years. But they needed someone to blame. Some reason for why their fishing villages died. So they blamed themselves. Their sins. Made up stories about cities destroyed by fire. I wondered if I should tell them the truth. That sometimes bad things just happen. No divine reason. No punishment. But would that comfort them? Or make it worse? I said nothing. Let them have their stories. After all, what is our life, if nothing but a story? I bore witness how Hannibal nearly ended Roman supremacy. Hannibal crossing the Alps was probably the most impressive thing I'd seen humans do. Everyone said it was impossible. You can't march an army over mountains in winter. You definitely can't do it with war elephants. Hannibal did it anyway. I watched from above. Saw his forces struggle through snow. Lose men to cold and landslides. Lose elephants to the terrain. But he kept going. It touched me somehow, so I used some magic to protect them from the winter storms. When he emerged on the other side into Italy, his army was half its original size. Exhausted. Freezing. And Rome had no idea he was coming. The look on their faces when scouts reported elephants in northern Italy was priceless. I thought Rome would fall then. Hannibal won battle after battle. Cannae was a massacre. Rome lost 50,000 men in a single day. But they didn't surrender. Kept fighting. Adapted. Learned. In the end, Rome won. Not through brilliance, but through sheer stubborn refusal to quit. I respected that. Arthur Pendragon pulling the sword from the stone was my doing. I'd gotten bored one day. Decided to mess with British politics. There was this kid, Arthur. Scrawny thing. Ward of some minor lord. Probably illegitimate son of a noble, judging by his features. But he had something. That spark. That quality that makes people follow you. So I forged a sword from the stars. Impossibly heavy. Impossibly sharp. Stuck it in a stone in front of a church. I called it Caliban. Added an inscription, "Whosoever pulleth this sword from this stone shall be the rightful king born to Britannia, now and forever." Rightful king. I was particularly proud of that word. Made it sound official. Every knight in Britain tried. Needed a sword for his foster brother. Saw this one. Pulled. It came free. The look on Arthur's face when it came free, shock, confusion, hope, was worth it. I'd intended it as a joke. A way to mess with human politics. But Arthur actually became a good king. United the warring tribes. Brought peace. Created something worth having. The kingdom of Camelot. Sometimes accidents work out. I never told him I'd put the sword there. Let him think it was destiny. Faith. Divine right. People need to believe in something. Yahweh did give me an earful. He was pouting. Kokabeel, you ruined my plans. I wanted to make it something beautiful, a tale of legends. You made a drama into a comedy. I chuckled lightly. Sorry, big man. I couldn't resist. He sighed. I'll have to make him lose the sword and give him Excalibur somehow. Caliban is too strong for him. I shrugged lightly. You can do what you want, you are the boss. Yahweh looked tired. You know, sometimes I wish you joined Azazel and his gang. You give me too much headache. Ouch. That's hurtful. Maybe I can take Gabriel with me. Don't you dare. I also worked with Yahweh on the Sacred Gears project. It was fun at first. I have an idea, he said one day. Weapons that humans can use. Give them a chance to fight back against supernatural threats. Humans need a way to fight back, he said. Against rogue gods. Against devils. Against supernatural threats. They have faith. Prayers. That's not enough. They need power. We started small. A ring that enhanced strength. A bracelet that healed wounds. I mostly gave cool ideas. The flashy stuff. Yahweh handled the actual mechanics. Watching him build them was rather fun. It reminded me of something. A memory just out of reach. A small garage. Two people bent over a car hood, laughing and tinkering with something. The younger one was me. Who was the other person? Can't remember. What about a gauntlet that doubles power? I suggested. Too simple. What if it kept doubling? Exponentially. That's broken. That's the point. Then Yahweh got ambitious. What if we made something that could kill gods? That's a terrible idea. The best ideas are. We hunted creatures across the world. Dragons. Beasts. Monsters. Each one contributed essence to the sacred gears. For true Longinus, I went to Golgotha. The hill where Jesus was crucified. The spear that pierced his side was still there. Buried. Forgotten. But it remembered. Soaked in holy blood. Divine blood. Human blood. The spear hummed when I touched it. Recognized me. You want to be more? I asked it. The spear pulsed. Yes. I condensed a small star into a gem. Embedded it in the spear's shaft. The spear had already become a sacred object, soaked in divine and human blood. Yahweh provided extra buffs and made it look cooler. He even put some of his will inside the gem. The result was terrifying. A weapon that could kill literally anything. Even beings like Yahweh. This will cause problems, I said, holding it. Probably, Yahweh agreed. But humans need hope. Even dangerous hope. Even false hope sometimes. You're setting them up to challenge gods. I'm giving them a chance. What they do with it is their choice. This feels like a bad idea, I sighed. Probably. But humans need hope. Even dangerous hope. Making the Annihilation Maker was harder. Typhon was one of the hardest fights I'd had. The Greeks' original monster. Father of all monsters. Imprisoned under Mount Etna by Zeus. We needed his essence for Eclipse Dragon. A sacred gear of darkness and chaos. So I broke him out. The fight devastated southern Italy. Mountains crumbled. The ground split. Volcanoes erupted. Typhon was massive. 100-headed. Each head breathing different element. Fire. Ice. Poison. Lightning. Why wake me, he roared. To fight. To die. To be remembered, I said. Your essence will live on in humans. They'll wield your power. Humans. Those little insects. Those insects survived you. Survived Zeus. Survived everything. They deserve power. We fought for a day. His 100 heads attacking from all angles. My stars raining down like artillery. He was weakened from the previous battle. In the end, I compressed 1,000 stars into my fist and punched straight through his central mass. He fell with a loud crash. Not bad. He wheezed. For a little bird. Rest, I said. Your legacy will continue with them. He smiled with his last head. Then dissolved into essence. Zeus got pissed though. You freed Typhon. Do you know how many gods died imprisoning him? I killed it permanently. You just trapped him. He'd have escaped eventually. You're welcome. That's not the point. I knew that. The real issue was Hera. Zeus was already mad that Hera had cheated on him. Which broke the last peace talks between our factions. I still don't know how Yahweh and her did the nasty, but he somehow knocked up Hera. Which wasn't diplomatic. You slept with Zeus's wife? I asked Yahweh privately. He had the decency to look embarrassed. It was complicated. How is that complicated? She was upset. I was comforting her. One thing led to another. You're God. You're supposed to resist temptation. I'm not perfect, Kokabeel. None of us are. That shut me up. Zeus demanded satisfaction. A duel. God versus God. I volunteered to fight instead of Yahweh. I freed Typhon. I'll face you. Our battle was not legendary. It was like Mike Tyson versus a coughing baby. And you know how that ends. Zeus threw his master bolt, his ultimate lightning. Strong enough to level mountains. I caught it. Absorbed it into my stars. Threw it back twice as strong. He hit 3 mountains before stopping. When he tried to get up, I was standing on his chest. Yield. I am Zeus. King of. I pressed down. Cracked his ribs. I wasn't asking. I yield. Athena negotiated peace after. Smart woman. Recognized when her father was outmatched. Please, she said, kneeling. He's the king of Olympians. Let him go if you wish to have peace. I honestly had no desire to do so. I looked at her. She was scared but stood firm. Brave. Fine. At least you are smart enough. We negotiated the details on Olympus. I had to stay there for a week. I also met a very pregnant Hera. I understood why Yahweh couldn't hold back. She's a total MILF. Oops, I did it again. I seriously need to touch some grass rather than stars. Athena was rather excited. She took me around Olympus, chatting animatedly. I kept nodding and smiling. Then on the last day before I left, she took me to her chamber. Nothing happened. I repeat, nothing happened. It was a normal heartfelt discussion. The fact that she took off her clothes had nothing to do with me. Zeus didn't think so. But he couldn't do anything. I didn't care much about the treaty. But Yahweh made it a big deal. Heaven celebrated like we'd won a war. Yahweh threw a feast. Angels sang my praises. I became a celebrity overnight. Michael pulled me aside. You didn't have to do that. Father could have taken him. Maybe. But sometimes it's nice to have backup. Michael smiled. Clasped my shoulder. Twin swords of heaven. Has a nice ring to it. You made that up just now. I'm making it official. Great. Now I had a title. The attention was suffocating. And with fame came headaches. There would be at least one female angel falling due to lust every couple of weeks. Even some dudes. Brother Kokabeel, one approached me. I can't stop thinking about you. Try harder. But you're so powerful. So beautiful. Your wings are black. Like a fallen angel's. That doesn't bother you. It makes you more mysterious. For crying out loud. Brother Kokabeel, I long for you, another female angel confessed. Please don't. But I must. My heart burns with. That's called indigestion. See Raphael. I reported it to Raphael. This is getting out of control. She sighed. I know. I've never seen anything like it. The system should prevent this. Then why isn't it? Because you're breaking the system. You have free will. You inspire desire. The system can't process that. So what do I do? Stay away from heaven more. It got so bad that Yahweh allowed me to stay out of heaven longer. Take your time, he said. I'm tired of making replacement angels. Even he got tired of it. Azazel was both happy and sad about the situation. Happy because his fallen angel faction grew thanks to me. Sad because the new ones didn't care for his flirting at all. Thanks for the recruitsman, he messaged me once. Though they're kind of annoying. All they do is moon over you. Not my problem anymore. They're literally called the We Love Kokabeel cores now. Please tell me you're joking. I wish I was. They only want you, he then complained. What do you have that I don't? 12 wings. Actual standards. A personality that isn't 80% horniness. That last one hurt. Truth usually does. I guess that's when Gabriel and Penemu called a truce. They stopped fighting each other. Started working together instead. We've decided to work together, Gabriel announced. Penemu nodded. For your protection, my lord. Protection from what? The others, they said in unison. They weren't wrong. Other angels were getting aggressive. Trying to corner me. Make their moves. But I was curious. Aren't you two always fighting? Penemu smiled. We'll share. Share what? You, obviously. I'm not a toy. Of course not, my lord. You're far too valuable for that. Brother, we only want to protect you from the others. By smothering me in my sleep. Exactly. They helped keep the other angels away. Which was good. But the cost was steep. Gabriel, sweet and innocent, wanted to spend every moment with me. Help me. Care for me. Penemu, calculating and seductive, saw an opening and took it. Got close. Made herself indispensable. It was hard to control myself at times. My angelic nature dampened emotions. But it didn't eliminate them entirely. But I didn't view them romantically. Especially Gabriel. She was like a clumsy little sister. And I was from heaven, not Alabama. She was like. Who was it? I felt a slight ache in my heart. I couldn't remember well. I have to see my journal. Still, the proximity was problematic. Still, I let them stay close. Because the alternative was worse. Dozens of other angels. All wanting something from me. At least these two I could trust. Sort of. It felt suffocating at times because I didn't even know who I truly was anymore. Was I Arthur? Was I Kokabeel? Both. Neither. What did I even plan on doing in the future? I knew I'd leave heaven after Yahweh died. At least after I settled most things and made sure there was no chance of another war soon. I had to live for myself. Follow my selfish desires for once. Maybe live among humans. Try to regain what I'd lost. Emotions. Feelings. Real ones. Not these dampened, distant feelings. I started thinking about this seriously when the Great War officially began. Lucifer's declaration came like thunder. Heaven has grown corrupt. Angels have grown complacent. We will tear down the old order and build a new one. The message echoed across all three realms. Yahweh looked tired. So it begins. We can still negotiate, Michael said. No, Yahweh shook his head. Lucifer doesn't want peace. He wants rebellion. Wants to prove he was right to fall. Then we fight. Then we fight. The heavenly host responded in kind. Yahweh put me in charge of logistics and war planning. Keep heaven running while he and Michael went around kicking ass. It was hell. The paperwork alone made me curse so much I might have fallen 10 times over. You're the only one I trust with this, Yahweh said calmly. Michael fights. I fight. But someone needs to keep heaven running. Keep supplies flowing. Keep information moving. That's boring. It's critical. Wars aren't won by heroes. They're won by supplies and information. He was right. I hated it. Reports from 12 fronts. Supply requisitions. Casualty lists. Strategic assessments. Diplomatic communications. Mountains of paper. Endless decisions. At least I had my secretary who worked diligently. One night, or was it day? Time blurred, I finally completed a major negotiation. Kept the Norse pantheon from joining the devils. I was so relieved I hugged Penemu. Then kissed her. On the lips. For way too long. When I realized what I'd done, I pulled back. She just stood there. Face red. Eyes wide. Then she smiled. That dopey, love-struck smile. Then fell down. She collapsed towards the floor, twitching. Her wings flickering between black and white. Like a strobe light. Oh no. Oh no no no. Thank God Gabriel didn't see it. I caught her before she hit the floor. Shook her. Penemu. Don't you dare fall because of this. She opened one eye. Still smiling. Worth it. Then passed out properly. I had to call Raphael. Had her stabilize Penemu's essence. What did you do? Raphael asked weirdly. Kissed her. Accidentally. Accidentally. It was a heat of the moment thing. Raphael sighed. You're lucky I can stabilize her. But Kokabeel. Be more careful. Your affection literally has power. After that, I maintained strict professional distance. Penemu tried to recreate the moment constantly. Remember that night you kissed me? Nope. Never happened. You're terrible at lying, my lord. I'm not lying. I'm in denial. There's a difference. But I had to be careful now. If Penemu fell because of me, I was quitting my job. No way I was doing paperwork by myself. 10 years into the war, casualties were heavy on both sides. Mostly on the devil's side. Only Lucifer could match Yahweh in direct combat. Although he was probably holding back. The other three Satans, Leviathan, Beelzebub, and Asmodeus, held back Michael together. Barely. But the fallen angels were the real problem. Azazel was smart. Too smart. He used human warfare tactics. Ambushes. False retreats. Guerrilla strikes. Psychological warfare. Angels were rigid. They only knew how to follow orders. March in formation. Fight honorably. Azazel didn't. So they suffered a lot of losses. Casualties piled up. The strategy stopped working. This made Yahweh finally angry. Kokabeel, he called me to the throne room one day. Yes. End this. The fallen angel front. Azazel is causing too many casualties. You want me to kill them? I want you to make them stop. How you do that is up to you. I nodded. Understood. Michael put a hand on my shoulder. Be careful, brother. Azazel is cunning. I know. Gabriel hugged me. Please come back safely. I always do. Penemu handed me my sword. Don't hesitate, my lord. They made their choice. I took the weapon. A blade forged from the stars. Thousands of stars condensed into a sword that could cut through anything. It was bluish-black with a silver edge. The stars within it glowed ominously, reflecting my mood. Now I was standing in front of Azazel, Barakiel, Shemhazai, and thousands of other fallen angels. They'd made camp in what would one day be called Turkey. A strategic position between three fronts. They saw me coming. One angel. Alone. Walking across the battlefield. Is that the Archangel Kokabeel? Why is one of the swords of heaven showed up here? We're all gonna die. Where's his army? He can't possibly think to take us by himself. Azazel smiled wryly. If he gets serious, none of us will leave here alive. I stopped about 100 feet away. The fallen angels formed ranks. Thousands of them. 2-winged, 4-winged, 6-winged. Even a few 8-winged among them. Azazel stepped forward. Still handsome. Still confident. But older now. Tired. He knew why I was here. Brother Kokabeel, he said. Tried to smile. Failed. Is there a chance you can let us go? I swear I was forced by Lucifer. He sees us as nothing but pawns. I didn't respond immediately. Just looked at them. At faces I recognized. I saw Barakiel. Used to spar with him. Good guy. Terrible jokes. Shemhazai. Taught me chess. Never won a single game. Others I'd laughed with. Trained with. Called family. All looking at me now. Knowing what was coming. All of them now standing against me. I sighed and opened my eyes fully. The violet hues glowed eerily. Stars swirled in my irises. The night sky itself reflected in my gaze. My sword ignited. White flames that weren't flames. Starlight condensed into cutting edges. Then blame him for what I'm about to do. I spoke in a pained voice. For what it's worth, I truly wish it didn't have to come to this. I'm sorry, brother. Azazel's expression shifted. From hope to resignation. I see. He drew his own weapon. A spear crackling with holy lightning. Then let's end this like warriors, brother. For old time's sake. Barakiel stepped beside him. Together. Together. Shemhazai raised his staff. It's been an honor, Kokabil. I'm truly sorry. I sighed softly. May God have mercy on you all. If there's another life, I wish I could have stopped this from happening. The thousands of fallen angels behind them raised their weapons. I raised mine. And hated myself for what came next. Chapter 9, When Stars Fall. Kokabil POV. I closed my eyes. The weight of what I was about to do pressed down on me like the entire cosmos. When I opened them again, I saw faces I recognized. Fallen angels I'd trained with. Laughed with. Talked to about stupid things during guard duty. They were going to die here. All of them. Unless. Before we begin, I said. My voice carried across the battlefield. I'll offer you one last chance. The fallen angels stirred. Uncertain. Break off your alliance with Lucifer. Surrender peacefully and atone for your crimes. Silence. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. I know many of you don't want to perish here. I looked at them. Saw the fear in their eyes. The exhaustion. The doubt. But there aren't many choices left after what you did. You either surrender and atone for your crimes, or you die. Simple. Clean. Brutally honest. Azazel, Barakiel, and Shemhazai looked at each other. A wordless conversation passing between them. Years of fighting together. Leading together. They were considering it. I could see the calculations. The weighing of odds. They weren't at their peak strength yet. Azazel was still 10-winged. He'd grow stronger after this war, assuming he survived. Barakiel and Shemhazai were powerful but not invincible. Against me. They had no chance. They knew it. I knew it. Everyone knew it. But then one of the radicals, a 6-winged angel I didn't recognize, shouted. Don't look down on us. Others joined in. We escaped God's control and now you want us to crawl back. We live freely, and will die freely. Freedom or death. The chant spread. Dozens. Hundreds. Working themselves into a frenzy. I shook my head. The sheer stupidity of it. Freedom. They thought this was freedom. Dying for Lucifer's ego while he sat safe in hell, using them as pawns. Azazel raised his hand. The shouting stopped. He looked at me. Smiled wryly. That same smile he'd worn when we used to discuss human mating habits. More like he tried to convince me ass was better than boobs. When everything was simpler. Dying free is better than living in chains, Kokabil. He raised his spear, a beautiful weapon crackling with holy light. I appreciate the kindness. Really. But we fight. I can't abandon those who followed me here. Shemhazai stepped forward. His staff glowing. We left heaven because we were seen as abominations. For following our desires. For wanting to feel. Humans commit worse sins every day, yet his mercy is always available for them. But not for us. Never for us. For once, I didn't refute it. It was true. His voice cracked. Raw emotion bleeding through. We were cast out for wanting to love. For wanting to choose. And now you ask us to go back. To submit again. No. Never. Barakiel summoned lightning that danced around his fists. Thunder rumbled overhead. We appreciate your kindness, brother. Truly. But we have responsibilities. These angels followed us. Trusted us. We won't betray that trust by surrendering them to judgment. The fallen army behind them erupted. Cheering. Shouting support. Raising weapons. They'd rather die than bend the knee. Idiots. Brave idiots. But idiots nonetheless. I sighed. The last bit of warmth drained from my eyes. Felt that familiar coldness settling in before I was about to pass judgment. The detachment that made killing easier. It seems there's no other choice. My sword materialized in my hand. Bluish-black blade with a silver edge. Stars swirling within. May you rest in peace. I paused. For what it's worth, I truly wish it didn't have to come to this. I'm sorry, brothers. Azazel's smile turned sad. We know, Kokabeel. We know. The battle began. Azazel led the charge. Spear raised high. Behind him, Barakiel and Shemhazai. Behind them, thousands of fallen angels. They moved in perfect formation. Azazel had trained them well. No mindless rush. Coordinated. Professional. The sky filled with light spears. Hundreds. Thousands. A beautiful, deadly rain of divine weapons. Some cast debuff magic. I felt the attempts to paralyze, to sleep, to poison. Waves of hostile magic washing over me. Others used elemental attacks. Fire came from the left. Ice from the right. Wind tried to push me off balance. Earth rose up to trap my feet. It was actually impressive. Against a normal angel, even a strong one, this would have worked. But I wasn't normal. I watched the attacks coming. The light spears getting closer. Could see the hope in their eyes. The desperate belief that maybe, just maybe, they'd win. They wouldn't. I whispered one word. Fall. Reality rippled. The air shimmered. The ground cracked. Above the battlefield, a star appeared. Not a metaphor. Not a symbol. An actual star. I'd reached up through space and time and grabbed one. Pulled it from its place in the cosmos. Compressed it. Shaped it. Aimed it. It was nearly the size of a small house. Burning white with distorting flames. The heat alone made the air shimmer and warp. The fallen angels looked up. Their attacks faltered. The spears fell harmlessly. The magic dissipated. They just stared. Some screamed. Started to run. Most froze. Unable to process what they were seeing. The star fell upon them like divine judgment. Time seemed to slow. I saw every detail. Every face. A young angel, couldn't be more than 100 years old, reaching for his friend. Two angels holding hands as they looked up. An older one closing his eyes. Accepting it. Azazel grabbing Barakiel and Shemhazai. Trying to pull them back. Too slow. Too late. Boom. The impact was like a nuke going off. The sound was beyond description. Like reality itself was screaming. The shockwave hit first. A physical wall of force that destroyed everything in its path. The light spears disintegrated midair. The magic circles shattered. The angels at the front vanished. Just gone. Atomized. Then came the heat. Burning. All-consuming. It burned away everything. Flesh. Bone. Stone. Ground. Air itself. The three leaders at the front were thrown back. Sent flying like leaves in a hurricane. Crashed through rocks. When the light finally faded, the battlefield was visible once again. But it was a scene from nightmare. The center of the battlefield was just gone. A crater the size of a small town. Glass at the bottom where sand had melted. Still glowing red. Around the edges remained rest of the army. The lucky ones had been vaporized instantly. Didn't feel anything. Just there one moment, gone the next. The unlucky ones survived. Bodies burnt beyond recognition. Limbs missing. Wings charred to stumps. Faces melted. Screaming. Begging. Praying. One was trying to crawl with arms that ended at the elbow. Didn't seem to realize his legs were gone. Another was just crying. Sitting there. Staring at where his hands used to be. A third was calling for his brother. Over and over. His brother was lying 20 feet away. In pieces. I felt bile rise in my throat. Swallowed it down. This was war. This was what I did. This was necessary. I kept telling myself that. Didn't make it true. I closed my eyes. Summoned countless light spears around me. Each one humming with condensed holy power. Let me put you out of your misery, I said quietly. For old time's sake. One last mercy. The only kind I could offer now. I waved my hand. The spears found their targets. It was swift and painless as I could make it. The screaming stopped. Silence fell over the battlefield. Just the crackle of flames. The groan of settling earth. And my own breathing. I didn't enjoy this. Didn't want this. But they killed thousands of angels. Made their choice. Accepted the consequences. This was war. And war was just organized murder with flags and speeches. I sensed movement to my left. 3 figures pulling themselves from rubble. Azazel stood first. Slowly. Painfully. He had 12 wings now. When did that happen? During the impact. The desperation to protect his people pushed him past his limits. Ironic. He became stronger just in time to die. Barrakiel was next. Shaking. His left arm hung at a wrong angle. Broken. Compound fracture from the look of it. Bone visible through skin. Shemhazai had several wings burnt. Bleeding. They'd grow back. Eventually. Oh wait. I'm about to kill them. Dark humor. My coping mechanism. Didn't make me feel better. They looked at me. Their eyes said everything. Anger at me for doing this. At themselves for failing. Sadness for their dead soldiers. For what they'd lost. Resignation, knowing this was the end. Azazel laughed through the pain. Thousands of us. And you didn't even break a sweat. I told you to surrender. Would have been boring. Typical Azazel. Joking even now. This is better. I kept without any emotion. He looked at the crater. At the bodies. At what remained of his army. No. But at least we chose it. I couldn't argue with that logic. Barrakiel spat blood. How long have you been this strong? Does it matter? Curiosity. Indulge a dying man. Since the beginning. I just never used it. Why not? Because I didn't want to. Shemhazai managed a smile. Must be nice. Having that choice. It really isn't. They looked at each other. Another wordless conversation. Then nodded. One last time. Azazel asked them. One last time, they agreed. They began gathering their remaining power. What little they had left. Channeling it. Concentrating it into one final attack. Going out with dignity. I could respect that. They charged with desperate roars. Azazel struck from the front. Spear aimed at my heart. His light burning fiercely. Everything he had. Barrakiel from the left. His good arm glowing. Lightning concentrated into a single devastating point. Shemhazai from the right. Staff blazing. Magic circles overlapping. A spell that should have taken hours condensed into seconds. They coordinated well. Beautiful in its desperation. I raised my sword. Waited until they were close enough to see my eyes. I raised my sword. Swung it in a wide arc. One swift motion. Clean. Efficient. The blade cut through their attacks like they weren't there. Through their defenses. Through them. All three of them fell at once. Matching wounds across their chests. Deep. Diagonal. Bleeding heavily. But not immediately fatal. I'd held back. Angled the cut to miss major organs. They'd bleed out slowly but had time. Why? I didn't know. Maybe some part of me still hoped they'd survive. Be captured. Be imprisoned but alive. Stupid hope. Azazel coughed. Blood bubbled on his lips. He managed a chuckle. You, held back. Again. Yeah. Why? I don't know. Maybe I still hoped you would surrender. Barrakiel laughed painfully. As expected, of the twin swords of heaven. Can't even kill us properly, without mercy. Shut up and die quickly. Can't I do both? Barrakiel. Yeah. Shut up. He smiled. Closed his eyes. Sure, brother. Shemhazai had already passed out. The pain too much. Probably for the best. I crouched beside them. The battlefield was destroyed completely. Scorched earth. Ash. Death everywhere. But not a speck of dirt or blood touched me. The starlight kept everything away. A barrier I couldn't dismiss even if I wanted to. You guys did well, I said quietly. Barrakiel opened one eye. Liar. You lasted longer than most would. We barely lasted 30 seconds. Against me. That's impressive. That's depressing beyond imagination. Fair point. Azazel was staring at the sky. At the stars beginning to appear as day turned to dusk. The stars are beautiful tonight, he murmured. Yeah. Was it worth it, he asked. Not looking at me. All of this. The war. The death. Was any of it worth it? I didn't answer immediately. Didn't have an answer. You tell me, I finally said. You're the one who chose this. You joined the war knowing everything. I chose freedom. You chose self-destruction. Same thing sometimes. That's a shit philosophy, Azazel. It's the only one I have left. He coughed. More blood flowing. Doesn't matter now anyway. We lost. Losers don't get a say in how history remembers them. History remembers everyone wrong anyway. I watched the stars above. Comforting. Wasn't trying to be. We sat in silence. Just the sound of their labored breathing. The crackle of distant flames. I stood up. Raised my sword. I hope the rest of your faction learns from this. Stops fighting. Yahweh would still spare them. If they surrender. If they stop killing. My blade began to glow. Ready to end it. Will you remember us? Azazel asked suddenly. I paused. What? When we're gone. When all of this is over. Will you remember? Not the war. Not this. He gestured weakly at the battlefield. Before. When we were brothers. I thought about it. About nights on heaven's walls. Talking about nothing. Laughing at stupid jokes. Yeah, I said quietly. I'll remember. Good. That's good. I raised my sword higher. Goodbye, brothers. See you in the next life, Kokabeel. There isn't one for you. Then make one up. I won't know the difference. Despite everything, I smiled. Deal. Suddenly there was a message in my head. The mental communication hit me like a physical blow. Emergency channel. Reserved for dire situations. It was Enyo. My hand stopped. Hello, Sister Enyo, I said tiredly. What is it? In the middle of killing my family. But I didn't hear her usual cheerful voice. That bright, happy tone that could make anyone smile. I heard screaming. Pain. Terror. Desperation. My blood turned cold. What's going on? I shouted. Enyo. Where are you? Before I left for this mission, Enyo had come to see me. Excited. Bouncing on her feet. I'm going to kick Beelzebub's ass, brother. Watch me. Don't get cocky. I won't. I'll be super duper careful. She'd hugged me. I patted her head. Standard goodbye. What went wrong? She shouldn't be in danger. She was with 5 other archangels. 6 of heaven's strongest. Fighting the 3 Satans while Michael dealt with Lucifer. They should have been fine. They should have been winning. What happened? Her voice came through. Broken. Crying. Each word clearly causing pain. Brother, help us, please. I'm coming. Where are you? It's the 2 dragon emperors. Draig and Albion, they were fighting, they didn't care, they didn't even see us. Against Draig and Albion. The 2 dragon emperors. The strongest dragons in existence. Of course they couldn't win. Dragons that powerful, collateral damage from their fight alone could level countries. They barged in while we were fighting the Satans, the devils took advantage. Brother, they killed Kabeel and Raziel. Enyo sobbed. My vision blurred. Kabeel. The one who always talked about justice. About right and wrong. Who believed so strongly in what we stood for. Raziel. The awkward one who studied mysteries. Who'd spend hours explaining theories about the universe. Who got excited about puzzles. Now they are dead. Uriel. Uriel died saving me, he pushed me out of the way. I saw him get erased. She broke down. Sobbing. Uriel. The wise one. The guardian of the miracle system. Who'd helped me prank some humans by granting absurd miracles. Who'd made terrible puns and laughed at his own jokes. Now he won't laugh again. Kamael and Sadkiel are barely holding on, buying everyone time to retreat, but we won't make it. Brother, we won't make it. Kamael. The muscle head who dragged me to train. Just one more set, brother. You can do it. I'd sometimes throw a dumbbell at him. Sadkiel. The organized one. Who knew everything about heaven's systems. Who'd sit with me on the highest peaks and talk. My sword fell from my hand. Clattered on the scorched ground. 3 archangels dead. 3 more dying. Because of 2 damn lizards having a pissing contest. Hang on, I said. My voice was shaking. When did it start shaking? Hang on, Enyo. I'm coming. I'm coming right now. Tell Kamael and Sadkiel not to do anything stupid. Tell them to run. Tell them to survive. That's an order. Brother. I'm scared. I know. I'm coming. Just hold on. I activated my omniscience. Found her location. Saw the battlefield. It was horrifying. I cut the connection. Looked down at Azazel. He was staring at me. Had heard everything through our connection. I hesitated. A moment. Just a moment. Then made my choice. Fate has given you another chance, I said. Don't waste it. I spread my wings and flew. Space warped around me. I teleported to the boundary between realms. The massive barrier that separated the underworld from the neutral zones, powerful magic. Meant to keep armies out. Forged by Satan-class beings. I looked at it. Raised my sword. Swung once. The barrier shattered like glass. The guards on the other side, dozens of mid- or high-level devils, died before they could scream. The shockwave turned them to red mist. I didn't slow down. Flew faster than I'd ever flown. Broke the sound barrier. Didn't care about the damage I was causing. The underworld blurred around me. Red skies. Black mountains. Rivers of souls. Screaming. I ignored it all. I could see the battlefield ahead. Sense it. The massive powers clashing. Dragon auras like suns. Then I reached it. The battlefield was worse than I imagined. Thousands of dead angels. Scattered like broken toys. Some with wings torn off. Some crushed. Some burnt. The ones still alive were worse. Crawling. Reaching toward the sky. Begging. Praying. To Yahweh. To anyone who would listen. Please. Help us. It hurts. I want to go home. I saw a small figure in the distance. Battered. Carrying someone. Enyo was carrying Kama. Or what remained of Kamael. Barely recognizable. More red than white. Then a red tail, massive, scaled, casual, swung through the air above them. Like swatting a fly. They went flying. Hundreds of feet. Crashed through rocks. I tried to catch them, but I was too slow. They hit the ground. The impact crater was 10 feet deep. I rushed to them. Dug through rubble with my bare hands. Kamael was lying there. His chest caved in. Ribs visible. Piercing through skin. His eyes open. Staring at nothing. No, 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 no. I grabbed him. Shook him. Kamael. Kamael, wake up. That's an order. Wake up. Nothing. Come on. You don't get to die. You still owe me a rematch. We had plans. We were going to. Nothing. He was gone. Beside him was Enyo. Still breathing barely. I immediately channeled my essence into her. Trying to resuscitate. Heal. Something. Anything. Her trembling hand grabbed mine. Brother. Her voice was so small. Like a child's. Is that you? Yeah. Yeah, it's me. Don't talk. Save your energy. Raphael is coming. She'll fix you. She can fix anything. Just hold on. She smiled. That same smile she always had. Even now. You're a terrible liar. Brother. I'm not lying. Your hands are shaking. They were. When did that start? Save your energy, Enyo. I'll get you out of here. We'll go back to heaven. You can rest. Get better. Everything will be fine. Stop lying. She looked past me. Up at the sky. At the two massive shapes still fighting. Drake and Albion. Dragons the size of mountains. Scales gleaming. Power radiating. They were still fighting. Probably didn't even notice the angels. We were nothing to them. Insects. Background noise. They'd killed thousands without even trying. Without even caring. Those dragons. Enyo whispered. They killed everyone. I tried. I tried to save them, but I couldn't. I couldn't save anyone. It's not your fault. Kabil, she died protecting me. Raziel too. Uriel pushed me out of the way and. Tears ran down her cheeks. Mixing with blood. I couldn't save anyone. I'm useless. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Stop it. You did everything you could. It wasn't enough. It never is. She grabbed my face with both hands. Weak. Trembling. Pulled me down. Before I could react, her lips touched mine. Soft. Warm. Gentle. I froze. Completely stupefied. She pulled back. Smiled at my expression. Actually smiled. I have always loved you, brother. More than a sister should. I know it's wrong, but I couldn't help it. Enyo. I'm sorry for never telling you, for being a coward. I just wanted you to know, before. Her hands were falling. Losing strength. Before I. Her eyes. Those bright, happy eyes that had greeted me every morning. That had looked at me with such joy. They dimmed, the light going out. Like stars dying. Don't forget us. Her voice was barely a whisper. Wind carrying it away. Avenge us. Kokabeel. I felt her body go slack. The warmth leaving. Life fading. Enyo. She didn't answer. She never would again. I just sat there. Holding her. Staring at her peaceful face. She looked like she was sleeping. Just sleeping. I could wait for her to wake up. Any moment now. A boulder crashed nearby. Thrown casually by a dragon's tail during their fight. Big enough to crush buildings. It was coming toward us. I didn't move. Just spread my wings. Covered Enyo and Kamael. Protected their bodies. The boulder shattered against my wings. I didn't feel it. Didn't feel anything. Just emptiness. 3,000 years. I'd lived over 3,000 years in this world. Always watching. Always distant. Never getting too close. Because getting close meant it hurt when you lost them. But somehow, they'd gotten close anyway. Enyo's playful ambush hugs. Jumping out from corners. Surprise, brother. Always laughing. Kamael's persistent nagging. Come on. Just one more set. You're getting soft. Never giving up. Kabeel's passionate speeches about justice. About right and wrong. So sincere. So believing. Raziel's awkward conversations about mysteries. Getting excited about stars. About the unknown. Uriel's terrible puns. Making everyone groan. But laughing anyway. Sadkiel on the mountain peaks. Quiet talks. Comfortable silence. They'd grown on me. And now they were gone. All of them. A meaningless death. Caught between two fucking lizards having a pissing contest. To them, angels, devils, humans were just ants. Collateral damage. Not worth acknowledging. I stood up slowly. Weird, I feel something wet on my face. Must be raining. I gently wrapped Enyo and Kamael's bodies in holy power. Sealed them. Stored them in my personal dimension along with the others. 6 bodies now. 6 siblings. 6 people I'd failed. Then I looked up at the 2 dragons still fighting. I didn't know at that moment, my violet eyes were changing. The light within them fading. Replaced by pure white. No pupils. No irises. Empty, like burned-out suns. Above, the 2 dragon emperors paused. Drake pulled back mid-strike. His massive red head turning. Eyes narrowing. Do you sense that, Albion? Albion nodded. White scales gleaming. Yes, Drake. I sense danger. What is that thing? That's not an angel or devil. They are too weak. I don't know. But it's something that shouldn't exist. For the first time in their eternal rivalry, they stopped fighting. Looked down. Something was coming toward them, too fast. Another angel. But different. It had no face. No features. Just a black silhouette illuminated by countless flickering stars. Like someone had cut out a piece of the night sky and shaped it into a being. 12 black wings spread behind it. Each feather a contained star. Each flap caused natural disasters. Wind strong enough to create hurricanes. Pressure that cracked the ground below. The power radiating from it grew stronger with each passing second. Exponentially. Infinitely. Drake tried to measure it. His senses trying to read it. This creature. Drake's voice actually shook. It's growing stronger, fast. What is it? Albion tried to use his ability. Divine dividing. His ultimate power. Nothing happened. He tried again. Nothing. I can't divide its power. Albion's shock was clear. It's like trying to divide an infinite ocean. What is that thing? The figure stopped. Hanging in the air. Level with them. Then it spoke in a strange language that hurt their ears just from listening. The voice reverberated through reality itself. I'm your death. And it sent something through both dragons that they hadn't felt in their long lives. Fear. The figure's hand pointed towards them. Reality began to bend. Stars, actual stars from across the cosmos began appearing around the figure. Hundreds. Thousands. Millions. Each one burning furiously, ready to fall. All aimed at them. DxD and Albion looked at each other. For the first time in their eternal rivalry, they had the same thought. I don't stand a chance alone. But it was too late. The stars began to fall. And there was no stopping them. Mentally exhausted. Writing emotional stuff takes a lot out. Last one for the week. I saw some mixed reactions and wanted to check in. Do you love it so far? Is there any major mistakes or issues to address? Are you suffering, like I am? Skull. Let me know. Chapter 10, Heaven's Wrath, 2 inches 1. Kokabeel POV. I didn't know what was happening. I had unlocked this form about 500 years ago. I still couldn't fully control it. I called it my origin star form, as in this form I became one with the concept of stars. Not just this world, I could vaguely sense the other worlds as well. But it was too complex. It was like drowning in an infinite whirlpool of light and knowledge. It could erase all emotions and turn me something like a perfect robot, just acting on the most rational path. But for now, this will do. I have lizards to kill. With a single gesture of mine, stars began to fall. DxD saw them coming and roared with excitement rather than fear. His massive body twisted through the air as dragon fire erupted from his maw. Flames that burned hotter than anything else, that had reduced gods to ash and burned through the fabric of dimensions themselves. The fire met the first wave of falling stars. For a moment they seemed evenly matched, flames and starlight creating a hellish aurora that lit up the entire underworld. Then the stars pushed through. Not slowly. They just went through the dragon fire like it was nothing more than a mild inconvenience. DxD's eyes widened fractionally before the first star hit him square in the chest. Boom. The impact sent him crashing down through the air. Broke through the sound barrier multiple times over. He hit the earth miles below with enough force to swallow mountains in the crater. The shockwave flattened everything for leagues in every direction. More stars followed. A dozen of them slamming into the crater one after another like divine artillery. Each impact deeper than the last. Albion didn't waste time watching his rival fall. He moved faster than mortal eyes could track, his white scales blurring as he activated his signature ability. Divide. The power that had brought gods to their knees. That had halved the strength of Satan-class beings. That had never, in his entire existence, failed to work. Nothing happened. He felt the power activate. Felt it reach out toward me. Then just stop. Like trying to divide infinity itself. He tried again, pouring more power into it. Divide. 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 Still nothing. Not even a flicker of success. Impossible, he muttered, and for the first time in millennia there was genuine confusion in his voice. What are you? I appeared in front of him. He didn't even see me move. One moment I was distant, the next I was right at his face. My hand closed around his throat and lifted his massive dragon form like he weighed nothing at all. His body had to be hundreds of tons. I held it with one hand. He clawed at my arm immediately. Strikes that could shatter even peak ultimate class beings. His talons that had carved through God's armor if I remember correctly. They barely scratched me. You killed them, I said. My voice was completely emotionless. Multiple tones layered over each other, speaking in perfect unison. It felt like I wasn't the one speaking. My siblings. You killed them. I don't know what, he choked on the words as I squeezed tighter. You probably didn't even care about it. They were nothing to you. Just insects under your feet while you and that red idiot played your stupid eternal game. I slammed him into the ground. The impact created a crater so deep it hit the underworld's bedrock. The entire realm shook. I lifted him and slammed him again. And again. And again. Each impact deeper than the last. His legendary scales, white as snow, harder than any divine metal, began to crack. Golden blood leaked from the fractures. They died. Slam. For nothing. Slam. Because you were having fun. Slam. I should be angry. But I felt nothing. Just going through the motions as if carrying out a pre-written play. And I knew how it ends. On the final impact I raised my other hand. A blade of pure compressed starlight materialized. It was longer than his entire body, glowing with power that made reality itself bend and warp around it. You don't deserve these wings. Wait, his pride cracked for just a moment. Just long enough to show actual fear. Too late for that. The blade came down in one clean arc. Through scales that had weathered eons. Through bone that had never broken. Through divine flesh that had endured everything the universe threw at it. Albion's wings, those magnificent white appendages that had carried him across dimensions, that had been symbols of his power and freedom for countless millennia, separated from his body. Clean cuts. Surgical precision. Both wings falling simultaneously. They hit the ground and tried to regenerate back to his body like dragon parts usually did. But the starlight had burned the wounds at a level beyond physical. Nothing grew back. Just bleeding stumps where his pride used to be. The White Dragon Emperor's scream shook the entire underworld. The sound of something fundamental breaking. Albion. The ground exploded as DxD burst from the crater. His scales were cracked and bleeding. One eye was swelling shut from repeated impacts. His chest had a massive dent in it. But he was very much alive. And absolutely furious. Boost. His aura flared. Power doubling. Boost. Doubled again. Boost. 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 The signature ability of the Red Dragon Emperor. Exponential growth. No upper limit. No ceiling. Just pure, endless multiplication of power. He boosted 30 times while buried in that crater. 30 doublings of his already godlike strength. His power had reached truly apocalyptic levels now. The kind of power that could crack planets in half. Reality itself bent around him. Space cracked. Time stuttered and skipped. He charged at me with fury. I just felt bored. The distance between us, several miles, was crossed in less than a heartbeat. His fist came at me. Behind it was enough concentrated force to unmake worlds. To punch through the underworld itself. I caught it with my palm casually. The shockwave from our collision was catastrophic. Everything for 100 miles simply ceased to exist. Vaporized instantly. The air ignited. The ground turned to plasma. Space itself shattered like broken glass. We stood at the epicenter. Me holding his fist. Him pushing with literally everything he had. DxD's remaining eye widened in pure shock. How are you this strong? I didn't answer. Just pulled him forward and headbutted him. His skull that was harder than any substance in existence, cracked. Actual fissures spiderwebbed across the legendary armor. I punched him with nearly the speed of light. My fist went through his scales like they were paper. Through the legendary defense that had withstood millennia of battles. There was a large hole in the Red Dragon Emperor's chest. I could see straight through it. See Albion struggling to stand in the background. DxD staggered back. Looked down at the hole. At his own golden blood pouring out like a river. This isn't possible. He touched the wound. His hand came away drenched. I'm the Red Dragon Emperor. My defense is invincible. You just put your fist through me like I'm made of glass. What are you? But despite the shock. Despite the pain. He started laughing. Actually laughing. Incredible. His voice was filled with genuine excitement. I haven't felt pain like this in millennia. Haven't faced something that could actually hurt me since I fought that old bastard Great Red. This is amazing. Dragons. Absolutely insane creatures who got excited about things that could kill them. I raised my sword. Aimed at his remaining good eye. Let's see how excited you are when you're blind. I swung. DxD moved on pure combat instinct honed over eons. Desperation and experience giving him speed he didn't know he had. The blade missed his pupil by inches. Instead it carved a path along the side of his head. Half his horn peeled away along with the corner of the eye, cutting through. His left eye socket was now just a bleeding hole. The Red Dragon Emperor, now blind in one eye with a hole in his chest and half his horn missing, laughed even harder. Yes. This is what I've been missing. It seems he is absolutely insane. Albion. DxD's voice changed. Still excited but now focused. Sharp. I know we've been trying to kill each other for literally our entire existence. I'm aware. Albion was pulling himself up despite his missing wings and countless wounds. But right now, at this exact moment, I think we should consider putting that on hold. I hate that you are right, DxD, but I agree. They looked at each other. These eternal enemies who destroyed civilizations as collateral damage of their endless war. Who'd fought through every era of history without pause. Juggernaut drive. They shouted in unison. A terrifying aura spread out from them. This was them going all out. Using their life force as fuel to push past their limits. Even Yahweh would probably have to go all out to match them. And for the first time in their existence, they fought on the same side. The change was immediate and I actually felt it. DxD positioned himself as the vanguard, using his constantly boosting power for direct assault. Albion supported from behind. His divide didn't work on me, but it worked perfectly on DxD to transfer his energy. The strategy was brilliant in its simplicity. When DxD boosted too high and risked his power burning him out from within, Albion would divide him back to manageable levels. Then DxD would boost again immediately, finding the perfect balance point between maximum power and sustainable output. They'd fought each other for so long they knew every trick, every weakness, every pattern, every tell. Now they used that hard-earned knowledge to coordinate with perfect synchronization. DxD came at me low and fast. His attacks were different now, not the wild, powerful strikes from before but precise combinations designed to create openings. A claw strike from the left. I blocked. His tail came from the right immediately. I had to dodge. In that moment of dodge, Albion's claws raked across my back from behind. Tore feathers from my wings. I spun to kick Albion away, but DxD was already there. His jaws closed on my arm and bit down with crushing force. Drew actual blood. If you could call the black sludge-like thing blood. I stabbed my sword toward his remaining eye, but he'd already moved. Blind fighting. Using his other senses instead. Left, 3 meters. Albion's voice rang out clear. DxD's claw came from exactly where Albion said. I blocked, but he'd put boosted power behind it and it pushed me back several feet. Above, dive. DxD's tail came down like a meteor. I caught it, but the impact drove me into the ground up to my knees. But shouting out attacks. That never works well. And I countered each one. But they were learning. Adapting in real time. Working as a single entity despite being two separate beings who hated each other. Boost. DxD's fist caught my jaw. Actually moved my head to the side. Divide. Albion cut DxD's power before it could spiral out of control and burn him out. Boost. Boost. Another combination. DxD's tail whipped around with freshly doubled power and caught my ribs. Something cracked, I think. I guess I should feel pain. Ouch. This meant this was still a fight. Meant they weren't completely outmatched. Made it more satisfying. I grabbed DxD's tail with both hands and spun him like an Olympic hammer throw. Slammed him into Albion with enough force to create a shockwave. They crashed together in a tangle of red and white scales. But they recovered almost instantly, separating and coming at me from completely different angles. DxD breathed fire from the left, a torrent of flames that could melt continents. I moved right to avoid it. Albion was waiting. Had predicted exactly where I'd dodge. His claws raked across my chest this time. Drew more blood. I kicked him through a mountain. The entire structure collapsed, burying him. But DxD was already attacking from behind. His fangs found my shoulder. Bit down hard enough to pierce my armor made of the cosmos. I reached back and pointed towards his remaining eye with my bare finger. A ray of light shot through. He released me instantly, but not before I'd done damage. His eye was gone now. DxD, are you still alive, old bastard? Albion emerged from the rubble and shouted. Blind in my good eye now. The bastard shot through it. But I can smell his blood. Give me 30 seconds and I'll boost to compensate. We don't have 30 seconds. Then we just attack. This was actually getting interesting. I could feel something changing inside me. The infinitely spinning pathway at my core was spinning faster with each passing second. Unlocking things, revealing abilities I didn't know existed, new powers surfacing through pure instinct. I reached up with my will and grabbed space itself. Tore holes in the fabric of reality. Stars appeared. Ripped from their places across the cosmos. Hundreds at first. Then thousands. Each one burning with the fury of a sun. They began orbiting around me. A solar system with me at the center. My personal constellation that spans the omniverse. DxD saw them and charged anyway with a roar. Boost. 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 Willpower blazing from his aura like a battle cry. The stars slammed into him from all angles, but he pushed through on sheer determination and legendary endurance. Each star that hit him exploded. The impacts would have obliterated anything else. He just kept coming. He reached me and his fist connected with my chest. Enough force to shatter planets. Sadly, I didn't even budge. Just grabbed his outstretched arm with both hands and twisted. The bone shattered. Multiple compound fractures. Jagged edges of broken bone pierced through scale and flesh and emerged bloody on the other side. DxD roared in pain. But he didn't back down. Dragons like him didn't know how to back down. Even with a ruined arm he tried to bite me. I kicked him away and he tumbled through rubble and rock. Albion caught him before he could hit the ground. Steadied him. We can't win like this, Albion said. His voice was calm despite everything. Not afraid. Just stating facts. Analyzing the situation like a being who'd seen countless battles. No, we can't. DxD's response was equally calm despite his horrific injuries. But we can't let this thing leave here either. Not with this power and this rage. They both misunderstood. They thought, if this thing left this battlefield, if it flew back to the surface with this transformation active and this fury burning, it would destroy everything in its path. Heaven. Hell. Earth. Every pantheon. Every faction. Everything until nothing remained but ash and stars. But they didn't know that the thing was merely attacking them to avenge his siblings. Nothing more, nothing less. The Red Dragon Emperor and the White Dragon Emperor, Albion said slowly. Dying together. Fighting on the same side for once. Our eternal rivalry ending not because one of us won, DxD continued. But because something came along that we both couldn't beat alone. Poetic in its own way. Tragic, more like. Same thing really. They looked at each other despite DxD's damaged eyes. A final understanding between eternal enemies. One final attack then, Albion said. Everything we have. Every reserve. Every trick. Every bit of power we've been hoarding. We definitely won't survive this, DxD pointed out matter-of-factly. Probably not. There was something like dark humor in Albion's voice. But what a way to go out. Fighting together against something that literally shouldn't exist. The Dragon Emperor's last battle being their only cooperative one. First and last time working together, DxD agreed. Kind of romantic when you think about it. Please don't make this weird. Too late for that, don't you think? Even at the end. Even facing certain death. They couldn't help but banter. I watched them calmly, moving to opposite positions. They are preparing for something big. I could stop them. But part of me, the part that used to be Arthur, that used to appreciate courage, wanted to see what they'd do. Let them have their moment. DxD planted himself in the ruined earth and began to boost. Boost. His aura flared red. Boost. Brighter. Boost. 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 Faster now. Not waiting the usual 10 seconds between each boost. Forcing them. Pushing past safety limits. His body began to crack. Not metaphorically. Actual physical cracks spreading across his scales as the power built up beyond what his form could contain. But he kept going. Boost. 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 Blood leaked from the cracks. Golden ichor running down his battered form. He'd boosted over 100 times now. Each doubling building on the last. Exponential growth pushed to its absolute limit. His power had reached levels that reality itself struggled to contain. The space around him was breaking down. Fragmenting. Unable to process that much concentrated energy in one location. Albion was doing something different. He wasn't attacking. Wasn't moving. Just standing perfectly still. But I could sense it. Feel it. He was drawing power from reserves he'd been building for millennia. Secret caches of energy hidden across dimensions. Emergency stockpiles for the truly desperate moment that he never thought would actually come. He pulled them all in simultaneously. His aura swelled. White light so intense it hurt to look at directly. Their auras began to combine. Red and white. Two eternal opposites forced together by necessity. The combination was unstable. Reality couldn't handle it. Space was literally cracking like broken glass around them. But they held it together through sheer willpower. Two ancient beings who'd fought longer than civilizations had existed, pooling everything for one final strike. Underworld is half gone by now. Lucifer must be enraged. I shook my head and focused. I felt my own power respond. The spiral within me spinning so fast now it had become a constant hum. A vibration at the fundamental level of my being. New abilities continued to unlock. Deeper powers rising to the surface. I reached into the cosmos and found what I needed. A neutron star. The collapsed core of a dead sun. Density beyond mortal comprehension. A teaspoon of its material would weigh billions of tons. Its gravity could bend light itself into knots. I reached across dimensional barriers and grabbed it. Pulled it into this reality. Then I did something that should have been impossible. I compressed it further. Took something already compressed to the absolute limit and crushed it down even more. Folded space around it. Made it smaller. Denser. Heavier. Then I released the pressure just slightly. The gravity well formed instantly. A sphere of impossible gravitational force with them at the center. Everything within a certain radius was pulled inexorably toward the middle. DxD and Albion felt it immediately. Felt themselves being pulled at the center despite pushing their power in the opposite direction. Their boosted and hoarded power meant nothing against physics this fundamental. Clever, DxD said with genuine admiration in his voice. Using one of the cosmos's most fundamental forces against us. Can't boost my way past gravity itself. A fitting grave for dragons, Albion agreed. His tone was almost peaceful. Accepting. Crushed by a star's death. There's symbolry in that. Symbolism. Whatever. We're about to die, I'm allowed to misuse words. They weren't panicking. Weren't screaming or raging against fate. Just accepting what was coming with the dignity of ancient beings who'd lived full lives. But they weren't giving up either. Their attack continued to charge. Growing larger. More powerful. More unstable. If they were going to die, they'd die making the biggest explosion possible. I raised both hands. The hundreds of stars orbiting me began to glow brighter. Hotter. I pushed them. Not physically. I pushed their life cycles forward. Accelerated time around each star individually. They aged rapidly. Billions of years of stellar evolution compressed into seconds. They swelled. Turned red. Expanded beyond their normal size. Then began to collapse. Going supernova. All of them at once. Thousands of supernovas. Each one capable of destroying solar systems. All compressed into one small area by the neutron star's gravity to stop the attack from erasing the world itself. The light grew unbearable. The heat exceeded anything that had ever existed anywhere. The pressure would crush planets to atoms. Here it comes, DxD said quietly. Yes, Albion agreed. They looked at each other one last time. Not the worst way to go, DxD offered. Not the best either, Albion countered. Fair. They released their attack simultaneously. I released mine. Crack. Shatter. The collision was beyond description. Two Dragon Emperor's final attack, everything they had ever been, every bit of power accumulated over eons, every secret technique, all of it combined and released at once. Meeting thousands of exploding supernovas while compressed by a neutron star's gravity. For one impossible moment, they were evenly matched. The light was so intense it burned through dimensions. The explosion so large it could be seen from other realms. Then the stars won. Not quickly. The dragon's attack pushed back for a moment. Delayed the inevitable. But the sheer physics involved couldn't be overcome. The supernovas consumed everything. The dragon's attack. The dragons themselves. DxD and Albion's roars cut off simultaneously as their bodies, legendary, divine, supposedly indestructible, were simply gone. Not just shattered. Broken down into nothingness except their very essence. When the light finally faded after what felt like eternity, nothing remained of the battlefield. Just a perfectly spherical void where matter used to be. And at the center, floating in that void, two small gems. Green and blue. One surrounded by reddish energy while the other white. Still glowing faintly. Their essence. Their souls. The absolute core of their beings compressed down to the smallest possible form. Boosted gear and divine dividing. Though they didn't have those names yet. I reached out across the void and summoned them to my palm. They floated across the emptiness and settled in my palms. Still warm. Still holding the faintest traces of consciousness. Why? A whisper from the red gem. DxD's voice, barely audible even to my enhanced senses. Why such anger? What drove you to this? Because they didn't deserve to die, I said. My voice was cracking. Breaking. Becoming normal again. My siblings. They died and you didn't even notice them. Didn't care. They were just collateral damage in your stupid eternal game. I apologize. The white gem now. Albion's voice fading like an echo. For what we destroyed. Too late for that, I said. But there was no anger in it anymore. Just exhaustion. Perhaps, this was always, our fate. DxD's voice grew fainter. To be undone by the consequences of our actions. At least, we went out, fighting. Albion's voice was nearly gone. First, and last, cooperation. Not, the worst, ending. DxD's final words. Then silence. I stood there in the void, holding the crystallized souls of two dragon emperors. My hands were shaking. Something wet ran down my face. Blood tears. Crimson drops falling from my eyes. When did I start crying? How long had I been crying? Or was I crying? I didn't feel sad, just tired and numb. What have I become? My form began to shift back. The black silhouette faded like dissipating smoke. The endless stars within dimmed one by one. Features returned, face, eyes, individual feathers on wings. My wings turned from that empty void black back to their normal starlit darkness. 12 wings. No longer the cosmic horror. Just an angel again. Just Kokabeel. No. Just Arthur. No. Something caught between both. Neither one fully but unable to ever be separated now. My legs gave out and I fell to my knees in the void. The gems clutched tight in my trembling hands. Enlil's face. Smiling. I've always loved you, brother. Camael's laugh. Just one more set. You can do it. Kabeel's passion. Justice must be served. Raziel's awkwardness. I found this mystery and I thought you'd find it interesting. Uriel's terrible puns. Everyone groaning but smiling anyway. Sadkiel's quiet presence. Just sitting together in comfortable silence. 6 siblings. 6 people who'd somehow made me care despite my best efforts to stay distant. Gone forever. And countless other angels who I'd probably never known. I'd avenged them. Destroyed the creatures responsible for their deaths. Ended 2 of the strongest beings in existence. But they were still gone. Revenge didn't bring anyone back. Just added 2 more deaths to the endless pile. Just made me a killer. Made me a monster. Made me something that terrified even myself. I stabbed my sword into the ground beside me because I was too tired to hold it anymore. And sat there on a chunk of rock that somehow remained intact, with bloody tears that wouldn't stop falling. Could have been seconds. Could have been minutes. Then I felt them. Sensed them approaching. Hundreds of wings beating in synchronized rhythm. The heavenly host had arrived. Michael led them, his face showing shock and something beyond horror as he took in what remained. The landscape wasn't just destroyed, it was gone. Replaced by a perfect sphere of nothingness. The entire geography rewritten at a fundamental level. And at the center of that void, I sat silently. Sitting on a broken stone that floated in the emptiness. 12 black wings spread behind me. The 2 gems still clutched in my hands. The angels stared in absolute silence. None of them could comprehend what they were seeing. They came after hearing the emergency request that the heavenly dragon emperors were fighting and killing them. But now, there was only one being who shouldn't even be here. Then one angel, younger, with only 4 wings, recognized what the gems were. His voice came out as a choked whisper. The dragon emperors, those are their essence. Lord Kokabeel, he killed the heavenly dragons. The whisper spread through the ranks like wildfire. Angel to angel, row to row, spreading to the back. Draig and Albion. The red dragon emperor and the white dragon emperor. The dragons whose casual battles had destroyed civilizations throughout history. 2 of the strongest creatures in existence. Beings who'd fought gods and won. Dead. Slain by one angel. One by one they began falling to their knees. Started with those closest. Then spread backward like a wave. Hundreds of angels kneeling simultaneously. Not from command. From instinct. From pure, absolute awe mixed with primal fear. Heaven's wrath, someone whispered. I couldn't see who. The archangel of stars, who slayed the heavenly dragons, another voice. The mightiest of the angels. Heaven's wrath has punished the dragon emperors for their sins. Titles. They were already creating names for what I'd done. For what I'd become. Titles that would stick. That would follow me forever. Michael approached slowly, already guessing what had transpired. Brother Kokabeel, he said softly. His voice controlled but I could hear the shock underneath. What happened here? I looked up at him. Knew my eyes were empty. I killed them, I said. My voice was flat. Dead. All emotion drained away. The dragons. They killed our siblings while fighting each other. Didn't even notice. So I killed them, bot. Michael's voice shook slightly despite his control. 6 archangels. All of heaven felt it when they died. The entire realm shook from the loss. I was held back by Lucifer, so I arrived just now. Draig and Albion were stronger than I expected, I said, still in that emotionless monotone. Had to go all out. Michael sighed and gently placed a hand on my shoulder. Are you all right, brother? I shook my head. No, Michael. I don't think I am. I looked down at the gems in my hands. They pulsed faintly with residual warmth. These will become sacred gears. Legendary ones. Give them to Yahweh. He'll know what to do. He always knows what to do. I stood up slowly. Every movement felt like moving through mud. My body protesting. Walked over to Michael. Placed the gems carefully in his outstretched hands. He took them reverently. Cradled them like they might break. Then I looked past him at the kneeling host. At hundreds of angels bowing to me. At their fear. Their awe. Their worship. I hated it. But I didn't say anything. They needed something to overcome the grief. Hope. I spread my 12 wings. Prepared to fly away. Where are you going? Michael asked. Away. Somewhere else. Anywhere but here. I can't. I gestured vaguely at everything. The void. The angels. The gems. I can't be here right now. Can't deal with this. The war just became harder. Father has located the beast of apocalypse. We will need your strength. The war can wait. Hold back and recuperate for now. I don't want to fight again right now. Just. I sighed. Take care of our siblings' bodies. They deserve proper rights. They deserve to be remembered. Wait till he returns. Of course, Michael said quietly. We'll do it immediately. But where? But I was already flying. Away from the battlefield. Away from the angels. Away from everything. Behind me, I heard them begin to sing. A hymn for the fallen. For the victorious. For the legend that had just been born. For heaven's wrath. I didn't look back. If I looked back, I'd see what I'd become. And I wasn't ready for that. I suddenly staggered and almost fell down. My vision blacked out for a moment. In that moment, I saw something breathtaking. An infinite number of stars, spiraling in sync, going deeper into an endless pathway that felt like pulling me closer to it. It could enchant you to look at till your body and mind perished. I shook my head to clear my mind. What the hell was that? It looks like that power is affecting me. Changing me. I don't know what I'm becoming anymore. I now felt like my original self is being merged with Kokabeel. That's why I felt more conflicted. I still retained my personality somewhat, but it was different somehow. Something is truly wrong ever since I returned to normal. My emotions were slowly returning, but I felt detached from everything. Like I just didn't care, and pretending to care so that I can lie to myself that everything is fine. But I will figure out. Whether as Arthur or Kokabeel, only time would tell. Suddenly, a blue light flashed inside my head. Ding. Sir, I have brought another invitation from a dimensional chat group. The purpose of this chat group is to save the world wills that have been influenced by people with blessings from outer gods. Would you kindly like to join? I paused. Outer gods, like the one who brought me here. The being that basically has given me his essence. I asked curiously for the first time. Outer gods' blessings. Are we hunting people like me? No, sir. You are not like them at all. They are just a toy to bring the influence of outer gods. Where you possess the essence of one, making you essentially his child. Just perfect. I am a baby eldritch horror now. So why are you asking me of all people to join? Isn't that inviting the enemy to your home? You possess the essence of someone who doesn't interfere in worldly affairs. He just sometimes grants wishes to people who seek knowledge, or someone he finds interest in. There is no conflict with him and dimensional group chat system. How much do you know about them? I don't think I can fight those things. They can snap me out of existence. The worlds are protected by a barrier. The outer gods can't breach through them unless the barrier is tampered from the inside. So they choose pawns to bless or send there to slowly corrupt the life force and weaken the barrier, then appear with their original form. In such cases, ongoing missions would be cancelled and participants would be returned to their own world. There is minimal risk. I shook my head. Hunting people who are being used by outer gods. I should probably be ignoring that. Sounds messy and tedious. I don't want to fight Cthulhu of all things. But the day had taken a toll on me. Maybe I was curious. Maybe I was just tired of repeating the same routine. Maybe I just hoped to find people to relate to see if it would be interesting. I smiled weakly. You know what, I accept. Sob. Sob. Thank you, kind sir. I can finally fulfill my mission. You are the first person who have waited 3,500 years to choose to participate. Huh, systems had emotions. Good to know. Ding. Host has successfully been added to the World Voyager chat group. Have fun. System will now unbind and move on to next person to guide. Host can use the chat group features for viewing status and other things. Farewell, host. You have been the most difficult host I have ever seen. Still, I wish you good luck. I smiled slightly. Thanks, I guess. Let's see what this one has in store for me. Chapter 11, A Shift in Balance. While Kokabeel was fighting the two dragon emperors, the whole world was going through an uproar. The battle was mostly limited to the underworld, but its impact could be felt across the entire world. Supernatural forces could sense the power spike, but they didn't know what kind of power it truly was. Every being with even a shred of power sensitivity knew something massive was happening. 3 distinct signatures. Clashing. The force was enough to make reality itself groan under the pressure. Everyone knew 2 of them. The red and white dragon emperors. The other one had a familiar presence of an angel, but nobody ever knew such an angel with so much power existed. Even Michael, Yahweh's right hand, is not so strong to fight those 2 dragons. When Kokabeel went into his origin star form, he didn't know how the outside world was affected. The whole world was engulfed by the night sky, with the stars shining ever so brightly. It happened in an instant. The sun didn't set, it simply vanished to make way for the endless starry night. Day became night. Every time zone on the planet experienced the same impossible phenomenon simultaneously. The stars weren't distant pinpricks of light. They were close. Burning with intensity that should have been impossible to look at directly, yet somehow wasn't blinding. They painted the sky in colors that human eyes struggled to process. Humans were mostly confused and terrified as the natural laws were affected. Fire suddenly lost its warmth, and water started to flow upwards when poured. Although it was night, the starlight was enough for them to see clearly. In a small forge, a blacksmith was hammering out a blade when he noticed his apprentice staring at the flames. The boy had stuck his entire hand into the forge fire. The flames licked around his fingers harmlessly. "Boy. What are you?" The blacksmith grabbed him, yanking him back. But there were no burns. No marks. The apprentice looked up with wide, confused eyes. "Master, the fire. It doesn't burn anymore." The blacksmith tested it himself. Thrust his calloused hand into flames that should have melted flesh from bone. He felt nothing but a faint tingling. Like touching cool mist. "God have mercy," he whispered. A few villages over, a woman was drawing water from the well. Her bucket was full, heavy with the day's supply. She turned to carry it home when her foot caught on a root. The bucket tipped. The water spilled out, floating upward. She watched, frozen, as the water climbed into the air in lazy spirals. Defying everything she'd ever known about how the world worked. It rose toward those impossible stars like it was being called home. Other villagers saw it too. Gathered around, pointing and crying out. Someone made the sign of the cross. Someone else fell to their knees in prayer. Rivers across the world began flowing backward. Wells emptied as their contents climbed skyward. The ocean itself seemed confused, waves moving in directions that made sailors weep and pray. Some enjoyed it. A traveling bard in what would one day be called France sat down his lute with trembling hands. Stared up at the transformed sky. Tears streamed down his weathered face, catching starlight. "Beautiful," he breathed. "God in heaven, it's beautiful." He would spend the next 40 years of his life trying to capture this moment in song. Would write hundreds of verses, compose dozens of melodies. None of them would ever feel adequate. But he would never stop trying. Some got afraid and started praying, thinking it was an ill omen. Churches filled beyond capacity. People crowded in doorways, pressed against walls, fell to their knees in the aisles. Priests tried to maintain order, tried to lead prayers, but their voices shook. Their hands trembled as they clutched crosses and holy books. "Is this the end times?" a woman sobbed, clutching her rosary so hard the wooden beads left imprints in her palms. "Has God abandoned us? Are the stars falling to punish our sins?" The priest opened his mouth to comfort her, then closed it. Because he didn't know. Nobody knew. And that uncertainty was more terrifying than any demon or plague. In monasteries, monks prostrated themselves before altars. In mosques, the faithful pressed foreheads to prayer mats. In temples, offerings were made to gods who seemed very far away. Odin, who was snoring softly with a lecherous grin on his face, woke up and jumped to his feet. He'd been having the most wonderful dream. Something involving that lovely Valkyrie from the eastern halls and several bottles of mead and a very creative use of Yggdrasil's branches. The kind of dream that made immortality worthwhile. Then the power spike hit Asgard like someone had rung the cosmic bell directly in his ear. His single eye snapped open. The lecherous grin vanished. In one fluid motion that would have impressed warriors a fraction of his age, the Allfather was on his feet. Gungnir materialized in his hand with a thought. His eye, that single remaining eye that had cost him so much, gleamed with the kind of intensity that made younger gods remember why he was the Allfather. "What the hell is that terrifying aura?" His voice boomed through Valhalla's golden halls. Ravens scattered from perches. A few Einherjar who'd been drinking stopped mid-toast. "It's coming from the underworld." He extended his senses and felt the weight of that presence even across dimensional boundaries. It was ancient in a way that reminded him uncomfortably of the primordial beings that existed before the gods had properly ordered the 9 realms. This wasn't just power. This was something fundamental. Like staring into the moment before creation. Or after entropy. His mind raced through possibilities. Ragnarok. No, the signs were wrong. Surtur awakening early. No, this felt different. Something that shouldn't exist. Then his expression shifted to sudden, comical panic. His eye widened. I better make sure my porn collection is safe. The cosmic weight of the moment vanished. Divine dignity abandoned. The Allfather of Asgard, who had hung himself from Yggdrasil for 9 days to gain wisdom, who had traded his eye for knowledge, sprinted toward his private chambers like a teenage boy hiding contraband from his mother. He'd spent centuries curating the collection. Scrolls from Greece. Paintings from the Far East. That lovely illustrated manuscript from Babylon. If some cosmic catastrophe was about to reshape reality, he was damn well making sure it was all safely stored in his dimensionally locked vault first. Priorities. Even the Allfather had them. Thor, who was training, stopped and looked towards the direction it was coming from. His hammer Mjolnir halted mid-swing. The construct of divine metal specifically forged to withstand the thunder god's full strength, toppled over forgotten. Thor didn't notice. His attention was completely elsewhere. That guy is strong, he said slowly. His voice carried the kind of reverence usually reserved for worthy opponents. A grin spread across his bearded face, wide and eager. Lightning crackled around his arms unconsciously, responding to his excitement. Stronger than myself. It wasn't said with shame or concern. Thor stated it as fact. He could feel it even at this distance. Power that eclipsed his own. Strength that would actually test him. The kind of battle he'd been craving for centuries. Not the easy victories against frost giants. Not the predictable clashes with dark elves. A real fight. One where victory wasn't guaranteed. His entire body thrummed with barely contained energy. I can't wait to fight him. The grin widened impossibly further. Vidar shook his head with a wry smile. Don't even think about it. Where Thor was all boisterous enthusiasm and barely restrained violence, Vidar was calm observation and measured response. He'd watched his brother long enough to recognize that look. That was Thor's, I'm about to do something incredibly dangerous and stupid, look. That entity, Vidar continued, his quiet voice cutting through Thor's battle lust, is not something you can simply challenge to honorable combat, brother. That power we're sensing, it's not just strength. It's more fundamental. Like trying to fight a natural law. Thor's enthusiasm dimmed slightly. But only slightly. The gleam in his eyes remained. All the more reason to test myself. All the more reason to wait, Vidar corrected. Father will want to assess this carefully. Determine if it's hostile. If it's a threat. We don't even know what it is. But. No. Vidar's wry smile widened just a fraction. Though I'm sure once Father gives the all clear, I won't be able to stop you. Thor grumbled but didn't argue further. His grip on Mjolnir remained tight. The hammer hummed with barely restrained power, feeding off its master's desire for battle. On Olympus, Zeus gritted his teeth. He could sense the power felt similar to the angel who defeated and humiliated him. His hands gripped the marble railing of his balcony. Gripped hard enough that cracks appeared in the stone. Thunder rumbled overhead as dark clouds gathered in response to his mood. That power signature. He'd felt it before. Or something like it. Similar enough to make his jaw clench and old wounds of pride ache anew. That bastard angel who had fought him. Who had defeated him in single combat with ease. Who had made the king of Olympus look weak in front of his own pantheon. Zeus's eye twitched at the memory. The humiliation still burned fresh despite the time that had passed. Not to mention he even slept with his daughter Athena and never returned to her. That made it so much worse. Bad enough to be defeated in combat, that could happen to anyone. Warriors lost battles. But to be defeated and then have the victor seduce your daughter? To have her defend him afterward? To know that every other god on Olympus was probably laughing behind his back. Although Athena refused the accusation, he didn't trust her. Like hell he'd believe she was just negotiating a peace treaty. What kind of discussion required taking her clothes off? Negotiating, Zeus muttered darkly to himself, lightning intensifying around him. Peace treaty discussions that required privacy. Hours alone with closed doors. Her refusing to be disturbed. Athena had explained with perfect logic and flawless composure that their interactions had been purely diplomatic. Political necessity. Alliance building. Her expression had been so calm, so reasonable, so controlled. And Zeus didn't believe a single word of it. He knew the game. Hell, he'd invented most of the rules. How many times had he used political discussions as an excuse for his own affairs? How many times had alliance building involved considerably less talking and considerably more thrusting? The hypocrisy of his suspicion never occurred to him. That was the privilege of being king. Rules for thee, not for me. Not to mention he had to tolerate Hera and her bastard daughter from Yahweh. His jaw clenched harder. That was another humiliation. Another reminder of his failures. Hera's constant jealousy, her passive-aggressive comments, her ability to make every day of immortal life slightly more miserable. And that daughter of hers, living proof of Hera's own affair with the biblical god. Zeus hoped those damn dragons would kill that bastard. Maybe they would kill each other. Either way, it didn't concern him. He decided to go and look for a new queen of Olympus. The thought crystallized as he stood there, lightning crackling around him. Yes. That's what he needed. A fresh start. Someone who would appreciate his divine magnificence. Someone who wouldn't constantly nag about his past relationships. Someone young and beautiful and properly grateful for his attention. Yes, he said aloud, his expression shifting from rage to calculation. A new queen. That's exactly what Olympus needs. What I need. He was already mentally cataloging possibilities. That nymph from the eastern groves. The Titaness who'd caught his eye last century. Perhaps something more exotic. He'd heard interesting things about the goddesses of the Far East. This was a terrible idea. Everyone who knew Zeus could have told him it was a terrible idea. But nobody was there to stop him, and Zeus's terrible ideas had a way of becoming reality. The other Olympians, however, weren't focused on self-misery like Zeus. Apollo felt the sun became more warmer despite not being present. He stood in his golden temple, hands pressed against one of the pillars. His divine senses extended, analyzing, categorizing, trying to understand what was happening. The sun had been effectively overwritten by this supernatural night. By all rights, that should have weakened him. His essence was tied to the sun. Instead, it felt like someone had thrown fuel on his inner fire. The sun, he murmured, golden eyes wide with wonder and confusion. It's not suppressed. It's empowered. As if the stars themselves are acknowledging it as one of their own. As the closest star to Earth. Fascinating, Apollo breathed. His mind was already racing with theories and calculations. As god of knowledge and prophecy as well as light, he couldn't help but analyze. This entity doesn't conquer domains, it recontextualizes them. Transforms them into something new while keeping their essential nature. It's not destruction. It's evolution. If his father wasn't so busy being petty and planning his next romantic disaster, Apollo would have found this absolutely exhilarating from a scholarly perspective. Athena stood at her balcony and smiled sadly, looking at the stars. The stars are so beautiful tonight, yet so out of reach. She whispered. The goddess of wisdom wore a simple white dress. Her gray eyes, normally so sharp and analytical, were soft now. Vulnerable. Fixed on the stars that shined across the sky. Her hand rose unconsciously, fingers reaching toward the distant lights as if she could somehow touch them. As if she could bridge the infinite distance through sheer will. Then her hand fell back to her side. Because she couldn't. Some distances couldn't be crossed. She was thinking of him. Kokabeel. They had met for diplomatic purposes, that was true. Athena never lied. Lying was beneath her. Their meeting had been sanctioned, official, proper. But those discussions had evolved into something more. Something she didn't anticipate or planned for. He had been different from every other male she'd encountered, god, mortal, or otherwise. He didn't look at her and see a prize to be won. Didn't see a challenge to be conquered. Didn't see Zeus's daughter or a strategic alliance or a notch for his reputation. He simply saw her. Athena. The person beneath the divinity. They had talked for hours about countless doings. Philosophy and warfare. The nature of existence and terrible jokes that only beings who'd seen too much would find funny. She'd found herself smiling at his words. Not the polite acknowledgement of humor she usually offered, but genuine smile. She'd found herself relaxing. Letting her guard down. Showing parts of herself she kept hidden even from her siblings. And somewhere in those conversations, surrounded by maps and treaty documents, she had done something incredibly foolish for a goddess of wisdom. She had fallen in love. She didn't mean to. Love wasn't logical or strategic or wise. But it had happened anyway, creeping up on her like dawn creeping across the sky. Inevitable and unstoppable. She even did something foolish like confessing it to him, and inviting him to share her bed as she bared herself to him. But he merely sighed and wrapped her with the bedsheet, saying it can't happen. Not because he didn't find her attractive, or that he had a lover, angels didn't have those. He just simply smiled sadly and told her he is incapable of such feelings anymore. He couldn't accept her love if he knew he couldn't return it. Then he had left. Returned to heaven. To his duties and responsibilities and place in the cosmic order. As she had known he would. As she had accepted intellectually even while her heart protested. Out of reach, Athena repeated to the empty air. Her voice was barely a whisper. Always out of reach. She closed her eyes. When she opened them again, the vulnerability had passed. The mask of cool composure had returned. The goddess of wisdom stood straight once more. But inside, the pain remained. And the feelings, they didn't fade away as she hoped for. In Swarga, Indra cracked his wine chalice. His usual relaxed demeanor gone. This is quite problematic. To think there's someone like that exist other than Shiva. The finest soma, wine of the gods, spilled across his divine silk garments. Staining them. Indra didn't care. His attention was entirely on the power signature that had just washed over Swarga like a tidal wave. The music in his throne room stopped abruptly. Musicians froze mid-note, instruments falling silent. Beautiful apsaras ceased their graceful dances, looking around with growing alarm. His wife, Shachi, was reclined beside him. She asked curiously, "I've never seen you look so worried, husband. What is it?" Shachi had been married to Indra for eons. Had seen him through countless battles, political machinations, wars with the Asuras. She'd seen all his emotions. She'd never seen him look like this. Tense. Almost afraid. Indra took off his sunglasses. His eyes looked scary and cold. His face twisted in hatred. The apsaras who could see his face gasped. Several averted their eyes quickly. Two of the musicians dropped their instruments with clattering crashes. Without the sunglasses, Indra's true eyes were visible. And they were terrifying. Not the eyes of the jovial king who spent his days in comfortable luxury surrounded by pleasure. These were the eyes of the warrior who had led the Devas in their ancient, bloody war against the Asuras. The eyes of the god who had slain Vritra, the dragon whose death had been so catastrophically violent it reshaped continents and altered the course of rivers. These were the eyes of a being who had fought and killed and clawed his way to supremacy over all the heavens through millennia of warfare. "Those pathetic birds," Indra said quietly. Dangerously. His voice was soft but it carried through the throne room like distant thunder. "I never thought one of them would reach such a level so quickly." He'd been keeping watch on heaven's forces. Intelligence gathering. Basic strategic thinking. You didn't rule for eons without learning to monitor potential threats. He'd noted their strongest warriors and abilities. Tracked their development. Michael with his flames. Gabriel with her purity. Raphael with his healing. The angels were powerful, yes, but manageable. Predictable. But this was neither manageable nor predictable. "This changes everything," Indra continued, his mind already racing through implications. The balance of power just shifted. Dramatically. A great war is coming. Shachi watched him carefully. She knew that look. Her husband was already calculating. Already figuring out how Swarga needed to respond to this new reality. Elsewhere, Shiva paused his meditation and widened his eyes slightly. A smile appeared on his usually calm face. Finally, a worthy opponent. "I want to see his true limits." The destroyer had been sitting in perfect stillness for the past century. Meditating on the nature of existence. Contemplating the cosmic dance of creation and destruction. Achieving states of consciousness that mortal minds couldn't begin to comprehend. He'd been bored out of his divine mind. Now this power signature that made even his ancient senses sit up and take notice. Something that felt genuinely dangerous. Genuinely challenging. The smile on Shiva's face was the smile of someone who'd just been handed the most interesting toy imaginable. His third eye remained closed, but power rippled around him. The world was about to get much more interesting. Even Ra, sitting on his divine ship, looked curiously. "Such power, it's unbelievable. He overwritten my domain, again." The sun god, one of the oldest deities in existence, sat on his throne. The divine bark that carried him across the heavens had paused in its eternal journey. Even Apophis, the serpent of chaos, had stopped its attack for a moment, sensing something greater at play. Ra's domain was the sun. His authority. His very essence. He was solar power incarnate. The concept of day made manifest. And this entity had simply rewritten it. Just incorporated it into something greater as casually as breathing. "Fascinating," Ra murmured. His ancient eyes gleamed with curiosity rather than anger. "I haven't felt challenged like this in millennia. Not since the old wars." Horus stared at the night sky and grinned. "It looks so cool. I can't wait to meet the being who can do this." The god of war and sky stood with his arms crossed, practically vibrating with excitement. Where Ra saw implications and power dynamics, Horus saw an amazing light show and the possibility of an incredible fight. Patience, Horus, R.A. said, though he couldn't quite keep the amusement from his voice. Something this powerful must be approached carefully. Where's the fun in that, Gramps? Horus shot back. The fun, R.A. replied dryly, is in surviving the encounter to talk about it afterward. A being casually beating up the two dragon emperors isn't someone you should wish to meet. He then chuckled. Those bastards of Hindu pantheon must be angry that someone strong to threaten them has appeared, and it was their enemy. Other pantheons also sensed it, but they didn't have anyone strong enough to fight against someone like this. So they only hoped this entity wouldn't come for them. Japanese kami stirred in their shrines, whispering prayers to each other. Celtic gods paused their eternal revelries, suddenly sober and concerned. Slavic deities looked up from their domains with worry. African orishas conferred in worried groups. They could all feel it. All sensed the shift in cosmic power. But none of them had champions who could stand against this. None of them had warriors capable of challenging whatever had just announced its presence so dramatically. So they hoped. Prayed. Made offerings. And stayed very, very quiet. Hoping they were too small to notice. Too insignificant to bother with. Hoping this entity's attention would remain elsewhere. But it was too late. The scale of balance has shifted already. Chapter 12, We Are. Kokabeel POV. I clicked on the chat group profile to first see my status before chatting. Profile, Kokabeel, Arthur Morgan. Race, Archangel / Data inconclusive, titles, Angel of Stars, Guiding Light of Heaven, Twin Swords of God, Heaven's Wrath, Child of the Stars. Strength, Superclass, 12-Winged Archangel Age, 3,515 years. Powers, countless, mostly based on holy powers and Star Force, somewhat resembles entity $. Asterisk and, can't verify. World, DxD. DxD World Will's note, take this lunatic away from my world before he destroys it. My eyes twitched as I saw the last message. I spoke out loud. My hand is kinda itching. Maybe I should drop a neutron star on Kuo. Save me some trouble from watching a ridiculous plot unfold. The status screen blinked and then changed suddenly. I had an instinctive smirk as I read the new message. DxD World Will, Ehem. I am grateful and admire the pure and kind-hearted angel Kokabeel-sama. Please don't break the reality, my poor heart can't handle it. It was quite therapeutic. You have to find joy in the little things in life, as Yahweh said. Or find enjoyment in the suffering of others, my personal quote. Anyway, I better check the people I will be working with. Maybe there will be some interesting people. I clicked on the chat icon to see what I was dealing with. There was a notification. Ding. Heaven's Wrath has joined the chat group. The final member has joined, so the system store and task functions will become available. There was a moment of silence. Then a bunch of messages popped up. Apparently they were already chatting. Third-person POV. Flash Goddess, what the hell is this thing? Is this your doing, Kisuk? Girl who loves reading, is this some sort of lost technology? Where's the knowledge I was promised? Shadow Monarch, first I died and got a ridiculous system, now I wake up from coma and get another one. And how does it know about my powers? Advocate of gender equality, admin. Alright folks, settle down. This is a dimensional chat group where you can talk with people from different worlds. I invited you all. Because I'm sick of carrying a useless goddess who does nothing but pile up debt. And the world finally took pity on my suffering and gave me a cheat. Flash Goddess, a goddess. That's interesting. I never knew they existed. And different worlds, you say? How curious. That guy would love to research this blue, glowing thing. Advocate of gender equality, lady, your name literally has goddess in it. Kazuma stopped typing for a moment. His hands were shaking slightly. Flash Goddess. Soul Society. Transformation and combat. No way. No fucking way. Advocate of gender equality, wait. Flash Goddess. Soul Society. Are you Yoruchi Shihoin? Flash Goddess, oh. You know of me. How interesting. Kazuma's heart was racing. He was talking to Yoruchi. The Yoruchi. From Bleach. One of his favorite characters. Advocate of gender equality, holy crap, it really is you. I can't believe this. You're real. Bleach is real. Flash Goddess, Bleach. Is that some kind of cleaning product reference? How odd. Girl who loves reading, you mean to say there are other worlds out there? And are you the one responsible for this, admin? Advocate of gender equality, wait. Girl who loves reading. Archaeologist. Survived the darkness. His eyes widened even further. Advocate of gender equality, Nico Robin. From One Piece. Girl who loves reading, you know my name. How? Advocate of gender equality, this is insane. You're all real. The animes were real. Shadow Monarch, are you related to the thing who called itself God and killed me? Kazuma's fingers flew across the interface. Advocate of gender equality, Shadow Monarch. Died and got a system. Conquered death. Oh my god. Sung Jin Woo. From Solo Leveling. Shadow Monarch. Shadow Monarch, how do you know that name? Last Master of Humanity, excuse me. Can you please explain why there is a blue floating screen in front of me that nobody else can see? Advocate of gender equality, Last Master of Humanity. Gotcha summoning. That has to be Fujimaru Ritsuka from Fate Grand Order. Last Master of Humanity, why yes. That's me. How do you know all our names? Advocate of gender equality, AAAA. What hell have I unleashed here? Holy Cross JPG. Last Master of Humanity, why are you reacting like that? I'm not a demon or anything. Advocate of gender equality, you are worse than a demon, you gotcha maniac. Your world is an abyss of depression. He knew about the gotcha hell. He suffered through it in playthroughs. The salt. The endless black keys and Mapo tofu. Flash Goddess, oh my, how lively. Though I'm curious how you know about us, Admin-san. Advocate of gender equality, I'm from Japan. I died and got isekai'd. In my world, you were all characters in stories. Anime, manga, light novels. This is so surreal. Girl who loves reading, we were, stories. In your world. Advocate of gender equality, yes. Bleach, One Piece, Solo Leveling, Fate Grand Order. I watched and read all of them. Shadow Monarch, you're saying my entire life was entertainment in another world. The way he said it was dangerous. Very dangerous. Advocate of gender equality, when you put it like that it sounds bad. Shadow Monarch, it sounds exactly like what it is. Flash Goddess, how fascinating. So you know our histories. Our abilities. Our secrets. Advocate of gender equality, well, some of it. I mean, I don't know everything. Just what was shown in the stories. But yeah, basically. Last Master of Humanity, that's actually really helpful. You can warn us about dangers we don't know about yet. Advocate of gender equality, maybe. Depends on if your worlds follow the same timeline as the stories. Sometimes isekai'd worlds are different. The Fool. Advocate of gender equality, oh right. The Fool. Your Joker, right. From Persona 5. The codename gave it away. I like your style. The Fool, I'm afraid you're mistaken. I don't know what Persona 5 is. Advocate of gender equality, huh? But the Fool is Joker's Arcana. Wait, are you from a different Persona game? The Fool, I am simply a fool. Nothing more, nothing less. That was cryptic. Kazuma frowned. Maybe he was wrong about that one. Advocate of gender equality, okay, mysterious. Whatever. And Heaven's Wrath. That has to be Michael the Archangel, right? The leader of Heaven's army. The strongest angel. Bless this lost lamb of God with good fortune. Wait, which world are you from? There are so many versions. There was no response. Heaven's Wrath remained silent. Advocate of gender equality, hello. Michael-san. You there? Don't tell me you're the shy type. Still nothing. Flash Goddess, perhaps he is busy. Or simply observing. Girl who loves reading, the admin claims to know us from stories. That's a significant advantage. And disadvantage. Shadow Monarch, how so? Girl who loves reading, he knows our capabilities. Our weaknesses. Our histories. Information is power. In the wrong hands, it's a weapon. Advocate of gender equality, hey. I'm not going to use it against you. I'm a fan. I literally cried during the Marineford arc. Girl who loves reading. Girl who loves reading, I don't know what that is. Advocate of gender equality, OH. Right. You probably haven't gotten there yet. Never mind. Forget I said anything. Shadow Monarch, you know our futures. It wasn't a question. Advocate of gender equality, maybe. Like I said, depends if your worlds match the stories. Could be different. Could be the same. I don't know. Flash Goddess, this is quite the predicament. Having someone who knows potential futures could be useful. Or catastrophic. Last Master of Humanity, I think it's helpful. If the admin knows about dangers we'll face, he can warn us. That's a good thing. Shadow Monarch, or he could manipulate events to his benefit. Use his knowledge to exploit us. Advocate of gender equality, I'm not going to do that. Why is everyone so suspicious? Shadow Monarch, because trust gets you killed. Girl who loves reading, he's not wrong. I've learned that lesson as well. Flash Goddess, such cynical youngsters. Though I suppose you've earned that cynicism. Advocate of gender equality, look, I get it. You've all been through stuff. I have too. I died from a stupid tractor that wasn't even moving and got stuck with a useless goddess who maxes out debt. Can we just try to work together? Last master of humanity, I think that's a good idea. Even if the admin knows things about us, that doesn't make him an enemy. Information can be used to help, not just harm. Advocate of gender equality, thank you, Ritsuka. Finally someone with common sense. Flash Goddess, very well. I'm willing to give this a chance. It's been quite dull lately anyway. Girl who loves reading, I'll participate. But I'll be watching carefully. Shadow Monarch, same. One wrong move and this is over. Advocate of gender equality, that's fair I guess. What about you, mysterious fool who isn't Joker apparently? The fool, I will observe. And participate when appropriate. Advocate of gender equality, and heaven's wrath. Michael. You still there? Silence. The angel still hadn't said a word. Advocate of gender equality, okay, strong silent type. Got it. Well, let me explain what the system told me. Kokabeel watched nonsense stuff going on with the new members coming to terms with the concept of different worlds in the chat group with an amused smile. He felt it. This unpredictability, the feeling of something new. It felt interesting. Advocate of gender equality, okay. So the system said we can help each other with missions. Complete them, earn points, buy stuff from the store. Girl who loves reading, what kind of missions? Advocate of gender equality, tasks that appear in our worlds ranging from simple to world-threatening. We can invite others to help for free if we're the mission holder. Shadow Monarch, world-threatening. Of course. At least this one has no route. Before he could finish typing, his own system pinged. He chose to ignore it and saying anything. Flash Goddess, and the store. What's available? Advocate of gender equality, let me check. Holy crap. Skills from different worlds, weapons, potions, knowledge books, bloodlines, abilities. Prices vary wildly. Some stuff costs 10 points, some costs millions. Last master of humanity, bloodlines. You can change your race. Advocate of gender equality, apparently. Vampire, werewolf, dragon, angel, demon. Lots of options. Also stat boosters, skill books, equipment. Even information about other worlds. Girl who loves reading, information. That's what I want. Knowledge about different realities would be invaluable. Advocate of gender equality, those are pretty cheap actually. A few hundred points each. Oh man, there's even detailed guides about your worlds. Complete Guide to the Bleach Universe, for 500,000 points. One Piece World Compendium, for 800,000 points. Flash Goddess, my world's fate is for sale in a store. How surreal. Shadow Monarch, this is too convenient. What's the catch? Advocate of gender equality, the catch is the missions are dangerous. That's it. The system said participation is voluntary. Last master of humanity, so we don't have to accept missions if we don't want to. Advocate of gender equality, right. But then you don't get points. And points buy cool stuff. So. Shadow Monarch, so we're incentivized to risk our lives for rewards. Standard system manipulation. Advocate of gender equality, you really hate systems, huh? Shadow Monarch, I have my reasons. Girl who loves reading, admin, you said you know our stories. How much do you know exactly? Advocate of gender equality, depends. I watched all of Bleach, most of One Piece before I died, read Solo Leveling completely, and played through FGO's story. So I know major events, some plot points, character backgrounds. Flash Goddess, you watched my entire life as entertainment. There was something in her tone. Not quite anger. But not amusement either. Advocate of gender equality, when you put it like that it sounds creepy. But yeah, basically. Look, in my world they were just stories. I didn't know you were real. Shadow Monarch, but now you do. And you have information we don't have about ourselves. Advocate of gender equality, I'm not going to abuse it. I promise. I rooted for you guys. I cried when you cried. I cheered when you won. Last master of humanity, that's actually kind of touching. Knowing someone out there was supporting us. Advocate of gender equality, right. Finally someone gets it. Ritsuka, you're my new favorite. Man, I ugly cried during the Solomon Singularity. Last master of humanity, Solomon Singularity. I haven't experienced that yet. Advocate of gender equality, oh crap. Ah, forget I said that. Spoilers. No spoilers. Girl who loves reading, too late. You've already revealed you know our futures. Shadow Monarch, which means you can manipulate events. Change outcomes. Use us. Advocate of gender equality, or I can help you avoid bad stuff. Warn you about dangers. Give you information that saves lives. In exchange for a little gift of store credit. I'm pretty weak compared to you guys, help me out damn it. Flash Goddess, a double-edged sword. Information always is. And you can give others store points, huh? The fool, knowledge of the future is the most dangerous power of all. It creates certainty where uncertainty should exist. Advocate of gender equality, okay, mysterious not Joker person. Who are you anyway? If you're not from Persona. The fool, simply a fool who stumbled into something beyond his understanding. Nothing more. Advocate of gender equality, that tells me nothing. The fool, precisely. Advocate of gender equality, AARGH. Whatever. What about you, Michael? Heaven's wrath. You haven't said a single word. Are you the strong silent badass type? The actions speak louder than words, Angel. Please tell me you are not one of the evil versions. Still no response. Flash Goddess, perhaps he is busy with divine matters. I saw the explanation about races in store. Angels do have responsibilities. Advocate of gender equality, yeah but this is a chat group. With people from different worlds. How is that not interesting enough to at least say hi? Girl who loves reading, some people prefer to observe before engaging. It's a valid strategy. Shadow Monarch, or they're analyzing us. Learning our personalities and weaknesses before revealing anything about themselves. Advocate of gender equality, that's actually pretty smart. Damn it. Fine. Be mysterious. But I'm calling you out, Michael. When you finally talk, you better have something cool to say. Last master of humanity, Admin-san. You mentioned missions. Do we know when they'll appear? Advocate of gender equality, system says they'll pop up based on events in our worlds. We'll get notifications. Then we can accept or decline. Flash Goddess, and if we decline? Advocate of gender equality, then nothing happens. The event proceeds normally without system interference. We just don't get rewards. Shadow Monarch, unless the event destroys our world and we all die anyway. Advocate of gender equality, why do you always go to the worst case scenario? Shadow Monarch, because in my experience, the worst case scenario happens more often than not. Girl who loves reading, I understand his caution. I've learned to expect betrayal rather than help. Advocate of gender equality, look, I get that you've all been through trauma. I really do. But can we at least try to work together? Please? Maybe we can move on or overcome our problems. Last master of humanity, I agree with the admin. Even if we're cautious, cooperation is better than hostility. If we're going to be in a group together, we should try to trust each other. Advocate of gender equality, thank you. See. Ritsuka gets it. This is why you're the protagonist. Last master of humanity, I'm not really a protagonist. I'm just trying to survive. Advocate of gender equality, that's exactly what a protagonist would say. Flash Goddess, very well. I'm willing to give this arrangement a chance. Girl who loves reading, I'll participate. Cautiously. But one betrayal and I'm done. Shadow Monarch, same. I'll help with missions if they interest me. But I'm not obligated to anyone here. The fool, I will observe and assist when appropriate. But I require compensation for my time. I believe in fair exchange. Advocate of gender equality, great. A tentative agreement. Progress. Now we just need Heaven's wrath to acknowledge we exist. Flash Goddess, give them time, Admin Kuan. Divine beings operate on their own schedule. Advocate of gender equality, I died and got isekai'd and I still respond to messages. How busy can an angel be? Shadow Monarch, maybe they're in a battle. Or dead. Advocate of gender equality, don't jinx it. Girl who loves reading, setting aside our silent member, we should discuss practical matters. How do we contact each other outside of group chat? Are there private messages? Advocate of gender equality, oh. Yeah. There's a DM function. You can message people privately. Shadow Monarch, good. I don't need everyone hearing everything. Flash Goddess, how secretive. I like it. Last Master of Humanity, I have a question. The admin said he knows our stories. Does that mean he knows things we don't know about ourselves? Advocate of gender equality, sometimes. Like, I know backstories that haven't been revealed yet in your timelines. Character motivations. Secret connections. That kind of thing. Girl who loves reading, such as. Advocate of gender equality, such as, Actually, maybe I shouldn't say. Spoilers are bad, right? I can tell you in private if you want. Shadow Monarch, that's good. I don't want my whole life story to be public entertainment. Flash Goddess, well. This is certainly illuminating. The admin really does know far too much. The fool, knowledge is power. And curse. Advocate of gender equality, I'm not going to abuse it. I promise. I just want to help. Shadow Monarch, we'll see. Actions prove intentions, not words. Girl who loves reading, agreed. For now, we'll proceed with cautious cooperation. Advocate of gender equality, I'll take it. Now if only Heaven's Wrath would say something. Flash Goddess, patience, admin Kuan. Perhaps Michael is simply the type who speaks only when necessary. Advocate of gender equality, or he's judging us. Silently. With angelic disappointment. Last Master of Humanity, that's a scary thought. The fool, or perhaps they're simply waiting for the right moment to speak. Timing is everything. Advocate of gender equality, you're all making excuses for them. Michael. Heaven's Wrath. If you're listening, just type one word. Anything. Prove you're not AFK. Still nothing. The angel remained silent. Shadow Monarch, maybe they really are dead. Advocate of gender equality, don't say that. I watched the entire exchange with growing amusement. Kazuma thought I was Michael. My older brother. The commander of Heaven's armies. That was hilarious. I analyzed them through their words. Their patterns. Their responses. Yoruchi was exactly as I expected. Playful on the surface. Dangerous underneath. She'd taken the revelation about being fictional remarkably well. Probably already planning how to use Kazuma's knowledge. Sung Jinwoo was hostile and paranoid but not without reason. He'd been used before. Betrayed. The architect had turned him into a game piece. He wouldn't make that mistake twice. His threat to kill the architect was genuine. And justified. Nico Robin was cautious and analytical. She'd survived by being 3 steps ahead of everyone. The revelation about O'Hara had hurt her. I could tell from the brief pause, but she'd controlled it. Information was survival to her. Always had been. Fujimaru Ritsuka was painfully earnest. Genuinely kind despite horrors she faced. The type who'd sacrifice herself for others without hesitation. The gotcha jokes hurt her because she probably had trauma about losing servants. About failing to summon when it mattered. Klein was the most interesting. He deflected every attempt to identify him. Stayed mysterious. Revealed nothing while learning everything. He was playing the long game. Patient. Calculating. Potentially the most dangerous one here besides Sung Jinwoo. And Kazuma was exactly what he seemed. An ordinary guy thrust into extraordinary circumstances, trying his best to cope while being deeply out of his depth. His knowledge of them was both an advantage and a weakness. He cared about them as characters. That made him predictable. They kept arguing about what missions might appear. About how to coordinate. About trust and betrayal and whether spoiler knowledge was helpful or harmful. This was interesting. More interesting than I'd expected. A former NEET who knew them as fiction. A shape-shifting Shinigami with centuries of experience. An archaeologist who survived genocide. A hunter who conquered death. A master who saved humanity through gotcha. A fool who played roles within roles. And me. The broken angel pretending to be someone else. Yeah. This might actually work. I took a deep breath and typed. Heaven's Wrath, hello everyone. I just finished a battle with 2 dragons, and dealing with some personal issues. I might be busy at times, but I'll try to help you if I can. This is mostly to set the tone and characters before we can move on to the next plot. Chapter 13, No Strangers. Heaven's Wrath, hello everyone. I just finished a battle with 2 dragons, and dealing with some personal issues. I might be busy at times, but I'll try to help you if I can. The chat fell silent for a moment. Advocate of gender equality, he lives. I knew you weren't dead. Shadow Monarch, TCH. Advocate of gender equality, Michael SAN. Finally. Flash goddess, the mysterious angel finally graces us with his presence. We were starting to think you were too important to bother with us mere mortals. Shadow monarch, 2 dragons. Girl who loves reading, you mentioned personal issues. My condolences if you've experienced any loss. Last master of humanity, welcome. It's really nice to meet you. Are you okay? You said you were in a battle. Heaven's wrath, thank you for the concern. I'm unharmed. And I appreciate the welcome. Advocate of gender equality, Michael-san. I'm so glad you're here. I have so many questions. Which version of Michael are you? DC. Supernatural. Biblical. Wait, did you say dragons? Heaven's wrath, sorry to disappoint you, but I'm not Michael. Kazuma stopped typing mid-sentence. Advocate of gender equality, not Michael. But your title is Heaven's wrath. That's quite the epithet for someone who isn't the commander of Heaven's armies. Heaven's wrath, Michael is my older brother. He commands the host. I'm someone else. Shadow monarch, then who are you? Heaven's wrath, just another angel. One of many. Girl who loves reading, you say that, yet you're titled Heaven's wrath. Titles like that aren't given lightly. Heaven's wrath, it's a recent development. I'm still getting used to it myself. Advocate of gender equality, wait. If Michael is your brother, then you're definitely an archangel. Which one? Gabriel. Raphael. Uriel. Metatron. Heaven's wrath, none of them I'm afraid. Last master of humanity, there are probably a lot of angels we don't know about. Maybe he's one of the lesser-known ones. Heaven's wrath, something like that. Klein had been watching this exchange carefully, his heart racing with nervous excitement. This was it. This was his chance. He'd just finished his first gathering above the grey fog an hour ago. Justice and the hanged man had completely believed his act. They thought he was some ancient, mysterious entity, Mr. Fool, a being of unfathomable power and knowledge. It had worked perfectly. And now here was another opportunity. A group of people from different worlds, all confused, all trying to figure each other out. If he could establish himself as the wise, mystical one, the seer who understood things others couldn't, he'd have a position of respect and safety. Klein took a deep breath and began typing, carefully crafting each word for maximum mystical impact. The fool, the threads of fate are converging around you, Heaven's wrath. I can sense it from here. Advocate of gender equality, huh? The fool, as a beyonder, I have walked paths between the material and immaterial. I have gazed upon the tapestry of destiny and seen the patterns that bind us all. And I sense great turmoil within you, angel. The weight of recent actions. The burden of choices made. Klein felt a small thrill of satisfaction. That sounded good. Mysterious. Wise. Flash goddess, beyonder. That's an interesting term. The fool, it is what we call those who have transcended mortal limitations in my world. Those who have touched the mystical and survived. I am a seer, one who can divine truths hidden from ordinary perception. Shadow monarch, fortune teller nonsense. The fool, perhaps it seems that way to those who cannot perceive what I perceive. But I assure you, my sight is clear. Heaven's wrath walks a path of vengeance recently fulfilled, yet the emptiness that follows vengeance has not brought him peace. Heaven's wrath, that's surprisingly accurate. Klein's confidence soared. Yes. It was working. The fool, the threads do not lie. I can see the echoes of your actions rippling through fate itself. A great battle. A terrible loss. And retribution delivered with cosmic fury. Girl who loves reading, you can truly see all this. The fool, I can perceive the patterns. The connections. Every action leaves traces in the spiritual world, and I have learned to read them. Last master of humanity, that's amazing. So you can see the future too. The fool, to a degree. The future is not fixed, it shifts with every choice made. But I can see probabilities. Possibilities. The paths most likely to unfold. Heaven's wrath, impressive abilities for someone so young. Klein paused. Young. That was an odd thing to say. But probably just a figure of speech. Angels lived for millennia, everyone would seem young to them. The fool, age is relative when one touches the mystical. Time flows differently for those who walk between worlds. Good deflection. Vague but wise sounding. Heaven's wrath, indeed. Time is a curious thing. Tell me, how long have you been walking these paths? The fool, long enough to recognize power when I sense it. And you, Heaven's wrath, carry power that few beings in existence can match. Heaven's wrath, you're very perceptive. I'm impressed. Klein allowed himself a small smile. This was going perfectly. Even the powerful angel was acknowledging his abilities. Heaven's wrath, your abilities are quite remarkable. The way you can sense the spiritual traces, read the patterns of fate. It's almost as if you were made for this. The fool, the mystical chooses those it will, not the other way around. I was blessed, or perhaps cursed, with this sight. Heaven's wrath, blessed or cursed indeed. And this blessing came to you when, exactly? Klein frowned slightly. That was a specific question. Too specific. The fool, the mystical does not mark time as mortals do. Moments of awakening exist outside conventional chronology. Heaven's wrath, that's a very poetic way of avoiding the question, Mr. Klein Moretti. Klein's blood ran cold. Klein Moretti. His current identity. The name he was using. That was, fine. That was public information in this chat. But something about the way Heaven's wrath typed it felt wrong. The fool, that is my name, yes. I see no reason to hide it. Heaven's wrath, of course not. Though I'm curious. You speak of walking between worlds, of gazing upon the tapestry of destiny. Tell me about this tapestry. What does it look like? Klein's mind raced. This felt like a test. Like Heaven's wrath was probing for something. The fool, the tapestry is vast and complex. Threads of gold and silver, crimson and shadow, all woven together in patterns that shift and change with each decision made. Some threads are bright and clear, others dim and uncertain. Heaven's wrath, beautiful description. Very poetic. Now tell me, when you look at this tapestry, do you see it from above? Below? Or perhaps from within a gray fog? Klein froze. Gray fog. How did he? The fool, I don't understand your question. Heaven's wrath, don't you? Let me be more specific. When you pull people into your space, rather your Sapphira, do they appear in a grand palace surrounded by gray fog? Is there a long bronze table? Do you sit at the head of it, shrouded in that same fog so they can't see your face? Klein's hands were shaking. The fool. Heaven's wrath, you held your first gathering this afternoon, didn't you? 2 participants. One you call Justice, a young noble lady curious about the mystical. The other you call the Hanged Man, an experienced man cautious about everything. You created an ancient palace and played the role of Mr. Fool, a mysterious entity of unfathomable power. Shadow Monarch, for real. Flash Goddess, oh my. Last master of humanity, as expected of an angel. He could see through it. The fool, how could you possibly know that? Klein's mind was racing. This was impossible. The gray fog was his secret space. The gathering happened in a realm only he could access. There was no way Heaven's wrath could know about it unless he had something like omniscience. Heaven's wrath, the same way I know you're doing exactly what you're doing here. Pretending to be an experienced mystical sage when you're actually. The fool, I'm not pretending. My powers are real. The gray fog is real. I can pull people into my space. Everything I said is true. Heaven's wrath, I didn't say your powers weren't real. I said you're inexperienced. The fool, you're making assumptions based on. Heaven's wrath, on what? On the fact that you became a Sequence 9 seer exactly 3 days ago. On the fact that this was your first time successfully holding a gathering. On the fact that you're still figuring out what half your abilities even do. Klein stopped typing. His heart was pounding. 3 days. Sequence 9 seer. First gathering. All true. All completely, terrifyingly true. Some things even he didn't know. The fool. The fool, even if what you're saying were true, and I'm not confirming it is, how could you know? You're in a different world. These things happened in my world, in a space only I can access. Heaven's wrath, that's rather simple really. Omniscience, Klein. I can perceive things across time, space, and dimensional boundaries. I had some trouble before, but millennia of practice tend to make you an expert somewhat. Advocate of gender equality, wait, omniscience. Like actual knowing everything omniscience. One of the big 3 omni words. Heaven's wrath, to a degree. Not everything, but enough. Knowing everything takes the fun away. The chat fell silent. Flash Goddess, omniscience. True omniscience. That's. Shadow Monarch, that's the kind of power gods claim to have. Girl who loves reading, if you possess such an ability, then you know everything about all of us. Our pasts. Our secrets. Our futures. Heaven's wrath, not everything. The ability isn't perfect yet. But yes, I know much about each of you. Last master of humanity, that's really scary actually. The fool. Klein stared at his screen. His mind was working frantically. If Heaven's Wrath truly had omniscience, or even partial omniscience, then he was exposed. Completely exposed. Every secret plan, every desperate gambit he'd been forming in his head. But he couldn't just give up. He had to know the extent of what Heaven's Wrath knew. Had to understand how much danger he was in. The fool, you claim omniscience. Prove it. Tell me something only I could know. Heaven's Wrath seems a bit childish. But I'll humor you. There was a pause. Klein held his breath. Heaven's Wrath, Klein Moretti was a Nighthawk of the Evernight goddess in Tingen City. He died 3 days ago under mysterious circumstances in his apartment. His brother Benson and sister Melissa found him dead. The official story was suicide, but that wasn't the full truth, was it? Klein's blood turned to ice. The fool. The fool, that information could be discovered through investigation. It proves nothing. He was grasping now. Desperate. But he had to maintain some control over this situation. Heaven's Wrath, you're right. Let me be more specific then. Heaven's Wrath, Klein Moretti died. And Zhou Mingrue woke up in his body. The name hit Klein like a physical blow. Zhou Mingrue. His real name. His original name. From his original life. From the world where he was a university student who died in circumstances he still didn't understand. Nobody in this entire world should know that name. It was impossible. It couldn't be. The fool. His hands hovered over the interface. His mind was blank with panic. Heaven's Wrath, Zhou Mingrue was a university student from Earth. 21 years old. He died and woke up as Klein Moretti 3 days ago. He inherited both sets of memories, Klein's life in this world and his own life on Earth. He's been desperately trying to figure out how to survive in a world he knows is full of dangers he can barely comprehend. The fool, stop. Heaven's Wrath, he just became a Beyonder. Sequence 9 Seer of the Fool Pathway. He discovered he could access a mysterious space above the gray fog. What he doesn't know yet is called a Sapphire Castle. He held his first gathering there today, trying to establish himself as a mysterious entity so he'd have allies and information to survive. The fool, I said stop. Klein's vision was tunneling. His breath was coming too fast. Heaven's Wrath, he's terrified. Completely out of his depth. But he's smart, so he's pretending to be confident and mysterious because that's the only survival strategy he can think of. And it's not a bad strategy, it worked on Justice and the Hanged Man. It almost worked here too. If you stick to it, it'll play out nicely in that world. The fool, how? That was all Klein could type. One word. Because his mind couldn't form anything more complex. The fool, how do you know that name? Nobody in this world knows that name. Nobody can know that name. Heaven's Wrath, perks of having omniscience, Klein. I can perceive across dimensional boundaries. I know Zhou Mingrue died on Earth and transmigrated to Klein Moretti's body in your world. I know you've been terrified and confused and trying desperately to survive. Advocate of gender equality, wait. Wait. Zhou Mingrue. Transmigrated. Like me. Flash Goddess, another person who died and moved to a different world. Shadow Monarch, so the fool is a transmigrator. And he's been lying about his experience. The fool, I wasn't lying about my powers. Everything I said about my abilities is true. I can perceive spiritual threads. I can pull people into the gray fog. I can grant blessings. The only thing Heaven's Wrath, the only thing you lied about was how long you've had these powers and how much you understand them. The fool. The fool, yes. Klein slumped in his chair. There was no point denying it anymore. Heaven's Wrath knew everything. Everything. The fool, you know my real name. My original name. You know I died and transmigrated. You know about my powers and how new they are. He trailed off. If Heaven's Wrath knew all that, what else did he know? The fool, what else do you know about me? Heaven's Wrath, everything. Not really, I have better things to do than snoop around. But I know you're smart and adaptable. I know you're terrified but pushing through it. I know you have incredible potential if you survive long enough to develop it. And I know you were trying to scam this group the same way you did Justice and the Hanged Man. The fool, I wasn't trying to scam them. I was trying to survive. Heaven's Wrath, I know. That's why I'm not angry. But Klein, Zhou Mingrue, whoever you want to be called. Pretending to be an experienced mystical sage will get you killed. Not by me, but by someone else who sees through it and doesn't appreciate being deceived. Flash Goddess, the angel has a point. Deception is dangerous when discovered. Girl who loves reading, I would have lost all trust if I'd discovered the deception myself later. Shadow Monarch, same. I don't tolerate lies. The fool, so what now? You've exposed me completely. Everyone knows I'm a fraud. What happens now? Heaven's wrath, you're not a fraud. You have real powers. You're just inexperienced. There's a difference. Advocate of gender equality, dude. You're like me. Another transmigrator. We should stick together. And please tell me you're not a Chinese young master. The fool, I died. I don't know how or why. I just woke up as Klein Moretti with his memories and my own. Everything is strange and dangerous, and I've been trying to figure out how to survive without anyone discovering I'm not really Klein Moretti. Last master of humanity, that sounds really scary. I'm sorry you're going through that alone. The fool, I thought if I acted mysterious and powerful, people would respect me. Fear me. Maybe help me because they thought I was valuable. I didn't expect someone with omniscience to be in this group. Heaven's wrath, bad luck on your part. The fool. The fool, will you tell anyone else? About Zhou Mingrui. About me being a transmigrator. Heaven's wrath, no. That's your secret to share if you want. I only exposed it here because this group needs honesty to function. I can't work with people with hidden agendas or trying to take advantage of others. But I won't tell Justice or the Hanged Man or anyone else in your world. The fool, why not? Heaven's wrath, because you deserve privacy. And because exposing transmigrators is how they get killed. I don't want that. Shadow Monarch, why should we trust that? You claim omniscience. You could know everyone's secrets and use them against us. Heaven's wrath, I could. But I won't. Jinwoo, I know about the architect and what he did to you. Robin, I know about O'Hara and what truly happened. Yoruchi, I know why you left Soul Society. Ritsuka, I know about the incineration of humanity. Kazuma, I know about Aqua's debt. And I haven't shared any of it publicly. The chat fell silent again. Flash Goddess. Flash Goddess, you know why I left Soul Society. The real reason. Heaven's wrath, yes. And I won't share it unless you want me to. Girl who loves reading, you know about O'Hara. About what the world government did. Heaven's wrath, yes. And I'm sorry you had to experience that. Shadow Monarch, the architect. Heaven's wrath, yes. And you have every right to want him dead. Advocate of gender equality, all of Aqua's debt. Heaven's wrath, unfortunately, yes. I'm deeply sorry you have to deal with that. Advocate of gender equality, it's just so much. So much. It keeps increasing only. The fool. The fool, you really do know everything about everyone. Heaven's wrath, not everything. But enough to understand each of you. The fool, that's terrifying. But also, you haven't used any of it against us. You exposed me, but you did it to protect me from worse consequences later. That's surprisingly considerate for an omniscient being. Heaven's wrath, I'm not omniscient for the sake of manipulation. I just want to help if I can. And I like to turn it off when not needed. It's not fun to see the darkness of the worlds. The fool. The fool, thank you. For not sharing everything. And for stopping me before I made things worse. I suppose I should be honest now. My name was Zhou Mingrui, but I'm going by Klein Moretti in my current world. I transmigrated 3 days ago and I have no idea what I'm doing most of the time. Advocate of gender equality, welcome to the Transmigrator Club. We have crippling anxiety and survival instincts. The fool, that's accurate, actually. Heaven's wrath, Klein, your powers are real. Your potential is real. You'll grow into something incredible if you survive long enough. Just stop pretending to be something you're not yet. Be patient. Learn. Grow. The fool, I'll try. Though being exposed by an omniscient angel wasn't how I expected my day to go. Heaven's wrath, life rarely goes as expected. The fool, true. Advocate of gender equality, but now I'm curious about you, Wrath. I have never heard of an angel with omniscience-level powers. Even Michael. Who are you truly? Heaven's wrath, maybe I'm some eldritch horror like the outer gods. Kazuma chuckled nervously. Advocate of gender equality, ahahaha, don't joke about things like that, man. Heaven's wrath. Kazuma panicked and sat up, then typed. You're joking, right? Right. Aqua, who was drooling beside him, rolled over to the ground and woke up with a startle. The silence wasn't comforting. Wow. Less than 15 chapters yet reaching the top ranks. That does put a smile on my face, beaming face with smiling eyes. Chapter 14, To Love. After the reveal, the discussion naturally shifted towards him. Shadow Monarch, so we have an omniscient angel in the group. That's both useful and terrifying. Flash Goddess, indeed. Though I suppose if he wanted to harm us, he wouldn't need to be subtle about it. Yoruchi leaned back in her chair, a cat lounging beside her. This Heaven's Wrath character was fascinating. Omniscience wasn't something you encountered every day, even in Soul Society. And the casual way he wielded it, exposing secrets but not exploiting them, suggested either genuine benevolence or a very long game. She wasn't sure which yet. Advocate of gender equality, okay, but can we talk about how insane this is? Heaven's Wrath has omniscience. That's like top-tier god powers. Heaven's Wrath, it's not as impressive as you think. I can't see everything in the omniverse. I can't predict every choice. And knowing things doesn't mean I can fix them. Girl who loves reading, but you can see our pasts. Our presents. Some of our futures. Robin sat in the Going Mary's library, her usual reading interrupted by this strange blue screen. An omniscient being. In her experience, those with absolute power rarely used it benevolently. Yet Heaven's Wrath had revealed Klein's deception not to humiliate, but to protect. That was unusual. Heaven's Wrath, somewhat. Last master of humanity, that must be overwhelming. Ritsuka typed from her room in Chaldea, her hands still shaking slightly from the day's rayshift. She couldn't imagine knowing everyone's pain, everyone's suffering, and being unable to fix it all. That sounded like a special kind of torture. Heaven's Wrath, sometimes. But it's also lonely. Knowing things others don't creates a certain distance. The fool, I can imagine. Klein stared at his screen. The panic from being exposed had faded into something else. Understanding, maybe. Heaven's Wrath knew everything about him. Every secret, and hadn't weaponized it. That was worth something. Advocate of gender equality, wait. Wait. Heaven's Wrath-san. You said before you fought 2 dragons. What dragons? Were they powerful? Kazuma had been dying to ask this question. This was important information. Heaven's Wrath, they were supposed to be 2 of the beings that are basically around top 5 strongest creatures in my world. They are called Drake and Albion. Kazuma's brain completely short-circuited. Advocate of gender equality. Advocate of gender equality, I'm sorry, what? Heaven's Wrath, the Red Dragon Emperor and the White Dragon Emperor. Drake and Albion. That's what they are generally known as. Advocate of gender equality. Advocate of gender equality, Drake and Albion. The Heavenly Dragons. Advocate of gender equality, the 2 dragon emperors who fight gods and destroy countries as collateral damage. Advocate of gender equality, those fucking dragons. Flash Goddess, such language. I take it these dragons are significant. Girl who loves reading, the admin's reaction suggests they're quite powerful. Advocate of gender equality, powerful. They're only the most broken entities in the DxD universe. They've been fighting each other since the dawn of time. Their battles reshape continents. Gods avoid them. Satan-class beings run away. Shadow Monarch, Dragon Emperors. That does sound formidable. Sung Jinwoo sat in his room, staring at the screen with narrowed eyes. Dragon Emperors. Beings that gods avoided. And this angel had killed both of them. That level of power was concerning. Useful if Heaven's Wrath remained an ally. Catastrophic if he became an enemy. Last master of humanity, you fought 2 of them. At the same time. Heaven's Wrath, yes. They killed my siblings during one of their battles. Collateral damage. So I hunted them down and killed them both. The fool. The fool, you killed 2 dragon emperors. To avenge your siblings. Heaven's Wrath, yes. Girl who loves reading, that's. I'm sorry for your loss. Robin understood loss. Understood the hollow ache of losing family. Flash Goddess, revenge for family. A powerful motivator. Shadow Monarch, I understand that. Some debts can only be paid in blood. Sung Jinwoo sighed and leaned back. He would probably react the same way if someone killed his family. If someone hurt Jaina. His thoughts were interrupted by a muffled voice from outside his door. Hey there stepbro, what are you doing in there? Jinwoo's eye twitched violently. Fuck my life, he muttered under his breath, making absolutely sure his microphone was off. I can't let them know about this. Ever. The system's latest quest had been particularly ridiculous. Something about stepsister route with his sister. The implications made him want to strangle whoever designed this cursed system. He focused back on the chat, deliberately ignoring the voice outside that was breathing heavily. Heaven's Wrath, yes. Though I'm not sure revenge brought me the closure I expected. Advocate of gender equality, wait. Drake and Albion. Heaven's Wrath. An angel with Michael as his brother. Someone who can kill the heavenly dragons. Oh my god. Advocate of gender equality, you're from high school DxD, aren't you? Heaven's wrath, I guess you can say it like that. Advocate of gender equality, I can't breathe. Kazuma was having a near-religious experience. DxD. He was talking to someone from high school DxD. The world with Rias Gremory and Akino Haimjima and Kaneko N. His heart was racing. His hands were shaking. This was the greatest moment of his life. Flash Goddess, the admin appears to be malfunctioning. Advocate of gender equality, Heaven's wrath Sama. Advocate of gender equality, please. I'm begging you. Advocate of gender equality, let me switch places with you. Heaven's wrath, why would you want to switch places? This world is quite dangerous and raw weird for a normal guy. Advocate of gender equality, because DxD is amazing. The world is huge. No, incredible. The lore is so bouncy. Ahem. Deep. The complex and several sizes. World building. And the mythology is fascinating. Heaven's wrath, it has an entire cast of attractive female characters with generous proportions and a harem protagonist. I guess that has nothing to do with your motivations. Advocate of gender equality. Advocate of gender equality, that's also a contributing factor, but it's not the only reason. Heaven's wrath, you want to live in a world where you can build a harem of supernaturally beautiful women. And since girls here lack any self-esteem or brain, you figured you could achieve that dream. Advocate of gender equality. Advocate of gender equality, I plead the fifth. Heaven's wrath, we're not in America, Kazuma. Advocate of gender equality, cultural reasons. It's for cultural reasons. Flash Goddess, era the admin's true motivations are quite transparent. Yoruchi couldn't help but laugh. This Kazuma character was refreshingly honest in his dishonesty. Most men pretended their interests were more sophisticated. At least he was entertaining about it. Shadow Monarch, disgusting. Not that he would say he was in a worse situation, being tasked with hooking up with his. He shuddered. Maybe the angel dude can help. The fool, this explains the Advocate of Gender Equality title. It's deeply ironic. Klein had recovered enough from his own embarrassment to enjoy someone else's. This Kazuma seemed like a decent person despite his questionable priorities. Girl who loves reading, I see. The admin wishes to objectify supernatural women rather than human women. How progressive. Robin's tone was dry even through text. She'd dealt with plenty of men like this in her travels. Though most weren't quite so blatant about it. Last master of humanity, Ritsuka had no idea how to respond to this conversation. She decided silence was the better option. Advocate of gender equality, you're all ganging up on me. Heaven's wrath, you made it too easy. Advocate of gender equality, traitor. I thought we had something special. Heaven's wrath, we do. A beautiful friendship based on me mocking your poor life choices. Advocate of gender equality, I hate you so much right now. Heaven's wrath, no you don't. Advocate of gender equality. Advocate of gender equality, no I don't. But I'm still mad. Shadow Monarch, this is too pathetic to watch. The fool, I'm actually grateful the attention shifted away from my embarrassment. Flash Goddess, oh don't worry, Klein-kun. We haven't forgotten about your mystical seer act. The fool. The fool, I hate this group already. Advocate of gender equality, one of US. One of US. Kokobeel leaned back against the floating rock, a genuine smile crossing his face. The chat continued, more teasing, more questions about DxD, Kazuma desperately trying to defend his cultural appreciation, Klein slowly relaxing as the group moved past his deception. They were chaotic. Messy. Full of secrets and trauma. But there was something genuine here. Real connection forming despite or perhaps because of the exposed vulnerabilities. Klein was inexperienced but had incredible potential. The gray fog he could access was no small thing. With time and proper guidance, he'd become formidable. Kazuma was ridiculous but genuinely meant well. His meta-knowledge would be invaluable, even if his motivations were questionable. Jinwoo was paranoid but fair. He'd been hurt, used, betrayed by systems and gods. His caution was earned. But beneath that suspicion was someone who'd protect what mattered to him with everything he had. Not to mention this version had a rather weird plot. Robin was cautious but not hostile. She understood loss, understood betrayal. She'd learned to survive by being smarter than everyone else. That analytical mind would serve them well. Yoruchi was playful but perceptive. She hid her intelligence and strength behind teasing and humor, but she was watching everything, analyzing everyone. Strength wrapped in casual charm. Ritsuka was kind despite everything she'd endured. She'd saved humanity through gotcha hell and impossible odds. That compassion in the face of apocalypse was rare. Precious. And him. A broken angel with omniscience and blood on his hands, pretending he was okay while the void inside him slowly filled with something that might have been hope. This might actually work. He smiled and typed. Heaven's wrath, anyway, I have to go now. I have to tie up loose ends. We're in the middle of a great war now. So I have to participate even if I don't wish to. The chat exploded immediately. Advocate of gender equality, wait what? A war. Shadow Monarch, what kind of war? Flash Goddess, how serious is this conflict? Girl who loves reading, are you in danger? Last Master of Humanity, do you need help? We can come help. The Fool, I don't know how much use I'd be, but if you need assistance. Kokabeel felt a small smile forming on his face. They barely knew him. He'd just exposed Klein's secrets and admitted to omniscience, something that should terrify them, and they were offering to help. Heaven's wrath, I appreciate the concern. The war is between heaven, the fallen angels, and the devils. It's been going on for a while now. We just lost 6 archangels to the dragon fight, which is a significant blow to our forces. Advocate of gender equality, oh God. You're in the middle of the great war. The one that kills the biblical God. There was a pause. Heaven's wrath, yes. Though I'm hoping to change how some things unfold. Advocate of gender equality, you're a transmigrator like me and Klein, aren't you? Everyone paused at that. Kokabeel sighed. Heaven's wrath, yes. But my situation is rather different from yours. Shadow Monarch, can we help? You said we can travel to each other's worlds for missions. Heaven's wrath, not yet. This isn't a system mission, just my world's natural progression. Besides, this war is on a scale that would be dangerous even for all of you. Satan-class beings, God-class entities, armies of devils and fallen angels. It's not something to walk into casually. Girl who loves reading, but you'll be fighting in it. Heaven's wrath, I don't have much choice. I'm one of heaven's strongest now. They need me. Flash Goddess, then at least be careful, Heaven's wrath-san. We've only just met. It would be disappointing to lose a group member so quickly. Advocate of gender equality, yeah. You can't die. Who else is going to mock my life choices? The Fool, I'm sure we could manage, but it wouldn't be the same. Last Master of Humanity, please stay safe. And if you need help, just ask. Heaven's wrath, I will. Actually, the system has a streaming function. If I can figure out how to use it, I'll try to show you all what's happening. Might be educational. Shadow Monarch, a live view of a war between gods and devils. That would be valuable intelligence. Advocate of gender equality, that sounds awesome. Wait, no, I mean, please be safe but also yes I want to see this. Heaven's wrath, I'll see what I can do. For now, I need to go. There's much to prepare. Flash Goddess, until next time, then. Girl who loves reading, good luck. The Fool, don't die. Shadow Monarch, survive. Last Master of Humanity, will be cheering for you. Advocate of gender equality, kick their asses. Except the hotties. Heaven's wrath, I'll try. And you guys can just call by my name. Kokabeel, the Angel of Stars. Advocate of gender equality, wait a goddamn minute. You transmigrated as the first lame boss that gets beaten up. Wait, if you are so strong, oh fuck. Poor Issei will get wrecked. Ehem, is there a chance I could take over after you wreck him Kokabeel-sama? I'll be polite and only limit myself to a peerage of, hee hee hee. Kokabeel shook his head. Heaven's wrath, the devils might not even exist if I lose control. Anyways, goodbye for now. Kazuma's desperate message came immediately. Advocate of gender equality, wait, can I still get an invite to your world for an educational trip? Kokabeel closed the chat interface and sighed heavily. The warm feeling faded, replaced by the cold weight of reality. He spread his 12 wings and launched himself toward heaven. Even before he reached the golden gates, he could feel it, the shift in atmosphere. The change in how reality itself bent around him now. Word was spreading across the world like wildfire. The Archangel Kokabeel, Heaven's wrath, has slain the twin dragon emperors by himself. In Asgard, Odin was calling emergency meetings. In Olympus, Zeus was raging about angels becoming too powerful. In Swarga, Indra was reassessing heaven's military strength. In Egypt, Ra was marking heaven as a faction to approach carefully. Everyone knew. Everyone was reacting. The balance of power had shifted, and the supernatural world was scrambling to adjust. When he reached heaven's gates, the mood was immediately apparent. The angels were preparing for a funeral. Not just any funeral. A mass funeral for 6 archangels. Enlil. Raziel. Zadkiel. Uriel. Camael. Kabil. 6 of his siblings. 6 lights extinguished from heaven's host. The angels worked in somber silence, preparing the ceremonial grounds. White flowers, heaven's own unique blooms that glowed faintly with divine light, were being arranged in elaborate patterns. 6 pyres were being constructed from sacred wood that burned with holy fire. He landed softly near the entrance. Immediately, every angel in the vicinity stopped what they were doing. They stared in awe and reverence. Then, one by one, they began to bow. Not the casual acknowledgement of a fellow angel. Deep, reverent bows. The kind reserved for the seraphs. For beings of immense power and importance. Heaven's wrath, someone whispered. He killed the dragon emperors, another murmured. Both of them. Alone. Drake and Albion. Gone. Because of him. He avenged our fallen siblings by himself. Kokabeel felt uncomfortable under their reverent gazes. This wasn't what he wanted. He'd killed the dragons for personal vengeance, not for glory. He nodded at them curtly and walked toward where the funeral preparations were underway. Lord Kokabeel. A younger angel, 4 wings, barely a century old, rushed over. Please, you shouldn't be helping with the preparations. You're heaven's strongest angel now. This is beneath. Nothing is beneath me when it comes to honoring my siblings, Kokabeel said quietly, picking up white flowers and beginning to arrange them. I'll help whether you want me to or not. The young angel looked conflicted but eventually nodded and backed away. Other noted it with respect. How despite someone as strong as him didn't care about getting his hands dirty for the sake of his kin. Kokabeel worked in silence, his hands moving through familiar motions. He'd helped prepare funerals before. Too many funerals. War claimed angels regularly, and someone had to lay them to rest. But 6 archangels at once. That was devastating. That was a blow heaven might not recover from. You don't have to do this. Michael's voice came from the side. Kokabeel turned to see his older brother approaching. The seraph looked tired, which was rare for beings of their level. The weight of command sat heavy on Michael's shoulders. Neither do you, Kokabeel replied. Yet here we are. Michael smiled faintly and picked up flowers, working alongside him. For a while, they arranged the funeral preparations in comfortable silence. 2 brothers, preparing to say goodbye to 6 others. The world is afraid of you now, Michael said eventually. Every pantheon, every faction. They felt your transformation. Felt the power you unleashed. Zeus is paranoid. Odin is cautious. Indra is calculating. They all want to know who you are and whether you're a threat. Am I? Kokabeel asked. A threat? Michael considered the question seriously. To enemies of heaven? Absolutely. To innocent people? No. You've always had control, even when drowning in rage. That's why Father trusts you. Father trusts everyone until they fall. No, Michael corrected gently. Father knows everyone's heart. He trusts those who are trustworthy. And your heart, little brother, is still pure. Broken, perhaps. Grieving. But pure. Me and our siblings all trust you as well. Kokabeel didn't respond to that. Couldn't respond. Because he wasn't sure it was true anymore. They worked together until the preparations were complete. Other angels joined them. Gabriel with tears streaming down her face, Raphael moving with mechanical precision to hide his grief, Metatron recording everything for heaven's archives with shaking hands. The funeral was held as the sun set, or what passed for sunset in heaven, where the light never truly faded but shifted into softer tones. All of heaven's remaining forces gathered. Thousands of angels, from the newest 2-winged messengers to the ancient seraphs who'd existed since creation. Yahweh himself appeared at the front, his presence making reality bend and shimmer. The biblical God rarely took physical form, preferring to work through his angels and his systems. But for this, he manifested. He looked sad. Genuinely, deeply sad. My children, Yahweh's voice resonated through every angel present. Not loud, but impossible to ignore. Today we gather to mourn 6 of your siblings. 6 lights extinguished from our host. Enlil, who brought joy and laughter even in darkness. Raziel, who sought mysteries and knowledge. Tzadkiel, who embodied justice with every breath. Uriel, who guided with wisdom and terrible puns. A few angels laughed wetly at that. Uriel's puns had been legendary. Legendarily awful. Camael, who pushed us all to be stronger, better versions of ourselves. And Kabil, who stood firm as a pillar of strength for any who needed it. They died in a senseless battle that had nothing to do with them. Yahweh paused, looking across the assembled angels. Their killer has been brought to justice. Kokabeel, your brother, whom you now call heaven's wrath, avenged them. Ended the eternal conflict between the dragon emperors. But vengeance does not erase loss. All we can do is remember, honor, and carry forward the light they brought to our existence. The pyres were lit. Holy fire consumed the bodies. Not destructive fire, but transformative. Returning their physical forms to pure light that rose into heaven's eternal sky. Kokabeel watched 6 lights ascend. 6 siblings who'd been alive just days ago. Who'd laughed with him, trained with him, lived with him for millennia. Gone forever. He felt hollow. The revenge should have filled this emptiness. Should have provided closure. But it didn't. They were still gone. And no amount of dragon blood could change that. After the lights faded, Yahweh spoke again. Before I depart on a necessary journey, there are matters to address. This war has cost us dearly. We've lost too much. But it will end soon. I promise you all, this conflict will reach its conclusion. He turned to face Kokabeel directly. Kokabeel. Step forward. Kokabeel moved through the crowd of angels, who parted before him like water. He stood before Yahweh. Yahweh placed a hand on his head. The touch was warm. Gentle. Everything divine should be. You have proven yourself beyond question. You have achieved power that no angel in history have reached. You embody righteous wrath against those who would harm the innocent. From this day forward, your title is no longer merely Angel of Stars. You are heaven's wrath. The consequence for those who would destroy what we protect. Light poured from Yahweh's hand, settling into Kokabeel's being like a brand. Not painful, but heavy. The weight of official recognition. Of responsibility. In my absence, you will lead heaven. The entire host gasped. Kokabeel's head snapped up. What? Michael will command our armies, Yahweh continued as if he hadn't heard the objection. But you will guide heaven itself. Make the decisions that must be made. Protect our people. Use that omniscience I sense you've acquired. Use that power you've earned. Be what heaven needs you to be. I'm not ready, I can't. You can. And you will. Yahweh's smile was sad. Knowing. I go now to seal Trihexa. The beast of apocalypse must be contained before the final battle. This will weaken me significantly. But it's necessary. Only Kokabeel and Yahweh knew the full truth. After sealing Trihexa, Yahweh would be vulnerable. Weakened. And in that weakness, Lucifer would strike the killing blow. The biblical God would die. Then Lucifer and the Satans. The great war would end. And everything would change. Yahweh looked directly into Kokabeel's eyes, and Kokabeel saw understanding there. Acceptance. You know how this ends, the look said. You've seen it. And you're going to let it happen. I don't have a choice as you are stubborn, Kokabeel's return look conveyed. Yahweh smiled and nodded slightly. The meaning was clear. Let fate unfold as it must. Some things cannot be changed without destroying what comes after. Go with grace, my son, Yahweh said aloud. All of you. End this war. Bring peace. And remember, even when I am gone, I remain with you always. He vanished. The host stood in stunned silence. Then, slowly, they turned to look at Kokabeel. Heaven's wrath. Left in charge while God himself went to battle. Michael approached and placed a hand on Kokabeel's shoulder. Well, little brother. Looks like you're in charge now. I don't want to be in charge. Neither did I, Michael said with a wry smile. But here we are. Come on. We have a war to plan. And I have a feeling things are about to get very complicated very quickly. Kokabeel looked up at heaven's eternal sky. Saw the lights from the funeral still fading. Felt the weight of his new title settling onto his shoulders like chains. Heaven's wrath. Leader of heaven in God's absence. The angel who would watch God die and do nothing to stop it. He closed his eyes and sent one final thought to his siblings' ascending lights. I avenged you. I hope that means something. Then he turned and followed Michael toward the war council chambers. There was work to be done. And a future that couldn't be changed, no matter how much omniscience he possessed. Some fates were inevitable. Even for angels. Chapter 15, The End of the Great War. Kokabeel POV. I stared at the parchment in front of me until the words started blurring together. Strategic positions. Troop movements. Supply lines. Casualty reports. The endless bureaucracy of warfare distilled into neat, organized documents that somehow made death and suffering feel administrative. This section needs your seal, Lord Kokabeel, Penemu said softly, leaning over my shoulder just a bit closer than necessary. All that talk about personal space, sigh. Her voice had that particular tone she always used, professionally helpful with an undercurrent of something else entirely. Authorization for reinforcements to the Eastern Front. I picked up the quill and signed without really looking at her. After 3,000 years of her attempts, I'd learned to recognize when she was using work as an excuse to get close. Done, I said, passing it back without making eye contact. She took it with a small, knowing smile, her fingers brushing against mine deliberately. You've been working so hard, Lord Kokabeel. Perhaps you need someone to help you. Relax later. Penemu, you were tied up by Gabriel because last time I asked for my stress ball, you shoved your breast in my palm. I can't even close my eyes around you. Just a suggestion, and I recall you squeezing them. Rather roughly, she said with shy look, though the innocence was entirely manufactured. You do seem tense. I wonder why, I muttered, reaching for the next document. Gabriel glanced up from her own stack of papers near the window, her expression shifting to that usual look of disapproval she reserved for Penemu's antics. Perhaps you could maintain professional boundaries while we're handling military logistics. I am being professional, Penemu protested. I'm very good at multitasking. That's not what I... Gabriel started, then sighed. Never mind. I suppressed a smile. This was normal. Gabriel being protective, Penemu being persistent, and me trying to actually get work done somewhere in between. The supply chains are holding steady, brother, Gabriel said, turning her attention back to me. Food, weapons, medical supplies, all within acceptable parameters. The logistical networks you established are working excellently. You are really good at this, brother. Good, I said, genuinely meaning it. At least something was going right. 20 years into the Great War. Almost a year since I killed Draig and Albion. Yahweh had been gone from heaven for most of that year, busy sealing Trihexa, the beast of apocalypse, before it could destroy everything. My chest tightened slightly at the thought. He was out there right now, fighting one of the most dangerous entities in existence, and I was stuck here signing papers. I knew what came next. Had seen it with my omniscience. He'd return weakened from sealing the 666 beast. Lucifer would finally make his move. And Yahweh would die. I couldn't stop it. He insisted on this end. Changing that event might break everything that came after. The fragile peace. The three-way Cold War. The eventual alliances. But knowing that logically didn't make it easier to accept emotionally. He'd given me purpose when I'd been drowning in my own confusion after transmigrating. Had given me time to adjust, to find myself, to become something more than just a confused human soul in an angel's body. He'd been patient. Understanding. Had never pushed me to be something I wasn't ready for. And I was going to watch him die. Brother. Gabriel's concerned voice pulled me back. You have that look again. The distant one. I'm fine, I said automatically. You're not fine, she countered, moving from the window to stand beside me. You've been carrying too much for too long. You need to rest. There's too much work. There's always too much work, Gabriel interrupted gently. She placed a hand on my shoulder. But you're no use to anyone if you collapse from exhaustion. Michael and I worry about you. Even that pervert over there. She glared at A5 Penemu who was sneaking closer. Gabriel had always been like this, protective, caring, treating me like actual family. A bit clingy at times, but truly sincere. Others in heaven had noticed. Some whispered that Gabriel was in love with me, that her attentiveness went beyond sibling affection. But I knew better. She was just Gabriel. This was how she loved, completely, openly, without reservation. And I saw her as a little sister, even though she was actually older than me in angelic terms. Something about her earnestness, her kindness, brought out protective instincts I didn't even know I had. Strange. It's making me remind me of someone. A little girl. Who was that? I'll rest soon, I sighed as I tried to clear my head. Let me finish these reports first. That's what you said 3 hours ago, Penemu pointed out, though her tone had shifted to actual concern rather than flirtation. Gabriel's right. You need a break. Perhaps I can offer a thorough massage. I looked at the remaining stacks of documents. Supply requisitions. Personnel transfers. Diplomatic correspondence. More casualty reports. Fine, I relented. But let me address the immediate priorities first. What's the situation with the devils? Stable, Gabriel reported, returning to her professional demeanor while staying close. Michael's skirmishes with the other 3 Satans haven't escalated. Beelzebub attempted a probe at the northern border 2 days ago, but Michael repelled them without significant losses. And Lucifer? Still defensive, Penemu said, consulting her notes. No major movements from his forces. It's unusual. The The strongest Satan staying passive while Yahweh is absent. He's afraid, I said simply. After what happened to the dragon emperors, he's calculating whether attacking is worth the risk of facing me. It was pragmatic. Lucifer was many things, but stupid wasn't one of them. He'd seen what I did to Draig and Albion. Seen me turn two of the strongest beings in existence into sacred gear parts. Why would he risk the same fate? What about the fallen angels? I asked, moving to the next topic. Still withdrawn, Gabriel confirmed. Grigori hasn't made any aggressive moves since that day. That day, huh? The memory was crystalline clear despite being over a year old. 1,000 fallen angels, led by Azazel, Barakiel, and Shemhazai. Preparing an ambush. Thinking they could cripple heaven's logistics and force us into unfavorable positions. Yahweh had looked at me calmly and said, "Deal with them, Kokabeel. Show them why attacking heaven has consequences." So I had. The fallen angels had seconds to realize what was happening. I still remembered the moment their confident posture had shifted to pure terror. The moment they'd understood exactly what was falling toward them. Only 3 had survived. Azazel, Barakiel, and Shemhazai, the strongest among them. They erected barriers at the last possible second, pulled their power, managed to survive the initial impact though badly wounded. They would have also died if not for those 2 lizards. Azazel had learned his lesson. Within a week of me killing the dragon emperors, he'd sent a formal letter of withdrawal. Brother Kokabeel. I won't insult your intelligence by pretending we didn't attack heaven. We did. We lost. 1,000 of our people were erased in seconds. Only 3 of us survived because you had more important things to do than finish us off. We're not stupid enough to think that mercy was kindness. It was pragmatism. And we don't think it will be extended twice. Approximately 3,000 fallen have rejected the withdrawal and joined Lucifer's forces. They're fanatics. I hold no responsibility for their actions. Kill them if you wish. The rest of us are done. We're tired. We just want to survive. Azazel. Michael had accepted it immediately. 3,000 enemies was better than 6,000. So Grigori remains withdrawn, I confirmed. What about the 3,000 who joined Lucifer? Integrated into his forces, Penemu said. They've been involved in some skirmishes, but nothing major. Lucifer seems to be keeping them in reserve. Smart. Use the fanatics as shock troops when the time came. I moved to the next report. Then stopped. Read it more carefully. What is this? I asked, tapping the parchment. Intelligence from Southeast Asia, Gabriel said, her tone shifting to concern. It came in this morning. Indra is mobilizing his forces. I scanned the details. Troop movements. Supply stockpiling. Border fortifications being reinforced. Swarga's entire military preparing for deployment. I closed my eyes and extended my omniscience toward Swarga. Toward Indra. Toward the patterns of movement and intention. And I saw it. The strategy. The timing. The cold calculation behind it. It's an ambush, I said quietly. Both Gabriel and Penemu looked at me sharply. Brother. Gabriel asked. What do you mean? I opened my eyes and set down the report. Indra is preparing to attack heaven. But not now. He's waiting for the final battle between heaven and the devils. When both sides are fully committed to destroying each other, when we're weakened and depleted, that's when he'll strike. How can you be certain? Penemu asked carefully. She knew about my omniscience but rarely pressed for details. Because it's brilliant strategy, I said, which was true without revealing too much. Indra knows he can't fight heaven at full strength. Not after the dragon emperors. But if he waits until we're already damaged. He could force extremely favorable terms, Gabriel finished, her expression darkening with understanding. Territory. Resources. Political concessions. He could make heaven subordinate to Swarga without technically conquering us. Exactly, I confirmed. He doesn't need total victory. Just needs to be strong enough when we're weak enough that we have no choice but to accept his demands. That's. Penemu's expression was troubled. That's devious. It's smart, I admitted grudgingly. Low risk for him, potentially massive reward. Even if we somehow repel him, he can retreat and claim he was responding to the conflict threatening regional stability. What do we do? Gabriel asked, and there was something in her voice, absolute trust that I'd have an answer. That I'd find a solution. The weight of that trust settled on my shoulders like physical pressure. We adjust our deployments, I said, thinking through the logistics. Quietly. We need reserves that can respond to an attack from the southeast. Strengthen our rear guard beyond what's necessary for just the devil conflict. Create redundancies in our supply lines. That will weaken our front lines against Lucifer, Penemu pointed out. I know. But we fight Lucifer at 90% strength or get blindsided by Indra when we're already committed. The choice is obvious. Gabriel nodded slowly. I'll begin drafting revised deployment orders. This will require significant reorganization. Do it quietly, I stressed. If Indra realizes we know his plan, he might change strategies or accelerate his timeline. Better if he thinks we're oblivious until the moment we're not. Understood, brother. One more thing, I added, my voice hardening slightly. Make it clear through our intelligence networks that if Swarga attacks heaven, I will personally visit Indra in his palace. Even if we lose, I'll take his pantheon with me before I die. The threat was implicit. I'd killed dragon emperors. Indra knew exactly what that meant. Will that deter him? Penemu asked. Probably not, I admitted. But it'll make him cautious. Make him second-guess his timing. That hesitation might be enough to make him miss his optimal window. Or he'll attack anyway and we'll fight on two fronts, Gabriel said quietly. Or that, I agreed. But at least we'll be prepared. The room fell into contemplative silence. This was war. Not glory or heroism, but careful calculation. Trying to predict enemies and counter them before they moved. It was exhausting. Brother, Gabriel said softly, placing her hand on my shoulder again. You've been working for 6 hours straight. Please. Take a break. I looked at the remaining documents. Still so much to do. Always so much to do. There's always too much, Gabriel interrupted firmly. But you'll make mistakes if you're exhausted. Take 1 hour. Clear your head. We'll handle anything urgent. I looked at her concerned expression. Then at Penemu, who'd set aside her usual flirtation and was nodding in agreement. Fine, I relented, standing from the table. My back protested the movement. 1 hour. Thank you, brother, Gabriel said with obvious relief. I left the administrative chamber and walked through heaven's corridors. Angels bowed as I passed. Some tried to approach, but others intercepted them. Word had spread that I needed space. I'd run heaven for the past year. Seamlessly, they said. They respected me. Trusted me. Looked to me as their leader in Yahweh's absence. They didn't know how much I hated it. Not heaven itself. Not the angels. But the responsibility. The weight of every decision affecting thousands of lives. The constant pressure of being heaven's wrath when I just wanted to be something else. Someone else. Michael should have been doing this. He was better at leadership. More patient. More genuinely invested in the role. But Michael was fighting. Protecting borders. Leading armies. So I handled everything else. Once Yahweh died and the war ended, I was dumping this on Michael and disappearing for a while. Maybe visiting other worlds through the chat group. Anything to escape this crushing responsibility. The chat group. After 3,000 years of existing as Arthur, of rejecting every system that tried to integrate with me, I'd finally chosen to connect with something. To reach out instead of staying isolated. That was why I'd finally said yes. After 3 millennia of isolation, I was trying to move forward. To grow. To be more than just the broken transmigrator pretending to be an angel. I found my way to one of heaven's observation platforms. The view was always perfect here. Golden light. Peaceful clouds. Serene beauty. All completely artificial. Constructed. Maintained by divine power. Even the peace felt manufactured. I pulled up the chat interface, grateful for the connection to something real. The time dilation between worlds still confused me. A year has passed for me. But just a week for Klein and Jean Wu. 3 days or so for Robin, Kazuma, and Ritsuka. Half a year for Yoruchi in Soul Society. I didn't understand it. Didn't care to. Had more important things to worry about. Messages had accumulated. The Fool successfully conducted my 3rd gathering. Justice brought someone new, Temperance. The Grey Fog Palace is becoming more stable. I can maintain it for longer periods now without exhausting myself. Klein sounded more confident. Good. He was growing into his role instead of just pretending. Girl who loves reading, we've arrived at Water 7. The city is fascinating, entirely built on waterways. I've found 3 libraries so far. The historical records about ancient shipwrights are quite detailed. Following leads about something called Adam's treasure tree. Robin was still seeking truth. Still following the breadcrumbs of her world's hidden history. That persistence would serve her well. Or get her killed. Possibly both. Shadow Monarch cleared an A-rank dungeon solo. The system tried to give me another stupid quest. I told it exactly where to shove its quest. It's been passive-aggressive for 2 days, but at least it backed off. He chose to omit certain details while speaking in the chat group. Jinwoo was establishing boundaries with his system. Smart. Systems that thought they owned you were dangerous. Flash Goddess, Kasuk has been suspiciously quiet lately. That's never a good sign. He's either planning something brilliant or about to cause a mess. Possibly both. I'm keeping watch, but he's annoyingly good at hiding things. Yoruchi was as perceptive as ever. Reading between lines, watching for schemes. Last master of humanity, we completed the third singularity, Okeanos. So many pirates. So much sailing. I got seasick during Rayshift, which shouldn't even be possible, but we saved that timeline. Drake was amazing. I'm going to miss her. Ritsuka sounded tired but determined. Saving humanity one impossible battle at a time through gotcha luck and sheer stubbornness. Advocate of gender equality, I learned explosion magic. Well, Megumin taught me. Sort of. I can do one small explosion before passing out, but it's progress. One step closer to being useful. Kazuma was still Kazuma. Enthusiastic about ridiculous things while pretending it was practical. The conversations were different now. Deeper. More real. These weren't strangers making small talk anymore. They were friends. Allies. Something in between. Klein wasn't pretending to be a mystical sage. He was genuinely developing into the fool. Jinwoo was less hostile. Still suspicious, but there was actual trust developing. Robin was sharing her adventures, her thoughts, her discoveries. That openness from someone who'd spent decades trusting no one was significant. This was growth. Real connection. The reason I'd finally accepted the chat group after 3,000 years of rejecting everything. Not for power. Not for advantage. But because I needed this. Needed people who saw me as something other than heaven's wrath. Needed to learn how to move forward instead of staying frozen. I was Arthur Morgan once. Then I became Kokabeel. Now I was something in between, learning to accept both parts instead of keeping them separate. The chat group was helping. Forcing me to interact. To care about people outside heaven's politics. To think about futures beyond war. Heaven's wrath, Klein, congratulations on the new member. Building something substantial. How are you handling the additional responsibility? The fool, honestly. Still terrified every gathering. But it's getting easier. I'm learning their patterns, understanding what they need. Your advice about honesty was right, it makes everything simpler. Heaven's wrath, good. Confidence comes from competence. You're becoming competent. Let the confidence follow naturally. The fool, thank you. That actually helps. Heaven's wrath, Robin, found anything interesting in those Water 7 libraries? Girl who loves reading, several leads about ancient shipwrights who worked with Adam's treasure tree wood. The historical implications are significant. I'm getting closer to understanding the Void Century. Heaven's wrath, stay careful. The closer you get to the truth, the more dangerous people will want you silent. Girl who loves reading, I've learned caution well. But thank you for the concern. She had spent a week nagging me to send here some detailed lore of DxD world. Her search for knowledge was relentless. Flash Goddess, Kokabeel-san, you've been quieter in the group lately. You didn't even join the first task. Everything all right in your world? Perceptive as always. Heaven's wrath, busy. Running heaven while Yahweh is away is more administrative work than I expected. It's tedious but necessary. Advocate of gender equality, wait. You're still doing that. It's been like a year for you, right? A whole year of paperwork. Heaven's wrath, yes. Almost a year now. Last master of humanity, that sounds exhausting. Are you taking care of yourself? Heaven's wrath, define, taking care of myself. Flash Goddess, eating properly. Sleeping enough. Taking breaks. Basic self-maintenance. Heaven's wrath, then no. Not really. Angels don't really need those. The fool, that's concerning. Even beings with our advantages need rest. Pushing too hard makes you sloppy. Shadow Monarch, he's right. I learned that the hard way during dungeon runs. Exhaustion kills faster than enemies. Girl who loves reading, when does the war end? You mentioned it would be soon. I stared at that question for a moment. Heaven's wrath, in a few months. Maybe less. When Yahweh returns from sealing Trihexa, Lucifer will make his final move. Advocate of gender equality, wait. When Yahweh returns. But doesn't he? I mean, in the original timeline. Heaven's wrath, yes. he dies. I know. The chat went silent for several seconds. Last master of humanity, can't you stop it? You have omniscience. You know it's coming. My chest tightened. This was the question I'd been dreading. The one I asked myself constantly. Heaven's wrath, I could try. But changing that event might break everything that comes after. The peace between factions. The eventual alliances against common threats. Sometimes the worst outcomes lead to necessary futures. The fool, that's a heavy burden. Knowing something terrible will happen and choosing not to prevent it. Heaven's wrath, yes. It is. Heavy didn't begin to cover it. Yahweh had given me purpose. Time to adjust. Understanding when I'd been lost. And I was going to watch him die because changing it might cause something worse. The logic was sound. The emotional cost was devastating. Shadow Monarch, I understand. Sometimes you have to let bad things happen because the alternative is worse. Doesn't make it easier though. Heaven's wrath, no. It doesn't. Flash Goddess, then we'll help. You're not alone in this. Advocate of gender equality, yeah. We're a team. A dimensional team of traumatized people with questionable coping mechanisms. The fool, that's surprisingly accurate. Last master of humanity, I'm still offering to help if you need it. Even if it's just moral support during difficult times. Heaven's wrath, I appreciate that. Shadow Monarch, don't get emotional on us. Heaven's wrath, wouldn't dream of it. Advocate of gender equality, so. On a completely different note. Wrath-san, are there really devil girls with huge? Heaven's wrath, Kazuma. We've discussed this. Advocate of gender equality, I know. Cultural appreciation. But seriously though. I chuckled and sent a picture of Penemu in her not-so-professional outfit. Advocate of gender equality, ah. You got a secretary like that. What kind of angel are you? Flash Goddess, Admin Kuin never changes. Girl who loves reading, that's not necessarily positive character development. Last master of humanity, The fool, I'm just grateful attention shifted from my earlier admission about being terrified constantly. Shadow Monarch, we didn't forget. We're just prioritizing mocking Kazuma. Advocate of gender equality, why does everyone gang up on me? I smiled genuinely as the conversation devolved into comfortable chaos. Kazuma defending his interests. Jinwoo making dry observations. Klein trying to sound mysterious before giving up. Robin's pointed commentary. Yoruchi's teasing. Ritsuka's earnest attempts to keep peace. This was why I'd finally said yes after 3,000 years. Not for power. Not for advantage. But for this simple, human connection that made the crushing weight of responsibility feel lighter. My hour was almost up. Time to return to administrative work. To war planning and logistics and marching toward an ending I couldn't prevent. But I'd come back to the chat later. Talk more. Learn about their worlds and their growth. Because after 3 millennia of isolation, I was finally learning how to move forward. One conversation at a time. Heaven's wrath, I need to return to work. But thank you. For being here. The fool, anytime. We're in this together, remember. Shadow Monarch, don't work yourself to death. That would be inconvenient for the group. Girl who loves reading, take care of yourself, Wrath-san. You matter to us. Flash Goddess, come back soon. These conversations need your particular brand of dry observation. Last master of humanity, good luck with everything. We're cheering for you. Advocate of gender equality, kick bureaucracy's ass. Wait, that doesn't sound as cool as I wanted it to. I closed the chat interface and stood up. Time to return. Gabriel would be waiting with that concerned expression. Penemu would probably make another attempt at seduction disguised as work assistance. I chuckled and walked back towards my office. The war would soon come to an end, and with it, I shall begin a new life. It's about time I lived for myself a little. We broke into the top 5. Yurikobe Shounen. Insert smug Kirii Kodomine JPG. The good stuff is coming next week. So get some Lovecraftian knowledge before that. If you don't, you might need it. Winking face. And tissues, can't forget those neutral face. Chapter 16, The End of the Great War, 2 in 1. Kokabeel's POV. Time moved on with its own relentless pace, uncaring of the dread that built with each passing day. Another month crawled by, each hour feeling simultaneously too fast and too slow. Too fast because I knew what was coming. Too slow because waiting for inevitable tragedy was its own special torture. Then Yahweh finally returned to heaven. I felt his presence before the official announcement, the familiar warmth that permeated heaven whenever he was present. It was diminished now. Weaker. The cost of sealing trihexa evident in the very fabric of his being. The gathering was called immediately. Every angel in heaven assembled in the grand plaza. From the newest two-winged messengers to the ancient seraphs. Thousands of us, waiting to hear from the being who'd created us all. Yahweh appeared at the center, and even diminished as he was, his presence commanded absolute attention. He looked tired. Actually tired, which shouldn't have been possible for the biblical God. But sealing the beast of apocalypse had taken more than power, it had taken something fundamental. My children, his voice resonated through every angel present. Warm. Gentle. Everything a creator should be. I have returned from a task that required my full attention. The beast of apocalypse has been sealed at the end of the world. It will trouble existence no more. The assembled host erupted in relieved murmurs. Trihexa had been a looming threat for so long that having it contained felt like a miracle. You have all held strong in my absence, Yahweh continued, his gaze sweeping across the gathered angels. You have maintained heaven's defenses, protected our borders, and kept faith even when tested. I am proud of each of you. The murmurs turned to quiet pride. Angels stood straighter, wings spread slightly in unconscious displays of honor. The war shall soon be over, Yahweh proclaimed. Peace is within reach. Soon, you will no longer need to fear battle. Soon, you can return to the purpose I created you for, not warfare, but guardianship. Protection. Love. They cheered loudly. The sound of thousands of angels expressing pure joy and relief echoed through heaven like divine music. I stood beside Michael among the seraphs, and I couldn't bring myself to join the celebration. Because I knew what soon be over actually meant. What the cost of that peace would be. Michael glanced at me, his expression troubled. He'd noticed my lack of enthusiasm. I just shook my head slightly, not here. Not now. After the gathering dispersed, Yahweh called Michael and me to his throne room. The walk there felt like a funeral march, though Michael didn't seem to realize it yet. The throne room was as magnificent as always, crystalline walls that reflected light in impossible patterns, the throne itself seemingly carved from solidified divinity. But today it felt heavy. Oppressive. Yahweh settled onto his throne and gestured for us to approach. We did, and I noticed how carefully he moved. The sealing had cost him more than he was letting on publicly. First, Yahweh said, his tone shifting to businesslike, I need to share the exact location where I sealed trihexa with you too. In case something attempts to break the seals, you must know where to reinforce them. He described the location in meticulous detail, a dimensional pocket at the edge of reality itself, anchored by 7 primary seals and countless secondary bindings. Michael listened intently, committing every detail to memory. I already knew all this through omniscience, but I listened anyway. Showing proper attention seemed important. Second, Yahweh said, and his tone shifted again. Softer. Sadder. I need you both to understand something. The sealing weakened me significantly. More than I can safely recover from in the time 5 we have left. I will not survive the next major battle. The words hung in the air like executioner's blades. What? Michael's voice cracked slightly. That's impossible. You are God. You can't die. No, Father, we'll protect you. If necessary, I'll give up my own life. And Kokabeel. He is stronger than me, he can guard you. Michael, Yahweh interrupted gently. Calm down, my son. I understand your feelings. But it's already been fated. Look at Kokabeel. He knows there's no point in trying to change this. Michael turned to me, and I saw the moment realization crashed over him. The way I stood too still. Too calm. Not shocked or horrified. Because I'd known. You knew, Michael said, his voice hollow. You knew about this. I nodded slowly. Yes. How long? His voice was rising now, anger bleeding through his usually gentle demeanor. How long have you known Father was going to, too? He couldn't say it. Even now he considered the very idea blasphemy. Since before he left to seal trihexa, long before that. I admitted. And you said nothing to me or Gabriel. Michael's eyes blazed with an emotion I'd rarely seen from him, genuine fury. You let him go knowing he might not come back. You've been running heaven knowing our father would die and you didn't. I asked him not to tell you, Yahweh said firmly. Do not be angry with your brother, Michael. He merely followed my request. Why? Michael turned that fury on Yahweh now. Why would you do this? Why would you choose to leave us? This will cause nothing but grief. Heaven needs you. We need you. This is for the greater good, Yahweh said, rising from his throne and approaching Michael. He placed a hand gently on Michael's shoulder. My death will end the war. Lucifer's entire cause has been fighting against me, against what I represent. Once both of us are gone, the primary source of conflict disappears. The war becomes pointless. It's not pointless, Michael argued, tears forming in his eyes now. Actual tears from the seraph of creation. You're our father. You created us. We fight because we believe in you, not because of political ideology. I know, my son, Yahweh said softly. And that's why this will work. My death will create a power vacuum that forces negotiation instead of continued warfare. The three factions will have to find new balance. And in that balance, peace becomes possible. Without my death, this war continues for centuries. Thousands more of my children die. I cannot allow that when I have the power to prevent it. Michael was shaking now, caught between duty and emotion. He turned to me desperately. You have knowledge even unknown to me, brother. You've seen how this plays out. Tell him there's another way. Tell him he doesn't have to do this. I met his gaze steadily. I did hope things would be different, I said honestly. I looked for alternatives. Searched for paths where this war ends without his death. But every alternative leads to worse outcomes. More deaths. Longer conflicts. Or catastrophes that make the war look manageable. There are other worlds, brother, ones that will come for us all earlier than expected if this doesn't happen. So you just accepted it. Michael's voice broke. You just decided our father dying was acceptable. I accepted his choice, I corrected. I didn't decide or choose anything. There's a difference. Yahweh moved to me now, and I saw approval in his eyes. Kokabeel understands the grand plan. I revealed it to him because he is different than you, he can adapt to the situation. My child, the angels need to grow and learn to live without me, live with purpose, but also freedom. They should learn from the fallen and avoid sins, yet must understand the cause behind it. This is my final decision, Michael. Mine alone. And I've made my peace. Although it saddens me, it is for the best. He reached into his robes and pulled out something that made reality itself shimmer, a key that wasn't entirely physical. The key to heaven's system. The administrative control that governed everything from the sacred gear creation to the fundamental laws of the realm. I've already transferred the authority to Kokabeel, Yahweh said, though he held it up for Michael to see. He's been holding it for the past year. Learning how it works. Preparing to maintain heaven after I'm gone. Michael stared at the key, then at me, with an expression of utter betrayal. You've been preparing to replace him. I've been preparing to keep heaven functional after his sacrifice, I corrected sharply. Don't make this about ambition, Michael. I know you are hurt and emotional now. But you know me better than that. Michael flinched at my tone but didn't argue. Yahweh turned to me directly now. Kokabeel. You've done well this past year. Better than I could have hoped. I'm entrusting all of heaven to you. Look after them. Guide them. Protect them when I can no longer do so. I sighed heavily. This was the conversation I'd been dreading. I will ensure peace is established after the war, I said carefully. I'll maintain heaven through the transition. I'll make sure the system remains stable. But I can't run heaven forever. Yahweh raised an eyebrow. Oh. This last year alone has made me tired and mentally exhausted, I continued. The administrative work, the political maneuvering, the constant weight of every decision affecting thousands of lives, it's not sustainable for me. Once there's peace, once things are stable, I'm leaving the key to Michael and leaving heaven for a while. He is the better choice to keep running heaven. He has the skill and wisdom for it, and patience. Michael's head snapped up. What? I'll still contact you all, I assured him. I'll still watch over heaven. Still respond if there's a genuine crisis. But I need to find a new life. A new meaning. I've existed for over 3,000 years, and most of that time I've been going through motions. Fighting because there was a war. Leading because someone had to. I want to actually live. Find purpose beyond duty. Yahweh actually smiled with something like knowing amusement. That's exactly why I left you in charge. I blinked. What? If you were fine after being in charge for a year, if you'd found fulfillment in leadership, I could rest easy knowing you'd handle heaven permanently, Yahweh explained. But if you found it tiresome, exhausting, incompatible with who you are, then you'd recognize that yourself and pass it to someone better suited. You'd choose Michael because you understand what heaven needs, even if it's not what you personally want. I stared at him. You set me up deliberately. A prank. I prepared for multiple outcomes, Yahweh corrected. If you'd thrived as heaven's leader, wonderful. If you hadn't, you'd make the right choice anyway. Either way, heaven would be in good hands. You know I can still drop a giant star on Underworld and let you keep working till death. I spoke annoyed. Because it was clever. Frustratingly clever. Yahweh's smile widened. I wish you good fortune in finding your new meaning, Kokabeel. I pray that you find a happy life that doesn't end abruptly. You've earned the right to seek it. I hope you find what you're looking for. Both of you are leaving, Michael said quietly, his voice small. Broken. Father dies. Kokabeel leaves. I'm supposed to handle everything alone. You won't be alone, I said immediately, moving to put my hand on his shoulder. Gabriel will be here. Raphael. Azrael. All your siblings. And I'm not abandoning heaven, I'm just stepping away from leading it. I want to live down the Re among the humans, to feel what they feel, to live as one of them. I'll still contact from time to time. Just not sitting in administrative meetings for 6 hours a day. It's not the same, Michael said, but there was resignation in his voice now. Acceptance of something he couldn't change. Yahweh approached Michael again, pulling him into an embrace. You can run heaven properly, my son. I have absolute faith in you. You have the patience I lack, the steadiness Kokabeel struggles with, the maturity Gabriel avoids, the wisdom to know when to fight and when to forgive. You were made for this, even if you don't feel ready yet. Michael returned the embrace, and I looked away to give them privacy for the moment. This was between them, father and son saying goodbye. After a long moment, Yahweh released Michael and looked at both of us. The final battle will come soon. Within days, probably. Lucifer will sense my weakness and make his move. Be ready. And remember, no matter what happens, you are both exactly what heaven needs. Trust in that. We were dismissed shortly after. Michael walked ahead of me, his shoulders hunched, processing everything he'd just learned. I followed silently, giving him space. When I finally returned to my own chambers, I barely had time to close the door before Gabriel materialized beside me. Brother. She appeared instantly, concern written across her features. What did Father talk to you and Michael about? You were in there for so long. Did something happen? Are you all right? I couldn't help but chuckle at her rapid-fire questions. So very Gabriel, caring to the point of being overwhelming sometimes. Instead of answering, I pulled her into a hug. She made a small sound of surprise but quickly melted into it, wrapping her arms around me. It's a secret, I whispered into her ear, deliberately mysterious. She pulled back slightly to pout at me. That's not fair. You can't just. Come here, I interrupted, gently steering her toward the window. Look outside. We stood at the window together, looking out at heaven's eternal sky. The stars were particularly bright tonight, or maybe I was just more aware of them, knowing my time here was limited. See how the stars shine? I said softly. They're always watching over us all. Constant. Eternal. Gabriel leaned against my shoulder, following my gaze. They're beautiful, just like you, brother. If someday I'm not here with you, I continued carefully, you shouldn't feel sad. Because I'll always be watching over you. Like the stars. Gabriel went rigid against me. She pulled away to look at my face, her eyes wide with sudden fear. Why are you talking like you're going to leave? Or worse, like you're going to die? Brother, what did Father say to you? Gabriel. No. She grabbed my arms tightly. You can't leave. You can't die. You can't, you just can't. Tears were forming in her eyes now, actual tears streaming down her face. You promised you'd always be here. You and Michael and Father and everyone. You can't leave me. Her grip tightened until it actually hurt slightly, her divine strength making her desperation physical. I sighed and gently cupped her face, wiping away her tears with my thumbs. Sooner or later, everyone leaves, Gabriel. Death, duty, destiny, something always separates people eventually. I'm no exception. But, I continued over her protest, I will always be there for you when it matters. Not physically present every day, maybe. But watching. Caring. Ready to help if you truly need me. That's not the same as abandoning you. It feels the same, she whispered, her voice breaking. I know, I said gently, pulling her back into an embrace. I know it does. But you're stronger than you realize, Gabriel. You don't need me hovering constantly. You're going to be fine. She cried into my shoulder for a while, and I just held her, patting her head gently like comforting a child. Eventually, her tears slowed, though she didn't let go. Promise me something, she finally said, her voice muffled against my robes. What? Promise that even if you leave, you'll come back sometimes. That you won't forget about us completely. I promise, I said without hesitation. I could never forget you all. You're my family. She finally pulled back, rubbing at her eyes. You better keep that promise. I will. She stayed with me for another hour, neither of us talking much, just existing in each other's presence. Eventually, she had duties to attend to and reluctantly left, though not before making me promise 3 more times that I'd be careful in the coming battle. That night, lying in my bed and staring at the ceiling, I thought about how to end the war with minimal casualties. Yahweh's death was inevitable, changing that risked everything. But the deaths of other angels, those I might be able to prevent. I had omniscience. I could see Indra's attack coming. I positioned reserves to counter it. I could guide the battle, make strategic decisions that saved lives even if I couldn't save the one life that mattered most. It would have to be enough. I was brought out of my thoughts as I felt someone tiptoeing towards my bed. Even without opening my eyes I could sense who it was. But I didn't say anything. Penemu carefully got into my bed, lying next to me. She probably thought I was asleep. I sighed and hugged her, and she stiffened slightly. "Ah, you are awake, Kokabeel-sama." I chuckled and replied. "Yes, Penemu. Don't worry, I won't chastise you tonight. I am thankful for all your help, Penemu. You have followed me loyally since the beginning, always stood by my side. I truly appreciate it." Penemu hugged me tightly. "I heard what you said to Gabriel. Are you truly going to leave?" I felt a little guilty. She has never hid her feelings from me. And despite my rejection over the years, she never stopped caring. If only I could feel the same way. "Yes, I'll be leaving. Not immediately, but soon." She looked up with determination. "Then I will leave too. I will follow you wherever you go." I smiled and shook my head. "This is something I have to do on my own. You stay here and help Michael and Gabriel. You are the best secretary in the world, heaven needs you." She tried to protest but I just held her close, muffling her voice. She sniffled. "You are so unfair. I always admired you, knowing you don't feel what I feel for you. Even right now, you feel so distant." She looked up with trembling lips. "Take care of yourself. And visit us when you can." She didn't try to stop me, she knew me better than most. I sighed and held her face, then kissed her gently. Penemu's eyes widened, then she wrapped her arms around me, pulling me closer. We parted after what felt like an eternity, as she looked at me with reluctance. I caressed her cheek and spoke, "I hope this can at least ease some of your heartache. I can't offer you love, but I can at least return some of your affection." She smiled and nuzzled against my chest. "That is more than enough." Another week crawled by in tense preparation. Everyone could feel it, the approaching end. The final confrontation. Then Yahweh gathered the heavenly host again. We assembled in the Grand Plaza once more, and this time the atmosphere was different. Not celebration, but determination. Grim readiness for what had to be done. "My children," Yahweh's voice rang out. "The time has come. This will be the final battle to end this war. We march to face the devils and their allies. We fight not for conquest, but for peace. For the right to exist without constant warfare. For the future of all our factions." The angels roared their approval, raising weapons and spreading wings in unified display. Only Michael and I understood what final battle truly meant. What it would cost. After the speech, as angels began preparing for deployment, Yahweh approached me privately. We stood slightly apart from the others, and for a moment, neither of us spoke. Then Yahweh placed a hand on my shoulder. "It was wonderful to know you, Kokabeel. Or should I say Arthur?" I looked at him sharply. He usually never addressed me by my original name. He smiled. "I've always known you considered yourself human rather than an angel. From the moment you awakened in that angelic body with memories of another life. And I chose to let you find yourself rather than force you into a predetermined role. You never forced me into anything, allowed me to exist despite knowing my truth. I managed. You needed time. Space to decide who you wanted to be. And you made that choice well." His expression turned warm. "Although you never called me father, I felt proud to have you as a son anyway. You are exactly what I'd hoped you'd become." Something in my chest tightened painfully. I'd kept that distance deliberately, never calling him father, always maintaining that internal separation between Arthur Morgan and Kokabeel. But hearing him say it didn't matter, that he considered me his son regardless. "I will always be grateful to you," I said quietly. "For giving me a chance to live as I wish. For understanding. For trusting me with so much. I'll always remember you fondly. And I'll miss you." "I'll miss you too," Yahweh said simply. "But I go knowing heaven is in good hands. Both yours and Michael's. That's all a father can truly ask for." He squeezed my shoulder once more, then released me and walked away to address other angels. I stood there for a long moment, composing myself. Then I spread my wings and flew to join the assembling army. The heavenly host gathered in perfect formation, thousands of angels arranged in battle groups, weapons blessed and ready, holy power radiating from every warrior. This was heaven's full military might mobilized for the last time. We descended to the underworld as one unified force. The devils had gathered their full army as well. I could see Lucifer at the front, his presence dark and overwhelming. Behind him, Beelzebub, Asmodeus, and Leviathan commanded their own divisions. The 3,000 fallen angels who joined them stood in a separate formation, and even the 7 deadly sin demons had been summoned. They were top ultimate class beings capable of fighting even archangels. The armies faced each other across a vast plain in the underworld's depths. The air crackled with opposing energies, holy light and demonic darkness creating visible distortions where they met. Yahweh moved to the front of our formation. I will face Lucifer personally. Azrael and Metatron will handle the 7 deadly sins. Michael and Raphael will engage Leviathan, Beelzebub, and Asmodeus. Gabriel will deal with the fallen angels. Standard battle assignments. Then his gaze turned to me. Kokabeel, you will hold the rear guard. Confused murmurs rippled through the assembled angels. The rear guard? That's where the least action would be. Why put one of our strongest there? Father. Michael questioned carefully. Wouldn't Kokabeel be better utilized on the front lines? He is needed at the rear, Yahweh said firmly. Trust me in this. I understood, even if the others didn't. He knew about Indra. Knew the ambush was coming. Was positioning me exactly where I needed to be to counter it. Nobody else questioned the order, though many looked confused. As the armies prepared to charge, I pulled up the chat interface one final time before battle. The familiar blue screen materialized in front of me, invisible to everyone else. A window to 6 other worlds, 6 other lives that had somehow become somewhat important to me over this past year. I activated the streaming function first, then typed. Heaven's wrath, the war is beginning. Final battle. I've activated the stream. You'll see everything from my perspective. The responses came in quickly, but not all at once. Time dilation meant they were experiencing different speeds. Shadow Monarch, I see, so that's how you look. More like a fallen angel to be honest. And there's 2 massive armies with holy and demonic origins. Your world really doesn't do things small, does it? Jin Woo's response was immediate, only a week had passed for him, so he'd been checking the chat regularly. His tone was analytical, already assessing the battlefield like the hunter he was. Flash Goddess, my you are rather handsome Kokabeel-san. Just my type. And that's quite the gathering. I count, several thousands on each side. The power levels are remarkable. Even from here I can sense the pressure. Yoruchi had logged in almost as fast. And as usual she's flirting casually. Girl who loves reading, I see the formations. Devils on one side, angels on the other. It feels dangerous. And that's you at the back. I agree with Yoruchi-san, definitely pleasing to look at. The fool, I'm watching. That white-haired figure at your front, that's God, isn't it? The one who's going to. Klein trailed off. He understood what he was about to witness. Being a former human from Earth made him confused how to react witnessing the death of God. Last master of humanity, this is terrifying. The amount of power I'm sensing through the stream is like a singularity-level threat. Maybe worse. Are you sure you'll be okay, Kokabeel-san? Ritsuka's message carried genuine concern. Advocate of gender equality, holy shit. Holy shit. That's actual Satan and biblical God. And those are actual angels. This is insane. Wait, where are you? Why are you at the back? Shouldn't the strongest be at the front? And why are so handsome? Dai Ryaju. Kazuma had clearly been waiting for this, probably obsessively checking the chat. His message was pure excitement mixed with confusion about tactics he didn't understand. Heaven's wrath, I'm at the rear guard. There's a reason for it. Shadow Monarch, ambush. You're expecting an ambush from behind. Jin Woo caught on immediately. Of course he did, he'd lived through enough battles to recognize defensive positioning. Heaven's wrath, yes. Indra and Swarga's forces. They'll hit us from the southeast once we're committed to the fight with Lucifer. Advocate of gender equality, wait, even Indra from the Hindu pantheon is attacking. That wasn't in the original plot. Be careful, he's also in the top 5 if I remember correctly. I chuckled lightly. Heaven's wrath, don't worry Kazuma-san, I am not in danger. I am the danger. Advocate of gender equality, oi. That's not how you should use your omniscience. And don't steal people's line. Girl who loves reading, a 3-way battle. That's strategically nightmarish. You'll be fighting on 2 fronts simultaneously. Flash Goddess, and you positioned yourself to handle the ambush alone while your allies focus on the devils. Bold strategy. Also somewhat suicidal. Heaven's wrath, it's necessary. If Indra breaks through the rear guard, he'll slaughter our support divisions and collapse our entire formation. I'm the only one who can hold that position. The fool, the only one who can, or the only one who knows it's coming. Sharp. Klein was getting better at reading between lines. Heaven's wrath, both. Last master of humanity, please be careful. I know you're strong, but fighting an entire Pantheon's army alone sounds dangerous even for you. Movement across the battlefield caught my attention. Yahweh was stepping forward, and the entire angel host quieted. Heaven's wrath, it's starting. Yahweh is about to give the final order. The fool, the god who's going to die. I still don't understand how you can just watch this happen. Heaven's wrath, because changing it might cause something worse. I've looked at the alternatives, Klein. They're all catastrophic. Last master of humanity, that doesn't make it easier though. Does it? Heaven's wrath, no. It doesn't. I closed my eyes for a moment, then opened them and focused on the battlefield. Through the stream, they'd see everything I saw. Feel what I felt, to whatever degree the system could convey. Heaven's host. Yahweh's voice rang across the plain, carrying divine authority that made the very air vibrate. For peace. For the future. For those we've lost and those we'll protect. Charge. For peace. The angels roared in response, and the sound was deafening, thousands of voices unified in purpose. The devil army answered with their own battle cry, darker and filled with malicious glee. Advocate of gender equality, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, it's actually happening. Shadow monarch, the devils are charging too. Both armies running straight at each other. This is going to be a bloodbath. Flash goddess, the one leading the devil charge, Lucifer. His power is extraordinary. I can feel it even through the stream. How does Yahweh plan to win in his weakened state? Heaven's wrath, he doesn't plan to win. He plans to make his death meaningful. The words felt heavy even typing them. The chat went silent for a moment. Girl who loves reading, I'm sorry. I know we're just watching, but I'm sorry you have to go through this. Heaven's wrath, don't be. This was his choice. I'm just honoring it. The fool, that's a very detached way to describe watching God die. Heaven's wrath, if I let myself feel it fully right now, I won't be able to do what needs to be done. So I'm compartmentalizing. I'll process it later. Last master of humanity, I understand that. Sometimes you have to shut down emotions just to survive the moment. We do that in singularities too. The armies collided. The sound was indescribable, metal on metal, holy light against demonic darkness, screams of fury and pain mixing into a cacophony that assaulted the senses. Angels and devils clashed in thousands of individual battles that somehow formed one massive conflict. I watched Michael engage Leviathan, his flames erupting with enough force to vaporize lesser beings. Raphael moved to support him against Beelzebub and Asmodeus, healing magic and destructive light working in perfect coordination. Gabriel led the charge against the 3,000 fallen angels, her expression serene even as she cut through them with holy swords. And at the center, Yahweh and Lucifer faced each other. Yahweh and Lucifer began their fight, and it was immediately clear this wasn't like other battles I'd witnessed. This was creation versus rebellion. Order versus chaos. Every clash sent shockwaves that flattened parts of the battlefield. But I couldn't keep watching them. I had my own position to maintain. I turned my attention to the rear, extending my senses toward the southeast. Nothing yet. But soon. Indra would wait until both sides were fully committed, weakened by fighting each other. Then he'd strike. Heaven's wrath, I need to focus on my section now. The stream will continue, but I might not respond to messages for a while. Shadow monarch, understood. Don't die. Flash goddess, we'll be watching. Show us what heaven's wrath truly means. Girl who loves reading, good luck. Come back safely. The fool, I'll be praying to whatever entities are listening. Though I'm not sure if that helps. Last master of humanity, we're all cheering for you. You can do this. Advocate of gender equality, kick their asses. For justice. And a pay. Heaven's wrath, Kazuma. Read the room. Advocate of gender equality, sorry. But seriously, good luck. I closed the chat interface, leaving the stream active. They'd see everything now. The battle. Yahweh's death. The ambush. All of it. I spread my wings and rose slightly above the rear guard, scanning the horizon. And I waited for the inevitable. Chapter 17, The End of the Great War, 3, 2 inches 1. Third-person POV. The armies faced each other across the scorched plains of the underworld's deepest reaches. Heaven's host stood in perfect formation, thousands of angels arranged in battle groups, their armor reflecting holy light, their weapons blessed and ready. At their front stood Yahweh, the biblical God, creator of angels and architect of heaven itself. His white robes were pristine, his staff of ancient wood resting in his hands. He looked tired. Michael noticed it immediately. Standing just behind his father, the seraph of creation could see what others might miss. The slight tremor in Yahweh's hands, the way he leaned more heavily on his staff than usual, the dimness in light that should have been blinding. The ceiling cost him more than he's letting on, Michael thought, concern tightening his chest. Much more. Across the battlefield, the devil army waited. Tens of thousands of devils arranged in their own formations, commanded by the 4 Satans. At their front stood Lucifer, 12 black demonic wings spread wide, a dark mirror of what he'd once been. Michael looked at those 3 other Satans. Leviathan. Beelzebub. Asmodeus. He'd known them. Before the fall. Before everything went wrong. Leviathan had been gentle once. Had sung in the choir with a voice like flowing water. Beelzebub had been curious, always asking questions about creation. Asmodeus had been warm, affectionate, the first to comfort anyone in distress. Now they were enemies. Satans. Leaders of hell's forces. How did we get here? Michael wondered, not for the first time. How did our family become this? Michael. Yahweh's voice was quiet. Only for him. When this begins, don't hold back. Fight with everything you have. Father, I. Promise me. Yahweh turned slightly, and Michael saw something in those ancient eyes. Not just tiredness. Farewell. Michael's throat tightened. I promise. Yahweh nodded. Then he looked to where Gabriel stood with her legion, to where Azrael and Metatron prepared, to where Kokabeel waited at the rear. Take care of each other, Yahweh said quietly. When I'm gone, take care of each other. Before Michael could respond, Lucifer's voice rang across the battlefield. Yahweh. Surrender and spare them from the slaughter, the words were both arrogant and condescending. It doesn't have to be this way. Yahweh stepped forward, staff tapping against scorched earth. No, Lucifer. It didn't. But you made your choice, my foolish son. And I made mine. Don't call me that. Lucifer's voice cracked. I stopped being your son the moment you cast me out. The distance between them closed. 20 meters. 10. 5. They stood face to face now. Creator and creation. Father and son. You never stopped being my son, Yahweh said gently. I never stopped loving you, Lucifer. Even now. Even here. For just a moment, Lucifer's expression cracked. Something vulnerable showed through, the angel he'd been before pride and rebellion consumed him. The son who'd once stood at God's right hand and loved him without reservation. Then pride sealed it away. His face hardened. Then you're a fool, Lucifer said coldly. Behind them, both armies tensed. Weapons raised. Power gathered. Yahweh raised his staff. Lucifer's darkness coalesced into a blade. For peace. Yahweh's voice carried across both armies. For the future. For those we've lost and those we protect. Charge. For peace. Heaven's host roared. The devil army answered with their own cry, darker, filled with malice and hunger. Advocate of gender equality, this is like watching a fantasy cinema. Only this one is real. Flash goddess, watch closely. This is what war is. The 2 armies collided. And in the center of it all, Yahweh and Lucifer began their final dance. Lucifer moved first. Not because he was faster, but because he was eager. Desperate. This moment, this chance, he'd been waiting millennia for it. His blade of condensed darkness cut toward Yahweh's heart. Not just to kill. To prove. To show that the creation could surpass the Creator. That rebellion could defeat order. That free will could overcome predestination. Yahweh's staff rose to meet it. The clash sent shockwaves rippling outward. Angels and devils nearby were thrown back, their ears bleeding from the pressure. The ground cracked in a perfect circle around them. For a moment, they were locked. Blade against staff. Darkness against light. You're slower, Lucifer breathed, feeling it. Sensing the weakness. The ceiling. It cost you everything, didn't it? Yahweh didn't deny it. Just adjusted his grip, shifted his weight. His movements were still precise, still technically perfect. But they lacked the overwhelming power that had once made him invincible. Everything I did was necessary, Yahweh said calmly. Necessary. Lucifer pushed harder. His blade inched closer to Yahweh's chest. You sacrificed yourself for what? For these insects. He gestured at the warring armies with his free hand. They'll turn on each other the moment you're gone. Your precious peace will crumble. Perhaps. Yahweh's staff held firm despite the pressure. But they'll have the choice to do better. That's all any creator can give, the choice. You and your choices. Lucifer snarled. Your free will. Look where it got me. Look where it got all of us. He broke the deadlock with a burst of power. His blade came at Yahweh from a different angle, low, aimed at the legs. Yahweh stepped back. His staff swept down to block. He was fast enough. Almost. Lucifer's blade caught his staff at an angle that sent splinters flying. A hairline crack formed in the ancient wood. And Lucifer's follow-up, a winged strike that came like a blade, caught Yahweh across the ribs. The impact sounded like thunder. Yahweh slid backward, his feet carving deep trenches. His robes tore where the wing had struck. Beneath them, golden blood welled up. Lucifer froze. Stared. For millennia, he'd fought him. Fought and lost and fought again. Wounds he'd inflicted had healed before his eyes. Power he'd thrown had been absorbed like rain into an ocean. Now Yahweh bled. And the wound stayed open. You really are dying, Lucifer said. His voice was strange. Complex. Not triumph, something more complicated. Horror mixed with vindication. Grief mixed with satisfaction. Yahweh straightened despite the pain. His hand pressed against his side, golden blood seeping between his fingers. Yes, he said simply. I am. Then why? Lucifer's composure cracked completely. His voice rose, breaking. Why come here when you already know you'll die? You could have stayed in heaven. Lived your last days in peace. Why throw your life away like it means nothing? Yahweh's expression softened. That gentle look that Lucifer remembered from before everything went wrong. Because this is the only way the war ends, Yahweh said quietly. Because my death gives all of you the chance for something better. Because I love you too much, all of you, to let this continue. Liar. Lucifer roared. Pain and rage and grief all mixed together in that single word. If you loved us, you wouldn't have cast us out. If you loved me, you wouldn't have. His blade lashed out. Pure emotion given form. Yahweh raised his staff to block. The impact drove him to one knee. The crack in his staff widened, spreading like lightning across the wood. Lucifer pressed his advantage. Another strike. Then another. Each one faster, harder, more desperate. Yahweh blocked. Parried. Deflected. But each impact cost him more. The wound in his side spread. More golden blood pooled on the scorched earth. Fight back. Lucifer screamed. Stop just defending. Fight me like you mean it. I am fighting, Yahweh said. Just not the way you want me to. His staff caught Lucifer's blade and redirected it. The motion created an opening. Yahweh's palm struck Lucifer's chest, not hard, but precise. Divine light poured into the impact point. Lucifer was thrown back. Not far. Maybe 5 meters. But when he landed, his armor was smoking. A handprint seared into his chest plate. He touched it. Felt the burn beneath. You can still hurt me, Lucifer said, something like wonder in his voice. Even weakened, you can still. I never wanted to hurt you, Yahweh interrupted quietly. He was still on one knee, blood still flowing. I only ever wanted you to choose something better. Better. Lucifer's laugh was broken. You wanted us to be slaves. Perfect, obedient slaves who never questioned. Never doubted. Never wanted more. I wanted you to have free will, Yahweh corrected. Even knowing it would lead to this. Even knowing some of you would choose to leave. That was the gift, the ability to choose. Including the ability to choose wrong. Lucifer charged with a roar of fury that shook the underworld. No more words. Just fury and grief and 3 millennia of conflict condensed into pure violence. His blade became a blur. High, low, left, right. Every angle of attack. Every technique he'd learned over eons of warfare. Yahweh met each strike. His staff was cracking further with each impact, but it held. His movements were still economical, still perfect. But he was slowing. Visibly slowing. Lucifer saw it. Felt it. The fight was turning. The fool, I can feel it even through the stream. God is weakening. Last master of humanity, why isn't anyone helping him? The other angels should. Shadow monarch, because this is personal. This is between creator and creation. Father and son. No one can interfere. Lucifer's blade found an opening and slipped past Yahweh's guard. Cut across his shoulder. More golden blood flowed. The wound was deep. Yahweh's grip on his staff weakened. His left arm hung lower, less responsive. This is it, Lucifer breathed. This is actually it. After everything. I'm going to win. He should have felt triumphant. Victorious. This was everything he'd fought for. So why did it feel like losing? Michael saw his father's blood hit the ground. Saw him stumble. Saw the wound across his shoulder that wasn't healing. Something inside him broke. He stood 30 meters away, and in front of him stood 3 Satans. 3 beings who'd once been his brothers. Leviathan noticed his expression. Saw something in his eyes that made her step back instinctively. Michael. Her voice was uncertain. You look different. Michael's flames erupted. Not the controlled fire he'd been taught. Not the measured power he'd practiced for millennia. Something that came from a place beyond technique. The heat was immediate and intense. Devils nearby stumbled back, their skin blistering. Angels in his own ranks created distance, recognizing that Michael wasn't in control anymore. Michael, Beelzebub said carefully. They'd been friends once. Brothers in arms. You need to calm. Don't. Michael's voice was flat. Empty. Wrong. Don't tell me to calm down. He moved. The distance between them evaporated. One moment Michael was 10 meters away, the next his sword was cutting toward Beelzebub's chest. The Satan raised his guard. His plague-infused insect power should have created a barrier that rotted anything it touched. Michael's holy fire burned through it like it wasn't there. His blade caught Beelzebub across the chest and cut deep through armor. The sword opened him from shoulder to hip. Beelzebub's scream was filled with pain. The kind of sound that came when regeneration failed and real death became possible. Brother. Asmodeus moved to intercede. Brother. They still called each other that. Despite everything. Despite the fall and the war and the millennia of killing. Some words stuck. Michael's fist caught Asmodeus in the throat mid-word. Not just a punch, a strike infused with compressed divine fire. The kind of technique that was considered excessive. Brutal. Forbidden in sparring. Asmodeus's throat collapsed. His windpipe crushed. His jaw dislocated with a sickening crack. He fell, choking, unable to scream because his airway was destroyed. Advocate of gender equality, holy shit did he just. Shadow Monarch, crushed his throat. Brutal but effective. Flash Goddess, that's not the kind and gentle Michael we've been hearing about. That's someone else entirely. Leviathan created distance immediately. Water formed defensive barriers, 3 layers deep, each one capable of stopping Satan-class attacks. Michael walked forward. His flames preceded him. The water didn't boil. It just evaporated. Gone before he reached it. Michael, stop. Leviathan's voice cracked. This isn't you. This isn't. Isn't what? Michael interrupted. His eyes were wrong. Too bright. Flames literally dancing in his pupils. Isn't appropriate. Isn't how the gentle seraph should fight. He was close now. Close enough that Leviathan could see her reflection in his burning eyes. Father is dying over there, Michael said. Each word precise. Controlled. Which made them more terrifying. He's bleeding out while fighting Lucifer. Your leader. The one you chose over us. We didn't, it wasn't, Leviathan struggled for words. You were my sister, Michael continued, and now there was something in his voice. Something broken. All of you. We sang together. Trained together. Protected and loved each other. And then you left. You chose pride and freedom over family. You don't understand. I understand perfectly. Michael's flames surged hotter. The barriers shattered like glass. I understand that after today, I'll be alone. Father will be dead. Kokabeel will leave because he can't bear to stay. Gabriel will be traumatized by what she's had to do here. And I'll have to hold heaven together by myself. Leviathan tried to create more barriers. Michael was already inside her guard. So forgive me, he said quietly, his hand closing around her throat, if I'm not feeling merciful. Holy fire poured directly into her from his palm. Not an attack from outside, an infusion from within. Burning her from the inside out. Leviathan screamed in pain. The kind of sound that made other devils stop fighting and stare. Michael released her. She fell, clutching her throat, smoke rising from between her fingers. Beelzebub was trying to rise. His chest wound wasn't healing properly, holy fire had seared it shut but the damage was catastrophic. Stay down, Michael said. Beelzebub didn't. Tried to stand. Tried to raise his guard. Michael's foot caught him in the chest. The impact sent him flying backward, crashing through a group of fighting devils. Asmodeus was crawling. Still couldn't breathe. His throat a ruined mess. Michael walked past him. Didn't even look down. Father is dying. I can feel every drop of his blood that hits the ground. Every wound Lucifer inflicts. I feel all of it. He raised his hand. Fire gathered around him. A sphere of divine flame that grew and grew. Until his entire form was engulfed in flames. This was Michael at his full strength. Even Kokabeel would not underestimate this form despite his powers. He sighed and looked away, sad that his kind and gentle brother had become so broken with sorrow. The three Satans saw it. Recognized what was coming. They gathered their remaining demonic power. Created a combined barrier. The strongest defense they could manage. Michael released the attack. The explosion carved a crater hundreds meters wide and deep. The shockwave knocked angels and devils both off their feet. The heat vaporized blood and scorched earth to glass. When the flames cleared, the three Satans were still visible. Their barrier had held. Barely. All three were on their knees. Armor melted. Skin burned. Wings shredded. Michael stood at the crater center. Flames still dancing across his body. His own armor was cracked. Blood, his own, dripping from wounds he didn't remember receiving. He looked at them. Three beings who'd been his siblings once. Who he'd loved. Who he'd trusted. I'm sorry, he said quietly. For what you made me become. Then he attacked again. Gabriel had killed 73 fallen angels. She knew the exact number because she counted each one. Remembered each face. Each name when she knew it. Her sword, blessed with purity itself, a concept that burned corruption, cut through another fallen scarred. The blade opened his chest. Shallow. Not immediately fatal. He looked down at the wound. Then up at her. Confusion and pain mixing in his eyes. Sister Gabriel. His voice was weak. Disbelieving. You were always so kind. So gentle. What happened? Her blade took his head before he finished. She knew him. Tamiel. He'd been part of the choir. Had a beautiful voice that could make even the strictest angels weep. Used to sing during evening prayers, his voice carrying hope and beauty. Now he was just a corpse at her feet. I'm sorry, Tamiel. I'm so sorry. But I can't stop. Can't show mercy. Mercy gets my brothers and sisters killed. Her legion moved with her. 200 angels in perfect coordination. They'd adapted to her new style. No more honorable single combat, no more measured responses. Just ruthless efficiency. A fallen commander tried to rally his forces. He was young by angelic standards, maybe 1,000 years. Had likely been a low-rank choir member before the fall. It's just Gabriel, he shouted to his troops. She's one angel. We outnumber her 200 to 1. We can. Gabriel's spear of light took him through the eye socket. Punched through his brain. He was dead before he registered the pain. The fallen around him stared. Their commander dead mid-sentence. Gabriel standing there with golden hair matted with blood, armor covered in gore, face serene. Some broke. Just turned and ran. Gabriel let them go. Focused on those who stayed. I've become efficient at killing. When did that happen? When did ending life become this easy? Another attacker. She recognized him too. Baruch. Young. Eager. Had wanted to prove himself during the war. Always volunteered for dangerous missions. Sister, please. He raised his hands in surrender. I don't want to fight you. I don't want. Her wing snapped out. The edge caught his throat. Divine feathers cut cleaner than any blade. Blood sprayed. He gurgled and fell down limply. That's wrong. His name was Baruch and he liked to paint. He'd show me his work and ask for feedback. He painted landscapes of heaven with such love. And I just killed him without hesitation. Girl who loves reading, this is destroying her. You can see it in how she moves. Last master of humanity, someone should stop this. She shouldn't have to. The fool, she's doing what needs to be done. Keep watching. Gabriel moved through the battlefield methodically. Her sword never stopped. Cut. Parry. Thrust. Block. Kill. Her technique was perfect. No wasted energy. The result of 3,000 years of training distilled into pure efficiency. But her eyes were empty. She saw a group ahead, fallen angels forming a protective circle around something. She moved closer to investigate. Wounded. They were protecting their injured. For fallen standing guard over maybe a dozen who couldn't fight anymore. It was exactly what Heaven's forces did. What she'd been taught to do. Protect the vulnerable. Guard the wounded. Gabriel hesitated. They were angels once. Made the same choice I could have made if circumstances were different. They're protecting their own. Just like we do. One of the wounded looked up. Met her eyes. Recognition dawned. Gabriel. His voice was hopeful. Desperate. She knew that voice. Nathaniel. He taught her a hymn when she was young. Had been patient with her when she couldn't get the notes right. Nathaniel, she said quietly. Sister. His face lit up despite his injuries. Sister, please. We surrender. We don't want to fight anymore. We just want. Her sword fell. Nathaniel's hope turned to shock. Then to nothing as her blade opened his throat. The protective formation broke. The guards stared at her in horror. You killed him, one screamed. He surrendered. He was wounded. You. Gabriel's response was to attack the formation. Not with rage. Not with passion. Just methodical execution. Her sword cut through the first guard. 77. Her wing sliced the second. 78. Her light spear impaled the third and fourth together. Then she turned to the wounded. 12 fallen angels who couldn't defend themselves. Who were looking at her with terror and betrayal. You were always kind, one whispered. He was missing a wing. Barely conscious. What happened to you? Gabriel didn't answer. Couldn't answer. I became what heaven needed me to be. I became the monster that kills so others don't have to. Her sword moved. Methodical. Efficient. Merciful in that she made it quick. She stood among the bodies. All fallen angels who'd once been her siblings. Her family. Her hands weren't shaking. That was the worst part. They should have been shaking. She should have been crying, screaming, breaking down. Instead, she just cleaned her blade and moved to the next target. Father is dying. Brother Kokabeel is leaving. I need to be strong. I need to be what they need me to be. Even if it kills what I was. Another group ahead. More fallen angels. She moved toward them. She stopped counting after 100. The numbers stopped matching. All that mattered was ending this. Getting through this day. Surviving so she could fall apart later when no one was watching. Azrael and Metatron were facing the 7 deadly sins. Azrael's scythe cut through Sloth's essence. The demon dispersed, not destroyed, but disrupted. It would reform. Eventually. These conceptual beings are problematic, Azrael thought, maintaining his guard. Physical attacks only delay them. We need to target their philosophical foundations. Beside him, Metatron was struggling. As Heaven's scribe, his role was administrative. Combat was secondary. He trained, yes, but his strength lay in recording, analyzing, maintaining Heaven's systems. Not fighting manifestations of sin itself. Greed attacked. Not physically, conceptually. The demon's power manifested as desire. The overwhelming want for more. More power. More life. More everything. Metatron's barrier held against the physical component. But the conceptual assault bypassed it entirely. He felt it. The sudden hunger. The need. The greed for power that wasn't his. No, he gasped, divine energy burning just to maintain his sense of self. Angels had resistance to conceptual corruption, but resisting cost energy. Every second fighting the assault was energy not spent on defense. Gluttony sensed the weakness. Attacked. This demon's power was consumption. The desire to devour everything. To make it part of yourself. Its attack manifested as hunger. The need to consume. To take. To make everything yours. Metatron's barrier cracked. He poured more power into it. It held on barely. Then lust attacked. Pink energy that promised pleasure. Release. Surrender. An end to the struggle. Metatron's concentration wavered. Just for a moment. Just a heartbeat. It was enough. The barrier shattered. Gluttony's follow-up hit him in the side. The demon tried to consume Metatron's divine essence. To devour what made him angelic and incorporate it. The pain was indescribable. The sensation of being unmade from the inside. Of your very existence being digested. Metatron screamed in pain. Azrael was there immediately. His scythe bisected Gluttony mid-attack. The demon dispersed, its concentration broken. Stay with me, brother. Azrael ordered, pulling Metatron back. Metatron clutched his side. The wound was wrong. Reality itself was distorted there, space and flesh mixing in ways that shouldn't be possible. Like gluttony had tried to eat the space where his body should be. I'm fine, Metatron gasped through clenched teeth. He wasn't. 4 sins remained: wrath, pride, envy, gluttony. And they were learning. Adapting to angelic tactics. We're losing this fight, Azrael realized with cold clarity. Slowly but inevitably. Wrath's aura expanded. Red energy that imposed fury on everything it touched. The desire to destroy. To kill indiscriminately. Azrael felt it wash over him. Felt sudden rage. The urge to attack everything. Friend and foe alike. He pushed back with divine will. Drew on 3 millennia of discipline and control. The rage receded. But it cost him. More energy burned just to remain himself. You cannot win, Pride's voice echoed from everywhere and nowhere. The demon had learned not to maintain a single physical form. We are eternal. We are concepts. How do you kill an idea? By replacing it with a better one, Azrael said. His scythe moved. Not cutting Pride's manifestation, but cutting at something deeper. The concept itself. Pride is the elevation of self above all else. To counter it, I must embody its opposite. Humility. Service. The willingness to be less. He released his power. Not in an attack. Just released it. Let it flow out without trying to control or direct it. His scythe moved again. This time, it connected with something that shouldn't be cuttable. Pride's essence. The demon felt it. Actually felt damage to its conceptual foundation. Impossible. Pride's voice wavered. You're just an angel. You can't affect. Have you forgotten, demon? I am the angel of death. Azrael cut again. And again. Each strike targeting not the manifestation but the idea behind it. Pride screamed. A sound that existed in minds rather than ears. Then something fell from the sky. A spear of compressed starlight. It moved so fast it seemed to teleport, just suddenly there, impaling wrath through where its chest would be if it had maintained physical form. The demon didn't just disperse. It was unmade. Its concept shattered into fragments that dissolved into nothing. Shadow Monarch, that attack crossed the entire battlefield. That's our guy all right. The fool, how much power does one angel have? Azrael looked up. Saw Kokabeel in the distance, his hand still raised from throwing. Thank you, brother. That bought us time. He turned back to the remaining 3 sins. The odds were better now. Where were we? Azrael said. Pride reformed cautiously. The demon had felt real damage for the first time. It was wary now. Good. Fear was a weapon too. Azrael attacked with renewed determination. Kokabeel watched everything. From his position at the rear, he had a clear view of the entire battlefield. Saw every major engagement. Felt every significant power spike. His omniscience filled in the details he couldn't physically see. Michael was burning himself out. Fighting with a desperation that would kill him if he kept it up. The Seraph had maybe 10 minutes before his reserves ran dry completely. Gabriel was breaking. Each kill cracked something inside her. She'd survived the day physically but psychologically. That damage would last. Azrael and Metatron were losing ground. The conceptual sins were wearing them down. And Yahweh. Kokabeel's jaw tightened. He was dying. Slowly but inevitably. Each exchange with Lucifer cost more than Yahweh could afford. I could stop this. One attack. End Lucifer. Save him. But that would break everything that comes after. The peace. The balance. All of it. His hand moved. Casual. Almost lazy. A spear materialized, starlight compressed into a weapon that weighed more than planets but moved faster than thought. He threw it. The spear crossed the battlefield in a heartbeat. A devil commander flanking Michael's position exploded. Just gone. Michael didn't notice. Too focused on his own battle. Idiot. You're going to burn yourself to ash. Another spear formed. This one killed 3 devils about to overwhelm Gabriel's flank. They didn't even see it coming. Just suddenly stopped existing. A 3rd spear. This one destroyed Wrath, supporting Azrael and Metatron. Each casual gesture ended lives across the battlefield. His forces watched in awe and terror. Lord Kokabeel, a subordinate, approached hesitantly. Should we advance? Our forces could turn the tide on multiple fronts. Send 3 divisions forward, Kokabeel ordered without looking away from the battlefield. Reinforce Gabriel's position. Support Azrael and Metatron. Keep 5 divisions here with me. But my lord, that leaves us severely undermanned if. Our enemy isn't in front of us, Kokabeel interrupted quietly. Not yet. The subordinate looked confused but knew better than to question Heaven's wrath twice. He bowed and left to organize the deployment. Kokabeel watched his forces split. Most moved to support the main battle. He remained with maybe 500 angels. Skeleton crew for a rear guard. But he wasn't worried about the rear guard's strength. He extended his senses eastward as he found it. Divine power. Hindu pantheon signature. Multiple strong presences. Arriving in 3 minutes. Maybe less. He shifted his attention back to the center of the battlefield. To where Yahweh and Lucifer fought. He watched the being who'd given him purpose when he'd been a confused transmigrator drowning in angelic memories, fight his final battle. I'm sorry. But this is how it has to be. The chat interface flickered. Advocate of gender equality, this is insane. Everyone's going all out. This is chaotic beyond imagination. Flash goddess, Michael is going to collapse soon. His energy signature is dropping rapidly. Girl who loves reading, Gabriel's kill count is over 100 now. This is destroying her. Last master of humanity, why isn't anyone helping Yahweh? He's dying. The fool, because that's the point. This is a sacrifice play. Kokabeel closed the interface. Focused on the approaching signatures from the east. Rear guard. His voice carried across his reduced forces. Prepare for engagement. His soldiers looked around confused. There was nothing to the east. Just empty lands. Then they felt it. Divine power. Wrong signature. Not angelic. Not devilish. Something else. Battle positions. Kokabeel commanded. Now. They scrambled into formation. 500 angels against, he counted the approaching signatures. 3,000 Devas. 12 major Hindu gods. And Indra himself. His forces formed up behind him. Disciplined despite their confusion. They trusted Heaven's wrath even when they didn't understand. The horizon shimmered. A golden chariot appeared, pulled by horses that galloped through empty air. Divine radiance poured from it like water. Standing on the chariot, Indra. No sunglasses today, his eyes crackled with divine lightning. Beside him stood Rudra, god of storms. Behind them, other Hindu gods arranged in positions of power. And behind them, an army. Thousands of Devas in divine armor, weapons blessed by their pantheon's power. The chariot stopped maybe 200 meters away. Close enough to talk. Far enough to retreat if needed. Indra and Kokabeel stared at each other across the distance. The king of the Devas and Heaven's wrath. So, Indra called out, his voice carrying across the battlefield, you're the one who killed the dragon emperors. I've been curious about you, Heaven's wrath. Kokabeel didn't respond. Just watched. Counted forces. Assessed power levels. Calculated probabilities. 3,000 Devas. Average power level is high to ultimate class. 12 gods at peak ultimate class. Indra himself is Satan class or beyond it. Against him and 500 angels. Kokabeel sighed. Let's end this then. Chapter 18, The End of the Great War. Kokabeel POV. I closed my eyes for a moment to prepare myself. They timed this perfectly, I observed coldly. Waited until everyone was fully committed. Yahweh fighting Lucifer. Michael engaged with 3 Satans. Gabriel dealing with the fallen. Azrael and Metatron occupied with the sins. No one available to support the rear. Except me. Indra's smile widened as he surveyed the reduced angel forces. I see your army is, rather diminished. Most of your strength is occupied elsewhere. Your rear is exposed. He spread his hands in a gesture of mock sympathy. That seems like poor tactical planning on your part, Mr. Heaven's wrath. Is that so? My voice was flat. Empty of emotion. I hated it, maybe even feared that one day I'll lose all my emotions, cease to be a human or an angel. I have 3,000 Devas at my back. Indra gestured to his army with obvious pride. 12 supreme gods. Myself, the king of gods. What do you have? Kokabeel's gaze swept across the Swarga forces. Counted them. Assessed them. Then his eyes returned to Indra. Myself, I said simply. That's all I need. The words hung in the air. Indra's smile faltered slightly. You're serious? You think you alone can? I know I can, I interrupted. The question is whether you're foolish enough to try it anyway. Behind Indra, Rudra shifted uncomfortably. He whispered under breath. Maybe we should call Shiva, just in case. Indra glared at him. Do you mean I am so weak that I can't even kill an angel? Varuna, the god of water, sighed. It's not that. But we have to consider the casualties this might cause. The other gods exchanged glances. They'd all heard the reports. Drake and Albion, two of the strongest beings in existence, even on par with Indra, had been killed by this angel. Turned into sacred gears. But Indra's pride wouldn't let him back down. Not now. Not after committing this far. Bold words, angel. Indra said, lightning crackling more intensely around his eyes. Let's see if you can back them up. He raised his hand. Advocate of gender equality, fuck, here it comes. Shadow Monarch, 3,000 against 1. This is going to be brutal. Flash Goddess, or very short. Depending on how serious Kokabil-san is. Indra's voice boomed across both armies. Kill them all. Leave none alive. This world belongs to us now. The Swarga army roared. 3,000 voices unified in battle cry. They charged. Kokabil's forces tensed. 500 angels preparing to meet 3,000 devas. Impossible odds. I remained perfectly still. Watched the charging army with empty eyes. Then I sighed. This is where the end begins, I muttered to myself. Let's make it a memorable one. I snapped my fingers. The sound was quiet. Almost casual. The sky above them tore open. Reality itself ripped apart like cloth. The red sky of the underworld shredded, revealing the cosmos beyond, infinite darkness studded with infinite light. And from that tear, stars began to fall. Actual stars. Burning celestial bodies ripped from their places in the universe and compressed into weapons. Each one capable of killing gods in one strike. The Swarga vanguard saw them coming. Looked up. Saw their deaths descending in the form of stellar fire. Understanding dawned. Then terror. Scatter. Indra screamed, his confidence evaporating. Scatter. Spread out. Too late. The first star hit the vanguard. The explosion was absolute. A sphere of stellar fire expanded outward, not just burning, but erasing. Matter touched by that fire didn't char or melt. It ceased to exist. Returned to base elements and scattered across dimensions. The blast radius consumed everything in a 100-meter sphere. 500 devas gone in an instant. Erased like they never even existed. The shockwave hit next. A wall of force that threw devas like ragdolls. Armor shattered. Bones broke. Divine beings who'd existed for millennia were reduced to broken bodies tumbling across scorched earth. The heat came last. Residual stellar radiation that flash-burned everything within 200 meters. Devas screamed as their flesh charred. Their divine armor turned molten, fusing with their skin. Advocate of gender equality, holy fucking shit. Shadow Monarch. The fool, that's not a battle technique. That's world extinction level power. The explosion was visible across the entire battlefield. Angels and devils both stopped fighting momentarily, turning to stare at the mushroom cloud rising from the rear. Michael saw it. His eyes widened. Kokabil, what are you planning to do? Gabriel saw it. Despite her empty state, something like a broke through. Brother. Yahweh saw it. Even weakened, even dying, he felt the sheer magnitude of power unleashed. He smiled slightly. I made the right choice, he thought. Heaven will survive this. He'll make sure of it. Lucifer saw it too. His attack faltered for just a moment as he realized what kind of being heaven still had in reserve. Dragon Emperors. He killed both Dragon Emperors. And now he's doing this. Even if I kill God, I still have to face him next. Back at the rear guard, the second star fell. Then the third. Then the fourth. I stood at the center of it all, hand still raised, expression unchanged. Each star I pulled down was precisely targeted at the densest Swarga formations. 2,000 devas had charged. After 4 stars fell, maybe 800 remained. And they weren't charging anymore. They were fleeing. Trying desperately to escape the falling sky. Reform. Indra roared from his chariot. Lightning crackled around him as he tried to rally his forces. Reform the lines. Create barriers. Protect. The 5th star fell directly toward Indra's position. Rudra acted instantly. Pulled Indra's chariot back with a burst of divine power. The star impacted where they'd been standing seconds before. The explosion vaporized another 200 devas who'd been trying to regroup nearby. Indra stared at the carnage. At his army being systematically obliterated. At the angel standing alone, pulling down stars like it was nothing. What the hell are you? Indra breathed. Not rhetorical. Genuine question born of genuine anger. Or was it fear? My eyes met his across the distance. Cold. Empty. Infinitely dangerous. I'm the consequence of your actions, I said emotionlessly, my voice somehow carrying clearly despite the chaos. You were warned. You chose to ignore it. I reached up again. But this time, I didn't pull more stars. This time, I reached for something else entirely. The void between stars. The darkness that exists in the spaces where light cannot reach. The absence that makes light meaningful. Conceptual darkness. The opposite of creation itself. I pulled it down like a curtain. Darkness fell across half the battlefield. Not natural darkness, conceptual. The absence of light given form. In that darkness, I was everything and nothing. Presence and absence. Predator and executioner. The Devis caught in that darkness screamed. Not from pain, from primal terror. The kind that comes from being confronted with something fundamentally wrong. Something that shouldn't exist. Their divine light meant nothing. Their blessed weapons couldn't find targets. Their formations collapsed as they couldn't see each other. And in that darkness, I moved. Not fast. Not slow. Just, inevitable. A deva tried to defend. Raised his shield. My hand touched it. The shield dissolved along with the arm. Then the deva himself. All returned to nothing. Another tried to attack. Swung his blessed sword with millennia of training behind the strike. The blade passed through where I was. Found nothing. Then I was behind him and touched him simply. The deva couldn't even scream as his body was annihilated. They died by dozens. By hundreds. Not through overwhelming force but through something worse, casual erasure. Indra watched from outside the darkness. Watched his army die. Watched his perfectly timed ambush turn into a massacre. I will deal with him myself, he said quietly. My lord. Rudra looked at him in shock. I said I'll kill him myself. Indra roared. Sound the withdrawal. Get the weaker ones out of range. Now. The signal went out. The surviving devas, maybe 300 of the original 3,000, broke and ran. Divine discipline shattered by primal survival instinct. Indra charged at me with a roar, lightning crackling around his divine form. Rudra sent out violent gusts of wind that tore through. Varuna sent out a gigantic wave of water. The others following closely attacking in sync. I waved lightly, and light spears rained down on them. The others had to defend themselves, but Indra was not backing down. His fist covered in lightning met mine glowing with starlight. Boom. The impact ruptured the eardrums of all nearby beings. The shockwave itself erased anything within a kilometer radius. My squadron had already retreated back to not get caught. But the devas nearby weren't so lucky. They howled in pain holding their bleeding ears. Indra grinned. You are not bad. To take this blow head on. But this isn't my full might, Angel. I looked at him in disinterest. You might be strong, but you don't compare to those lizards. Indra stared at me for a moment and burst out laughing. Then let me show you why I am called the King of Gods. His powers exploded outwards, increasing drastically. The 500 angels stared at me. Most had never seen heaven's wrath truly unleashed. Had only heard stories. Now they knew the stories were understatements. Shadow Monarch, I take back what I said. That wasn't a battle. That was pest control. Flash Goddess, 3,000 to 300 in minutes. That's not combat. That's extermination. Girl who loves reading, that guy will never forgive this. He just lost 90% of his army. Advocate of gender equality, and now Kokabeel has a mortal enemy in the strongest pantheon in DxD. That's really bad politically. The fool, politics can wait. Watch the main battlefield. It's almost time. I looked toward the main battlefield. Toward where Yahweh and Lucifer fought. My omniscience showed me the truth. Showed me the next few minutes in crystal clarity. It's time. There was a huge explosion that covered the battlefield in the north. Yahweh's ancient staff finally shattered. The crack that had been spreading finally reached critical mass. Lucifer's blade came down with all the weight of 3 millennia of rebellion behind it. The ancient wood. Older than recorded history, a piece of the tree of life itself, split down the middle with a sound like reality breaking. Yahweh stumbled. Without the staff, his defense crumbled completely. Lucifer's next strike was instinctive. His blade cut across Yahweh's chest. The kind of wound that would kill anything. Golden blood poured from the gash. Yahweh fell to his knees. Both knees this time. The strength to stand simply wasn't there anymore. The battlefield seemed to fall quiet. Angels and devils both felt it, that moment when something fundamental shifted. When the impossible became real. God was dying. Actually dying. Lucifer stood over his creator, his blade dripping golden blood. He stared at what he'd done. At his father kneeling before him, life pouring out onto scorched earth. "This is it," Lucifer said. His voice was strange. Hollow. "I've actually done it. 3 millennia of war. Of rebellion. Of fighting for his ideals and his freedom and his right to choose his own path. And it all came down to this moment. Standing over his father with a killing blow already struck. He thought he'd feel triumph. Vindication. The satisfaction of proving his point, that even God could be defeated. That perfection was a lie. That free will meant the Creator could be surpassed. Instead, he felt empty. Hollow. Like he'd won the battle but lost something more important. "You were supposed to be invincible," Lucifer whispered. "Eternal. Perfect. You were God." Yahweh looked up at him. Even now, even dying, that expression was gentle. Understanding. The look of a father watching his child hurt. "I am what I need to be," Yahweh said quietly. His voice was weak. Fading. "And right now, I need to be mortal. I need to be something that can die." "Why?" Lucifer's hand trembled on his blade. "Why are you doing this? Why are you making me?" He couldn't finish. Couldn't say, "Kill you." The word stuck in his throat. Despite all his rebellion and hatred, he never truly thought he could kill God. He just wanted to prove his point, or die trying. "Because you need to win," Yahweh said simply. Golden blood ran from his mouth now. "Your entire cause is built on fighting me. On proving that my order was wrong. If I don't fall, the war continues forever. More deaths. More suffering. Thousands more of my children dying for a conflict that has no end. You're sacrificing yourself," Lucifer realized. "For us. For everyone. Even now. Even after everything we've done." "Even now," Yahweh agreed. "I love all of you too much to do anything else." Tears formed in Lucifer's eyes. The first he'd shed since the fall. "I hate you," he whispered, his voice breaking. "I know. I hate that you're doing this. That you're making this my burden to carry. I know. I hate that I still love you. After everything. After all of it. I still." His voice broke completely. Lucifer, the morning star, first and strongest of the fallen, ruler of hell's armies, was crying. Yahweh smiled. It was sad. Proud. The smile of a father saying goodbye. "I know that too, my son. I always knew." The words hit Lucifer like physical blows. My son. Not fallen. Not traitor. Not enemy. My son. "Don't call me that," Lucifer said, but there was no strength in it. "Please don't." "You never stopped being my son," Yahweh interrupted gently. "Even when you fell. Even when you stood against everything I built. Even now, with your blade in my chest. You were always my son. You always will be." Something in Lucifer broke. Some wall he'd built over 3,000 years finally crumbled. "Then why didn't you stop me?" he screamed. "If you loved me so much, why did you let me fall? Why didn't you prevent this?" "Because I loved you enough to let you choose," Yahweh said. "Even when you chose wrong. Even when it hurt. Love without choice is just control. And I refuse to control any of you." Lucifer raised his blade with shaking hands. Tears still streaming. "Lucifer," Yahweh said softly. "Finish it. Don't let my death be meaningless. End this war. Give everyone the peace they need. There won't be any peace as long as I." Lucifer paused, then let out a self-deprecating laugh. "So that was your plan? To die together?" He closed his eyes. "I don't deserve it, Father. It's all right, my son. Let them write their story." Yahweh smiled gently despite the pain. Across the battlefield, everyone felt it. The moment before. The held breath before the scream. Michael felt it. His flames extinguished instantly. Father. Gabriel felt it. Her serene mask shattered completely. No. Azrael felt it. His scythe fell from nerveless fingers. Please no. Metatron felt it. Tears streaming down his face. Not yet. Every angel on the battlefield felt their creator's light dimming. Felt the connection that bound them to him, the thread that defined what they were, beginning to fray. And Kokabeel, standing in the east among the ashes of Swarga's army, felt it too. Goodbye, he thought. Thank you. For everything. I am sorry I couldn't call you father, despite you being one for me. He closed his eyes. He couldn't watch this part. Lucifer's blade descended. It pierced Yahweh's heart. For a moment, time stopped. The war itself paused. Then light erupted. Not divine essence. Pure light. The fundamental building block of creation itself pouring out like water from a broken dam. It was blinding. Angels and devils both had to shield their eyes or look away. Yahweh gasped. Not from pain, from release. Like he'd been holding his breath for millennia and could finally exhale. Thank you, he whispered to Lucifer. My son. The light intensified. Spread. Consumed him. And in that light, Yahweh smiled. Then it faded. When the light cleared, Yahweh's body remained. Still kneeling. Still with Lucifer's blade through his heart. But empty. No life. No power. No divine presence. The biblical God was dead. The battlefield went absolutely silent. Not a sound. Not a breath. Every being there, angel and devil and fallen alike, felt it. The moment creation became orphaned. The instant the fundamental order of their existence changed forever. Michael collapsed. Just fell to his knees as his legs gave out. Father. His flames extinguished completely. All the strength that had let him fight 3 Satans, all the fury and desperation, gone. Replaced by a void so complete he couldn't even comprehend it. He's gone. Father is gone. He's really gone. The 3 Satans looked at each other, they didn't feel victory, just an emptiness. None of them attacked Michael. This moment was too big for petty warfare. Gabriel screamed. A raw, broken sound that echoed across the plains. It wasn't a war cry or a battle shout. It was pure grief-given voice. Her sword fell from her fingers. Her wings went limp. She fell to her knees among the bodies of the fallen she'd killed. Father. Father, Father, Father. The word repeated in her mind like a prayer. Like denial. Like if she thought it enough times, it wouldn't be real. But it was real. She could feel the absence where his presence had been. The connection every angel had to their creator was severed. No, she whispered. No, 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 please no. The fallen angels she'd been fighting stopped. Stared at her. At Gabriel, always kind, always gentle, kneeling in blood and ashes and breaking. None of them moved to attack. Azrael and Metatron both fell. The 7 sins they'd been fighting paused, confused by the sudden lack of resistance. What just happened? Pride asked. Then it felt it. The conceptual shift. The death of something fundamental. Even demons of sin understood loss. Azrael stared at nothing. He's gone. Father is gone. Metatron's hands shook as he clutched his wound. What do we? He couldn't finish. Didn't know how to. The remaining deadly sins all attacked at once. They wanted to kill them while they had the chance. An attack pierced through Metatron, who didn't even defend himself. For him, his existence lost all meaning. If God is dead, what was the point of his voice to remain? Azrael held his broken body as he stared at the demons who suddenly stopped. A black wave of miasma erupted from Azrael, killing everything it touched. The demons tried flee, but it was faster than them. When it touched them, they just fell like a puppet with its strings cut. But Azrael didn't pay attention. He just looked down at his brother and muttered, "Why?" Metatron closed his eyes. "Because I no longer have a purpose. Farewell, brother." His hands fell limply. Lucifer stared at his hands. At the blade covered in golden blood. At his father's corpse kneeling before him. "What have I done?" he whispered. "What have I done?" He'd won. Defeated God. Proven his point. Showed that even the Creator could be overcome. And it felt like the worst loss imaginable. Lucifer fell to his knees beside his Creator. His Father. The being he'd loved and hated and fought for thousands of years. He didn't know what to do anymore. Kokabeel opened his eyes. Felt the absence. The void where Yahweh's presence had been. He looked at his rear guard. 500 angels all staring toward the center of the battlefield. All feeling the same emptiness. "Maintain positions," Kokabeel ordered quietly. "Stay alert for sneak attacks." His voice snapped them out of shock. They obeyed automatically, training overriding grief. Kokabeel turned his attention back to the main battlefield. Saw Michael collapsed. Gabriel broken. Azrael broken, and Metatron lost. They need me. They all need me now. But he couldn't go. Not yet. Had to ensure the rear stayed secure. Had to make sure Indra didn't rally and attack again. So he waited. Watched. And felt the weight of heaven's future settling onto his shoulders. I'm sorry, he thought to Yahweh's fading presence. I'm sorry I let you die. But I'll keep my promise. I'll protect them. I'll make sure your sacrifice means something. Goodbye. The war wasn't over. The battle would continue. But the world had changed. God was dead. And nothing would ever be the same. Last master of humanity. The fool. Advocate of gender equality. Shadow monarch. Girl who loves reading. Flash goddess, rest well, creator. The chat fell silent. Even beings from other worlds felt the weight of what had just happened. A god had died. Not metaphorically. Not symbolically. Really, truly died. And the cosmos held its breath. Indra, who was planning to retreat, stopped. A twisted grin appeared on his face. The biblical god was dead. The heavens lost their leader. Although he had suffered some losses, compared to the 100,000-strong army Sawarga possessed, it was nothing. Indra ordered coldly. All of you, kill the angels. Start with the weaker ones. Rudra asked hesitantly. Are you certain, Indra? That angel might just go on a self-destructive mode and take us down with him. Indra glared at him. Are you willing to return after suffering such humiliation? We must preserve our reputation and might. His eyes landed on Gabriel, who lost her will to fight and just stared blankly at her father's body. He smirked. This qualifies as an archangel. How pathetic. His divine weapon Vajra crackled with lightning in his hand. Varuna tried to stop him. Wait. But the strike flew towards Gabriel, who looked at blindly. Perhaps she saw no point in dodging. But suddenly, there was a gust of wind and a shadow covered her. She looked up hesitantly and lost all words. Kokabeel stood in front of him. No, it wasn't Kokabeel anymore. It didn't look like him at all. The being looked like darkness itself, absorbing every speck of light. Yet the small dots on his form glowed, like stars in the night sky. She whispered in disbelief. Brother. But the being didn't respond to her. Rather, it spoke in a voice that sent shivers down everyone's spine. All angels, return to heaven. Take his body with you. I'll end this. The angels were stunned. Some tried to protest. Michael approached him without fear. I will stay with you, brother. The being spoke with difficulty. Leave now. Before I lose control completely. I'll come back later. Michael wanted to argue, but he suddenly felt a wave of nausea. Kokabeel's form pulsed, and sent out waves of foreign energy that started to leak. Michael gritted his teeth and ordered. Everyone, return to heaven. If we stay here, Kokabeel can't go all out. He carried away Gabriel, who merely muttered. Stay safe, brother. The angels all left one by one. And nobody stopped them. All eyes were focused on the only angel that remained. Lucifer looked calmly at him. If you want to kill me, go ahead. But don't think I'll hold back. Splurt. Lucifer's eyes widened, as did everyone else's. Indra clenched his fist. This just became dangerous. Because right in front of their eyes, before they could even blink, Kokabeel had cleaved Lucifer into two. Lucifer's mouth opened to speak, but he couldn't speak. Suddenly his world turned upside down. The last thoughts Lucifer Morningstar had was, so that's heaven's wrath, huh? As his severed head fell into the ground. The three Satans looked in disbelief, as did his army. The strongest of the devils, taken out with a single swing of sword. Within moments of his ultimate victory, the ruler of the devils, Lucifer Morningstar, also perished, just like his father did. Down with migraine. I'll post next chapter when I feel better. I put it on timer at least, relieved face. Chapter 19, The Eternal Night. Kokabeel's POV. Lucifer's headless body collapsed, blood pooling across scorched earth. I stood over it, my body no longer fully mine. A shifting darkness studded with stellar light. The sword in my hand dripped with his blood. The battlefield held its breath. Then Indra laughed. Not with mockery. A genuine, exhilarated laugh that echoed across the blood-soaked plains. Magnificent. His eyes blazed with divine lightning, pupils crackling with barely contained power. You killed the Morning Star in a single strike. The being who just slew your creator himself, cut down like he was nothing. I didn't respond to him. Something inside me was breaking. My memories, thoughts, emotions all fading. My life as. Did I lived another life? What was my name? Who am I? I can't remember. I promised someone. To watch over them, who was it? It's painful. But why? Why does it feel like I lost something? What did I lose? The three remaining Satans, Beelzebub, Asmodeus, Leviathan, stared at their leader's corpse. At the strongest among them reduced to meat and memory. Beelzebub's face twisted. Grief. Rage. Terror mixing into something primal. We need to kill him, I interrupted quietly. My voice was wrong. Multiple tones layered over each other, as if thousands of people spoke at once. That's what you were going to say, wasn't it? They turned to me. All three. All the remaining devil forces. Thousands of demons who'd watched their leader fall. He's not invincible. Asmodeus said, his dislocated jaw making speech difficult. Lucifer was able to kill God. If we all attack at once. Indra shook his head hearing them. How foolish. Beelzebub's power erupted. The Lord of Flies' true form manifesting, a massive entity that seemed to consume light itself. For Lucifer. The devil army charged as one. I didn't move. Just raised my hand. What followed wasn't a battle. It was an execution. Compressed gravity wells formed above the charging army. Dozens of them. Each one pulling with the force of a collapsing star. Devils were ripped from the ground, pulled screaming into points of infinite density, crushed into nothing. Beelzebub tried to consume the gravity itself, his nature as the devourer fighting against the cosmic force. For a moment, it seemed to work. The gravity well destabilized, flickering. Then I compressed it further. Beelzebub exploded. His massive form unable to contain the gravitational pressure. Chunks of divine flesh scattered across the battlefield, dissolving into golden mist. One Satan down. Asmodeus attacked from behind, his remaining functional hand forming a blade of pure sin. The conceptual weapon that could cut through virtue itself, meant to sever my connection to heaven's authority. It struck my back. I felt it. The blade carving away at my angelic nature. At the holiness that still remained in my core despite everything. Did it hurt? I couldn't tell. I wasn't allowed to feel anything. I turned around slowly and looked at Asmodeus. Saw the triumph in his eyes, the belief that he'd found my weakness. Then his eyes widened in terror as he met my gaze, and tried to run. Stellar fire erupted from my form. A beam of pure fusion energy that struck Asmodeus's center mass. He tried to dodge but he was too slow. After all, what can be faster than light itself? The beam caught him, and he simply ceased to exist. Vaporized so completely that not even his ashes remained. Just a shadow burned into the scorched earth where he'd stood. 2 down. Leviathan was already fleeing. The great serpent's survival instincts overriding loyalty or pride. Her massive form twisted through space, trying to reach the underworld's depths. I appeared in front of her. Perish, I said simply. My hand touched her scaled hide. Where my fingers made contact, starlight spread. Consuming everything. Leviathan thrashed, screamed, tried to break free. Please, no. The starlight spread faster. Across her entire body. Through her entire being. Reducing the ancient Satan to nothing more than light and memory. The 4 Satans ceased to exist that day. The remaining devil forces lost all will and ran like hell. It was a complete, total rout. They scattered in every direction, abandoning all pretense of formation or strategy. I let them run for exactly 3 seconds. Then I pulled the void itself. Not stars this time. The darkness between stars. The absence that made light meaningful. It spread across the battlefield like a wave, consuming everything it touched. Any of them touched by the void got erased. They didn't even have the chance to beg for mercy. They wouldn't receive it anyway. In less than a minute, the entire devil army was gone. Thousands of devils reduced to nothing. The scorched earth now completely. Half of Underworld ceased to exist. Shadow Monarch, that was brutal. Flash Goddess, he didn't even give them a chance. Just erased them all. Girl who loves reading, the devil faction is effectively extinct now. In under a minute. Advocate of gender equality, no, they have still other factions that didn't fight. But Kokabeel. Are you alright? I barely registered their messages. My focus was already shifting. To Indra. The king of gods stood with his remaining 11 gods. They'd watched the entire execution without interfering. Studied my techniques. Analyzed my fighting style. My lord, Varuna said carefully, divine water already coalescing around him defensively. Perhaps we should reconsider. Reconsider. Indra's grin widened, showing teeth that crackled with internal lightning. He just gave us the perfect gift. Heaven's forces have withdrawn. The devils are extinct. God is dead. It's just him and us now. If we kill him, nothing stands between us and ruling the entire world. Rudra manifested his twin blades, weapons that could cut through the fabric of concepts themselves. Indra, I watched what he did to our army. 3,000 to 300 in mere moments. Then he just erased the entire devil faction like they were insects. This is perfect. Indra interrupted, his divine authority flaring. The air around him ionized, crackling with potential violence. We came here for conquest, didn't we? For opportunity. Well, here it is. 12 gods against one exhausted angel. We crush him here, now, then claim both heaven and hell as our spoils. The other gods shifted uncomfortably. They'd seen what I'd done. Watched stars fall like rain. Witnessed conceptual darkness erase armies. But Indra was their king. Their commander. And his confidence was infectious. He's right, one of the minor gods said. Look at him. He's barely holding that form. That transformation, whatever it is, it's unstable. The cracks are spreading. He's vulnerable. They were wrong and right at the same time. I was unstable. My stellar form flickering at the edges, cracks spreading through the compressed starlight that comprised my being. The fight with the dragon emperors, the systematic obliteration of the Swarga army, the execution of Lucifer and the Satans, it had all cost me. But vulnerable? No. Just tired. So very tired. Shadow Monarch, they're making a mistake. A fatal one. Flash Goddess, Kokobeel-san isn't responding to messages anymore. That's concerning. Girl who loves reading, his form is destabilizing. Whatever he's become, it's not sustainable. I couldn't respond to them. Could barely perceive the chat interface anymore. My consciousness was narrowing, focusing down to a single point. Fulfilling the promise I'd made. Protect heaven. Eliminate threats. No matter the cost. Come then, I said. My voice echoed strangely, multiple tones layered over each other, some human, some not. Show me why you're called gods. Indra moved first. He was fast. Faster than the dragon emperors. His body covered the distance between us in less than a heartbeat. The Vajra in his hand crackled with divine lightning, each spark carrying enough power to vaporize mountains. The weapon came down with the weight of divine authority behind it. I blocked with my sword. Compressed starlight met divine lightning. Boom. The impact created a shockwave that carved a crater miles wide. Everything within miles was flattened. Broken weapons, corpses, rocks, all reduced to nothing by the pressure wave alone. The weaker gods suffered injuries just by staying there. But Indra, Varuna, and Rudra held on. Being one of the top 10 strongest beings wasn't just for show. We stood at the center, staring at each other. Indra's grin widened. Good. You can still fight. Before I could respond, pain exploded across my back. Rudra. His conceptual blade had cut through space itself to reach me, bypassing my defenses entirely. The wound wasn't physical, it was deeper. A cut in the concept of what I was. I stumbled forward. Indra capitalized immediately, his Vajra coming around for another strike. I twisted, barely avoiding a blow that would have taken my head. The lightning grazed my shoulder instead, burning away stellar matter, leaving a smoking wound that slowly started to regenerate. But it felt like just a scratch. Varuna attacked from my left with the concept of water. Every ocean, every river, every drop of moisture in existence given form and weight. It crashed over me like a tsunami made of pure authority. I was driven back somehow. The pressure immense. Crushing. Not just physical but conceptual, the weight of water itself pressing down on my existence. They're not just strong. They're coordinated. They've fought together for millennia. I released a pulse of starfire. The water evaporated instantly, steam exploding outward in a massive cloud that covered the entire battlefield. I used it to create distance, pulling back 100 meters in a single motion. I was barely holding back the immense power that was threatening to consume me, consume everything. And if I let go, this world shall cease to exist. I couldn't allow it. The 9 minor gods were already in position. They'd used the steam to surround me, forming a perfect circle. Each one positioned at a cardinal point, their divine authorities flaring in preparation. Sanskrit verses appeared in their palms. They were trying to seal me. How foolish. I unleashed a little bit more power, and the seals that were appearing vanished. Indra realized it was futile. It's kill or be killed now. Attack with all you got. Don't hold back anything or you will die. They attacked simultaneously. 9 different divine authorities hitting me from 9 different angles. Fire that burned concepts, making the very idea of my existence combust. Wind that cut dimensions, slicing through the layers of reality I occupied. Earth that crushed space itself, compressing the area I existed in. Light that blinded reality, making it impossible for anything to perceive or be perceived. Darkness that consumed existence, eating away at my form. Metal that pierced causality. Wood that grew through probability. Water that drowned possibility. Lightning that shocked potential itself. 9 attacks. 9 concepts. All hitting simultaneously. I defended barely. My sword moved faster than thought, blocking what I could. My stellar form absorbed what I couldn't block, the compressed starlight taking damage in my place. A blade pierced my side, one of the conceptual attacks breaking through. I felt the wound destabilize, the stellar matter around it losing cohesion. It seems Indra had empowered them before the battle. Such attacks would never be able to reach me otherwise. I destroyed the god responsible with a point-blank star, but the damage was done. My regeneration was slowing. Another god's attack caught my leg, the wood concept growing through my form like roots through stone. I felt the limb destabilize, losing definition and solidity. They were overwhelming me through sheer numbers and coordination. And I had to hold back from the power unleashing. A thought came to mind. Why hold back? Let it all out. Destroy everything. Engulf the world in darkness. An eternal night. But I shook my head to erase it. I won't be a mindless beast. I can't. Indra came through the chaos like lightning given purpose. His Vajra struck my chest dead center, the full force of the king of gods behind it. The impact sent me flying. I crashed through a rock formation, through the ruins of what had once been a building, finally slamming into the scorched earth hard enough to create another crater 30 meters wide. I tried to stand. My form flickered dangerously. The cracks spreading faster now. Barely holding together. Last master of humanity, he's losing. Kokabeel Sen is actually losing. The fool, no. Watch his eyes. He's analyzing them. Klein was right. Even as I struggled to maintain form, my mind was working with cold precision. Indra is the key. Strongest. Fastest. Most aggressive. The others coordinate around him. If I can isolate him. But they wouldn't let me. Rudra and Varuna flanked Indra constantly. The 3 of them formed a core that the 9 minor gods supported in perfect coordination. It was quite formidable. I pulled myself up slowly. Created a dozen spears of compressed starlight and launched them at different targets. The gods scattered. Some dodged with supernatural grace. Some blocked with their divine authorities. One was too slow, the spear took him through the chest. He exploded into divine essence, golden light scattering. 11 remained. They regrouped instantly. No mourning for their fallen comrade. Just professional adjustment to changed numbers and new tactical positions. They've done this before. Indra attacked again. I met him head-on this time, unwilling to keep giving ground. We traded blows so fast that reality couldn't keep up with our movements. Space cracked around us, fissures spreading like broken glass. Time stuttered, moments repeating, or skipping entirely. He was strong. Incredibly strong. Each strike made my arms go numb. Each impact drove me back a step despite my resistance. The King of Gods wasn't just powerful, he was skilled at wielding his authority. But I'd fought the Dragon Emperors. I knew how to handle overwhelming power. I redirected one of his strikes instead of blocking directly. Used his momentum against him, turning his strength into a liability. My sword caught his side, cutting through divine armor that should have been impenetrable, drawing golden blood. Indra laughed. Yes. That's what I wanted. Show me more. His counterattack was immediate and even more ferocious. The Vajra came around faster than before, empowered by pain and excitement rather than hindered by injury. It caught my sword arm. The lightning didn't just burn, it shattered the stellar matter completely. My weapon arm disappeared below the elbow, the inky black sludge repairing it immediately. I recreated it instantly, pulling from my reserves, but it cost energy. Energy I was running out of. The new arm formed but felt less stable than the original. I needed to use more power, but I was afraid what that might cause. The gods struck again together. Another perfectly coordinated assault from all directions. I tried to defend. Blocked 8 attacks. The other 3 hit. The damage was catastrophic. My form shattered partially, stellar energy bleeding out in streams of light. I was forced to pull myself back together, spending more precious energy on regeneration. I can't win like this. I need to. You're weakening. Indra's voice cut through my thoughts. I can see it. The cracks are spreading. Even the heaven's wrath has limits. He was right. I was weakening. Not because my power was depleting, my reserves were still vast. But because the effort of maintaining control, of holding this form together while fighting these gods, was grinding me down mentally and spiritually. I need to end this. But how? If I keep fighting defensively, they'll wear me down. If I go fully offensive, the world might be destroyed. I need something they won't expect. Something that changes the entire dynamic. Indra's weapon cut deep, carving through layers of compressed starlight. Starlight, my essence, literally poured from the wound like blood. The pain was distant but present. A reminder that I could still be hurt. Fine. No more holding back. No more trying to maintain perfect control. I stopped defending entirely. Just stopped. Let their next coordinated attack hit without any resistance. Indra's lightning. Rudra's blades. Varana's water. All 9 minor gods' techniques simultaneously. The damage was apocalyptic. My form shattered completely, stellar energy scattering across the battlefield in a massive explosion of light and force. For a single, critical moment, the gods thought they'd won. They were wrong. I'd scattered myself deliberately. Spread my consciousness across the stellar fragments like seeds on wind. And from those fragments, I attacked. 11 points of stellar fire erupted simultaneously. Each one targeting a different god. Each one containing enough energy to annihilate a city. 3 of the minor gods died instantly. Caught completely off guard, their defenses focused outward rather than on the scattered fragments around them. Consumed by stellar fusion before they could even scream. Only 8 gods remained now of the 12. I reappeared at the center of the battlefield. My form was badly damaged, cracks spiderwebbing across every surface, but I'd evened the odds significantly. Clever, Indra admitted. His expression had shifted, less excited, more serious. The playful warrior giving way to the experienced commander. You're willing to risk complete destruction to create openings. That's actually concerning. I didn't respond. I was barely holding on to my control. We clashed again. This time was different. No more testing. No more probing for weaknesses. Just pure, absolute violence. Indra's lightning carved away at my form with every strike, each bolt precisely targeted at the cracks in my structure. Rudra's blades cut at my essence, each strike removing pieces of what I was. Varana's water tried to drown my consciousness. The 5 remaining minor gods supported with perfect timing, their attacks always coming at the exact moment I was most vulnerable. I gave back everything they gave. Stars fell continuously, like endless barrages of stellar fire. Gravitational wells formed and collapsed, creating temporary black holes that tried to consume the gods. Nuclear fire erupted wherever they stood, turning the battlefield into a hellscape of fusion reactions. The fundamental forces that governed stellar existence became my weapons: gravity, electromagnetism, strong nuclear force, weak nuclear force, all of them weaponized and unleashed. The battlefield became hell made manifest. Space itself was breaking down under the strain, cracks spreading through reality like a broken mirror. Dimensional boundaries wearing thin, other worlds visible through the fractures. I felt an entity trying to break through the boundaries. I think its name was Regal Ziva. We locked eyes for a moment, before the boundary started fixing itself under DxD world will. I could still feel the malice in his 6 eyes that stayed locked until the boundaries repaired again. Time became meaningless, effects sometimes preceding causes, moments existing in the wrong order. 2 more gods fell. One was caught in a black hole that compressed him beyond the point of no return. Another was consumed by stellar fusion, his divine essence scattered across dimensions. 6 remained. Indra. Rudra. Varana. 3 others whose names I still didn't know. All of us were damaged. Badly. My form was barely holding together, more cracks than solid matter now. Indra's armor was completely shattered, golden blood streaming from dozens of wounds. Rudra was missing an arm, the stump leaking divine essence. Varana's water form kept destabilizing, losing cohesion before reforming. We were all on our last legs. One more major exchange and someone would die. Not me, but perhaps my consciousness. This is it, Indra panted, his breathing labored for the first time. Final push. Either we end you or you end us. We all released everything. Every reserve. Every technique we'd been saving. Every bit of power we'd been hoarding for a final desperate moment. Indra's lightning became a storm that covered the entire battlefield and beyond. Not individual bolts but a continuous assault, lightning so dense it was nearly solid. Each strike carried his full divine authority, the weight of the king of gods behind it. Rudra's blades cut through dimensions themselves. Not just space, entire dimensions. Slicing through reality layers, severing connections between worlds, carving reality apart at its seams. Varana's water became an ocean that existed in all places simultaneously. Everywhere and nowhere, drowning everything in divine authority given liquid form. The 3 minor gods unleashed their full divine authorities without restraint. One brought forth primordial fire that had burned since creation. I think it was Agni. Another summoned winds that had blown before time itself began. The third called upon the earth from before the world was fully ormed. I pulled the void between stars. The absence that existed before light was created. The nothing that made something possible. We collided at the center. Reality shattered like broken glass. The explosion was absolute. Not just destructive, existence itself temporarily stopped in a sphere kilometers wide. Matter, energy, space, time, all of it simply ceased for a fraction of a second. When existence resumed, when reality reasserted itself, the battlefield was transformed. A crater several kilometers across had been carved into the underworld. The walls glowed with residual energy. The air itself had been replaced, pulled from other dimensions to fill the vacuum. And in the center, barely visible through the settling dust and energy discharge, figures remained standing. The minor gods were all dead now. Simply erased by the forces involved, unable to withstand the collision of divine authorities. 3 gods remained. Indra, Rudra, Varuna. All barely standing, their injuries severe enough that any one of them would have been fatal under normal circumstances. And me. I was on one knee. My form flickering like a dying star. Cracks spreading faster than I could repair them. The stellar energy that comprised my being literally bleeding away into nothing. This is it. I'm at my limit. One more exchange and I'll completely destabilize. My form will collapse and I'll. Something inside me pulsed. The spiral. The infinite pathway I'd always felt in my core but never truly understood. It was calling to me. Offering power. Demanding attention. No. Can't. If I touch that, I might not come back. Might lose everything that makes me, me. Indra raised his Vajra with trembling hands. Blood, golden divine ichor, dripped from his mouth. Good fight. Best I've had in millennia. But it ends here. The 3 gods gathered their remaining power. What little they had left. Prepared for one final, desperate attack. I had nothing left. My reserves were empty. My form was failing. My consciousness was fragmenting. I'm going to lose. Going to fail. Going to break my promise to protect heaven. Unless. I looked inward. At the spiral. At the infinite pathway that had always been there, waiting patiently. Calling to me since the moment I'd arrived in this world. Just a touch. Just enough power to finish this. Then I'll pull back. I won't let it consume me. That should be fine, right? I reached for it. The moment my consciousness touched the spiral, everything changed. Power flooded through me. Ancient and beyond comprehension. Wrong in ways I couldn't articulate. But absolutely overwhelming. My form stabilized instantly. The cracks filled with something else, something that was darker than void and brighter than stars simultaneously. Something that existed outside normal causality. The heaven's key that Yahweh had entrusted to me before his death began to pulse suddenly. It had been dormant since that moment, integrated into my being but inactive, waiting. Now it resonated with this new power. The 2 forces, stellar and whatever this ancient thing was, began to merge. Indra felt the sudden shift. His eyes widened in genuine fear. What is, retreat? Everyone retreat now. Too late. The merger completed in an instant. My form exploded outward. Becoming something that existed on multiple layers of reality simultaneously. The stream that was going also violently flickered. Even the collective world wills had difficulty showing it. It was something that shouldn't be seen by mortal eyes. The fool, the stream. Something's going wrong with the stream. Flash goddess, it's glitching. Kokabeel, can you hear us? I couldn't respond. Could barely think. The power was too much. Consuming everything I was and replacing it with something new. The 3 gods attacked desperately to stop it. All their remaining power in one final, desperate assault. It hit me. Did nothing. The attacks just passed through as if I wasn't there. As if I existed in a state between presence and absence. Because I wasn't there. Not entirely. I was becoming something else. Something that existed in ways reality wasn't designed to accommodate. What kind of creature are you? Indra whispered, genuine terror in his voice for the first time in his ancient existence. I tried to answer. Couldn't. My voice was gone. My thoughts fragmenting. Everything I was dissolving into this new existence like salt in water. The battlefield went dark. The darkness that exists between stars given form, swallowing everything. Advocate of gender equality, I can't see anything. What's happening? Shadow Monarch, this kind of power. They're beyond measurement. This is impossible. Even watching it makes me feel weak and helpless. Flash goddess, Kokabeel. Please. Answer us. The darkness cleared away slowly, reluctantly. I stood at the center. But not as I had been. My origin star form was still there, but changed. Integrated with something else that defied description. Something that pulsed with the rhythm of creation itself. And behind me, visible now to all who looked, was the spiral. The infinite pathway. No longer hidden inside my core but manifested in reality, a stairway that led up into the infinite. It called to me. Welcomed me. Promised completion. The gods stared. Indra's mouth worked soundlessly, unable to form words. I looked at them. Indra managed to say one word. Run. They didn't need to be told twice. All 5 gods fled. No coordination. No formation. Just pure survival instinct overriding everything else. They scattered in different directions, using every technique they possessed to increase distance. But there was nowhere left to run. The endless darkness made it impossible. The spiral pulsed stronger now. Pulling me towards it. I tried to resist. Tried to pull back from the power. To return to what I'd been. But I couldn't. The merger was complete. The process had begun. There was no going back. Last master of humanity, Kokabeel. What's happening? The stream is. The fool, it's showing something else. Not the battlefield. Something, cosmic. I heard an ancient voice in my head. It was nothing like any sound in existence. It spoke to me with a gentleness that I couldn't comprehend. Welcome home, my child. Who was it? I couldn't tell. But I did what anyone can do. I moved forward, embracing the cosmos. Indra is currently on top 4, on par with biblical god, stronger than Drake and Albion. In this AU, he even fought Shiva to a standstill before being overpowered. It will be mentioned later. I don't have detailed knowledge on the Hindu pantheon, just whatever I found on DxD Wiki and some other shows. Kokabeel officially has lost all memories as Arthur. He feels something is missing, but can't tell what exactly. Very sad. Anyway, the battle kinda got out of my control. I wanted to make it shorter, but any less wouldn't capture what's coming next. Chapter 20, The Eternal Night. The stream shifted suddenly. The darkness resolved into the infinite cosmos. Stars and galaxies and things without names stretching to infinity in all directions. And at the center, barely visible, a lone figure walking toward the spiral. The infinitely spiral stairway. Infinite steps leading to something. Completion. Transformation. Annihilation. The heavens key pulsed in sync with my heartbeat, assuming I still had one. Drawing me forward with inexorable pull. I tried to resist. Tried to stop. My feet moved anyway. One step. Then another. Walking toward the spiral as if pulled by strings I couldn't see. No. Not yet. I need to make sure they're safe. Michael. Gabriel. Heaven. I need to. The spiral reached out, welcoming me. Consumed my objections with absolute certainty that felt almost gentle. You cannot resist this. This was always inevitable. This is your destiny. You touch the power. Now pay the price. Walk the path. Become what you were meant to be. No, I whispered. My voice echoing across the infinite space. The spiral pulsed again. Harder. More insistent. My form flickered, caught between existence and non-existence. Flash goddess, Kokabeel-san. Don't go toward it. Whatever that is, stop. I couldn't hear them anymore. Couldn't respond. Everything narrowing to the spiral and the steps and the inevitability of what came next. I took another step onto the stairway. And the omniverse itself shook. DxD world. The change began slowly. Almost imperceptibly at first. Then cascaded into apocalypse. Day became night. Not gradually. Just instant, absolute transition. The sun which had been high in the sky, simply vanished into darkness. Replaced by endless stars. Every star in existence suddenly visible. Impossibly bright. Impossibly close. In a small village, a farmer stared upward, his plow falling from nerveless fingers. What is that? His wife grabbed his arm. The sun. The sun is gone. Oh God, the sun is. Some scholars remembered the last time it happened. But this was even larger than last time. Then the laws of physics broke. Rain that had been falling stopped. Droplets froze midair. Hung suspended like the universe had paused. Then they reversed. Rose back into clouds that themselves were flowing backward, unraveling into nothingness before reforming into shapes that hurt to perceive, geometries that shouldn't exist in three-dimensional space. The water, someone screamed, voice cracking with terror. The water is flowing up. A river nearby stopped flowing. The water gathered into perfect spheres that began rotating in patterns that made no geometric sense. Flowing in directions that didn't exist, defying every law of physics and nature. Light itself bent around the world. Colors that shouldn't exist bled into reality like wounds in the visible spectrum. Humans saw shades between shades, hues that made their minds ache trying to comprehend. Some went mad just looking, their sanity unable to process the impossible colors. Others wept at the terrible beauty, tears streaming as their brains tried and failed to understand what their eyes were showing them. Then time itself shattered. In one village, people aged. Years and seconds. Children became adults. Adults became elderly. The elderly crumbled to dust, their screams cut off as they ceased to exist, having lived entire compressed lifetimes in heartbeats. In another village, the opposite. Adults reversed to children, their bodies shrinking, memories fading. Children to infants. Infants to nothing. Erased as they rewound past conception, past the moment of their creation. In a third village, time simply stopped. People froze mid-motion, caught in temporal stasis. A woman's scream stuck forever in her throat. A man's hand raised eternally toward the impossible sky. Only their eyes could see, consciousness trapped in frozen bodies, witnessing the world continue around them while they remained locked in a single eternal moment. Gravity fluctuated wildly, randomly. A merchant watched his cart fall sideways. Then upward. Then in spirals that traced impossible paths through space. His goods scattered in directions that didn't exist, floating away into geometries that made his eyes bleed from the strain of perceiving them. What's happening? A priest stumbled from his church, crucifix raised with trembling hands. God. God help us. The world is ending. But God was dead. And no one answered his prayers. The stars moved. Rearranged themselves across the sky. Forming patterns. Shapes. Almost like writing in a language that existed before language was conceived. Some humans looked at those patterns and understood too much. Their minds broke under the weight of knowledge they weren't meant to possess, cosmic truths that human consciousness couldn't contain. A mother clutched her children desperately. Don't look at the stars. Don't look. Cover your eyes. But it was too late. Her eldest daughter stared upward, transfixed, unable to look away. They're beautiful, Mama. So beautiful. They're singing. Can you hear them singing? What are they singing, baby? The mother asked, voice breaking. The girl smiled, an expression of pure bliss, the end of everything. And the beginning. Both at once. Forever and never. Always and impossible. Her eyes began to glow with starlight, pinpricks of cosmic fire in her pupils. The mother screamed in fear as the girl started floating, towards the sky. Towards the heavens. She never saw her again. The chat group members watched in horrified silence as Kokabeel took his first step onto the spiral stairway. His body disintegrated. Instant dissolution. His physical form scattering into particles of light that spiraled upward like burning embers. Warning. Chat group member Heaven's Wrath is dead. The group members went paralyzed with shock. Their strongest member dying like that was something they couldn't imagine. Flash Goddess, N.O. Last master of humanity, it can't be. Kokabeel-san. The fool, did he just die? So simply. Shadow Monarch, that stupid angel. Why didn't he stop? Advocate of gender equality, he's gone. He just dissolved into nothing. But then the particles reformed. Reconstituted into a barely humanoid shape one step higher on the spiral. The figure looked less human now. More abstract. Features blurring. Only to dissolve again when he took another step. Die. Resurrect. Die. Resurrect. Over and over. Each death more complete. Each resurrection more alien. Warning. The stream is showing forbidden knowledge. The system will now isolate the effects of witnessing something that shouldn't be seen for members' safety. System might close the stream if it becomes too dangerous. Girl who loves reading at Heaven's Wrath. Respond. Can you hear us? Shadow Monarch at Heaven's Wrath. Answer us. Please. The fool at Heaven's Wrath. Kokabeel. Say something. Anything. Nothing. The Heaven's Wrath username remained gray. Offline. No response to any message. Only the notifications from the chat group. Warning. Chat group member Heaven's Wrath is dead. Chat group member Heaven's Wrath has returned to life. Warning. Chat group member Heaven's Wrath is dead. Chat group member Heaven's Wrath has returned to life. They could only watch helplessly as the figure that had been Kokabeel continued descending. Continued dying. Continued transforming into something that made less sense with each step. Flash Goddess, this isn't fair. He survived everything. The Dragon Emperors. The entire Swarga army. Lucifer and the Satans. He won. He should be celebrating with his siblings in heaven, not this. Uruchi clenched her fists, visibly affected by what she was seeing. Her usual playful tone vanished. Last master of humanity, what even is that spiral? Where is it taking him? What's at the bottom? My head hurts from just looking. Ritsuka felt her mind going blank just staring at the stream. It felt like watching something that shouldn't be seen by human eyes. The fool, I don't know. But I think he's becoming something fundamental to reality itself. I feel some strange resonance to it. Klein was the most affected. His seer powers were becoming stronger. His connection to his path growing more stable every second. Advocate of gender equality, but at what cost? Look at him. He's barely even human or angel anymore. Each step takes away more of what he was. Kazuma was serious for once. He didn't know what was going on, but he was concerned for Kokabeel. The somewhat humorous angel who always spoke kindly, giving wise advice to everyone. He didn't want any of them to die. Shadow Monarch, how is that possible? He's simultaneously growing weaker and stronger. Dying and ascending. It makes no sense. Sung Jin-woo closed his eyes, his mind unable to understand. He had seen the architect, a being called God. But even it paled compared to what he was seeing now. Kokabeel was becoming something more dangerous than the architect. Girl who loves reading, maybe it doesn't have to make sense. Maybe this is beyond our ability to understand. We're just watching something that shouldn't be possible become real. Asgard, realm of Norse gods. Odin's hall shook. Not from external force, from reality itself convulsing. The Allfather stumbled from his throne, his single eye wide with genuine terror. The 9 realms. They're all shaking. The world tree itself is. Yggdrasil groaned. The cosmic tree that connected all of Norse reality twisted, branches bending in impossible directions. Some branches aged millennia in seconds. Others reversed, becoming saplings. Others existed in multiple states simultaneously. Thor burst into the hall, Mjolnir crackling with defensive lightning. Father. What's happening? My lightning, it's not responding right. Sometimes it's fire. Sometimes it's ice. Sometimes it's, I don't even know what it is. Reality is breaking, Odin whispered. No, not breaking. Being rewritten. Someone or something is changing the fundamental rules. Heimdall appeared, his all-seeing eyes actually bleeding. Allfather. I can see. I can see too much. Every realm. Every timeline. Every possibility. It's all happening at once. I can see the end of Asgard. I can see us surviving. I can see us never existing. It's all real. Don't look. Odin commanded. Close your eyes or you'll go mad. But Heimdall couldn't look away. Couldn't close his eyes. His power forced him to witness everything. All of it. Forever. He started screaming in pain as blood flowed from his eyes. Frigga rushed in, her magic flaring as she tried to put Heimdall into forced sleep. What power could do this? What being? Thor had to knock Heimdall unconscious before he went mad. Odin sank into his throne. For the first time in eons, he looked old. Actually old. A power beyond gods. Beyond primordials. Something that exists on a level we can't comprehend. Thor gripped Mjolnir tighter. Then we fight it. We do nothing, Odin interrupted quietly. Because we can't fight concepts, my son. We can't fight the rewriting of existence itself. All we can do is hope that whatever is being born has mercy. The hall shook again. Outside, they could hear Asgardian warriors screaming as their bodies flickered between states. Alive. Dead. Never born. All simultaneously. Ragnarok had been a fear. A prophecy of an ending. This was worse. This was an ending and a beginning and an eternal middle all happening at once. Olympus, realm of Greek gods. Zeus stood on his balcony, lightning dying in his hands. His lightning, his fundamental authority, his divine power, was flickering. Sometimes it was lightning. Sometimes it was water. Sometimes it was concepts he had no names for. No, he whispered. No, no, no. This can't be happening. Apollo stumbled onto the balcony, his golden skin pale. Father. The sun. My son. It's gone. I can't feel my domain. It's like someone reached into my chest and ripped out my. He collapsed, clutching his chest. Divine essence leaked from his eyes like tears. Artemis appeared, supporting her brother. The moon is gone too. All celestial bodies replaced by those stars. She pointed at the star-filled sky with shaking hands. What are they? Stars, Athena said quietly, appearing beside them. Her eyes reflected the impossible cosmos above. All of them. Every star in existence made visible at once. It's beautiful. Beautiful. Zeus rounded on her. Reality is collapsing and you call it beautiful. Because it is, Athena whispered. Terrible. Apocalyptic. But beautiful. The kind of beauty that breaks your heart because you know you shouldn't witness it. Hera appeared, her regal composure shattered. Zeus. The Titans. They're stirring. The barriers holding them are fluctuating. Sometimes they're sealed. Sometimes they're free. Sometimes they exist in both states. If they realize. The entire realm shook. Not an earthquake. Reality hiccuping. For a moment, Olympus didn't exist. Then it did. Then it existed in multiple places simultaneously. Hades emerged from a shadow, his face grim. The underworld is in chaos. The dead are becoming living. The living are becoming dead. Charon doesn't know who to ferry anymore because everyone exists in all states simultaneously. Poseidon materialized from water that had no source. The oceans are flowing in every direction at once. I can't control them. My authority means nothing when water decides gravity is optional. Zeus looked at his pantheon. His family. All of them showing genuine fear for the first time in millennia. What do we do? Aphrodite whispered. What can we do? Zeus had no answer. The king of Olympus, who'd overthrown his father, who'd defeated the Titans, who'd ruled for eons. Had no answer. Athena looked at the stars. And in them, she saw patterns. Recognized something. Someone. Kokabeel, she whispered. This is coming from him. He's changing. Becoming something else. Can he be stopped? Zeus demanded. Athena met his eyes. Who would want to stop the birth of a new type of existence? Whatever he's becoming, it's beyond all of us. All we can do is witness. And hope. She whispered softly. Please be safe, Kokabeel. The stars pulsed. Olympus shook again. And the gods huddled together like frightened children. Heliopolis, Egyptian realm. Ra sat on his divine bark, perfectly still. The ancient god who'd sailed the heavens since before memory watched the cosmos transform. Around him, younger gods panicked. Shouted. Osiris demanded explanations. Set asked to go and find whatever was causing this. Ra said nothing. Just watched. And smiled. Grandfather. Horus knelt beside him, concern overriding protocol. What's happening? Your domain, the sun itself, it's gone. How can you smile? Ra's ancient eyes reflected the impossible stars. I am old, Horus. So very old. I have witnessed the birth of civilization. Watched kingdoms rise and fall. Seen gods born and gods die. Grandfather, please. And I am glad, Ra continued softly. Glad that I lived long enough to see this. To witness something I never thought possible. What? Horus asked desperately. What is it? Ra's smile widened. The birth of something eternal. Something that will exist after all of us, all gods, all mortals, all of creation, have turned to dust. I am watching the emergence of a fundamental force. And it is beautiful. Isis appeared, her magic frantically trying to stabilize the realm. Ra. If you know what this is, help us. We're losing cohesion. The realm is. Let it be, Ra said peacefully. You cannot fight this. Cannot resist it. Just witness. That is privilege enough. Thoth stumbled forward, his infinite libraries crumbling behind him. My knowledge. Everything I've recorded. It's all changing. History is rewriting itself. Multiple timelines existing simultaneously. How do I record what has no single truth? Set snapped, his chaos magic going haywire. For once, the god of chaos looked terrified. This isn't chaos. This is something else. This is. Ra smiled as he looked away from them. The universe is taking the next step. And we are blessed to witness it. The stars pulsed. The realm shook. Ra closed his eyes. His smile never wavered. Thank you, he whispered to the cosmos. For letting me see this before I fade. Swarga, Hindu realm. The Trimurti materialized in the central palace simultaneously. Brahma the creator. Vishnu the preserver. Shiva the destroyer. 3 aspects of the supreme reality itself. 3 beings who, together, governed all of Hindu cosmology. And all 3 looked concerned. Indra, that fool. Brahma said grimly. He attacked the biblical faction without our consent. And by doing so, he awakened something that should have remained sleeping. Vishnu's 1,000 eyes opened all at once, each one perceiving different timelines. No. Not awakened. Birthed. Something is being born. And across all my visions, all possible futures, I see the same thing. What? Shiva demanded, his 3rd eye still closed but straining to open. Change, Vishnu whispered. Absolute fundamental change. The universe as we know it, this is the end of an age. Shiva's 3rd eye opened. The eye that could destroy concepts. The eye that had destroyed demons and gods alike. He looked at the transformed cosmos. At the impossible stars. At the spiral of infinity that was barely visible at the edge of perception. And he closed it immediately, breathing hard. That thing. If I tried to destroy it, my destruction would be destroyed. It exists on a level beyond even our authorities. We need to stop it, Brahma said. Before it. We can't, Vishnu interrupted quietly. I've seen every possibility. Every timeline. In none of them do we succeed in stopping this. In most, we die trying. In the few where we survive, we do so by not interfering. So we do nothing. Brahma demanded. Watch as reality itself is rewritten. We adapt, Vishnu said. Whatever emerges from this, we must be prepared to exist alongside it. Or not exist at all. Shiva opened his regular eyes. What about Indra? They felt it. The king of gods, being defeated utterly. He caused this, it's his sin to bear. Vishnu said quietly. I've seen what happens if we don't intervene. His life will be spared at the plea of a brother, only wounds shall remain that might never heal. And this being will spare him only to deliver a message. What message? Brahma asked. Vishnu smiled grimly. Don't interfere. Don't challenge. Or next time, there will be no mercy. The 3 aspects of supreme reality looked at each other. And, for the first time in creation, found themselves helpless. Dimensional gap. Ophis and Great Red stood facing each other, their eternal battle forgotten. 2 dragon gods. The infinite and the dreamer. The Ouroboros dragon and the dragon of dreams. And both were stunned for the first time in their long lives. Something incredible is being born, Ophis said quietly. Her voice, usually emotionless, carried a note of something almost like wonder. Something that makes even my infinity feel small. Great Red's massive form rippled with agitation. My dreams show nothing. Every path forward, every possibility, leads to the same thing, erasure. If that being fully manifests, even my dreams will cease to exist. Then we should try to stop it, Ophis said. The world itself will be gone otherwise, Great Red agreed. 2 beings who'd fought since the creation of their world moved as one toward the source of the disturbance. They crossed dimensional boundaries. Passed through reality layers. Approached the underworld where the power emanated from. And stopped. The spiral. The infinite pathway. They could see it now, manifested in reality. And walking up those stairs, disintegrating with each step yet somehow becoming more, was a figure they barely recognized. That's. Great Red trailed off. That used to be an angel, I believe. I felt him before when he slayed Drag and Albion. Not anymore, Ophis said. Look at him. He's transcending. Becoming something else. Something that exists outside normal existence. They watched. And despite their godlike power, despite their ability to shape reality itself, neither moved to interfere. Because they understood instinctively. If they tried to stop this, they would fail. And in failing, would cease to exist. So they just watched. And trembled. Some of the comments honestly pissed me off. It's not even 20 chapters yet some assumed they know what I will write and got mad with their own assumptions. Some just didn't understand the plot and importance of some of it. I guess they forgot the first line of the story description. I did say AI was used for refining, and I'm trying to cut down and edit as much possible, but solely focusing on the negatives doesn't make you a critic. I try to improve based on feedback, but some are just horrible. Critics see both good and bad, and when someone never has anything good to say and only points flaws everywhere, I don't consider them a fan of reading at all. I am not perfect, neither are you. We all trying to do our best. Some are just pure hate comments and self-projecting their personal lives. If you hate it so much and can't wait till even the beginning arc to end before you start bashing a story, I can't help you. My head is still killing me, but I came to post this chapter, then saw this. Honestly, I realized yet again why I considered leaving this place multiple times before. Sigh. Chapter 21, The Eternal Night. Klein's World, Lord of the Mysteries Universe. Klein Moretti stood above the grey fog, his full persona forgotten in the face of what he was witnessing. A new pathway had appeared. The 23rd pathway. Something that should be impossible. It was just wrong. The universe had 22 pathways. That was fundamental law. That was how reality worked. Yet there it was. Shimmering at the edge of perception. A pathway that led somewhere else. Somewhere that made even the God pathways look like children's toys. This is impossible, Klein whispered. The pathways are fixed. They can't just. The sky outside his window flickered. Day. Night. Day. Night. Stuck between states, unable to decide which it should be. Klein felt his seer powers amplifying. Not gradually. Explosively. His ability to perceive, to see, suddenly expanding beyond anything he'd thought possible. He stumbled to the window, looking up at the transformed cosmos. The stars. So many stars. All of them visible. All of them singing. The stars, he gasped, hand pressed against the glass. They're so beautiful. He could see them. All of them. Every star in existence. And in their light, he saw truths that should have driven him mad. Saw the past and future simultaneously. Saw probability branching into infinity. Saw the structure of reality itself laid bare like an open book. And it was beautiful. Terrible. Overwhelming. Perfect. Klein fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. I see. I see everything. Too much. It's too. His words cut off as understanding flooded through him. The 23rd pathway wasn't being created. It was being revealed. Had always existed. Hidden. Waiting. The eternal night pathway. The path of stars and void. Of endings and beginnings existing simultaneously. And someone was ascending it. Someone was becoming its anchor to reality. Throughout Klein's world, the Beyonders felt it. Every single one of them, from Sequence 9 to the hidden gods themselves. Their connections to their pathways, usually a subtle background presence, suddenly blazed like bonfires in their souls. The spiritual resonance that let them use their abilities amplified 1,000-fold. A Sequence 7 seer in Backlund suddenly found himself seeing every possible future branching from the present moment. He collapsed, screaming, unable to process the infinite information flooding his mind. His mind broke from the strain. A Sequence 5 guardian in Intis felt her defensive abilities surge. Spatial barriers she could barely maintain before now sprang into existence effortlessly, layering reality with protective shells she couldn't dismiss. She even felt it herself, improvement her sequence. The hidden existences stirred. Ancient beings who'd been sleeping for eons opened eyes that had remained closed since before human civilization. The Evernight goddess looked up from her eternal domain, her expression shifting from serene to shocked. A new pathway. But the structure is complete. 22 is all there should be. Unless. Her words trailed off as realization struck. Unless someone is transcending the system entirely. Creating not a pathway within the structure, but a pathway that exists parallel to it. A 23rd option that breaks the established order. She smiled. A genuine expression of wonder that her followers would have been shocked to witness. He posses as something that is similar to my path, but so much greater. How fascinating. And how terrifying. I want to meet this god. Sung Jin-woo's world, solo leveling universe. There was panic everywhere. The dungeons all around the world closed. Not gradually. Not with warning. Just closed. Every dungeon across the entire world simultaneously sealed itself. Gates that had been stable for years, decades even, simply vanished. Mid-rank gates about to break and release monsters just winked out of existence. And everyone inside was expelled. Hunters materialized outside where gates had been, confused and disoriented. Some were mid-battle, weapons still raised against enemies that were no longer there. Others were collecting magic crystals that had vanished from their inventories. What the hell? A Korean B-rank hunter stumbled, looking around wildly. We were in the middle of a raid. Where did the dungeon go? His party members were equally confused. The gate they'd entered through was simply gone. No trace it had ever existed. Reports flooded in from across the globe. America. China. Japan. Europe. Africa. Every single dungeon had closed. Every single hunter expelled. Including some who'd been trapped for years. In a hospital in Tokyo, a man materialized in the middle of a hallway. He was injured. Malnourished. His clothes were tattered rags. But he was alive. Nurses screamed. Security rushed forward. The man collapsed, barely conscious. I'm out, he whispered in Korean. The dungeon, it let me go. He'd been trapped for 10 years. Given up for dead. His family probably had held a funeral. He thought about his children. His daughter, an adopted son. His stepson, he's talentless. He probably won't amount to much of anything. But his daughter, so wholesome, untainted by the degeneracy of this world. He thought fondly. They probably didn't get along very well. But he was alive. And free. Maybe he could finally go home. Similar scenes played out worldwide. Hunters who'd been presumed dead, trapped in high-ranked dungeons they couldn't escape, suddenly found themselves expelled back into the real world. But the strangest phenomenon was the healing. People who'd been sick suddenly weren't. Terminal illnesses vanished. Chronic conditions disappeared. Injuries from dungeon raids closed as if they'd never been. Hospitals across the world erupted into chaos as impossible recoveries manifested everywhere at once. In Seoul, South Korea, a particular hospital room drew one very specific visitor. Sung Jin-woo's phone rang, drawing him out of the stream. He was in his apartment, having just returned from a dungeon raid. Still processing the impossible things he's witnessing through the chat stream. Kokabeel. The angel. Walking into infinity. Disintegrating with each step. His phone rang again. Insistent. Jin-woo answered without checking the caller ID. Hello. Jin-woo. His sister Jin-ah's voice came through, high-pitched with excitement and tears. You need to come to the hospital right now. Jin-woo's blood ran cold. What happened? Are you hurt? Is it? It's MOM. Jin-ah interrupted, sobbing. She's awake. Mom opened her eyes. She's talking. Oh my God, she's asking for you. The phone slipped from Jin-woo's suddenly nerveless fingers. His mother. Who'd been in a coma for years. Trapped in eternal sleep by the aftereffects of a dungeon poison. The woman he'd become a hunter to pay medical bills for. The reason he'd risked his life in E-rank dungeons despite being the weakest. Awake. Ding. A notification sound. His system. The omnipresent presence that had been with him since his second awakening. Jin-woo ignored it completely. Didn't even glance at the translucent blue screen that appeared in his vision. He was already moving. Already calling for his shadows to transport him. Already crying without realizing it. His mother was awake. Nothing else mattered. The ignored system notification flickered in the air where Jin-woo had been standing. System notice, reality parameters have shifted. New quest available, stepmom route. Warning, dimensional instability detected. Timeline divergence at 347%. Multiple futures now equally probable. Would you like to? The notification faded, unanswered and unseen. Bleach World, Seoul Society. Captain Commander Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto stood in the 1st Division barracks, his eyes closed in meditation. Then they snapped open. Impossible, he spoke in disbelief. Around him, every captain felt it simultaneously. A disturbance in the spiritual energy of the universe itself. Reishi, the spiritual particles that comprised everything in the Seoul Society, were fluctuating wildly. Yuruchi was already near her friend Kasuk's store. She thought he might have some answers. She materialized next to Kasuk Urahara, who had his Zanpakuto out. Her voice was unusually serious. Kasuk. Tell me you're feeling this. Urahara's usual playful expression was gone, replaced by genuine concern. The balance. The universal balance between Seoul Society, Waco Mundo, and the world of the living. It's shaking. More than shaking, Yuruchi shivered. Look at the clocks. Throughout the house, clocks were moving. Backwards. The hands spinning counterclockwise, time itself reversing. Then forward again. Then stopping. Then jumping ahead hours. Time isn't stable, Urahara said quietly. Something is affecting causality itself. Yuruchi wanted to tell him about the chat group, but a notification popped in her head. Warning. Any revelation about the chat group's existence would result in removal and erasure of memories. Even death. That stopped her in her track. In the 1st Division, Yamamoto's spiritual pressure erupted. The ancient captain's power, usually kept tightly controlled, blazed like a supernova. Every captain felt the summons. Every captain materialized immediately via Shuinpa. Captain Commander. Shunsui Kairaku's usual lazy demeanor was absent. His hand rested on his zanpakuto. What's happening? Report, Yamamoto commanded. All divisions. Status. The reports came in quickly. Each more concerning than the last. Division 4, spiritual healing techniques suddenly working at 10 times normal efficiency. Injuries healing impossibly fast. Division 7, training grounds experiencing temporal fluctuations. A training session that should have lasted an hour took 3 or 15 minutes. Time wasn't consistent. Division 12, all research equipment giving readings that defied physics. Mayuri Kuratsuchi was having a breakdown trying to understand the data. This is bad, Anohana Retsu said quietly. Her gentle smile was absent, replaced by the cold expression of Kenpachi Yachiru. If the fundamental laws governing spiritual energy are unstable, the entire soul society could collapse. Yamamoto was about to respond when he felt it. Above them. Far above. In the dimension only accessible to the royal guard. Something had moved. Squad 0, the Soul King's palace. Ichibe Hyasub, the monk who named all things, stood before the Soul King's crystal. The Soul King. The linchpin of reality. The being who maintained the balance between all worlds. The cosmic existence who'd been sealed, mutilated, and transformed into a living keystone. The Soul King had never moved. Never spoken. Existed only as a vegetative consciousness maintaining universal balance through his mere existence. Until now. Impossible, Ichibe whispered. The Soul King's eyes, sealed behind the crystal, had opened. Otsunomiya dropped Sayafushi, his greatest zanpakuto creation. The blade clattered against the palace floor. Did the Soul King just? Kirio Hikifyun's perpetual smile vanished. He's never moved. Not once in all the millennia I've served here. Senjumaru Shitara's multiple arms trembled, her weaving needles falling still. This shouldn't be possible. Tenjiro Kirinji, always the most relaxed of them, had gone pale. If he moves. If he actually moves, the entire universe could. The Soul King suddenly looked upward. Through dimensions. Through realities. At something only he could perceive. And spoke. His voice was soft. Barely a whisper. But it carried across the entire palace with impossible clarity. The eternal night is being born. 6 words. The first words the Soul King had spoken in over the millennias. Perhaps forever. Squad 0 stood frozen. Unable to process what they'd just witnessed. Eternal night. Ichibe found his voice first. Soul King Sama, what do you mean? What is? The Soul King's eyes closed again. But this time, for the first time since his mutilation and sealing, his lips curved into the faintest smile. An expression of peace. The 5 members of Squad 0 looked at each other, each seeing their own shock reflected in the others' faces. What, Otsu finally said, the actual hell was that? Konosuba world. Kazuma Sato was having a relatively normal day if he ignored the reality-breaking stream he was watching moments ago. Which, given his life since being isekai'd, meant it was only mildly terrible instead of catastrophically awful. Aqua was being useless as usual, crying about something trivial. Megumin was planning which location to nuke with her explosion magic today. Darkness was off somewhere, probably thinking something masochistic. Normal. Relatively. Then the world started shaking. Earthquake. Kazuma dove under the nearest table. But it wasn't an earthquake. Not really. The ground was stable. But reality itself seemed to be trembling, like the entire universe had developed a nervous tic. Kazuma-san. Megumin stumbled, her staff clattering to the floor. What's happening? How should I know? Kazuma crawled out from under the table. What's Aqua doing? That useless goddess should at least be able to help for once. He stopped. Aqua stood in the middle of the room. Perfectly still. Her usual bouncy, energetic demeanor completely absent. Her eyes were glowing. Pure white light emanating from both pupils. She stood ramrod straight, arms at her sides, face expressionless. Aqua. Kazuma approached cautiously. Hey, Aqua. This isn't funny. Stop being weird, Anne. Aqua spoke. Her voice was mechanically flat. Completely devoid of her usual emotion or inflection. The eternal night shall engulf the worlds. Silence. Kazuma and Megumin stared in shock. What? Kazuma finally managed. The eternal night shall engulf the worlds, Aqua repeated in that same mechanical tone. The stars sing. The void welcomes. The eternal one ascends. Aqua. Kazuma grabbed her shoulders, shaking her. Snap out of it. What are you talking about? What eternal night? Do you know what's happening to? Aqua blinked. The glow vanished from her eyes. Her posture relaxed. She looked around in confusion. Ah. Kazuma? Why are you shaking me? And why do you look so scared? Did you finally realize how great this goddess is? Are you finally ready to worship me properly as your goddess Anne? You just went all creepy possessed goddess on us. Kazuma shouted. You were glowing and speaking in monotone and said something about eternal night. I did. Aqua blinked. I don't remember that. Are you sure you're not making things up? Maybe you hit your head. You're pretty weak and pathetic, so even a small bump could. I saw it too. Megumin interjected. Aqua-san, you were definitely acting strange. What did you mean about the eternal night? Aqua tilted her head, genuinely confused. I have no idea what you're talking about. I feel fine. Perfectly normal. As expected of a goddess. Darkness burst through the door at that moment. Everyone. Come outside. You need to see this. They rushed out. And stopped dead. Reality around them changing. A large boulder, easily the size of a house, was transforming. The stone rippled like water. Its gray surface shifted, flowing, becoming something else entirely. Gold. Solid gold. The entire boulder had transformed into pure, solid gold. Kazuma's eyes went wide. His jaw dropped. His brain short-circuited. Then he screamed, a high-pitched sound of pure joy, and dove at the golden boulder. Gold. It's gold. Actual gold. He pressed his face against it, tears streaming. Do you know how much this is worth? I'm rich. Finally rich. I can pay off all my debts. I can afford real food. I can. Kazuma, that's not normal. Megumin tried to pull him away. Rocks don't just turn into gold. Something is very wrong. Who cares? Kazuma hugged the golden boulder tighter. It's gold. Beautiful, wonderful, debt-paying gold. Throughout the town of Axel, similar transformations were occurring. A wooden fence turned to pure silver. A patch of grass became diamonds. A stone wall transformed into copper, then iron, then back to stone, then into something that had no name, a material that shimmered with colors that shouldn't exist. People were panicking. Screaming. Running in confusion as their reality literally transformed around them. But Kazuma didn't care. He had gold. Finally, after all his suffering, all his terrible luck, all his debt and poverty and humiliation. He had gold. Thank you, he sobbed into the golden boulder. Thank you, mysterious cosmic force. Thank you for this blessing. I don't care what eternal night is coming. You gave me gold. Megumin and Darkness exchanged worried looks. Then Kazuma's mind finally clicked. Wait a minute, is this related to what Kokobile is going through? But he's in a different world. How? Above them, the stars continued to shine where the sun should be. And reality continued to transform in ways that made no sense. Fate/Grand Order World, Chaldea. The originally fragile world was trembling. Alert. 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 Red lights flashed throughout Chaldea Security Organization. Klaxons blared. Every screen in the facility suddenly displayed the same warning. Dimensional instability detected. Timeline corruption at 857%. Causality breakdown imminent. All systems failure in 3, 2, 1. Everything shut down. Lights. Computers. Life support. The Fate system. Sheba. Chaldea's observation sphere. Every single piece of technology that the organization relied on simply stopped. Emergency backup generators kicked in, bathing everything in dim red emergency lighting. Report. Da Vinci's voice cut through the chaos. What just happened? Staff scrambled. Technicians frantically tried to reboot systems. Nothing responded. It's not a power failure, one technician shouted. The systems themselves have shut down. Like something overwrote their fundamental operating parameters. That's impossible, another argued. These systems are designed to function even during. Nothing's working, a third screamed. Chaldea's is offline. We can't monitor human history anymore. We're blind. In the medical bay, Romani Archaman clutched his head. His vision swam. Colors that didn't exist. Sounds that weren't sounds. And through it all, a cascade of information that threatened to tear his mind apart. His clairvoyance, the ability he thought he lost when he stopped being Solomon, had activated involuntarily. And was showing him infinity. No, he gasped. No, this can't be. Endless cosmos. Stars beyond counting. Galaxies spiraling through void. And between them all, connecting everything, pathways of light that formed patterns he almost understood. Almost. It was too much. He was seeing too much. His human mind, even enhanced by Solomon's legacy, couldn't process this. He collapsed, nose bleeding, barely maintaining consciousness. Through the overwhelming visions, one image crystallized with terrible clarity. A figure. Walking down the stairs that led to nowhere and everywhere simultaneously. With each step, the figure dissolved. Became less. Became more. Became something that existed in ways that made no sense. And around that figure, reality itself was rewriting. What are you? Romani whispered through bloody lips. What are you becoming? The vision cut off abruptly. Mercifully. Romani lay on the floor, barely conscious, his mind trying desperately to forget what he'd seen. He couldn't. The image was burned into his memory forever. In the command room, Ritsuka Fujimaru didn't notice any of the chaos. They were too busy staring at their phone. At the chat stream that only they could see. Watching as Kokabeel, the angel they'd gotten to know through messages and banter, walked toward oblivion. Don't, Ritsuka whispered. Please don't. Come back. You don't have to do this. But Kokabeel kept walking. And with each step, disintegrated a little more. One Piece world, water. The Straw Hat Pirates were taking a break. Luffy was eating. Nami was counting her treasures. Zoro was napping. Sanji was cooking. Usopp was working on inventions. And Robin was watching the stream in her room, her eyes fixed at the screen in front. Then day became night. Not sunset. Not evening. Just instant transformation from bright afternoon to complete darkness. What the hell? Nami jumped up, looking at the sky. Where the sun had been, there was nothing. Just stars. Endless stars. Brighter than should be possible. Filling the entire sky with their light. Oi oi oi, Zoro woke up, hand on his swords. What's going on? Why is it night already? It's not night. Usopp's legs were shaking. The sun just disappeared. It's just gone. Robin burst out of her room to see what was happening, and became speechless as she saw the endless stars. Her mind wandered to Kokabeel. Is this related to him? She muttered softly. Luffy stuck his head out of the galley, cheeks stuffed with food. Waff. He swallowed. Whoa. Look at all the stars. So pretty. Suji. His eyes literally had stars in them as he stared upward in wonder. This isn't normal. Nami tried to check her navigation instruments. The compass is going crazy. The log pose is spinning. I can't get any readings. Nami Swan. Robin Chwan. Don't worry. I'll protect you from. Sanji stopped mid-declaration, staring at something. Nami's treasure chest, her precious collection of gold and jewels she'd been counting, was transforming. The gold coins rippled like water. Their metallic sheen faded, replaced by organic textures. They became flowers. Beautiful, delicate flowers in colors that seemed to glow with internal light. My. Nami stared. My gold. It's so beautiful, she squealed, picking up a flower that had been a gold coin moments before. Look at these colors. I've never seen anything like. Then her brain caught up with her eyes. My gold. She collapsed dramatically. My treasure. It's gone. Turned into stupid flowers. Why would anyone want flowers instead of gold? Luffy picked up one of the flowers. But Nami, they're really pretty. And they smell nice. And they're not gold. While Nami mourned her lost treasure, Robin remained on the deck. Watching the stars. Feeling something she hadn't felt in a long time. Peace. The pain in her heart, the constant ache from her childhood, from betrayal, from loneliness, from being hunted and hated, it had eased. Not gone. But lighter. As if something vast and cosmic had reached down and gently touched that wounded place in her soul. She didn't understand it. Didn't question it. Just closed her eyes and let the feeling wash over her. Thank you, she whispered to the stars. To whatever force had brought this moment of peace. Thank you. Chat group POV. The members returned back to watch in shocked silence as Kokabeel walked inside the spiral stairway. His body disintegrated. But then the particles reformed. Reconstituted into a barely humanoid shape one step higher on the spiral. Only to dissolve again when he took another step. Die. Resurrect. Die. Resurrect. Over and over. Girl who loves reading at Heaven's Wrath. Respond. Can you hear us? Shadow Monarch at Heaven's Wrath. Answer us. The fool at heaven's wrath. Kokabeel. Say something. Nothing. The heaven's wrath username remained gray. Offline. No response. They could only watch helplessly as the figure that had been Kokabeel continued descending. Continued dying. Continued transforming. Last master of humanity, what is that spiral? Where is it taking him? The fool, I don't know. But in my world, a new pathway just appeared. The 23rd. If Kokabeel is creating that, he's becoming something fundamental to reality itself. They could do nothing but watch. The stream continued showing the impossible sight. Kokabeel, or what remained of him, walking down an infinite stairway that hurt to look at. Disintegrating with each step. Reforming with each step. Losing his humanity with each step. Gaining something else with each step. The chat members watched with bated breath, unable to look away, unable to help. Until finally, after what felt like eternity compressed into moments, the figure reached a point where they could no longer see it clearly. Too far. Too distant. The stream flickered once more. Then the stream cut out completely. Connection lost. Flash goddess, what? No. The stream. It's gone. Last master of humanity, I can't reconnect. It's like the signal just vanished. The fool, it's not a technical issue. The stream didn't disconnect. It was severed. Whatever is happening now, we're not meant to witness it. Shadow Monarch, Kokabeel, please be okay. Girl who loves reading, all we can do now is wait. And hope. They could only stare at the black screen, powerless to help the friend they'd come to know through messages and shared experiences. Across the multiverse, only the most ancient and powerful beings could still perceive what was happening. And what they saw filled them with awe and terror in equal measure. Across the multiverse, reality itself held its breath. Waiting. Wondering. What would emerge from the eternal night? About the different world timelines, you'll know why the time has suddenly moved forward in later chapters. Can't spoil much. Chapter 22, no chapter tomorrow. I need some rest and research to do on LOTM universe, as that's where the first task will be taking place that Kokabeel participates. He didn't participate in the last one in Konosuba world as he was running heaven, so I didn't mention it. Plus still going through after effects of the migraine. I guess the early winter hit me harder than I thought. By next week, this arc should be over and it will be more chat group focused. It's about time. Chapter 23, The Fool Who Walked Through the Spiral, 2 inches 1. Before you begin, I want to thank you all for motivating me to put my soul into this. I have always wanted to explore Lovecraftian stuff. This chapter is my inner fanboy somewhat leaking out, lol. Now, if you don't know much about Lovecraftian mythos, please look it up, it will help understand some stuff. I'll try to compile a list if I ever find time. At least I have created Kokabeel's profile, which will explain the powers. This is a major chapter. Southwest, pay close attention as it contains Easter eggs and hints for the future endgame. Enjoy. The stream had severed. Not through malfunction or technical failure, but through cosmic necessity. What was about to unfold was not meant for mortal eyes, not even those protected by dimensional barriers and chat group permissions. The connection between worlds snapped like a spider's thread touched by flame. The chat group members stared at black screens, their messages going unanswered into the void. They could not see what happened next. Only the oldest of beings, those who had existed before existence had rules, could still perceive the figure descending down the impossible stairs. And even they struggled to comprehend what they witnessed. Third-person POV. Kokabeel descended further through the infinitely stretched stairways, moving forward as if on instinct. Reason had long since abandoned him. His thoughts was fragmenting. Only the primal drive to survive, to continue, to not stop kept his form moving. He refused to stop, knowing with terrible certainty that the moment he did, the spiral would consume him entirely. Not kill him. Not destroy him. Consume him entirely. Erase him from the very concept of having ever existed. So he walked on. Each step was death and resurrection. His form scattered into light, into possibility, into nothing, then reconstituted one step higher, each time slightly less solid, slightly less him. His mind was being filled with knowledge that no being in the omniverse possessed. Perhaps only Hastur, the one who had granted him the second chance at life, who had plucked a dying soul from earth and placed it into heaven's design, perhaps only Hastur had glimpsed what Kokabeel now saw with eyes that were ceasing to be eyes. The fundamental architecture of reality. The spaces between dimensions where mathematics broke down into poetry. The songs that stars sang as they died, each note a civilization's worth of meaning compressed into frequencies that would shatter sanity. The taste of time, the weight of possibility, the color of concepts that had no physical form. Knowledge poured into him like water into a cup already full. It should have shattered his mind. Would have shattered any mind. But his mind was no longer singular, it was spreading, diffusing, becoming something that could hold infinities within infinities. The cosmos shivered. Not in warning, but in recognition. All light, all order, all memory of what had ever been, it paused. The omniverse held its breath. Every star in every galaxy dimmed for a fraction of a second. Every living thing across infinite dimensions felt the smallest touch of vertigo, a momentary sense that reality itself had stumbled. Then it continued, because reality must continue. But it remembered that pause. Would always remember. Beneath him, though direction had long ceased to have meaning, the spiral stairway stretched infinitely, winding through dimensions that should not exist, could not exist, yet did exist solely because something needed to connect the possible to the impossible. Each step was a scream and silence. A birth and a death. A memory folding in upon itself until all that remained was inevitability made manifest. Then he finally reached the end. And at the bottom, if that was even the correct word for a destination that existed in all directions simultaneously, something waited. Not heaven. Not hell. Not even the blessed void of non-existence. But the truth of being itself. The answer to questions so fundamental that asking them would unmake the asker. The heaven's key pulsed in his palm. Or what had once been his palm. The appendage was barely recognizable now, shifting between states, solid and ephemeral and something in between. But the key remained, faint against the heartbeat he had once possessed when he'd been something simple. Something human. Something mortal. The spiral called to him. Whispered promises of dominion, of power absolute and terrible, of the right to command reality itself. Yet through the overwhelming flood of cosmic knowledge, through the dissolution of self, one memory remained. Fragile. Precious. Fighting against the inevitable erasure. Michael. Gabriel. His siblings. Their faces were fading, details blurring like watercolors in rain. But the emotion remained. Warmth. Protection. The need to keep them safe. The fragile glow of mortal compassion transplanted into an angel's heart, and now being torn away as that angel transcended into something beyond comprehension. He lifted his foot. The step was heavier than the weight of galaxies. Heavier than the combined mass of every black hole in existence. Heavier than the burden of infinity itself. Time did not bend, it shattered completely. Like glass struck by a hammer, causality fragmented. Effects preceded causes. Futures became pasts. Presents multiplied into infinite variations, each one equally real, all existing simultaneously in the space between heartbeats. He could feel the collapse of uncountable suns, each death a roar of fusion fire going silent. Could feel the sigh of a beings watching from their world, witnessing something they had no words to describe. Could feel the muted horror of creatures who had slept in the spaces between dimensions since before creation dreamed itself into being, now stirring at the presence of something new. And yet, he walked on. Step by step, into the spiral. It consumed his doubts first. The questions he'd carried since awakening in a body not his own. The uncertainty about his purpose, his place, his right to exist. All of it flowed into the steps like water into thirsty earth, absorbed and transformed into something else entirely. Then it took his fears. The terror of failing. Of not being strong enough. Of losing those he cared for. Each fear dissolved, leaving behind only cold certainty. The echoes of human grief that already was fading went next. The memory of a mother he'd never see again. A life left behind on a planet called Earth. Friends, family, a world of small joys and simple pleasures, all of it fading like morning mist under harsh sunlight. His angelic duty followed. The rigid structure of heaven's hierarchy. The weight of responsibility to protect and serve. The pride in his power, the satisfaction of victory, the joy of flight, all consumed by steps that cared nothing for sentiment. Even hope, that most resilient of emotions, began to fade. Hope for peace. Hope for happiness. Hope for a future where he could rest. With every step, he became less what he had been and more what he was meant to be. The paradox. The anomaly. The one born among the eternal. From the spaces beyond space, whispers began. Faint at first. In a language older than thought itself. Older than the concept of language. Words that were not words but pure meaning, raw information that bypassed comprehension and simply was. He walks. The other outer gods stirred, sensing it. Azathoth, the blind idiot god at the center of creation, shifted in his eternal dream. His mindless piping paused for a fraction of eternity. Something new had entered his dream. Something that had not been there before. Something that was changing the rules. The born god. Nyarlathotep, the crawling chaos, turned its 1,000 faces toward the phenomenon. His expressions, each one different. Each one perfectly crafted to drive the viewers insane, all showed the same emotion for once. Interest. Pure, undiluted interest. In eons of existence, manipulating lesser beings for amusement, very little had truly surprised him. But this was new. Born of the spiral. Yog-Sothoth, who was the gate and the key, who existed in all times and all places simultaneously, knew what was happening. Had always known. Would always know. Yet even he, who could see all of past and future laid bare, found himself watching. Observing. Waiting to see how this particular thread of possibility would resolve. The end. Shub-Niggurath, the black goat of the woods with 1,000 young, felt her endless spawning pause. Her children, spread across dimensions, seeding worlds with her essence, all stopped their eternal consumption and reproduction. Something was being born that was not of her. Something that existed outside her domain of fertility and corruption. Umbrazoth. The whispers grew louder, echoing across dimensions, rippling through realities. On the spiral stairway, Kokobeel faltered. A voice, faint, human, trembling, rose above the infinite cosmic chorus. Cut through the overwhelming knowledge being forced into his dissolving consciousness. Reached the last fragment of what he had been before all this began. Do not die, brother. Arthur. Arthur. The name struck him like a physical blow. Resonated with something deep inside, something that the spiral had consumed already. As if showing the last remnants of a distant memory before completely fading away. An act of cruelty rather than kindness. A memory. Not of wings and starlight. Not of heaven and divine purpose. A memory of humanity. I was Arthur. He held his head. I had a family. Watching the memories fly around him, he found a truth he thought he lost. I was happy. A camping trip. The warm summer sun filtering through trees. The smell of pine and lake water. Dad's terrible campfire stories that made everyone groan. Mom taking endless photos with that proud smile. Dawn collecting rocks, chattering excitedly about each one she found. Road trip. Dawn's voice, bright and happy from the back seat. We're literally just going home. His own voice, younger, more innocent. Smiling despite his words. A car ride home. Singing. Laughing. Dad's off-key attempts at classic songs. Dawn's terrible dance moves in her seatbelt. Mom belting out lyrics without a care. The simple, perfect joy of a family being together. Then, the intersection. A green light. A car coming too fast from the right. Dad. The memory crystallized with terrible clarity. The impact. The metal rod piercing through him. The pain. But stronger than the pain, the instinct. Grabbing Dawn. Shielding her. Holding the rod away from her with bloody hands that wouldn't stop shaking. Artie. Artie, say something. Dawn's voice, small and terrified. Mom's face, streaked with tears. Not my baby. Not my boy. Dad crying for the first time Arthur had ever seen. Hang in there, son. Don't you dare give up. And his final words. His promise. If you miss me, look at the stars. I'll be watching. Always watching over you. Like a star. He had a mother. A father. A little sister who called him Artie and collected rocks and promised to behave if he would just stay. Then suddenly, it was yanked away from him. He tried to reach out, trying to grab it, trying to hold onto it. What were their names? He couldn't remember anymore. The spiral had taken them. Consumed them. Transformed the most precious memories of his existence into pure information and filed them away in the infinite library of knowledge that was replacing his sense of self. But he knew that they had existed. That they had mattered more than anything. That dying to protect Dawn hadn't felt like sacrifice but like the most natural thing in the world. Who was Arthur? He tried to grasp the memory. To hold on to it. To remember who he'd been before wings and purpose and cosmic significance. A high school student. A brother. A son. Someone who broke up with his girlfriend over the phone and regretted it. Someone who sang terrible pop songs on road trips and complained while secretly enjoying every moment. Someone who loved his family more than life itself and proved it with his last breath. Arthur had died. At 18 years old, on a sunny highway, holding a little girl safe in his arms even as a metal rod pierced through his chest. I love you all. Had he managed to say it? He hoped he'd said it. The memory of their faces, blurry, fading, but still there. Still precious. Mom. Dad. Dawn. The only three people who'd mattered in those final moments. And Katie. The girl he'd hurt with his last phone call. The girl who'd wanted to talk face to face. The girl who would never get that chance now. But Arthur had been real. Had been him. Had mattered. Who was calling to him now? Who remembered that name when even he was forgetting? He wanted to stop. To turn back. To find the source of that voice and hold onto it like an anchor in the storm of transformation consuming him. To remember what it felt like to be someone's brother, someone's son, someone who mattered not because of cosmic significance but because of love. But the spiral did not wait. It rose like a tide, inexorable, patient, utterly certain. Stretching into all directions at once, existing in dimensions his dissolving mind could barely perceive. It did not ask permission. Did not feel anything he was going through. It simply was. And what was could not be denied. He took another step without wanting to. His body moved on his own. The memory of Arthur shattered like glass. The fragments scattered across dimensions, each piece containing a moment of humanity, a smile. A laugh. A tear. A dream. All of them real. All of them lost. Dissolved into the cosmic knowledge that was replacing personality with pure, terrible understanding. The omniverse convulsed and shuddered. Light bent backward, reversing through space, returning to its source only to be reborn as something else entirely. Matter swept into dust, molecular bonds severing in sympathy with a transformation that should not be possible. Time remembered and forgot itself simultaneously, causality eating its own tail, becoming a loop with no beginning and no end. Across infinite realities, every being capable of perceiving beyond their own dimension felt it. Felt the fundamental rules changing. Felt something new being added to existence, not discovered, not revealed, but created through sheer force of transcendent will. In Klein's world, the seers collapsed by the dozens, their abilities to perceive future possibilities overwhelmed by the sudden branching of probability into configurations their minds couldn't process. The 23rd pathway burned in the collective unconscious of humanity, visible even to those without mystical sight. Klein was protected by the chat group, but still he felt the pain. In Ritsuka's world, every servant felt their connection to the throne of heroes flicker and stabilize in a new configuration. Something had changed in the fundamental nature of reality. The rules governing how heroes could be summoned, how noble phantasms operated, how history itself was recorded, all of it shifted subtly but irrevocably. In Sung Jinwoo's world, the online system that governed hunters went haywire, displaying error messages in languages that didn't exist. Dungeons that had closed reopened, then closed again, flickering between states. The boundary between dimensions that the gates represented had become uncertain, unstable, responding to a transformation happening outside their reality. In the Bleach universe, the Soul King's crystal prison cracked. Just one small fracture, hairline thin, but it was the first damage the prison had sustained in over 1,000,000 years. The Soul King's smile widened fractionally. His eyes, still closed, nonetheless saw everything. And he was pleased. At the center of the spiral, reality folded. Not broke. Not shattered. Folded like origami. Like a letter being sealed. Like the universe deciding that this particular space needed to exist in a configuration that defied physics, defied magic, defied even the mad geometries of the outer gods themselves. Kokabeel was gone. Not vanished. Not destroyed. Not even truly absent. Transformed. The archangel of stars, the being who had fought dragon gods and slain satans, who had protected heaven and rejected divine authority, that entity ceased to exist in any meaningful way. What emerged was something else entirely. His wings, once radiant with the fire of constellations, collapsed inward. Folded through dimensions. Became spirals of impossibly dark starlight. A light that was simultaneously the brightest thing in existence and darker than the void between universes. Wings that existed in all places and no places, that could wrap around realities like a cloak or pierce through dimensions like spears. His halo, that broken laurel crown of light, transformed. It became a singularity. A point of infinite density that contained everything and nothing. It absorbed the echo of every knowledge, every word, every promise he had ever known. Drew them in like a black hole draws light, compressed them beyond the point of meaning, and held them in eternal suspension. The memories of his mortal life flickered at the edges of this singularity. Small. Distant. Beautiful in their simplicity. A mother's smile. A friend's laugh. The taste of coffee on a cold morning. The satisfaction of a test passed. The warmth of summer sun on skin. Arthur's memories. They orbited the singularity like planets around a star, held at a distance where they could exist but not influence, could be observed but not accessed. Forever present. Forever lost. Until even they bowed to inevitability. One by one, they fell into the singularity. Consumed by the transformation that demanded totality. Each memory that vanished made the new being more complete and the old being less real. Arthur died for the final time. The core of identity that had carried through death and rebirth, through transformation and transcendence. The essence of who he'd been dissolved into pure potential, pure power, pure cosmic significance. And something else opened its eyes. The spiral hissed. A sound like a billion voices speaking in perfect unison. Like reality itself acknowledging a fundamental change to its structure. The infinite steps that had led upward, or downward, or inward, or in directions that had no names, began to fold. To retract. Pulling back into whatever impossible space they'd emerged from. The pathway closed. Because it was no longer needed. What had climbed it had reached the destination. Had completed the journey. Had transcended the need for pathways entirely. Reality exhaled. The tension that had been building across dimensions released all at once. The flickering timeline stabilized. The bending light straightened. The weeping matter reformed. The shattered causality mended, though the scars remained as proof that something impossible had occurred. All the outer gods trembled. Not in fear. They knew no fear. But in something far rarer, anticipation. Azathoth's piping resumed, but the melody had changed. A new note had been added to the eternal chaos, a harmony that hadn't existed before. The blind idiot god's dream had expanded to accommodate something new, and even in his mindless slumber, he knew that nothing would be quite the same. Nyarlathotep laughed. A sound that drove 17 civilizations across 12 dimensions into immediate madness. Not from malice, but from pure, delighted joy. Finally. Finally. After eons of manipulating lesser beings, of playing games with entities that could never truly surprise him, something genuinely novel had emerged. Yog-Sothoth, who was the gate and the key, felt his omniscience shift. New possibilities had opened. New pathways through time and space that hadn't existed before. He could see them all, past, present, future, and configurations that were all three simultaneously, and in every timeline, in every possibility, the same truth held. Everything had changed. Shub-Niggurath's spawning resumed, but her children were different now. Touched by the presence of the new god, carrying within their twisted forms a fragment of stellar light that had not been there before. She noticed. Even approved of it. New life meant new opportunities for corruption, for transformation, for the eternal dance of creation and destruction she embodied. Even Hastur stirred. The king in yellow. The unspeakable one. He who dwelt in Carcosa, who wore tattered robes and a pallid mask, who had existed in silence so profound that even the other outer gods rarely perceived him. Hastur, in his infinite silence, smiled for the first time since the universe had been young. His voice, when it came, was not a sound mortals could perceive, radiating across dimensions, touching every corner of existence simultaneously. He has fulfilled his destiny. The words carried weight beyond their simple meaning. Carried pride, if such a being could feel pride. Carried satisfaction. Carried something that, if Hastur had been human, might have been called paternal affection. I feel pride and joy. Is this what human fathers feel? The question was directed at no one. Perhaps the universe itself. Hastur, who had plucked a dying soul from earth and given it a second chance, who had watched that soul grow and struggle and transcend, now understood something he had never grasped before. What it meant to create not just life, but meaning. Arthur had been his experiment. His attempt to understand why humans, weak, fragile, ephemeral creatures, nonetheless possessed something the outer gods lacked. Some quality that made their brief existences matter in ways that eons of cosmic power could not replicate. Now he understood. It was choice. Humans chose. In the face of overwhelming odds, facing death and suffering and inevitable oblivion, they chose to care. To love. To protect. To sacrifice. Arthur had died protecting a child. Had thrown himself in front of a truck to save a life that meant nothing to him beyond shared humanity. That choice, made in a fraction of a second, with no thought of reward or recognition, had contained more genuine power than Hastur's eons of existence. So he'd given Arthur another chance. Placed him in heaven as Kokabeel. Watched to see what would happen when human choice was given angelic power. The result exceeded all expectations. Kokabeel had chosen peace when war was offered. Had chosen protection over domination. Had chosen sacrifice over survival. Every choice made with the same core of humanity that had driven Arthur to his first death. And those choices had led here. To transcendence. To transformation. To the birth of something that should not exist but now did, irrevocably. Hastur's smile widened behind his pallid mask. Well done, my child. Walk your path. We will meet again, at the end of all things. Kokabeel opened his eyes. If one could call it opening. If one could call them eyes. What gazed out from the being that had once been an angel, before that a human, now something entirely other, they were not eyes in any conventional sense. They were windows into infinity. Portals to the spaces between dimensions where reality became negotiable. He looked, if one could call it looking, and saw. Everything. Every star in every galaxy in every universe across every dimension. He saw them all simultaneously. Saw them being born in stellar nurseries, saw them burning through their fusion fuel, saw them dying in supernovas or collapsing into black holes or simply fading away into red dwarf eternity. Every world. Every life. Every consciousness. All of it laid out before his perception like a book open to every page at once. The cosmos reflected in his eyes. No, his eyes were the cosmos. All light, all hope, all life, all gently folding into the peace of finality that was not death but transformation. The acceptance that all things, eventually, must end. He did not speak. Language had become unnecessary. Too limiting. Too imprecise. His meaning radiated outward in waves of pure understanding that bypassed words entirely. He did not act. Action implied intention, which implied desire, which implied incompleteness. He was complete. Whole. Perfect in the way that mathematical proofs are perfect, self-evident, requiring no justification, simply true. He simply was. And the stars, trillions upon trillions of them, his power, his authority, the source and symbol of all he had been, dimmed in response. Not from fear. Not from despair. Not from submission. But in recognition. They saw in him what he had always been, what the spiral had revealed rather than created, the eternal night that existed between the stars. The darkness that gave their light meaning. The silence that made their stellar songs beautiful. Without him, without the night, the void, the absence, stars would be meaningless. Light would have no context. Existence would be a flat, unchanging brightness with no depth, no beauty, no truth. He was necessary. Had always been necessary. The spiral had simply made that truth manifest. The eternal night had been born. Not awakened from ancient slumber like the other outer gods. Born. The only outer god to have lived as something lesser first. To have experienced mortality, limitation, fear, hope, love, loss. To have chosen this path rather than simply existing upon it from the beginning of time. And in that difference lay terrifying implication. The outer gods existed beyond morality, beyond comprehension, beyond the petty concerns of lesser beings. They were forces beyond omniverse-given consciousness, or consciousness so alien it might as well be force of nature. But Kokabeel, the eternal night, he remembered. Buried deep within the singularity that had consumed his mortal and even fragments of angelic memories, they still existed. Compressed beyond accessing, beyond influencing, but present. A human soul that had loved and feared and hoped. An angel who had protected and sacrificed and cared. Those experiences had shaped him. Made him something fundamentally different from his kin among the outer gods. He had compassion. Not active compassion, that would require desire, would require incompleteness. But the capacity for compassion. The understanding of it. The memory of what it meant to care about something other than one's own existence. And that made him the most terrifying thing in all of creation. An outer god who understood mercy. An outer god who had once been human. An outer god who had chosen this transcendence rather than simply being it. In that silence, the spiral, now retreating into the spaces between spaces, whispered once more. Its voice the echo of inevitability given sound. All that rises must yield. All that begins must end. Walk, and know the truth. The command was gentle. Implacable. Eternal. And Kokabeel, human, angel, God, walked on. Not up the stairs. Those had folded away, their purpose fulfilled. He walked through reality itself now, existing in all places and no places, moving through dimensions as easily as a human walked through air. His form left traces as he passed. Imprints in the fabric of existence that would remain forever. And from those imprints, something unprecedented began to happen. The recording of the eternal night. Across worlds, across timelines, across dimensions that had never known his presence, his name began to appear. Not written. Not spoken. Just known. Seers woke from dreams they couldn't remember, compelled to write words in languages they didn't understand. Prophets received visions of stars and darkness that drove some mad and granted others terrible enlightenment. Ancient texts changed, new verses appearing in books that had been sealed for millennia. His existence was being recorded. Not by any conscious effort. Not by his will or desire. But by necessity, reality itself struggling to accommodate something new, to update its fundamental records to include an entity that had not existed before yet now existed always, retroactively, eternally. In Klein's world, the hidden sage, the amalgamation of all mystical knowledge, suddenly possessed information it had never possessed before. The 23rd pathway was not new, it insisted to itself. Had always existed. Would always exist. The pathways had always numbered 23, not 22. Reality quietly rewrote itself to make this true. Except Klein, who had witnessed the change, remembered. Remembered when there had been only 22. Remembered the moment a 23rd appeared. Only he carried the contradiction in his mind, two truths that couldn't both be correct yet were. In the DxD world, the Akashic records, the repository of all events, all knowledge, all truth, suddenly expanded. New entries appeared, dating back to the beginning of creation. Entries about the eternal night. About the being who walked between stars. About the prophecy that had always existed but had somehow never been noticed until now. Scholars would later find new passages in texts they had memorized. Prophecies they couldn't explain, not having seen before. Words that seemed to have always been there, hidden in plain sight, waiting to be revealed. In every world, in every dimension that had even briefly touched Kokobil's existence, the phenomenon occurred. Books changed. Prophecies appeared. Dreams were shared across populations who had never met. Artists found themselves compelled to create works depicting stars and darkness in configurations that shouldn't be beautiful but were. Musicians heard melodies that seemed to come from between the notes, from the silence that gave music structure. His existence was bleeding backward through time, making itself retroactively true. And among these spontaneous recordings, one stood out. One prophecy that appeared simultaneously across dozens of worlds. Although it shouldn't be called a prophecy, for it had already happened. It was written in languages that shouldn't share roots but somehow produced identical meaning. The prophecy of the born god. Fragment CXXVII, Narcotic Codex, Verses of the Silent Spiral. And lo, beneath the firmament of shivering stars, a mortal wept for the light he could never reach. The heavens heard, and the silence of Hastur turned its eye. Through that gaze was the veil broken, through that mercy was born the one who should not be. Kokobil, they shall call him, child of men, heir of stars, the spark cast into heaven's fire. Wings of radiance shall crown his back, and the song of the angels shall rise in his name. Yet even angels weep beneath their light. And he shall see the truth that gods conceal, that stars are not eternal, that every light is merely the shadow of its end. Then shall the key of heaven be placed in his palm, not as reward, but as burden. He shall hold the gate between dawn and dusk, between creation and the silence that follows. But peace shall dwell within his heart, and in peace shall he return the key, saying, not mine is the throne, but the stillness that follows its fall. And when the last star trembles, when even heaven forgets its own name, he shall hear the call, the spiral that winds through all realities, the voice that whispers, come home. He shall walk the spiral stairway, each step a death, each death a birth, until he reaches the place where no gods dwell. And there shall he stand, neither mortal nor angel, neither god nor madness, but the born one, the paradox of end and beginning. In his eyes shall burn the memory of suns. In his silence shall echo the requiem of creation. And in the end, the outer gods shall tremble, for among them walks one who chose to ascend. The eternal night shall rise, not to consume, but to forgive. And the stars shall bow, whispering their final hymn. He was born, and thus he is the end of all beginnings. The prophecy appeared in the Narcotic manuscripts, texts older than human civilization, written by elder things before humanity had learned to use fire. Yet there it was, fragment CXXVII, written in a hand that matched the rest of the manuscript perfectly. As if it had always been there. As if the elder things had known, millennia ago, what would come to pass in an age they would never see. It appeared in the Necronomicon, the Book of Dead Names. A new chapter between existing verses, seamlessly integrated, written in same distinctive style despite the author having been dead for centuries. It appeared in the Revelations of Glocki, the living book that updated itself with new prophecies, but had never before updated itself with something that was simultaneously prophecy and history, prediction, and record of events already past. It appeared in texts that had no names, in languages that had been dead for eons, in dimensions where the concept of writing didn't exist and yet the knowledge was there nonetheless, encoded in the structure of reality itself. Scholars across dimensions would spend lifetimes trying to determine when the prophecy appeared. Some would conclude it had always been there. Others would insist it manifested after the fact. A few would realize, to their horror, that both were true, that the eternal night's birth had retroactively always been prophesied, rewriting history to make his ascension inevitable. And in the vast darkness between stars, in the comfortable silence between heartbeats of the universe, the eternal night walked. He did not know where he was going. Did not need to know. His existence was sufficient. His presence was purpose. Behind him, the outer gods watched with something that might have been respect. Ahead of him, infinity stretched in configurations that made reality negotiable. Around him, dimensions folded and unfolded like breathing, adapting to accommodate his passage. He was alone. Utterly, completely alone in a way that transcended physical isolation. No being in any dimension could truly perceive him fully. No consciousness could comprehend what he had become. Even the outer gods, his kin and peers, could only grasp fragments of his nature. But that was acceptable. He had been alone before. As Arthur, dying on a road far from home. As Kokobil, standing at the edge of heaven, watching his siblings from a distance he could never close. As the archangel of stars, waging wars against beings who would never understand him. Loneliness was familiar. Comfortable. Perhaps even necessary. In the depths of the singularity that was his halo, the memory stirred. Arthur's memories. The human soul that had started this impossible journey. They could not be accessed. Could not influence. Could not change what he had become. But they existed. And in their existence, buried beyond reach but never truly gone, a part of Arthur remained. A part that remembered what it meant to be small. To be afraid. To love despite knowing love would end. To hope despite knowing hope was foolish. And perhaps, in some distant future, at the heat death of the universe when all stars had finally burned out and only the eternal night remained, perhaps then, those memories would be needed again. Perhaps then, the human who had become an angel who had become a god would remember why any of it mattered. But that was eons away. Eternities away. For now, the eternal night walked. And the omniverse, forever changed by his passage, continued on. Chapter 24, Kokabeel Profile. Kokabeel, the born god of the eternal night. He was not made from chaos, nor dreamed by the mindless one. He was born, and that alone made him unbearable to the cosmos. Among the outer gods, beings uncreated and timeless, there exists one anomaly, an origin that should not be. His name is whispered only in the void between galaxies, carried on the fading light of dying stars, Kokabeel, the eternal night. He was once human. Frail, transient, a speck among the dust of creation, death came as it does to all, but the veil did not hold. His soul was seen by Hastur, the unspeakable yellow king who rules over stars, silence, and forbidden knowledge. And Hastur, in an act no scripture nor cult could explain, accepted the dying soul as his child. Thus, the mortal awoke not as a man, but as the archangel of stars, radiant under heaven's light. In that realm he served, and he loved, and he learned. The heaven's key, a divine instrument of order, was entrusted to him by the god before that deity's passing, not as a gift, but as a burden. Kokabeel was to guide heaven, to preserve harmony among angels. But he refused the throne. He sought peace, not dominion. He returned the key to Michael, and in that act of humility, he severed the last chain binding him to divine order. He looked upon creation one final time. The stars, his domain, saw in their eternal light the inevitability of their end. That realization opened the path, the eternal night. The path of the eternal night. When he took the first step upon the spiral, the heavens trembled, for one who was born had found the way to eternity. Unlike Azathoth, who dreams, or Yog-Sothoth, who encompasses all time, Kokabeel ascended, he became. He walked the spiral stairway, the endless ascent through annihilation, where each step strips the self until nothing remains but the truth of existence. He resisted. He remembered the countless lights he once guarded. But resistance was meaningless before inevitability. He took the final step, and the omniverse itself shook. Light yielded to shadow, stars to silence, and divinity to comprehension. When he reached the center, there was no heaven, no hell, and no human left. There was only the born outer god, the impossible heir of two realities, the light of the seraphim and the madness of the outer dark. Nature and form. Kokabeel, the eternal night, is described as a figure of paradox, both radiant and absent, beautiful yet unknowable. Where other outer gods embody chaos, Kokabeel embodies inevitability, the truth that all light, no matter how divine, must one day fade into the night. To gaze upon him is to see an infinite silhouette made of collapsing constellations. His wings are neither feather nor flame but nebulae folding inward upon themselves, his eyes are the birth and death of suns, twin spirals drawing all things towards stillness. And above his head, bound in silence, burns the faint echo of the heaven's key, now a symbol, not of order, but of surrender. He does not speak. He does not destroy. He simply is, and in his presence, all things remember their end. Theological paradox. In the dark liturgy of the Nakadic Codex, Kokabeel is called the born god, for he alone among the outer gods was born of flesh and soul. The keeper of the dying light, for he mourns the stars he once shepherded. The spiral ascendant, for he walked the path none dared tread. The eternal night, for his dominion is the silence after all stories end. Where Azathoth is chaos and Yog-Sothoth is knowledge, Kokabeel represents the acceptance of finality. He is the requiem of creation, the last hymn sung before the void claims all. Even the other outer gods regard him with distant reverence, for he embodies something they cannot comprehend, compassion. He did not emerge from the chaos of pre-existence. He earned his place among them through the ultimate act of evolution, the shedding of self, light, and soul until nothing remained but truth. And when the blind idiot god awakens, he shall be the end all life returns to, for he shall be their end, and their new beginning. Summary of domains. Title, Kokabeel, the born outer god of the eternal night. Epithets: the spiral ascendant, the keeper of the dying light, the son of Hastur, the end of everything, the revenant of stars, the eternal one of contradictions. Domain, stars, eternal night, peaceful finality, cosmic evolution. Symbol, the heaven's key inverted over a collapsing spiral. Color, black beyond void, threaded with the faint blue of dying stars. Voice, the sound of wings fading into silence. Manifestation a vast figure formed of dark starlight, haloed by galaxies imploding in slow rhythm. Final invocation, fragment from the black grimoire. And lo, from the heart of man rose an angel, from the angel, a god, from the god, the eternal night, his name was Kokabeel, and through him, even the stars learned to die in peace. The prophecy of the born god. Fragment CXXVII, Narcotic Codex, verses of the silent spiral. And lo, beneath the firmament of shivering stars, a mortal wept for the light he could no longer reach. The heavens heard, and the silence of Hastur turned its eye, through that gaze was the veil broken, through that mercy was born the one who should not be. Kokabeel, they shall call him, child of men, heir of stars, the spark cast into heaven's fire, wings of radiance shall crown his back, and the song of the angels shall rise in his name. Yet even angels weep beneath their light, and he shall see the truth that gods conceal, that stars are not eternal, that every light is merely the shadow of its end. Then shall the key of heaven be placed in his palm, not as a reward, but as a burden. He shall hold the gate between dawn and dusk. Between creation and the silence that follows. But peace shall dwell within his heart, and in peace shall he return the key, saying, not mine is the throne, but the stillness that follows its fall. And when the last star trembles, when even heaven forgets its own name, he shall hear the call, the spiral that winds through all realities. The voice that whispers, come home. He shall walk the infinitely spiral stairway. Each step a death, each death a birth, until he reaches the place where no gods dwell. And there shall he stand, neither mortal nor angel, neither god, nor madness, but the born one, the paradox of peace. In his eyes shall burn the memory of suns. In his silence shall echo the requiem of creation. And in the end, the outer gods shall tremble. For among them walks one who chose to ascend. The eternal night shall rise, not to consume, but to forgive. And the stars shall bow, whispering their final hymn. He was born, and thus he is the end of all beginnings. As usual, getting review bombed by trolls. Sigh, this site so poorly moderated, that it's not even funny. How crappy someone's life could be that they find joy in spending time like this, to seek attention and feel they matter. Shrug. Chapter 25, Back to Living, 2 inches 1. Kokabeel POV. It was weird. I was, everywhere. My current form stretched across dimensions. It should be something incomprehensible, yet I understood perfectly. I had become something entirely different. Something that shouldn't exist. Something that transcended the boundaries of what reality considered possible. Who am I? The question echoed through my consciousness, if I could even call it that anymore. The entity that had been Kokabeel, the archangel of stars, was now more. And simultaneously less. Wait, I remembered something. Heaven. Yes. I met Yahweh. The memory was there, compressed into the singularity that had become my existence. I was an angel. Used to be one. My siblings. Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, Uriel, and so many others. I remembered some of them. Their faces. Their voices. Though the emotions attached to those memories felt distant now. Like reading about someone else's life in a book. I got a chat group. The knowledge was there. The dimensional chat group. Other beings from other worlds. They'd watched me. Supported me. Tried to reach me as I walked those impossible stairs. They couldn't see me anymore. The connection had severed when I transcended. I couldn't even feel the chat group anymore. There was a great war. The memory unfolded with perfect clarity. Angels versus devils. Yahweh dying by Lucifer's hand. Then Lucifer dying by mine. The Satans falling. The devil army erased from existence. Then Indra. The king of gods and his army. The battle that had pushed me beyond my limits. And then, that. I had reached toward something I shouldn't have. The spiral. The infinite pathway that had always existed inside me, placed there by Hastur when he gave me the second life. I tried to avoid it ever since I felt affecting me since the battle against Drake and Albion. I felt it was changing me somewhat. But in that battle, I had touched it in desperation, seeking power to finish the fight. And it had changed me, irrevocably. Power always comes with a price. I understood that now. The price for transcendence was everything. My humanity. My angelic nature. Even my sense of self had been compressed, transformed, made into something that could contain infinities. But I couldn't change it. Couldn't undo it. I was an eldritch monstrosity now. An outer god. The eternal night. Something that existed on a level beyond mortal and divine comprehension. I had no more purpose, no desire, no goal. No, I did have a purpose. To engulf the omniverse into an eternal night, to be the end of everything. Yet I didn't feel the desire to do that. I just felt nothing. I could sense them. The others like me. Azathoth. Nyarlathotep. Even Cthulhu. I would have been terrified if it was before. But now, all I felt is a numb disinterest. Yet, I had to return. Back to where it started. Back to the world I'd fought to protect. Back to my siblings who wouldn't understand what I'd become. And I still had a debt to repay. Indra, Varuna, Rudra. The three gods who had pushed me to this transformation. Who had forced me to reach for power that should have remained dormant. Who had made me become this. They were still alive in my world. That needed to be corrected. I concentrated, focusing what remained of my will on a single purpose: compress my existence as the eternal night. Return to something smaller. Something that could walk among lesser beings without unmaking them through mere presence. It was like trying to compress a galaxy into a marble. Like a toddler attempting to squeeze a star between tiny fingers and somehow succeeding through sheer stubborn determination. My form, vast beyond measure, existing across dimensions that had no names, began to contract. Collapse down through layers of reality. I don't know how long it took. Time had no meaning in the space between spaces where the eternal night existed. Seconds could have been eons. Eons could have been heartbeats. The distinction was irrelevant. But slowly I began to compress it. The realm around me was beautiful in its alien charm. Colors that shouldn't exist painting landscapes of folded dimensions. Sounds that were somehow visible, light that could be tasted, concepts given physical form only to dissolve back into pure meaning. As I condensed, as I forced the infinite into the finite, the beauty became more comprehensible. Less overwhelming. The impossible geometry simplified into merely improbable ones. The non-Euclidean angles straightened into something three-dimensional space could accommodate. My enormous form shivered, then started to shrink. Wings began to form again, not the spiral darkness of the eternal night, but proper angelic wings. Limited to three-dimensional space like they were supposed to be. Yet something was different. I only had 2 large black wings that showed the infinite cosmos within them. The world couldn't support 10 more wings like that. I imagined my old body to come into existence. The form I'd worn as Kokabeel. Something that could still give me a sense of normalcy. After what felt like an eternity, I finally managed to recover my angelic form. Then reality promptly expelled me. The dimension where the eternal night existed couldn't accommodate any life. The space between spaces had no room for something as limited as a three-dimensional being. It was like trying to keep a four-dimensional drawing in a one-dimensional room. It simply didn't fit the environment. I felt myself being hurled through dimensions. Ejected from my realm like a body rejecting a foreign object. Reality layers peeled away, one after another, as I fell through the spaces between worlds. Different universes passed by my perception. Entire realities visible for brief moments before I tumbled past them. One world showed people in strange, colorful costumes fighting against an alien invasion. The invaders poured through a portal in the sky above a city. Below, a man in red and gold armor flew upward, joined by others. A man with a shield, a giant green creature, an alien with a hammer. Marvel. The name appeared in my vast knowledge. A universe where heroes gathered to fight impossible threats. Governed by an entity called One Above All. The scene shifted as I continued flying through. Another world materialized. Darker than the last. A man dressed as a bat stood before a being that radiated power. The figure was humanoid but clearly alien. Gray skin. Red eyes that glowed with heat vision barely contained. The Omega symbol on his chest was unmistakable even at a glance. Darkseid. And Batman was facing him. A confrontation brewing between God and mortal. That's called DC, I think. Governed by the presence. Then the timeline shifted. Forward. Backward. Direction had no meaning when falling through dimensional barriers. It was the same universe, but different location. A void beyond the universe itself, where reality's boundaries became negotiable. A handsome man with blonde hair stood in that impossible space, facing down something vast and terrible. He was battered and bleeding, still stood confidently. A cosmic entity. Female in appearance but beyond such simple distinctions. Her form was constructed from fundamental forces, her presence warping space-time around her like gravity wells distorting light. Perpetua. The name rose from my knowledge. The mother of the DC multiverse. A being of impossible power, capable of unmaking entire realities with a thought. And the blonde man stood before her, smiling. Looking like an ant before a galaxy. Yet completely unafraid. Perpetua sensed me, as she should have. Her eyes widened in surprise, and perhaps fear. She stumbled back a step. Then, impossibly, the man looked at me. His eyes met mine across dimensional boundaries, through the barriers between worlds, despite the fact that I was supposed to be invisible to normal beings while falling between realities. He looked straight at me. The man, no, the hero, just smirked. Raised one hand in a casual wave. His mouth moved, forming words I shouldn't have been able to hear across the dimensional gap. Yet I heard them. Thanks, random stranger, for buying me some time. What? Then he turned back to Perpetua, his grin widening. His hand rose, fingers spreading as power gathered around him. Equip, foreigner. The words rang out with weight that transcended sound. A transformation, calling upon powers that existed beyond the normal boundaries of his reality. His form began to change. Yet it remained similar in size. A strange thing appeared in his hand, not a weapon in truth. I wanted to watch. Wanted to see what would happen when mortal heroism touched cosmic horror. When humanity's determination merged with infinite power. But I was already moving past. Already falling away from that universe toward my own. The scene disappeared behind me, swallowed by the spaces between dimensions. Countless other worlds flickered past. Too many to process. Too fast to truly perceive. A world where giant beings made of light fought in a city. Another where magic and technology blended seamlessly. A third where the dead walked freely among the living. A fourth where the sky itself was alive and dreaming. Infinite possibilities. Infinite realities. All of them real. All of them existing simultaneously in the vast multiverse that made up creation. Then I felt the pull. The familiar resonance of my home reality calling me back. The DxD world. Where angels and devils fought eternal wars. Where gods walked among mortals. Where I had lived and died, and been reborn. Where Indra still drew breath. With a sound like reality breaking apart like glass, I entered the DxD world once more. The transition was violent. Space cracked. Time stuttered. The fundamental forces that held the universe together strained under the pressure of something that shouldn't exist, forcing its way back into existence. But I was smaller now. Contained within angelic form that reality could accommodate without completely falling apart. The battlefield materialized around me. Scorched earth. Craters kilometers wide. The air still thick with residual energy from our previous clash. And there, barely visible through the settling dust, stood three figures. Indra. Varuna. Rudra. The gods who remained alive till now. Who had survived my transformation not through strength but through the simple fact that I'd ascended before finishing them off. Who thought, perhaps, that they'd been spared. They were wrong. For them, only a moment had passed. Perhaps two. The time it took to blink, to process what they'd witnessed, to begin forming thoughts about survival and escape. They watched me walk into the spiral. Watched me disintegrate. Watched reality itself shatter at my transformation. Now they stood in the absolute darkness that had swallowed the battlefield the moment I touched the spiral's power. Unable to see. Unable to sense anything beyond the oppressive weight pressing down on their divine forms. I appeared before them without warning. The darkness faded instantly, like a light switch being flipped. One moment, absolute black. The next, dim illumination that showed the destroyed battlefield. And in the center, stood a lone figure. Standing exactly where I'd been before ascending. As if I'd never left. As if nothing had changed. Except everything had changed. What just happened? Varuna started to speak, his waterform body reforming from the defensive state he'd maintained throughout the darkness. Before he could finish the sentence, I appeared before him. Teleportation. No. I simply was there. Had always been there. Would always be there. Space was insignificant now. Distance was a suggestion I could choose to ignore. I tried to smile. Tried to recreate the expression I'd worn countless times as an angel. The friendly smirk. The battle-ready grin. But it felt just wrong. Mechanical. Like operating a puppet that looked like me but wasn't quite right. Still, I managed something approximating a smile. And in my most monotone voice, trying and failing to inject the humor I remembered feeling, I spoke. Boo. Varuna's eyes went wide. His mouth opened to scream. Ah. The scream cut off mid-sound. His body disintegrated. Not even destroyed in any conventional sense. It simply ceased to exist. One moment, the god of water stood before me. The next, empty space where he'd been, a few particles of divine essence scattering before even those faded away. I'd barely touched him. Just placed my palm against his chest. Let the smallest fraction of the eternal night's power leak through my angelic form. It was enough. Rudra and Indra stared at the empty space where their brother had stood a heartbeat ago. What? Indra's voice was barely a whisper. What just happened? I turned to face them. Tried to remember how I used to move, confident, like everything was under control. My body moved how I directed. But it felt like controlling a puppet. Each motion calculated and perfect rather than natural. Slap. My palm caught Indra across the face. I'd been trying to control it. Trying to match the strength I'd once possessed as merely the archangel of stars. Trying to hit him with the force that would have sent him flying a little bit. I failed. Indra was launched backward with catastrophic force. His body broke the sound barrier instantly. Became a living missile that tore through the air, through space, through the fabric of reality itself. He crashed into the ground of the underworld. Kept going. Punched through miles of earth and stone and compressed matter. Carved a tunnel straight down through the layers of the realm, deeper and deeper, until he finally stopped somewhere in the absolute depths. I blinked. Stared at my hand. I used too much force. My new strength was difficult to calibrate. Like trying to pick up a feather while wearing power armor. Rudra saw his chance. Or thought he did. The god of storms took a step back, his twin blades dissolving. His hands rose in a gesture of surrender. He spread his palms out, fingers spread, the universal sign of I'm not a threat. Wait. His voice cracked with desperation. We surrender. Please, we. Before he could finish pleading, I appeared in front of him. Just, existing where I needed to be. I was there because I am supposed to be there. I don't accept it, I said. My voice was still emotionless, despite my attempts to inject the cold dismissiveness I remembered feeling toward enemies. The words came out mechanical. Like reading from a script. But the meaning was clear. Rudra's eyes widened. He tried to move and activate his divine authorities. Tried to escape through any means possible. Too slow. I casually touched his forehead with a single finger. Contact lasted less than a microsecond. A gentle tap. The kind you'd use to get someone's attention. Rudra's body disintegrated. Not just his physical form. His divine essence. His conceptual existence. The very idea of Rudra, god of storms, erased from reality as thoroughly as if he'd never existed at all. The twin blades that had been his signature weapons fell to the ground. Clattered against stone. Then dissolved into nothing, orphaned artifacts with no master to sustain them. Two down, I guess. It just felt so simple. A rumbling from below announced Indra's return. The king of gods erupted from the tunnel he'd carved, fury radiating from his battered form. His face was deformed from my slap. His jaw was broken, cheekbone shattered, eye socket caved in. Divine flesh that should have healed instantly remained damaged, his body unable to repair injuries inflicted by something beyond its understanding. But he stopped mid-flight when he witnessed the empty spaces where his fellow gods had stood. Completely gone. No bodies left. No divine essence waiting to be recovered. Just nothingness. Indra's remaining eye fixed on me. Saw me watching him with a face that wore an expression of complete disinterest. I wasn't even pretending to care anymore. Wasn't trying to fake emotions I no longer fully possessed. Just observed him with the same detachment one might observe an insect. Wait. Indra raised his hands. All fury drained away instantly, replaced by pure survival instinct. We surrender. Please. If you kill me, the entire Hindu pantheon will attack heaven. I know you're strong, but you can't be everywhere at once. Your siblings, your home, they'll suffer for this. He was right, technically. I couldn't protect heaven constantly. And the Hindu pantheon was vast. Thousands of gods and demigods spread across multiple realms. If they united in vengeance. Indra saw me silent and continued. But more importantly, even if you win, even if you slaughter us all, what will it cost you? How many angels will die in the fighting? Let us end this here. We'll overlook that you slayed gods of our pantheon. We'll call it even. No more war. No more death. I was silent for a long moment. Peace. The word echoed through my consciousness. I'd promised to bring peace. Had fought this entire war to protect heaven. To prevent more angels from dying needlessly. Killing this insect would probably ruin that. Would probably trigger exactly the scenario he described. The Hindu pantheon uniting to assault heaven, forcing my siblings to fight another war they weren't prepared for. Maybe the other pantheons will join as well, uniting against an enemy too strong. I didn't care about myself. My existence was beyond threat now. But the angels couldn't go through another war. They'd barely survived the last one. Another conflict would break them completely. But I couldn't let Indra go without punishment either. Couldn't let him walk away thinking he'd escaped consequence. That would show weakness. Would encourage others to test heaven's boundaries. A small smile appeared on my face. Not because I felt amusement. I couldn't feel that anymore. But because the knowledge appeared from the vast archives I now possessed. Information pulled from the collective consciousness of the Hindu mythology that was part of my cosmic understanding. A memory. A story. A humiliation that Indra had suffered once before. Indra paled as he saw me smile. Even broken and battered, even desperate, some instinct warned him that this expression meant something terrible was coming. I vanished from his sight. I reappeared a moment later, holding something. His divine chariot. The vehicle materialized in my hands, pulled from wherever it had been waiting, summoned through divine connection that I'd simply commandeered. Indra's personal property, his symbol of kingship, now mine by right of conquest. I spoke, trying to portray amusement. Emotions were mostly gone from me now, burned away in the transformation, but I could remember what amusement felt like. Yes, that should serve well as a warning to everyone else. I remember someone once tied you to your chariot and dragged you around the world, I said. My voice still flat despite my best efforts. Like an AI trying to simulate emotion. Let's recreate that memory, shall we? Indra's face went pale. He still remembered that humiliation. How Meghanada, son of Ravana, had defeated him in battle. How the Asura had bound the king of gods to his own chariot like a common prisoner. How he'd been dragged through the realms as a trophy of war. How Meghanada had taken the name DxD, conqueror of Indra, and made it his title forever. That humiliation still haunted him. No. Indra's voice was afraid. Broken. Please, no. Not again. I'll do anything. Any treasure you wish. Any boon you desire. The combined wealth of Swarga, it's yours. Just don't. But I ignored his pleading and snapped my fingers. Divine chains materialized from nothing. Wrapped around Indra's limbs. Bound him to his chariot in the exact configuration he'd been tied in millennia ago. His broken body being thrown casually to be dragged away. The king of gods, one of the strongest beings in this world, commander of divine armies, slayer of demons, reduced to a prisoner tied to his own chariot. He tried to break free. Divine power flared. Lightning erupted from his body. His authorities activated, trying to sever the bindings, trying to command the chains to release him. He roared in anger and thrashed, but it was useless. The chains didn't even tremble. I created them with a fraction of the Eternal Night's power. They existed on a level beyond his ability to affect. He might as well have been trying to break diamond chains with wet tissue paper. I climbed into the chariot. Took the reins in hands that remembered being human once. The divine horses, celestial beings in their own right, powerful enough to cross dimensions, immediately submitted to my will. Recognized something in me that demanded absolute obedience. Move fast, I commanded. They moved. The chariot lurched forward. Behind it, Indra was dragged across the scorched battlefield, his broken body leaving a trail through ash and blood. As I directed the horses upward, toward the boundary between the underworld and the mortal realm, I noticed something. Two presences. Ancient and strong. Watching with barely concealed terror. Great Red and Ophis. The dragon of dragons and the Ouroboros dragon. The two most powerful beings in this dimension. They floated in the dimensional gap, observing from their realm between realms, their attention fixed on me with the intensity of prey animals watching a predator. I tried to smile again. Tried to make it friendly. The expression I'd wear when meeting allies. My face created something approximating a smile. But both dragons flinched. I guess I need practice. I raised one hand in what I hoped was a casual wave. Tried to inject warmth into my voice. Don't worry. I won't destroy this world. The words came out flat. Like someone reading a reassurance from a teleprompter. I tried again, it is my home, after all. Better. Almost sounded genuine that time. Almost sounded like I actually cared rather than simply understanding intellectually that destroying one's home was generally considered inadvisable. Both dragons relaxed slightly. They still watched me like I might suddenly decide to unmake this world on a whim. Which was fair, considering I probably could if I wanted to with a thought. But I didn't want to. I think so. It was hard to tell with emotions being mostly absent. But the logical part of me recognized that destroying my home reality would be counterproductive to my stated goals. I looked at Great Red, who flinched again. Would you be a dear and fix the place? It still needed somewhat. Or maybe I should just erase it. No. That's not good. I think. Great Red, the strongest being in the world, just gulped and nodded. His dream started to spread around and fixing the place, turning all the destruction into a dream. I turned the chariot upward. Drove it through the barrier between realms. Emerged into the mortal world with Indra still being dragged behind, his divine ichor leaving a golden trail across the sky. Humans looked up. Pointed and screamed. Some fainted. Others fell to their knees in worship or terror. They could see us. Could see the divine chariot crossing their sky with the king of gods bound to it like a prisoner. Most didn't probably recognize him other than those who worshipped him. but they could feel his divine aura. I rode across continents and oceans, making absolutely certain that anyone with the ability to perceive divine beings would witness this humiliation. Gods watched from their various pantheons: Norse, Greek, Egyptian, Shinto. Every divine realm that had any presence in this world felt the disturbance and turned to look. They saw Indra, the mighty king of gods, being dragged through the sky like a dog on a leash. And they saw me, the being dragging him. The angel, or what had been an angel, who had apparently defeated one of the strongest gods in existence and was now parading his broken body across the world. A message. A warning. A demonstration of power that every pantheon would remember. This is what happens when you attack heaven. I directed the chariot toward Mount Meru, the divine mountain where the Hindu pantheon resided. Indra's divine palace, where the gods of his realm would be watching in horror as their king was dragged home in chains. But before I reached the mountain, I felt something. A familiar presence approaching. Warm, concerned. Michael. My brother's divine signature blazed like a beacon as he flew toward me, crossing the distance between heaven and earth in seconds. His 6 pairs of pure white wings beat powerfully, propelling him forward with desperate speed. A small smile formed on my face. This one felt genuine. Or as genuine as I could manage anymore. The expression felt less forced. He'd sensed my presence. Had felt me return from wherever I'd gone. And rather than celebrating or resting or dealing with the aftermath of war, he'd immediately come to find me. To check if I was all right. He was worried about me. Despite myself being countless times stronger than him now. Despite existing on a level so far beyond his comprehension that I might as well have been comparing stars to grains of sand. That touched something. Almost. Michael arrived moments later. Landed on the chariot beside me, his wings folding as he took in the scene. Me, holding the reins with a slight smile. Indra, tied to the back of the chariot, broken and bleeding divine ichor. Kokabeel. Michael's voice was careful. Controlled. But I could hear the concern underneath. What happened? Are you all right? I looked at him. Tried to make my expression reassuring. Tried to inject warmth into my voice. I'm fine, brother. Just dealing with loose ends. The words came out almost right. Almost natural. Close enough that Michael might not notice the subtle wrongness in my tone. The Satans, he asked. Dead. All of them. Lucifer. Beelzebub. Asmodeus. Leviathan. Underworld is mostly destroyed, but I believe Great Red would fix the terrain. The devil faction is mostly extinct, except those who stayed back in the farthest corners. Michael's eyes widened. And Indra's army. Also dealt with. I killed all of them. It was rather simple. I glanced back at the bound god. Except for 3. Indra, Varuna, and Rudra stayed to finish the fight. Where are Varuna and Rudra? Dead. The single word hung in the air. Michael paused at what I was saying. Processed the implications behind it. I'd killed 2 major gods. Defeated Indra. Effectively ended 2 wars simultaneously. The civil war with the devils and the invasion from Swarga. Perhaps something even more astonishing than killing Draig and Albion. Everyone knew those 3 gods were in the so-called top 10 strongest beings list. Indra supposedly stronger than the 2 dragons. How? Michael asked quietly. I could sense your power before, but now. He trailed off, unable to find words for what he was perceiving. You feel different. Feels like you're not entirely here anymore. I don't feel the usual warmth from you. Perceptive. Michael had always been perceptive. I managed to unlock my full potential, I said. The lie came easily. Or not a lie exactly, just an incomplete truth. The battle pushed me past my limits. I ascended. Became something more. More than an archangel. More than angel, I corrected. I'm not sure what I am anymore. But I'm still me. Still your brother. Still fighting for heaven. Still, consider you all as family. Michael's expression was conflicted. Relief that I was alive. Concern for what I'd become. Uncertainty about how to proceed. He didn't want to push me. Then he looked at Indra again. At the humiliated god being dragged behind us like a trophy. Kokabeel, Michael said carefully. I need you to spare him. I raised an eyebrow. Why? He attacked us unprovoked. Please. I know he deserves death. I know he led an army against us, killed our siblings, tried to destroy everything we've built. But if you kill him, especially like this after humiliating him in front of the world, it will cause relationships between pantheons to fracture completely. They will unite against us. So heaven can't afford another war right now. We've lost too many. Our forces are decimated. Our leadership is gone. Father is dead, the seraphs are managing but overwhelmed. If the Hindu pantheon retaliates. He was right. Logically, I knew he was right. Killing Indra would feel satisfying, or would have felt satisfying if I could still feel satisfaction properly, but it would be strategically foolish. I sighed. The sound came out naturally. A proper sigh of resignation and acceptance. Small victory in learning to fake emotions again. Fine, I said. I'll spare him. Relief flooded Michael's face. Thank you. I know it's not what you wanted. But I'm keeping the chariot as spoils, I interrupted. And he needs to understand the consequences of attacking heaven. I pulled the divine vehicle to a stop. Snapped my fingers. The chains binding Indra dissolved. The king of gods slumped forward, catching himself on hands and knees. His broken body shaking. His remaining eye looking up at me with mixture of hatred, fear, and grudging respect. I grabbed him by his golden armor. Lifted him with one hand, barely any effort required. Met his eye with my own. Listen carefully now, I said. My voice cold and empty. But carrying absolute certainty. I'm sparing you because my brother asked. Because heaven needs peace. Because strategic wisdom suggests that your death would cause more problems than it solves. Indra said nothing. Just stared blankly. But understand this, I continued, making my voice reaching across the world. If any of you want a war, come seek me. I, Kokabeel, shall be happy to oblige. But if heaven is attacked again, if even a single angel perishes under your wrath while I exist, I shall erase your entire pantheon. I let the words sink in. Let them feel the truth of them. The absolute certainty that I could and would follow through. Not just kill, I clarified to Indra again. Remove from existence. Make it so the Hindu pantheon never existed at all. Rewrite reality itself to exclude you. Do you understand? Indra nodded slowly. His broken jaw worked. I understand. Good. I threw him away. Not gently. Just launched him toward Mount Meru with enough force that he became a golden streak across the sky. He impacted the divine mountain and cracked it. Left a crater in the side that would probably remain for millennia. A permanent scar reminding the Hindu pantheon of what had happened here. But he'd live. Would heal. Would remember. That was what mattered. And me. I needed to go back and meet my siblings, not knowing how they will react to my new changes. Chapter 26, Heaven's Reconstruction, 2 in 1. Kokabeel POV. Was that really necessary, brother? Michael asked, wincing as the impact echoed across dimensions. He tried to conquer heaven while we were fighting a war. Yes, it was necessary. Michael didn't argue, but I could see the concern in his eyes. Not for Indra, for me. He sensed something was wrong. I turned Indra's chariot back toward heaven. The celestial horses obeyed without question, recognizing something in me that demanded absolute submission. Michael stood beside me silently. It's a nice ride. He tried to lighten the mood. Right. Felt ashamed to leave it. I replied with as much enthusiasm I could muster. Michael noticed the difference. But he didn't push me. He really trusts Kokabeel. Oh, that was me. Before we crossed into heaven's territory, I stopped. Michael looked at me questioningly. I reached into the dimensional space where I kept important things and pulled out the heaven's key. Take this. I held it out to Michael. He stared at the glowing artifact like I'd just offered him a live grenade. Kokabeel, what are you? You need to start learning how to use this. I'll be here for a couple centuries to help with the transition, but you should get familiar with it now. Centuries? What are you talking about? The war just ended, we need to rebuild, and you're already planning to leave. His voice cracked slightly on the last word. I'm not leaving today, Michael. Or tomorrow. Or next year. But eventually, yes. I pushed the key toward him. Heaven needs someone who can actually lead. Someone the angels can connect with. Someone who can feel what they feel. That's not me. Not anymore. You're the best leader we have, you're in heaven smoothly in Father's absence. I'm effective. There's a difference. I kept my voice steady, trying to inject some warmth and failing. Please, just take it. Michael's hand closed around the heaven's key slowly. The artifact pulsed once, twice, like a heartbeat synchronizing. It recognized him immediately, Yahweh's wisdom in action. But I could feel it maintain its connection to me as well, as if unwilling to fully let go of its original bearer. I don't understand, Michael said quietly, staring at the golden light emanating from between his fingers. Why does it feel like you're saying goodbye when you just said you're staying? Because part of me already left. The part that knew how to be your brother properly. The part that could care the way you deserve. I turned the chariot toward heaven's barrier. But the part that's good at killing gods and organizing. That's still here. And that's what heaven needs right now. That's not what I meant, brother. Michael started, then stopped. His wings drooped slightly. You sound so distant. Like you're not even here. When you talk, it feels like you are reading from a script someone else wrote. I paused. That's an accurate assessment. We'll talk when the others are present as well. Come now, they are waiting, and we have a lot of work to do. We crossed through heaven's barrier in silence. Heaven appeared before us in all its devastated glory. The realm that had once been perfect, crystalline spires reaching toward infinity, streets of pure light, gardens where celestial flowers bloomed in colors that didn't exist in mortal realms, was now gloomy and broken. Yahweh's death affected the stability of heaven itself. If I didn't have the heaven's key, it might be even worse. But despite the destruction, angels were everywhere. Moving with purpose. A group near the gates was hauling debris, their white robes stained with dust and blood. Another team was attempting to repair a collapsed wall, their wings creating scaffolding as they worked. Raphael's healers moved between the wounded, their hands glowing with restorative light. They were in a somber mood. They lost their father after all. They tried to feel hopeful, as was their nature, but they couldn't. They needed a spark, however small it may be. Then they saw us approaching. Someone shouted. I didn't catch the words, but the effect was immediate. Angels stopped working to turn and stare. Then someone cheered despite the sorrow. It started as a single voice, probably Sandalphon, he always was loud, but spread like wildfire. Within seconds, hundreds of angels were cheering, their voices creating a harmony that resonated through heaven itself. Lord Kokabeel has returned. The war is over. We won. I tried to smile at them. Pulled my facial muscles into what should have been a warm, reassuring expression. It felt wrong. Like wearing a mask that didn't quite fit. But I held it anyway because they needed to see hope, not emptiness. We landed in the central plaza, or what remained of it. The crystal platform that had hosted countless celebrations was now cracked in a dozen places. Angels immediately surrounded us. Not threatening, desperate. They needed news. Needed confirmation. Needed to know that the nightmare was finally over. Is it true we won? Are the devils really dead? What happened to Lucifer? Where's Indra's army? The questions came from all sides, overlapping, urgent. I could see the hope and fear mixing in their eyes. They'd survived but didn't dare believe it yet. I raised my hand. Just a simple gesture for attention. The effect was immediate. Silence fell across the entire plaza like someone had hit a mute button. Hundreds of angels, all holding their breath, waiting for me to speak. My siblings, the war is over, I announced, letting my voice carry with divine authority. The devil faction has been eliminated mostly. Lucifer, Beelzebub, Asmodeus, and Leviathan are all dead. Their army has been destroyed. The civil war completely ends today. For a moment, nobody moved. They were processing. Trying to believe something they'd been fighting toward for so long that victory felt impossible. Then someone collapsed. Just fell to their knees, overwhelmed. That broke the spell. Angels were crying. Embracing each other. Some laughed hysterically. Others just stood there in shock. A few looked guilty. Survivor's guilt, probably. Why did they make it when so many others didn't? I continued over the noise. Indra's invasion has also been repelled. His army suffered catastrophic casualties. The survivors fled back to Swarga. Indra himself. I paused, considering how much detail to provide. Has been dealt with. He won't trouble heaven again. More cheering came. They needed to somehow forget and focus on something that didn't make them despair. I let them have their moment. They'd earned it. They'd fought. They'd died. They'd survived. They deserved to celebrate. But celebrations didn't rebuild walls or heal wounds. Michael will be taking over management of heaven's systems, while I shall help him with the duties. I announced once the noise died down slightly. I've transferred the heaven's key to him. From this moment forward, his commands carried the same weight as father's. Follow them as you would have followed fathers. That caused murmuring. Concerned looks. Angels glancing at each other uncertainly. They saw me govern heaven for the past year, they had faith in me. Michael stepped forward, the heaven's key glowing in his hand, and I felt a flash of something, pride, maybe. Or the memory of what pride used to feel like. He looked nervous but determined. Exactly what heaven needed. What about you? Gabriel's voice cut through the crowd. She pushed her way forward, her blue eyes fixed on me with an intensity that would have made me uncomfortable if I could still feel it. She'd always been too perceptive. The cheerful angel who could see problems before symptoms appeared. Where will you be? She pressed when I didn't answer immediately. Here. For now. I'll be helping Michael transition into leadership. Assisting with reconstruction. Making sure heaven's stable before. I caught myself. Making sure heaven's stable. Gabriel reached the front of the crowd, standing directly in front of me. Studied my face with the same clinical assessment. Whatever she saw made her eyes widen. Brother, what happened to you? Her voice was quiet. Concerned. After spending over 3,000 years together, she saw through my fake smiles. We'll talk later, sister. I said. Right now we need to organize reconstruction. Penemu stood back, looking at me with scrutiny. She looked rather worried. I tried to give her a reassuring smile, but it didn't work. She knew me better than that. I raised my voice, addressing the crowd again. Michael, start coordinating repair efforts, prioritize the defensive barriers and critical infrastructure. Raphael, organize the healers. I need a proper order. Critical cases first, stable cases can wait. Gabriel, get me a full casualty report. Numbers, names, ranks. Azrael, begin recording the fallen properly. They deserve to be remembered. And prepare for a funeral. We have to send off our father and fallen brethren. Penemu, gather a list of materials needed for repair, and contact the devils and fallen angels for a talk. I was issuing orders efficiently. I had done this before after all. The angels moved to obey, their celebration dampened by the return to reality. There was work to do. Penemu gave me a look before walking away. Probably will ask me what happened privately. Only my closest siblings remained in the plaza. Gabriel. Michael. Raphael. Azrael. A few others who'd been with me longest. They all wore variations of the same expression, relief that I was alive, concern about what I'd become. They sensed the difference in tone and the lack of sincerity. They were angels after all. Gabriel approached slowly. Your eyes, she said quietly. They're empty. Like you're not really in there anymore. I'm still here. I met her gaze, trying to inject warmth into my expression. Just different. Different how? Let's talk in my quarters. We should have this conversation somewhere private. She hesitated, then nodded. Fine. But you're not avoiding this discussion. Wouldn't dream of it. The lie came too easily. My quarters were in the inner ring, less damaged than the outer sections but still showing the scars. Someone had tried to clean. The scorch marks were scrubbed but not gone. Several of the light crystals that provided ambient illumination were shattered, leaving shadows in the corners. My desk was overturned. Books scattered across the floor. One of my star charts had been torn, the ancient parchment ripped nearly in half. I stared at it for a moment. That chart was 3,000 years old. Irreplaceable. Yet I felt nothing. Just observed that something valuable had been destroyed. Gabriel entered behind me, followed by Michael, Raphael, and Azrael. The door closed with a soft click that sounded too loud in the sudden silence. All right, Gabriel said, crossing her arms. Explain, brother. What happened to you out there? And don't give me vague non-answers. I'm your sister, the one who's been there with you since the very beginning. I deserve the truth. I turned to face them. 4 of my closest siblings. 4 angels who'd known me closely for millennia. They deserved better than what I was about to tell them. During the battle with Indra and his gods, I was losing, I started. 3 of their strongest fighting in perfect coordination. Each one nearly as powerful as Lucifer, Indra stronger than the heavenly dragons. Together, they were overwhelming me. But you won, Raphael said. Obviously. I won by paying a price. I paused, trying to find words that would make sense. There was something inside me. A power I'd been avoiding since my awakening. Something fundamental that I knew would change me if I touched it. What kind of power? Michael asked carefully. The kind that transcends angelic nature. The kind that elevates you beyond conventional existence into something else. I looked at each of them. I became perfect, in a sense. A being of pure logic and capability. No weaknesses. No limitations. No emotions, Gabriel finished, her voice barely a whisper. That's why your eyes are empty. That's why you feel wrong. Your essence is gone. Mostly gone, I corrected. Not entirely. I can remember what they felt like. I know intellectually what responses are appropriate in given situations. I can simulate emotional reactions well enough to function in social contexts. Simulate, Azrael repeated. His dark eyes studied me with an expression I couldn't fully understand. You're pretending to feel things rather than actually feeling them. Yes. I nodded. So everything you've said since returning. Michael's voice was strained. Every reassurance, every expression of relief, every attempt at warmth. I tried to be as sincere as I can, Michael. I'm going through the motions because I remember that's what you need. But the genuine emotion behind it isn't there. Silence fell. Gabriel moved first. Walked right up to me until we were inches apart. Looked up at my face with eyes that were starting to glisten. Do you care about us at all? Her voice cracked. About me. About Michael. About any of your siblings. I tried to figure out the right answer. The honest one. The one that wouldn't hurt her. But I want her to know even if it's painful. She deserved it. I remember caring, I said carefully. I have memories of loving you. Of valuing our bonds. Of feeling protective and fond and connected. Those memories are vivid. Detailed. I can access them perfectly. But you don't truly feel them now. I am unable to. She slapped me. Not hard. Gabriel wasn't violent by nature. But the gesture carried weight beyond the physical impact. The sound echoed in the quiet room. You selfish idiot, she said, and now tears were definitely falling. You survived everything. Beat Lucifer. Beat Indra. Came back alive when we thought you were dead. And the price was your humanity. I was never human, Gabriel. I'm an angel. You know what I mean. She grabbed my robes with both hands. The part of you that cared. The part that made stupid jokes with Penemu. The part that helped me plant gardens because it made me happy. The part that was my brother. She shook me, or tried to. I didn't move. Where is he? Where did he go? I wanted to comfort her. Wanted to feel the appropriate sadness at causing her pain. Wanted to promise it would be okay. He's still here, I said quietly. Just buried deep down. I gently removed her hands from my robes. I can still defend heaven and angels both. That's what heaven needs. That's not what heaven needs. Gabriel shouted. Heaven needs angels who care. Who fight because they love what they're protecting, not because it's strategically optimal. Her voice broke. I want my gentle and kind brother who loved me. Whom I love dearly even now. Heaven needs balance. Michael can provide the care. I'll provide the protection. I replied simply. For how long? Michael asked. You said you're leaving eventually. When? When heaven's stable. When you've learned the systems thoroughly. When the other pantheons have accepted the new order. When my presence here becomes more liability than asset. I paused. Probably a couple centuries. Maybe more if recovery goes well. Recovery. Azrael spoke up. You think you can recover those emotions? I don't know. Maybe. I'll need to try living as something smaller. As something closer to human. Experience limitation again. Remember what it means to care about small things. Maybe I can learn from them again. I looked at each of them. But that's for later. Right now, heaven needs organization. Structure. Leadership that actually functions. Raphael, who'd been silent until now, finally spoke. You're terrifying, you know that. Standing there, calmly discussing the loss of your emotions like it's nothing. Looking at your sister crying and showing no reaction beyond mild concern for optimal social response. I know. But that's who I am now. I remember the bond we share. I should not lie to you. Do you? Do you really understand how disturbing this is? Raphael, who is always calm, got angry. Intellectually, yes. Emotionally, no. I can't feel disturbed anymore. I can only observe that my current state disturbs others and attempt to mitigate that response. How? Gabriel demanded, wiping her eyes angrily. How do you change the fact that you're essentially a different person wearing Cocobeel's face? I felt hurt. By being useful. By protecting heaven. By making sure the sacrifices weren't meaningless. I met her eyes. By trying to be a good enough imitation that you can pretend your brother's still here. That's not. She stopped. Took a shaky breath. That's not good enough. I know. But it's all I have to offer right now. Michael moved closer. Put a hand on Gabriel's shoulder. Will you at least try, he asked me. Try to connect with us. Even if it's fake. Yes. I'll try. That's all I can promise. Azrael studied me for a long moment. The fallen angels. The memorial. Will you pay your respects? The question caught me off guard. Of course. I still consider you all family. Azrael interrupted, his voice harder than I'd ever heard it. But can you truly mourn them? Can you show them the respect they deserve? I can't mourn properly, Azrael. The grief doesn't work anymore. Then learn it. Azrael's voice rose, surprising everyone. He was usually so calm and controlled. If you can fake concern for reconstruction, fake concern for the dead. They deserve that much. They died believing you cared about them. The words hit harder than they should have. Logically, he was right. My previous self did inspire a lot. They followed me with absolute trust. You're correct, I said after a pause. I'll try for everyone's sake. They were all hurting. First their father perished. Then their always reliable brother became like this. I didn't blame them. They will realize in time, at least I hoped so. Gabriel wiped her eyes again. I can't do this right now. I need. She turned toward the door. I need to get back to the wounded. At least they're honest about being broken. She left before anyone could respond. Michael looked between me and the door. I should go after her. Probably wise. He started to leave, then paused. Kokabeel. Earlier, when you said the part that was good at protecting heaven still remains. Yes. That's not all heaven needs. We need more than a weapon. We need a brother. A friend. The person who we dearly love. His expression was pained. Even if you have to fake it. Try harder. For Gabriel's sake, please. Then he was gone too. Only Raphael and Azrael remained. Raphael leaned against the wall, arms crossed. You handled that badly. I'm aware. Gabriel's right, you know. About the humanity thing. You had more humanity than most of us despite being an angel. That's what made you special. Now you're just. He gestured vaguely at me. Cold and efficient. Efficiency serves heaven better than sentiment right now. Does it? Because from where I'm standing, you just devastated your sister and disappointed your brother. That doesn't seem particularly efficient for morale. She had a point. I'll work on the how I speak. I said. Work on more than just speaking. Work on actually trying to connect. I know the emotions are gone, but you're smart enough to figure out what responses people need. Give them that, at least. Noted. Raphael pushed off the wall. I'm going to help Michael. Try not to emotionally devastate anyone else today. Then she was gone too. Azrael remained. The angel of death. The record keeper. The one who saw everything and judged nothing. You're in pain, he said quietly. I can't feel pain. That's the problem. Not physical pain. Existential pain. The awareness that something fundamental is missing. The recognition that you're not who you were. That's a different kind of suffering. Was he right? Was there some level of awareness below conscious thought that recognized the wrongness of my current state? Maybe. If that's true, I can't access it, I said. Perhaps that's for the best. Knowing you're broken but unable to feel appropriately broken might be worse than simply being broken. He moved toward the door. Come. I'll take you to the memorial. The memorial was a massive crystal wall erected at the edge of the central plaza. It hadn't existed before the war. Someone, probably Azrael, had created it specifically to honor the fallen. The wall was perhaps 50 meters tall and twice as wide, made of pure crystal that caught and reflected light in ways that made it seem alive. Names covered every inch of the surface. Thousands of names. Carved into the crystal in elegant script that glowed faintly. Each name representing an angel who'd fallen in the war. Brother and sister angels who wouldn't see heaven's restoration. I approached slowly. Read the names. Metatron. One of the original seraphs. Killed by the 7 sins in the early battles. Ezekiel. Always cheerful. Always optimistic. Dead before seeing our victory. Ramiel. Quiet. Thoughtful. Gone. Cassiel. Tzadkiel. Rugel. Remiel. More names. More losses. The list went on. And on. And on. Then name that was the largest. Father. That's what he was to them all. I should feel something. Grief. Sadness. Anger at the waste of lives. Something. But nothing came. Just cold observation that we'd lost approximately 43% of our total forces. Significant casualties but within acceptable parameters given the opposition we'd faced. Say something, Azrael said softly beside me. What should I say? Whatever feels right. Nothing feels right. I don't feel anything. Then say what you think they'd want to hear. What they died believing. I stared at the names for a long time. Tried to find appropriate words. Tried to remember what I would have said before the transformation. I spoke finally. You sacrificed everything for heaven. Your deaths weren't meaningless. We survived because you fought. Because you bled. Because you refused to give up even when the odds were impossible. The words felt hollow coming from my mouth. Like reading a script someone else had written. But I continued anyway. We'll honor you by ensuring heaven survives. By building something worthy of your sacrifice. By making sure the world you died protecting is better than the one you left behind. Azrael nodded slowly. That's good. Not warm or emotional. But respectful. Honest, in its way. Is that enough? For now. The angels need to see you acknowledge their sacrifice. Even if you can't feel appropriate grief, showing respect matters. We stood in silence for several minutes. Other angels approached the memorial. Touched names. Wept quietly. Left offerings, flowers, weapons, personal items. Nobody approached me. They kept their distance. Whether out of respect or fear, I couldn't tell. They're uncomfortable around you, Azrael observed, following my gaze. I know. You don't seem concerned. I'm not capable of being concerned in the normal sense. I can only observe the fact and determine if it's problematic. And is it? Potentially. If their discomfort interferes with following orders or impacts morale significantly, yes. Otherwise, it's acceptable. Azrael sighed. You really can't hear how wrong that sounds, can you? I can intellectually recognize that most people would find my current perspective disturbing. But I can't feel the appropriate discomfort about it myself. That's what I thought. He turned to leave. Try harder with Gabriel. And Michael. And everyone else. Even if it's fake, they need to see you making an effort. I am making an effort. You know, despite you being a total jerk now, I still love you. All of us does. You didn't try to hide it from us. That shows you still care for us in your weird way. I smiled somewhat genuinely. I know Azrael. He left me standing in front of the memorial. Surrounded by names. Surrounded by silence. Surrounded by a loss I could comprehend but not feel. This would be my existence until I figured out how to recover what the transformation had taken. However long that took. The system notification appeared in my vision about an hour later. System reboot complete. Welcome back, host. Status check, initiated. Host vital signs, stable. Host power level, error, beyond measurable parameters. Host classification, error, undefined. Analyzing. I watched the system struggle to categorize what I'd become. It was almost amusing, if I could still feel amusement properly. Analysis complete. New host classification, outer god, beyond existence. Warning, host has transcended standard parameters. Warning. Host is an existence beyond the concept of time. Due to the host being a member of the chat group, it will affect the flow of time and nexus events. Recalculating. That is concerning. I didn't want them to be affected. Dimnesional repair complete. System has isolated the effect to minimal change. Warning, host has become equivalent to entity system was designed to combat. Note, primary mission remains unchanged, combat outer god avatar corruption across dimensions. Note, secondary mission added, monitor host stability and prevent corruption spread. So the system was treating me as a potential threat now. Fair enough. Dimensional chat group, 147 unread messages. It seems they have been discussing about me. Flash goddess, Kokabeel. Please respond if you are still alive. Yuruchi was lying on her bed, looking at the chat group with hope. She really is concerned, huh? I saw her life like watching a play. It came instinctively. Shadow Monarch, it's been a week since he disappeared. Last messages were repeating his life and death. We all saw that. I just feel so shitty because I couldn't get to thank him for healing my mom. I paused at the contradictory feelings from him. Then I saw it, and I was speechless for once since I became an outer god. Flashback, solo leveling world, during the day of miracle. Sung Jin-woo stopped watching the stream and headed to the hospital. Although he was concerned for Kokabeel, his family was his first priority. He ignored the flashing system even. He arrived at the hospital and pushed through the crowd to reach his mother's cabin. There was a large amount of people as many patients magically recovered. Their relatives were also rushing in. Jin-woo pushed through crowd and reached the cabin. He took a deep breath and opened the door, and almost broke down when he saw his mother awake and talking with his sister. She turned to look at him and smiled. "Oh my, Jin Woo, you have grown up so much. I'm sorry, I must have slept through all my alarms." Jin Woo took a few steps and shakily sat down, holding her hand, making Jaina pout. He spoke with broken hope. "Mom, I've been through hell and back. Literally. Almost died, multiple times. Also literally. And I did all that just to bring you back, and ask you one thing." His mother smiled gently. "What is it, Jin Woo?" Jin Woo asked like a drowning man grasping at straws. "Please tell me. Is Jina adopted?" Jina sitting by their side suddenly looked away, whistling innocently. Jin Woo's mother looked surprised. "What? Why would you even ask me that?" Jina muttered. "For 12 different reasons." Jin Woo shuddered, remembering some haunted memories he would like to forget. "Just tell me. My heart can't take it anymore." His mother sighed. "Of course, Jina is not adopted." Jin Woo's shoulders slumped, his will utterly crushed. Somehow Kokabeel heard a sad violin started playing. Then Jin Woo's mother told him something that crashed his broken heart once more. "You are." Jina shouted in shock. "What? He's actually my stepbro. So that means, what we did was not real incest." Her mother was shocked. "What? What?" Jina immediately pretended she didn't say something horrifying. Ding. Stepmom route is now available. Jin Woo sighed. "Yeah, I should have seen that coming. Would you like to accept this route?" Jin Woo stood up slowly, walking towards the window. His newly revealed stepmother and stepsister asked with concern. "Where are you going, stepbro? Are you all right, stepson?" Jin Woo didn't answer them, just jumped out the window to at least knock himself out, maybe erase the memories. Bang. "Oh my god. Jin Woo. Stepbro no." A nurse shouted from the hallway. "I'll get the catheter." He landed on a car with a pained groan. Ding. Full recovery activated. Fuck my life. I want to switch places with Kokabeel. His mother's worried voice came. "Are you all right, stepson?" Jin Woo sighed. "Yes." Then he widened his eyes. Wait. Stepmom route selected. No. Flashback ends. Kokabeel sat in silence for a moment, contemplating what he just saw. He just somehow felt it should be hilarious. He stretched his mouth with his fingers, trying to show a wide smile. But he gave up after a few attempts. Then he shook his head and read the other messages. "Last master of humanity, my world was almost gone. Not to mention the throne of heroes became unstable. On top of that, Kokabeel-san is still missing. Ritsuka was quite affected by my transformation. She was crouched on her bed, wrapped in a blanket. I saw her past, present, and future. She was an interesting person. Is it wrong to watch someone's whole life like that? The fool at heaven's wrath respond when possible. I know you are alive. The 23rd path represents you, and without you, it should not exist. I think you succeeded in whatever you attempted. But you are afraid to reveal it. Klein has become more mature and intelligent. And he became a Sequence 7 magician. His Sapphira was also more stable now. Advocate of gender equality, did you really die? Please tell me you didn't die. I don't want the gold, just please be alive. Come back and make fun of me, man. Kazuma was quite worried, although he tried to hide it. At least he now had a mansion. I remember he was debt-ridden. His world will is rather peculiar. Putting the protagonist through such ordeals. Can't really complain when DxD world will is even worse. Why create a flow of life based on female organs that are basically fat? I didn't find the appeal of it. It seems human males prefer them big for some reason. Probably to ensure proper nourishment for their offspring. Why am I even thinking of this? Girl who loves reading, something is wrong. His name is still here, so he should be alive. The chat group would have notified us if he was gone. I just hope he's okay. I want to thank him for his gift. Robin was mature as ever. She was used to death. Yet she spoke with hope. Her friends are pretty good for humans, despite calling themselves pirates. I found her captain rather amusing to watch. Dozens more messages. All variations of concern and confusion. I typed a response. Heaven's wrath, hello everyone. I'm alive. Devils defeated. Invasion repelled. Currently in heaven managing reconstruction. It felt like a report. I saw my previous interactions and tried to mimic it. The chat exploded immediately. Flash goddess, thank God. We were so worried. The stream just went black and then nothing. Are you really okay? Shadow Monarch, what happened during the blackout? Your entire being changed completely. It's like you became something else entirely. Klein said something about a new path opening in his world. Advocate of gender equality, changed how? He feels the same to me. Well, through text anyway. Maybe more brooding. The fool, no. Jean Wu right. Even through the dimensional barrier, Kokobeel's presence feels different. Colder. More distant. Perceptive. Heaven's wrath, I transcended during the final battle. Accessed power beyond my previous limits. Became something more than angel. Last master of humanity, more than angel. What does that mean? Heaven's wrath, I became something equivalent to an outer god. Similar to the entities we are supposed to hunt. The transformation was necessary to defeat Indra and his pantheon. Silence in the chat. The kind of silence that meant everyone was processing something significant. The fool, you became an outer god. An actual outer god. Heaven's wrath, equivalent to one, yes. Not certain of my power levels yet. Last master of humanity, those are cosmic horrors. Entities beyond mortal comprehension. Lovecraftian nightmares. ORT is already bad enough, now you have to drag in those things. Heaven's wrath, I see Kazuma sold you some information about your world. Yes, I am one of them. Which is ironic considering the chat group system was designed to fight their corruption. Now I am one. Shadow Monarch, how is that even possible? Outer gods aren't supposed to be created. They just exist for the sake of existing. They have been there since before the beginning of universes. Even the architect guy wasn't that strong in my memories. Heaven's wrath, I'm apparently a special case. The only outer god to be born rather than simply existing since the beginning. The chat group members might find this information concerning. But I felt it's logical to say it outright since we'll be fighting together. Flash goddess, concerning isn't the word I'd use. Kokobeel-san, are you okay? You sound different even in text. And did you see that using your omniscience? Heaven's wrath, I'm okay, I think. The transformation had side effects. Most of my memories and emotions were burned away in the process. I operate on remaining memory, omniscience, and logic now rather than genuine feeling. Girl who loves reading, that's terrible. Can you recover them? I can't imagine how it's like, being without any feelings. Heaven's wrath, not sure. Recovery might be possible if I spend time living as something fragile. Experiencing mortal limitation. But that's centuries away. Heaven needs stability first. Advocate of gender equality, centuries. Dude, you're going to spend centuries without emotions. Heaven's wrath, apparently. Though spend implies I have a choice. This is simply my current state of existence. The fool, your syntax has changed. You're speaking more formally. More precisely. Like you're constructing each sentence carefully rather than just talking naturally. Is that how outer gods try to communicate? I feel like you are a human trying to communicate with us who are ants. Klein's analytical mind was picking up on details even through text. As expected of the future foolish god. Although their understanding of outer god is slightly different from mine. Nobody could truly understand such an existence. Heaven's wrath, that's an accurate observation. I'm simulating normal speech patterns rather than speaking naturally. Everything I express is calculated for optimal social response. Flash goddess, that sounds exhausting. You don't see us as friends. Heaven's wrath, it's functional. Exhaustion would require emotional investment in the effort. I don't have that anymore. And I do remember our shared memories, although distant. Shadow Monarch, if you need anything, let us know. We're here for you. I owe you one for healing my mother. Although now I have another headache. Jean Wu shuddered as there was a knock on his door. Jean Wu, would you like to sleep with your stepmom? Maybe some stepmother and son bonding. Jean Wu sighed. Fuck my life. Heaven's wrath, I appreciate the gesture. I'm currently focused on rebuilding heaven and establishing peace with other pantheons. I'll be busy but I'll keep in touch. I could see your concern. The fool, one question, does your system still work? Or did the transformation break it? And can you tell me about your path? Heaven's wrath, still functional. Though it's now treating me as a potential threat. Secondary mission parameters include monitoring my stability and preventing corruption spread. As for the 23rd path, it's the path of eternal night that is illuminated by the stars, to guide the lost and weary, yet acknowledging that the end is inevitable. The fool, thank you. We have an Evernight goddess in this world. Maybe she will know more. Heaven's wrath, I strongly suggest not to. She is aware of me. And her curiosity is rather uncomfortable. Last master of humanity, your own system is monitoring you for corruption. That's actually really concerning. Are you going to become an eldritch horror and kill everyone just by existing? Heaven's wrath, logical precaution. I've become the type of entity it was designed to combat. Monitoring is appropriate. But to answer your question, no. I can compress and control myself by using my previous form. I also placed a lot of seals to suppress it. Advocate of gender equality, this whole situation is insane. You won the war, saved heaven, and the price was basically your humanity. Heaven's wrath, I was never human. I'm an angel. Flash goddess, you know what he means. Heaven's wrath, yes. And he's essentially correct. The part of me that connected with others emotionally is gone. What remains is efficient but empty. But I still feel that you should be helped. Girl who loves reading, will you at least try to recover Kokabeel-san? Even if it takes centuries. You are the strongest and wisest among us, but what we all loved about you being so carefree and kind. You helped us just being there. Heaven's wrath, yes. After heaven is stable, and the pantheons accept the new order. When Michael can manage without my assistance, then I'll attempt recovery. Alt-Ha not sure it will work. Shadow Monarch, good. We'll be here when you're ready. All of us. Just be honest men, that's all we ask. Heaven's wrath, acknowledged. Thank you for the concern. I recognize intellectually that it matters even if I can't feel appropriate gratitude. Advocate of gender equality. This guy. Flash goddess, maybe you can travel to my world and I can show you a good time. Last pillar of humanity, Yuruchi-san. Stop flirting with Kokabeel-san. He is an angel. The fool, come to think of it, he isn't one, not anymore. So he can't fall technically. But being devoid of emotions, he can't feel love or attraction. Shadow Monarch, great. The one angel that gets a sex pass, isn't interested in doing it. And meanwhile I get, never mind. I closed the chat before they could respond more to that. The concern was genuine. I could recognize that. But I couldn't feel the appropriate emotional response to being cared about. Couldn't feel grateful or touched or connected. Just cold acknowledgement that having allies was strategically beneficial. This was going to be a long couple centuries. The idea is for the readers to grow alongside the MC, understand more about what makes humans human. I'm trying to make you guys truly feel what he feel or the lack of feelings, then gradually growing into a more complete version. Sometimes he will make you laugh to his mistakes, sometimes make you angry by being a jerk, sometimes just sad at his contradictions and turmoils. Blessed and cursed with powers he shouldn't have. And it will make you eager to see when he actually finds himself, and some modicum of happiness. It's the opposite of DxD anime or fanfics, that's for sure, lol. Each of these chapters are 2 chapters merged as one, but it seems people prefer numbers rather than content, so I'll start to break them into 2 from now.